France was a 223-kilometre leg from Plumelec to le Puy du Fou in the northwest of the country. It started at an easy pace, averaging 32 km per mile, before French Cofidis rider Philippe Gaumont made a solo break around the 90-kilometre mark. Then the race hotted up, with Gaumont building up a substantial lead.
A lone leader, around about 9 minutes ahead of the pack on this, the fourth stage of the Tour de France, going from Plumelec to le Puy du Fou, and that big bunch behind cutting into the gap. At one time it was well over 11 minutes, making Gaumont virtually race leader on the road. But they're speeding up now, so as we've just gone through about the 150-kilometre mark, we've only got about another 80 kilometres to go, some 50 miles. We're running a bit below schedule. The average speed so far is just 37.2 kilometres per hour, so the riders been taking it rather easy this morning. But when we think about the distance they've been covering today, the total is 140 miles today. They did 140 miles yesterday, and the day before that was the longest stage of the race, which I think was 163. So that's going to be 240, 340, nearly 400 miles in 3 days. So you motorists and you people back at home, just think about that, the distance they're covering, nearly some 400 miles in 3 days on their bikes. So we can, I think, allow them a little bit of lethargy, if you call 37.2 kilometres per hour lethargy, because that's still around about what, 23.5 miles an hour, Stephen, isn't it?
I would prefer to be on my car than on the bike, of course, these days. Look at the speed they're going. Today they have a prevailing wind. If you can look down here in front of us, Dave, here the flags are going dead straight. So for the final, they're going to have even though they may have a three-quarter kind of tailwind at the moment, it'll turn around completely to be in the back for the finish. But even with a tailwind, Dave, it's still a lot of miles to be going on a bike, isn't it?
It is. I say 140 yesterday, 140 there, that's 280, 163 day before there. Yes, my sums are correct. We're talking well over 400 miles in these 3 days. So just bear a thought about that as you people sitting at home having a cup of tea, or perhaps might have even broken out the six-pack if you've been down the pub for lunch and taken the day off to watch this bike race. But certainly there's no doubt about it, these people are giants on the road to me, and in the morning they're a bit nervous because of the race as it is now, and they're a bit uptight, but once we get further and further into the race, they're very relaxed and they'll chat to you. In fact, I was speaking to Neil Stevens this morning, and he's also covered in bits of bandages and everything else because he came down with a bit of a crash. Said, how is Neil? He says, going okay, mate, I'm tough as nails. So typical Aussie, covered in bruises, whatever. He's gone to get all the bottles for the team, riding back. What a character, that man. Still the Telecom team on the front on this fourth stage of the Tour de France, going into finish at le Puy du Fou. This amazing massive theatre in the background, the superb castle, which I hope we see on our screens at the end of it all. And Telecom, having had a disastrous day one in the Tour de France, they certainly did the right thing yesterday. We had Rudy Pevenage come and sit alongside us on the commentary point and talk how he'd driven ahead as assistant team director.
Hit a crash, Dave.
Oh, there we are.
Especially in Bortolami. His chain is off, but he seems to be it's Bortolami, all right, yeah. No, Didier Roux, sorry, Dave. Anybody that's behind now just will get back on again. This train is going so fast that there's no pity at all for anybody that falls off or is left behind because of the crash.
3 kilometres to go for this field, and it's still dragging way up. They've got about another kilometre and a half of a gentle climb before they get in towards the finish, and still
Musio is back in there again, Dave, I think.
I think that's him down there.
Yeah, it's incredible. We were thinking about him the last 2 days, saying there'll be a finish for him shortly. And you see him there on the left-hand side of it. Left-hand side of the screen.
This is a chase group. That top shot was a chase group, because the Telecom are on the front.
Yeah.
That was a chase group. This is the lead group.
Yeah. With the sun on our screens here, it's difficult to determine from the champion of Germany's jersey and the World Championship jersey.
Well, certainly Mappe are doing what they can here. That looks like Wilfried Peter's leading at the moment. So the gap back now is 20 seconds to the chasing group, and so that's another big hole in the time for the people who managed to be brought down by that crash. If this lot persists, they're not going to be caught back. This is a chase group at the moment with US Postal sat in there. This is the leading group. We're going back to now 2 kilometres to go. Still on the front, Telecom. They've got 1 or 2 of Mappe moving up as well for Tom Stills. Stills must have survived that crash. The green jersey Isabelle is just back there as well. And the lighter colours, it looks to me as if that might be Chandier La Française de Jeu coming through at the moment. It certainly isn't a GAN rider.
That is Missio there in front of us, Dave, on the right hand side of our screen.
Oh, that's him, yes. So
Yeah.
it's a light colour.
He's calling Tom Steele through, I think.
Yep, so they've got Peters in there, Museo in there, Tom Steele's in a good position at the moment.
Vanderbroek is there as well, Dave.
And still Telecom driving hard on the front. Cipollini's lying about 6th or 7th off the front.
Yeah, Vanderbroek there, just about 4th place. You remember yesterday, he had a great go in the finish, Dave.
Yeah, that suited him, that bit of a drag, but this one flattens out a bit, and it's a very good run in a straight one. Still the green Joe on the left-hand side of Zabel, sitting in there behind his teammates.
Somebody might go for flyer, Dave. The way it's easing up there at the moment, it's only 1.5 kilometres to go. So as Yen takes over the driving seat now.
1 kilometre to go, and most of the lead-out men are pulling away. Still then Telecom driving this one forward.
Reese is second
Yes,
place,
he is,
Dave.
just showing what the work he's doing. Reese for Zabel to try and get this one, and Zabel, though, has got Cipollini right alongside him, and they're the two to watch out for in the finishing sprint. Looks like one of the riders from the Casino squad's made up there too, and on the right-hand side, Brushard is coming up too. Brushard, but he won't like this one.
We have Reese now leading the sprint out, with Hepton on his wheel.
So Reese is driving to run. This is amazing. He's going to pull over then.
Very far.
There's nowhere at the moment then that Reese will stay with this one. He's let it come through. Still Tom Steele's had the chance on this one, but Zabel on the left-hand side of the green starts to go. Launches sprint now, and he's still got Lombardi leading him out. Lombardi's letting him out. Lombardi eases back, and
Moncassin, Dave.
Moncassin starts to go. No, Minali, and Moncassin fighting for it on the line. Minali from Moncassin. And this is a disappointing group that are some 20 seconds down, and look who's in there in the pink. Not Zilla again. Oh yes, the crocodiles will big tears down, because undoubtedly if anybody finds himself in trouble anywhere in the race, it has got to be Zilla. If they give her an award for the most unfortunate rider every day, it would go to Zilla. He's been delayed again, 29 seconds.
Well, the problem with Zula is that he's afraid of having another accident as well, so he has to kind of he has to be careful of himself, because first of all, because of him wearing very, very heavy glasses, his reactions are very, very late in a sense, so he has to kind of stay out of trouble, and by trying to stay out of trouble, he's leaving himself open and prone to this kind of thing. So unfortunately, like his accident the other few weeks ago didn't do him any good, but I'm sure the way he's shown his form over the last few days, he would have had a great tour.
Well, for Moncassin, I've got him down as second. We'll wait for confirmation of that. If so, in 1997, that's going to be his 6th time he's finished second, and he's finished, 8 times in 3rd spot. There, I told you about this wonderful place where they have the big sound and light, big display. Watch then at the sprint. Let's see what happens. Minali comes up quick with Moncassin on his wheel. Zabel looked very strong on the right-hand side. He'd been led out by Lombardi. Cipollini was there, but on the left-hand side of the screen, you can see that Minali had taken the shortest line, and suddenly Zabel and Cipollini were having their own private battle. Barnabans was coming up into 4th spot, but on the line, I think, according to my shout from here, it went to Minali. Let's watch it from the top to see if the boy in blue grabs it from Moncassin, and still Zabel coming up. We'll get 8 seconds bonus for that 3rd spot. Cipollini had knocked it on the head, and on the line then, you choose.
Whoa.
I don't like to say who got that one. Moncassin and Minali will have to wait for the photo finish, but Zabel got himself 8 more seconds bonus, so he's now within 4 seconds of Cipollini.
I wouldn't like to be the jury having to decide who won. Here we are now. Looks very like Moncassin. Oh no, it's very like Moncassin, isn't it?
Depends which way you look. It looks like Minali as well.
Looks like Moncassin.
Wait for the official results here. No way can I... Look how far back they were when they came through there on the right-hand side of the screen, Minali and Moncassin, leaving the other two to sort themselves out. So we'll wait for the official verdict to see who won this sprint at the Puy du Fou, as Moncassin and Minali fight it out. Looks like a dead heat, but you never know. Somebody's got to win.
Well, it was victory for Italian sprint specialist Nicola Minali in a photo finish. His 2nd stage win in the Tour de France, having finished 1st in Portsmouth 3 years ago, when the world's most famous cycle race made a fleeting visit to Great Britain. Confirmation there of the positions today. Zabel's third place helped the German telecom rider close to within 4 seconds of the overall leader. But the day belonged to Minali, who said afterwards, I had a good sprint today. I made most of the work of the telecom outfit. That helped me a lot. Everything went well today. I won by a small margin, but I won. He's asked, didn't you take a risk when you put your arm up in triumph? He says, in fact, I saw Moncassin, and at the end of the sprint, I realized my victory was very close, but I got it. As for Italian cycle rider Mario Cipollini, he's still the proud recipient of the coveted yellow jersey, but the 30-year-old sprint specialist and winner of the first 2 stages is only too aware that his reign as overall race leader is surely nearing an end. He says, I'll try to hold on to this yellow jersey as many days as possible, but it'll be difficult because there are better teams than mine at this moment. My team have already done a lot, winning 2 stages, so it's good, but I will do my best to keep the jersey. Yes, but 4 seconds is not a lot. Yes, it's only 4 seconds, but it's better than nothing. Anyway, it's already fantastic to have the yellow jersey for 4 days. I know I can't keep it until Paris, so if I lose it, if somebody takes it, it'll be okay, because for me, the Tour is already a success. The long 261.5-kilometre fifth stage of the Tour de France from Chantonnay to La Châtre in the west of the country was lit up by a spectacular breakaway by Frenchman Cédric Vasseur. The 26-year-old Gannes cyclist, whose father Alain had won a Tour stage after a solo break 27 years ago, made an early dash, and at the 200-kilometre mark he held an incredible 12 minutes lead from the chasing pack. That's where we pick up the action.
That group is still trying to catch up with our lone leader, and here he is on your screen on this 5th stage, the Tour de France, going into the Châtre, 261 kilometres in all. We've gone through, I think it's 205-kilometre point now, and therefore he's only got something in the region of about 55 kilometres so to go, or just under that, to the finish, and his gap is still there around about that 13-minute point. So it's an excellent ride indeed by Vasseur, Cédric Vasseur from the Gannes team, persisting with his attempt to stay out from the pack, who seem very at 6 and 7s at how to mount a particular attack to try and pull him back. And the team manager having a quiet chat to him, undoubtedly encouraging him in his effort. Just hope to goodness the man with the hammer doesn't get him, because all cyclists know that however well you prepare, whatever food you eat, however much training you do, that there comes a time suddenly when the man with the hammer can suddenly get you. Your legs go to water and you get the knock, and all the strength goes from your legs. It's a bit like the marathon runners hitting the wall at around about 18 miles. It's a well-known thing in cycling, and there are 12 minutes it is back to that chasing group for the fellow here, but still with 50-odd kilometres to go. We've seen it in the past, they can come very quick, but it just depends how much he can put between him and the rest of the group. This is the main pack of riders containing the yellow jersey. Also in there, Chris Bourman, Great Britain, and the man who's lying second overall in classification, Eric Zabel, who's cut the gap to just 2 seconds on Cipollini following the sprints today. Chris Bourman's still in 3rd spot this morning, 35 seconds down, but it might change. He might drop to 4th if this man survives to the end. He won't mind that, though, because Chris rides for the Gannes team, and here we have Vasseur, who's been out since the 114-kilometre mark. I make it on my calculation that if he stays away now, and we're inside the final 10 Ks, he will have done 147 kilometres on his own at the head of the race. He went through what seemed to be a bad patch down the road. His maximum lead at one time was 16 minutes. It was going down and down in big lumps, and now suddenly it's stabilised itself around about 7 minutes. It was way back in the sort of early 50s as such. But Vasseur here knows what it's like to struggle, knows what it's like to hurt, but now he's got the whole of Europe looking at him, because the pictures are going out all over Europe, and all the nations come on and pick up the back in the race. We've been at it full bore since a couple of hours ago now, but nevertheless we're just willing him on. I'm sure you're doing so back at home, because I'm a great believer in this sort of wave of feeling can help a bloke get through a bad patch. And he's looking up there now, gritting his teeth, and he's just got to hang on in there. You'll see the 3-kilometre sign to come any moment now. He's on the edge of La Châtre. Stephen, well, we've been hoping to get through all the day. Do you think he's got a chance now?
Well, there's 3 kilometres to go, Dave. He's got still has a great chance, but I wouldn't like to kind of wouldn't have to wish him anything wrong, but I know that it's always when you kind of wish somebody else on to do something and you say it's one, something can happen. Like he's never out of the storm. He could get a puncture here, he could break a wheel, he could just have a total relapse. But with 5 minutes in hand to the chasing group, I think the stage is definitely at this stage, the stage win is actually on the cards. And of course, if he wins the stage, he will also put the yellow jersey on, because the peloton is still asleep back behind this group here.
Well, although we can see the clock from our commentary position just away from the finish line, I've got my little watch out as well to do a check back. We're looking at Agneluto, the winner of the Tour of Switzerland, who surprised everybody by that performance. The first Frenchman to succeed in the Tour of Switzerland since 1935. Bike riding is full of happenings that you couldn't expect. And there he is now with 2 kilometres to go. There's no doubt about it. Surely he's going to hang on in there now. It's a bit downhill running in there. That's this. You can see he's punching the air. Then his father must be going absolutely elated to see him now put his fist in the air. He's proved to his dad that he can make it. He's gone out there and shown the rest of the world that every so often somebody can pull one out of the bag, and it looks like he's going to ride on it now into Le Châtre. The first time the Tour de France has been here, and he'll have his name on that victory roll, the first man to win a stage into Le Châtre. We started out this morning at Chantonnay. That was the first time start as well. This is going to be his first victory in the Tour de France. His father won a stage way back in 1972. He's just got 1970, so in reality he's got to hang on in there for that last 1.5 kilometres. It's still hurting him. He punched the sky, but he's not there yet. He's still got to go, and you can cramp up. You all know you get cramps suddenly without it coming into your legs, without knowledge, and then you're in trouble. Keep your fingers crossed.
I was trying to get Serge Bruch on the phone there, Dave, but it's the message says your correspondence line is occupied. Please try later. So I'm sure it's Roger Leger, his first director sportif, and himself probably conversing, or probably kind of congratulations to themselves on the ride that Vassar has done today.
Well, if we can grab anybody from the GAN team when they come through, Steve, we'll try and do so. But certainly the performance today for the GAN riders have been absolutely marvellous. I think that the yellow jersey went to Chris Boardman on day one at the Rouen when he got that time trial victory. A superb quality ride that he put in then. Chris lost the yellow jersey on the second day when Cipollini burst from the pack to take the 20 seconds bonus in the sprint. He only started 18 seconds behind Chris on that day, and so he was able to take over the yellow jersey. There's every chance now that this man from the GAN team will take the yellow jersey for the first time in his career. His father won a stage, but I don't think from the book I read that he actually got the yellow jersey. This is going to be a great day for the Vassar family, and you can see now his face of all the agony and pain is turning almost now to a wry smile that he's actually cracked it today. What a ride!
Well, this 500 metres, or even this last 2 kilometres, Dave, I think he'll remember them for the rest of his life, because he knows now that he'll not be caught. He knows he can win the stage, and he's probably 9 out of 10 chance of taking on the yellow jersey as well. Actually, I think we can safely say now that he's gotten so close to the finish, he will have both the stage and the yellow jersey. What a ride by Vassar.
Out to the saddle, riding up on this little drag in toward the finishing area, and everybody in this massive crowd here been watching on the big screen just down from the finish and watching this man struggle through his bad patch. At one time he had a lead of 16 minutes as he broke away from the field. 114 kilometres of the riding in the race had been done, with 261 to be done. As he rides in now, 6 hours and 16 minutes he's been in the saddle on this stage then, which is in fact 150 miles of racing. He's done something like 90 miles of that on his own. He's going to take the victory, but the clock will run to see if not only does he win the stage, but does he take the yellow jersey. There's going to be a big holding of breath between now and the bunch coming in. He's got the stage. Has he got the jersey?
I think, Dave, at this stage we can safely say that he has got the jersey. I don't like kind of wishing these things so far out, but now that it's safe over the line, now we can say, well, he has the yellow jersey as well. So
it's coming up here for the second spot, and O'Grady's just tracking, looks like Maynard Nelson from the US postal team as Agnoloto starts to go. Agnoloto is on the way now to try and get the second spot. Agnoloto, the winner of the Tour of Switzerland, is riding out the saddle, and O'Grady's back in about third spot behind Hamburger, I think it is. Hamburger's just behind the Casino rider in the red with the white splash on the shoulder, still the white jersey of O'Grady, locking into third spot, waiting the moment to pounce. On the right-hand side, another Casino rider starts to go. I think it's Yoma, but has O'Grady got anything left after chasing down? He's been doing, he's starting to come out the saddle now. It'll be a great 1-2 can get this one as well. And O'Grady starts to wind up that gear. The man with the rainbow bands around his wrists, around his jersey, gets the second spot for Gann. 2 minutes 32 seconds after his teammates got the victory and the yellow jersey. And there in the middle of that pack, you can see the hatless Moncassin as the Telecom team too late wake up to the fact that they've lost an opportunity of pinching the yellow jersey off Cipollini. The green jersey of Zabel cut 2 seconds off Cipollini, and the sprints coming into here, but all of that is to be of no avail now. You see down there 3 minutes of elapsed since leader came in, so there's going to be about 1.5 minutes, if not more, between Cipollini and the new yellow jersey Victor Vasseur, as yet again Lombardi on the front for the Telecom team peels off, puts Zabel in here. A lot of psychological action going on here between these two, and Moncassin's looking for a way through, but it looks like Cipollini's going for that one, and on the line gets it from Zabel, so honour may be restored in the sprinting stakes, but he's lost the jersey.
Well, I don't think we shouldn't be too disappointed today, only because he didn't do anything to deserve to keep the jersey. But we just saw it in the sprint there. We saw the Telecom rider just sitting up in the middle of the group, Dave. I was very, very much afraid for the riders behind them. As we could just leave this picture to savour the image now of Vasseur winning this first stage in Tour de France.
So Vasseur, the victor, takes the yellow jersey.
So a famous victory for Cedric Vasseur, going one better than his dad Alain by also taking the race leader's yellow jersey off the shoulders of Mario Cipollini at the end of the first successful breakaway in this tour. Vasseur's teammate Stuart O'Grady of Australia led home the chasing pack, 2 minutes 32 seconds behind. The French winner talked about his tactics. He said today at the start we were very quick, over 60 kilometers. When everyone was a bit tired, I asked Eurosport to help me attack. He said to me, try before lunchtime. If you've got good legs, you can go. He was just behind me, so when I left, nobody followed. Afterwards, you never know. I didn't set out to win the stage and the yellow jersey. It's fantastic. When I was 3, 7, 11, 17 minutes in front, I thought I have to be careful, because we saw yesterday with Gaumont that an escape can be over very quickly. So I tried to eat and drink and not go too fast. At 50 kilometers from the end, I gave everything. I was tired, of course, but with the stage and the yellow jersey at stake, it was like a dream of a child. I thought a lot of my father, because he did the same thing in 1970. When I saw I built up a lot of time, I thought I will do the same, and better, because I can take the yellow jersey. I also thought of all the people who've helped me, but especially my father, who gave up his lunch every day to train me, a true sacrifice for a Frenchman. This was the best present I could give him. Vasseur's valiant effort has given him a 2 minutes 17 seconds advantage overall from second-placed Italian and previous race leader Mario Cipollini. Telecom rider Eric Zabel's lying third, with Vasseur's teammate Chris Boardman of Britain fourth with 15 stages to go. Vasseur says, I think I can take it a bit easy now, but that's good for me because the next 2 stages are for the sprinters and some of them haven't won yet, like Blijlevens and Steels. So this team will work together and maybe keep the jersey. Like this, I could go until the Pyrenees wearing yellow, and then I will see what I can do. Maybe not with the leaders, but with the yellow jersey, you never know. Maybe I can achieve the near impossible. Of the Tour de France proved to be one of the most dramatic and controversial yet, as the riders raced 217.5 kilometers from Le Blanc to Marennes in the west of the country. 33-year-old French rider with the Big Mat Aubert team, Pascal Lance, made the first break 30 kilometers after the start and stretched his lead to 1 minute. The chasing pack were involved in a pile-up, including Italy's Mario Cipollini, who lost the yellow jersey to French Gun cyclist Cédric Vasseur yesterday. We pick up the action now with the peloton closing in on Lance.
Cipollini having just been back to his team car, now rejoining the race here, and not too happy with that bump that he received when he fell off, but the field are all together now, and maybe he'll recover in time for the sprint if they all keep together. Fair chance that they will do just that. Japarov and Ralph Yarman, we almost forgot them in the problems that we've had back down the road there, which a delay also included Chris Bourne in the yellow jersey. Here's a big fragment of riders who were really actually brought down in the crash. They were able to get going as quickly, and now we're coming up to the 200-kilometre point on this race today, which will take the riders in total 215 kilometres. So just around about 16 kilometres to go for the pack. Two men still in the lead, and the rest of the riders trying to get back up that. That will have disturbed certainly the chase, Steve, won't it?
Well, I don't know how far they're going to go at the moment on their own there. I was just listening to the race right there a minute ago, and they were saying that they're giving out that saying that German and Nebda were in the ideal position, because the way that the peloton has been riding over the last few days with all the crashes and everything else, even if you are in the front of the group, you're still not out of danger. The only way that out of danger is actually just off the front in a very, very small group. 13 kilometers to go. The time we have in the head is not enough.
Well, they're likely to be caught any moment now, and at least one thing, they were out of trouble when that crash came, as they're heading in then towards Marennes, really the centre of the oyster industry in this part of the world, very famous all across France too as well. But Brochard is going to have to get some more help to get himself back in that group. He won't be too unduly concerned really, because the King of the Mountains jersey he's got on his shoulder won't go away today. He's got enough points from the earlier part of the race to make sure that he's okay. As we see there, Bouchard from the Psycho team going through. The number of Psycho riders were caught in that backpack, so they've got to get there if they're going to put themselves in a position to help their team sprinter Cipollini get another stage victory. The top three places yet, and there they're coming through now, though, the Roslotto riders. On the right-hand side, another attack from the...
Abdus there as well, Dave.
Oh, no, he's in there. Yes,
there we are.
How much strength he got left after that break? He was away all the time.
Going for a long one, Dave. Kilometre.
One committee going on the front, then it's Roslotto on the right-hand side, steaming away here. It's one of the US postal riders trying to go for it. Could that be Ekimovi? Normally he tries to go 1 kilometre out, but no, he's been closed down.
The map pay now are bringing out Vandenbroek, is it? Yeah,
Vandenbroek on the front, still on the back of his wheel. They've got, looks like McEwen then for the Rabobank team. Stratton's still there for the Roslotto team. And they start on the left-hand side. Cipollini's beginning to move up now in the red. And he pulls over then, looking over his shoulder. Rabobank rider trying to streak him all over. Moncassin is on the wheel of Zabel. And the Rabobank rider is dying 1,000 deaths. And as a quick flick, and by goodness how nobody came up, I will not know. And still then Roslotto rider going as Cipollini starts to come across. And Moncassin's got blocked, and still as he comes on the left-hand side, Cipollini in the back there throwing punches, and Minali's alongside Cipollini. Minali's gone to the front now, and Moncassin on the left-hand side. On the right-hand side is Zabel. Zabel in green on the right-hand side might make it, and he does!
And Abdo is second or third, Dave. What a ride by Abdo Japarov, huh? What a ride by Abdo Japarov, Dave.
Brilliant.
Alpe's been out there all day. Here's Brochard's group coming in now.
Echeverria was not in that one, as we now go back to the slow motion of the sprint.
You see Abdo there doing an incredible job there today, getting up. See Blygeven's coming up on the right-hand side of the screen. Very, 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 very fast.
So Minal in the pale blue, Abdul Jabbar in the black and red, green is Zabel, yellow colours is Blademans, who I thought would probably try and get something today. Cipollini fading all the way through, not had a very good day having been brought down to, must have sulked, I suppose. So in first place was Zabel, second Blademans, and Abdul Jabbar in third spot, and fourth on the right-hand side. I didn't quite get that one. In fact, it looks like Bartoli to me, and there they are. So Abdul might have won had he not had that lone break.
Sixth stage of the Tour would shortly unfold. The final sprint had been a tight and hazardous affair. On closer inspection of video footage, race officials placed Eric Zabel first across the line, last, because of what they called irregular sprinting. In other words, barging fellow competitors. So victory was awarded to Dutchman Jeroen Blijlevens, who'd originally come second, with Uzbekistan's Jamaluddin Abdujabbarov handed the runners-up place. What's more, Belgian champion Tom Steels was excluded from the Tour for a violent gesture towards other riders in the same sprint finish. He was found guilty of throwing a plastic drinking bottle at Frenchman Frédéric Moncassin. And the drama didn't stop there. Second place Abdujabbarov was told that he'd failed a dope test at the end of the second stage, and he was summarily expelled from the race. Organisers didn't say what substance was found in the rider's urine, but his Lotto team director said 2 banned products had been detected. So, when the dust settled, this was the result of stage 6, bearing in mind that Abdujabbarov won't be struck off from the rankings until racing resumes. Jeroen Blijlevens confirmed there as the winner. Russian Evgeny Berzin, who fell during one of the pile-ups, was found to have fractured a collarbone and is pulled out of the Tour. Berzin won the Giro d'Italia in 1994 and wore the yellow jersey during last year's Tour de France.
The long string of riders here, still just holding 3 breakaway riders out on a piece of string. The gap now down to 1 minute and 15 seconds. We're getting round about the 44 kilometres from the finish. We shouldn't be long before we get to 40 k's to go. That'll be 25 miles as such in towards the finish, and then they'll be coming into the finish at Bordeaux onto a very flat ride indeed. These are our breakaway riders, Van Zelle, Saligari and Baffé, who must really begin to feel the pressure now. They've been out on the lead since we started this morning. They went away almost immediately. The field left to start at Marennes, and so they will have done something now round about 140-odd kilometres at the front of affairs. Maximum lead they had was about 5 minutes and 10 seconds. Have an out-and-out sprinter, though. I don't be disrespectful to McEwen. He has got some stage victories this year and some
crash,
they've gone again.
Yeah. Dave, I was coming in my car and I said to the person who was in the car with me, there'll be a crash here. The road goes from being a motorway straight into it. There's a they call it in French, a bifurcation, whatever you call it. It's where it goes from one road into the next. They put these bollards here, red and white bollards here in the middle of the road, to kind of channel the riders onto a different road, and it's just totally ridiculous what they're doing.
Yeah, I remember seeing that too. In fact, I think I took a wrong turn just here because it was so narrow where it came down. I didn't see it. You can see the disgust there. And it's Gaumont again. Oh, what a shame. He's been. That's the 3rd day we've seen him caught in a crash. Gaumont just chucking his bike on the floor there. Very upset about that. And also here, Laurent Gentil from the Big Mat team. Let's hope no is actually hurt by that crash, but it's really going to disrupt the activity of some of the teams. And you can see the consternation of the 22 teams in this race, and everybody everybody starts running forward, and the pecking order is that the front car...
Sorry, Dave, to cut you. You see here, there was going in from one main road right into that one alleyway. You have 194 riders coming in there, but so close to the finish, it was totally ridiculous to even attempt something like that.
Yes, and now they're back on this wide straight road. We got a lovely run in now, and it was just amazing how they tried. It's like putting toothpaste back into a toothpaste tube. It just doesn't work. You can't do it.
I've never tried that, Dave, actually.
Looks like the gap has opened up in. I thought they'd go for a long one, and it's happened just like that. But is he going to make it? Looking back over his shoulder, the France de Jour rider trying to go. He closed down very quickly, but Bjorn Ries has done the closing down. Bjorn Ries closed that one down very well indeed. And so still Zabel in the green is nicely placed. I think that was Gaydon trying to get away for a long one, but he hasn't got a catch chance in hell when the Telecom team take over and start to go for it. The riders now are really going backwards rather than forwards as the pressure comes on to set it up. And on the left-hand side looks like Aus for the Casino squad has come late. Then Moncassin without the crash add-on is onto Zabel's wheel, and he's found the right wheel to go for. And Blalevans is just behind him too. Blalevans is just following out now as Aus for the Casino squad starts to go, and Zabel launches off. A superb, very fast sprint indeed. Zabel is going eyeballs out, and Aus is trying to come off his wheel, and as they come towards the line now, Zabel looks like he's going to get it on the line from Aus, and then Blalevans third, and in fourth place I think it might have been Stratzer with McEwen just alongside him, and Moncassin didn't get the victory he was looking for, but that man Zabel was so strong, so powerful, and after yesterday's headbutting and fisticuffs and all that went on in the finish, this one was a clean finish as far as he was concerned. And these are the remnants of the riders who got caught in that crash. We can see here on the front Brochard for the Festina squad in the polka dot jersey. Just 2 fourth category climbs today were not enough for him to lose that jersey because that break went early on, and they were just sharing out the points as Veronk then with the rest of the Festina squad working to try and keep that gap down to the very minimum as they come on in. I didn't see where Chris Bourman was in that little group, Stephen, but we must trust and hope that he made his way through. It certainly happened a long way back, so I think that Chris has made it, and therefore he'll still be very happily there in third spot as Veronk looks back to see that he lost 50 seconds on that final run-in after the crash.
Well, this morning I was actually at the podium, and Richard Virenque was signing on, and he was giving a bit of his own mind to the organisers for the fact of the roads being so small and everything else. And he was saying to him, like, okay, he said, you know, what can you do about it? But it's definitely not good enough. There we are now. We see the finish again with Zabel. Look at this, someone giving a shoulder there again. But it's like, these guys are acrobats. They have to get around one another. It's everything. That's actually Francois Simon there coming up on the left-hand side, and Moncassin on the right, with the 2 Gann riders there. It's very strange. They have 3 Gann riders. Neither of them are actually giving Moncassin lead out. Like
yeah, Fred doesn't ask for it, by the way. I spoke to Henk Vogels and Stuart O'Grady about it, and he said we discussed it with Fred. They tried it the early part of the race, and Moncassin said, no, look, leave me to myself. I know which wheels to follow, and you look after yourselves, you see. So that's why they weren't working with him then. They tried, and I think what he's saying is those 2 young lads don't know their way through the gaps. You see how these chaps are switching and ducking and diving. They have to know where the speedy man is, don't they? In this case, there's no doubt about it. Zabel was streets ahead of the rest of them. I think that was Aus in second spot, and in third spot was Blalevans, McEwen fourth, Stratzer fifth, and that was it. Well, looking again at them hurling towards the line here, I said it was Aus in second spot, but I didn't have time to check his number. He is the best Casino sprinter, so we'll have to wait for the official result to see if I put my size 12s in it or not. But Zabel clearly the winner. And with Zabel coming through here to take the victory in Bordeaux, putting his name for the 2nd time on the victor roll of this famous sprinter speciality. A town that he won in 1995 and now in 1997. Looks like odd years are the years when he comes good, and he came good that time, no doubt about it. Telecom set it up for him. Zabel runs out the winner in Bordeaux today. Move back again into the road just close to the big old track, looking down there at the way that Zabel came clear of all that hurly-burly behind, with the 3 Gann riders trying to work their way through what's left of the pack. They went in towards the finish at Bordeaux. Zabel getting his 2nd victory here, and behind Blalevans, who I think in fact is going to be talking to Dutch friends. In fact, he's sitting just alongside now, reading the way through the sprint. The sweat is pouring off him, by the way, and certainly the man is now explaining why he finished in 3rd spot when he had been looking for a first there on the line. Another look at it from the front view.
You have Francois Simon there on the left, on the right, sorry, and you have Moncassin just on his wheel there. Also, Jesper Skibby is there also, the TVM rider there.
But no doubt about the victory. Look, Dick goes the fingers up again. He's becoming unstoppable, so that green jersey looks like it could be his all the way through to Paris, providing he survives the course and stays upright and we don't have any more crashes that fells the sprint specialist. We're going on for another flat day tomorrow on the run down to Pau, and then we have the big days in the mountains when these chaps you're watching now, and you've been watching for the past 7 days on Eurosport, will be hanging on the big climbs, and they'll be hauling their big bodies up those climbs, and really will be suffering. They make it look so easy, don't they, when they come up here and win the stages, and then after riding, I mean, we've done enormous distances. If we exclude today and look back at what happened Monday to Friday on the 5-day week like most you work, and we exclude last Sunday and we exclude today, we actually did 728 miles in 5 days, and most of it at average speeds around about 25 miles an hour. So in those 5 days they packed in an average of nearly 150 miles a day, and these sprinters had to be there all the time, ever active, near the front, to make sure they can come through and get the victory. Then they're going to the big mountains, and my goodness, they're going to feel the last 5 days in their legs when they got there. Then the mountain goats, the people have been falling off at the back of the field. We will find out. That's Juppé, isn't it? He's the mayor of Bordeaux, isn't he? Yes, the deposed prime minister, because they had a snap election in France, just like we did in Great Britain, and it all changed, and he got flung out of being the prime minister, didn't he? But there we are, Alain Juppé here on the victory rostrum, congratulating, as is the rest of the audience, the fine performance of Eric Zabel.
No question about that today. The sprint was it was a royal sprint today. It was dead straight.
It is 161.5 kilometers from Sauternes to Pau in the southwest of France. This would be the last leg for the sprinters before the mountain sections ahead in the Pyrenees. And the race got off to a fast pace, helped by an early break. Italian Fabio Baldato and Frenchman Ludovic Auger made their move after 45 kilometers. And with a strong breeze on their backs, the two cyclists built up a 6-minute lead before being slowly reeled in by the peloton. We join the action 40 kilometers from the finish in Pau. Baldato and Auger's lead has been cut to around 2 minutes.
There's our long string then going after the breakaway. The last time check ran about 2 minutes and 25 seconds on this stage, the Tour de France, covering 161.5 kilometres. That's just a sniff, a gnat's whisker over 100 miles that they're going to cover today, and one of the shortest, if not probably the shortest road stage of the Tour de France. I haven't checked it. I'll have to get my bit of paper out and have a look down the lot, but I think it is probably the shortest stage we've got in the Tour de France. We also had the longest stage a few days ago, so some respite for the riders to be here on this short stage, but many of them I think will be worrying about the stage tomorrow when they have those big climbs in the mountains ahead of them. So certainly Baldato here will not be looking forward to the mountains tomorrow. He's looking forward to try and get that stage, and there he is with his special Pirates type beard that has been his trademark over the years, and I said earlier on, a superb sprinter. And in fact, Stephen just showing out to me that the station Le Bourg-d'Oisans to Courchevel is only 140 kilometres. That is the shortest. We're looking again at the attack of Baldato, who decided suddenly that Auger was becoming a passenger, and he just wasn't prepared to just tow him along any longer. And on this little bit of a climb here with about 30 kilometres to go, he took off and dropped his breakaway companion, who went away after 45 kilometres of the course. In the Midi Libre, an event which took place just about 2.5 weeks ago, so he's obviously, as Stephen's saying, is in good form at the moment. Can he hang on here? They come inside 2 kilometres. They'll soon see the kite ahead of them with 1 kilometre to go, and then it will all systems go as the green jersey works his way past the telecom train. Led at the moment, it looks to be a bit like Udo Bolz. Sorry, it looks a bit like Ulrich, the German champion on the front, setting it up. But he's a man who shouldn't do too much effort, I think, at this stage of the day, because although it's a short, sharp stage, he's got the big mountains tomorrow.
Well, I'd say Ulrich at the moment will be waiting for an attack from Rees tomorrow, because Rees, I think, has to kind of reverse things on GC at the moment. At the moment, Rees being some 1.5 minutes behind Ulrich. I'm sure tomorrow is going to be the first day in the climb that all the big climbers have had kind of itchy legs for the last few days. They've been avoiding crashes and been happy they're still in there. So many have gone home, the likes of Roman Gear. So now they're going to have a good go tomorrow now for the mountains.
Well, we're keeping our fingers crossed that Bournemouth stays out of trouble in his run into, because he's lying fourth overall on general classification behind third overall behind Zabel and behind Basser, who leads in the yellow. This is a sharp left-hander. They come in then towards the finish, and the sprinters are near the front. I don't think many of the chaps who are behind are going to try and push and shove for this one. So it could be a telecom benefit. Who's going to take the 53rd stage finish in Pau? The stage then from Sauternes to Pau, and at the moment the telecom looked like they set this one up, but on the wheel of Zabel is a pale blue jersey of Minali waiting to pounce, and also they've got in there the Moncassin and Blalevens, and still Lombardi leads out to Ulrich, who comes straight out of the wheel. So Zabella comes off the wheel, Moncassin is behind, Minali then the pale blue could go yet again, but Moncassin comes to line, and did he get it? I don't know. It was so close.
Maybe, Dave.
Blalevens and Moncassin swept past Zabel, and that, I think, will go down to a photo finish, and we'll have to watch the slow motion action replay. Did Moncassin finally get the victory which has eluded him so far in the Tour de France, or did he go to Zabel in the green or Blalevens in the red, yellow and blue of the TVM team? Let's look at it from the top as Lombardi pulls over, a super lead out from the world points champion and stage winner himself in Big Tour. Lets his teammate come through. Zabel starts to go. Minali's on his wheel and looking for a way through. The chap in the whitish coloured jersey and the blue pants, Moncassin, sweeps past the yellow of Blalevens, goes on the right hand side, we look at it here, and tries to look for a way through, and he can't make it at the moment. He has to go to the right hand side of Zabel, makes up for good ground here, and suddenly on the left hand side it's Blalevens in yellow, starts to go, and for the line Zabel throws his bike there, and I think he must have just got it from that particular point of view. It wasn't Moncassin, he came good just a little bit after, but look how they threw the bike at that one. Oh.
Incredible, Dave. Tell you one thing, Dave.
Zabel, Minali and Blalevens, to my mind at the moment, are equal first, with Moncassin into fourth spot. But Moncassin, momentum carried him, in fact, into the lead about half a length further across the line. So what a sprint to finish the flat parts of the Tour de France.
So, Eric Zabel proving himself to be the strongest sprinter on the Tour, recording his third win of this year's French Classic. Had the German not been disqualified for illegal tactics after crossing the line first in Friday's sixth stage at Marennes, he would have completed a hat-trick.
Pour le corps allemand, félicité par les Antesco-Gaulois ici sur ce podium, avec Zabel ravi, bien évidemment, intraitable dans les sprints, bien emmené par ses partenaires de la formation.
Let's have a look then at the stage placings. Zabel finishing millimetres ahead of Italian Nicola Minali, winner of Wednesday's fourth stage, and Dutchman Jeroen Blijlevens, with Frédéric Moncassin of France a tight fourth and still looking for a stage win. For Zabel, it was an unexpected victory. I wouldn't have minded, he said, much if the breakaway group of riders had won. None of them are serious contenders for my green jersey. But you could see how hard my team was working for another stage victory. They put me under pressure to win, you could say. We were in a team formation of 5 for the last kilometre. Teamwork, of course, can be the decisive factor, particularly if it's probable that the finish is going to be close. Not that anyone thought it would be that close. At first I thought I had won, but then I saw the TV pictures, which were shot from the front, and I might just as well have been 4th or 5th, judging from them. Well, with time deductions for his victory and a win in an intermediate sprint, second place Zabel cut Cédric Vasseur's lead to 1 minute 21 seconds. The Frenchman finished comfortably in the pack. In the overall placings, Chris Boardman is now third, 2 minutes 54 seconds behind Vasseur, with Zabel's Telecom teammate Jan Ulrich of Germany just 2 seconds further back. But tomorrow's ninth stage is a special day indeed for Vasseur. He says, tomorrow I will be wearing the yellow jersey for the first stage of the Pyrenees. It's really a great pleasure for me to have this yellow jersey on my shoulders for France's National Day. But the star of the first week of the Tour, Eric Zabel, will now most likely step aside for the climb. Specialists as the riders embark on Bastille Day.
Tour de France was brought to you by
Stage 9 of the Tour de France, the first mountain stage of this year's race and one of the most eventful stages the race has seen in recent years. They started out from the city of Pau, heading for the Pyrenean town of Loudenvielle, and the first climb of the day, the Col du Soulor, in a rather thick fog. And things started happening very quickly as riders began dropping off the back of the main bunch. The first big name was none other than the race leader, Cédric Vasseur of France, wearing the yellow jersey, not seen as a mountain specialist, but in trouble very quickly indeed. And then, a little further up the climb, the biggest surprise of the day so far, Laurent Jalabert of France, seen by one or two as a contender in the race, was in trouble. And as they got to around 3.5 kilometers before the summit of the Soulor, Jalabert was already 30 seconds in arrears. The Festina squad of Richard Virenque, the man who finished third last year, were leading the main bunch. Fellow Frenchman Laurent Brochard, Laurent Duffield of Switzerland, and the Finn Jonas Lauka at the head of affairs, along with another Frenchman, Pascal Hervé. Brochard, the Frenchman, was wearing the King of the Mountains jersey, and he would be first over the top of the Soulor. Indeed, it would be quite a day for the Festina squad. As they came down the other side, Hervé broke away with the Spaniard Pascual Rodriguez. We'll join our commentators with the race at the foot of the big climb of the day, and that breakaway of Hervé and Pascual will still be out in front. So Brochard the first over the Soulor, Pascal Hervé and Pascual Rodriguez are out in front as they hit the Tourmalet.
Shows you that it's closed, it says here at the moment. It's closed just to traffic because the Tour de France is coming up. Not as happens during the winter season when it's closed because the snow piles up on it and it stops people trying to go over. They have to go different ways because this is a great area where we've got the ski resorts and what have you, and the Tourmalet often gets well and truly snowed up. Fortunately today, no threat of snow at the top, and I hope and keep my fingers crossed we're not going to have the thunderstorms which were forecast. It really is beginning to hurt these two riders. They went away off the bottom of the Col du Soulor. We're in the valley after some 69 kilometres of racing, and Pascal Hervé here went away. He was joined by one rider who then got dropped off, and suddenly the other fellow, Pascual Rodriguez, jumped across to him, and they've been out there now for something around about, I suppose, 20 kilometres of racing on the flatter part of the course. They're climbing up now toward the top of the Col du Tourmalet. That'll be 106 kilometres when they get there, and still Telecom are on the frontier. The last news we had of Chris Boardman was that he was 2 minutes 15 seconds down on the group you now see on your screen.
I'm just listening to Gianni Stanga, the director sportif of Luc Leblanc. He's been interviewed now by a journalist from the French television, and the journalist said to him, "Well, Luc, how can you explain the position of Luc Leblanc?" So he said, "Oh, I don't know. Apparently he's got sore legs. He's not going very well, but unfortunately, there's nothing I can do." So Leblanc apparently had to stop now. He got off his bike, he walked for 2 meters, he's gotten back on his bike again, so he must have some kind of a problem. But either way, it's looking very, very bad for Luc Leblanc. Still some 10 kilometres left now to the top of the Tourmalet. So so far what they've done the last 12-13 kilometres they've done on the Tourmalet is really more of an aperitif, because now is really the main dinner plate now is actually on the menu. They get to the very, very steep part of the climb.
Well, I don't know how they're feeling, Steve. I just got cramped in my left leg, having sat here since 11 o'clock this morning, Central European time. In fact, before the half past 10 it was, and having got up at 6 o'clock this morning. We're looking here at Javier Pascal Rodriguez, who comes from Virgin del Camino. He is on the wheel of Pascal Hervé on this climb up here. He's certainly going very well indeed, but at the moment we know that way back down, Blanc is at 4 minutes and 50 seconds on these two, and that really ruins my prognostication. I thought Blanc would be in with a shout today for a place in the top 3.
We just got a look at Rodriguez's frame there, the just frame. Looking at the back end, the rear ends of that just frame, it's a very different concept than you might see in other frames. You can actually see our Kelme Eurosport car there in front of your eyes there now. But on the Kelme bikes, they are just frames. There's a special drop out of the back of it, which means you can actually set up the back end. You can make it shorter or lengthen the rear wheelbase on the back of it, with something you cannot see on other frames, apart from you can have a little small screw sometimes in the back to push in and out the axle. Where the just frames, you can just move the whole bottom end in or out, which will give you, say, a 5-6 millimeters to play around with.
And interesting, I spoke earlier on the programme how traditional GIOS frames are. You see this lovely blue finish here. They've got the chrome bit across the back chainstay, so if the chain drops down, it doesn't knock the paint away. Nice chrome front forks. They're always immaculate, aren't they, GIOS bikes?
Well, GIOS is possibly always around a long time in the cycling. This is Stanga's team from that's Mercatonian, it's not a Pulte, but GIOS is around a long time now. But contrary to some other frame manufacturers who have gone on for more futuristic colours and more kind of space age colours, GIOS has always stayed the same. He has what we call the GIOS blue colours, so he's always stayed very classic, keeping the lettering on his frame very classic as well. He's still in business, that's the most important thing, but GIOS has been with many champions all through the duration of his frame building life.
Well, he's one of those typical Italian builders who look upon it as an art. It's almost like when you go and get a Savile Row suit, when these people decide to make you a frame, they do it with a great deal of Italian feeling for it. I'm not knocking like in the Peugeot frame, because here we're looking at looks like one of the aluminium ones, because I know they've got aluminium ones, they've got ones made of carbon fibre, they've got steel frames as well, but certainly GIOS has gone down one particular route and stuck to it all the time, and I like the classic frame myself. I know people try to do so many things and they try to lighten them. You have to be careful, don't you, Steve, when you lighten a bike. It doesn't become too whippy, though.
Well, that's very true. This morning I was looking at the Pascal Hervé's bike, and Pascal Hervé's bike is made of Columbus, Hyperion titanium, but it has what they call a mega tube. The diagonal tube on it is made. It's very heavy. It's very wide. It's something like the way a lot of the American frames are going these days. It's what they call a mega tube. It's not round. It's not actually oval. It's peculiarly shaped, but it's much higher than it would be large, which gives the frame a little bit more strength as well.
So 2 minutes and 30 seconds is the gap back to this group here of our leaders at the moment.
The yellow jersey has gotten dropped there, Dave.
So, and Brochard looks like he's struggling too. That's amazing. Brochard is just having difficulty hanging on to this one as well. And Oscar Kamazin in the red is also, he got back to this group, did the Swiss specialist climber, but he's also in dropped as well.
One thing, Dave, this morning when I was speaking to these lads here, I wasn't speaking to them, but I was speaking to the mechanics and everything else, and we see Pascalino going through there. They were using a 41-21 gear ratio on the back. I said to the mechanics, I said, are you putting that gear on, or did they ask for this gear? So he said, oh, well, they've done a bit of, they've come out and they've looked at the circuit and they feel 21 is okay. Where I said, I feel personally that 21 is too high, because I said, if you're on a bad day, 21 is definitely too high for this. What you really want for the Tourmalet is at least a 22, 41, 22. they said, well, you know, this is what they want, you know. But I said, well, like, it's very bad. So I was seeing, we see the yellow jersey here, Vassar, on our screen. But if we saw there, Brochard in difficulty, if he only has a 21 sprocket on the back, and he is in difficulty, he's going to find it very difficult to climb the next 8 kilometres. So when it gets really, really difficult.
You're quite right on that, Stephen. I can't understand it, because most of these riders are riding either 8 or even 9 blocks now. I mean, when you were riding, what, you got 7 block at the back?
7 and then 8, but they finally rode with 8. But the boys here are riding with 9 speeds. They're riding with an 11 up to 21. But some of them are riding 23. But I even Robert Miller, who has been a great mountain climber himself in his day, and so Robert would have had a 41 22, because I feel that 41 22 is the ideal gear for this hill. You might have a 23 on for a reserve, so if it's riding very, very slowly, or if you're on a bad day, you can put it into 23. But I can be, you know, quite surely say that a 41-21 is it's just a little bit too risky for you must take into consideration that the boys have done already 8 days in the saddle. They've done many miles already, Dave. I'm sure you've already given that out on the air, and it's been very, very warm. It's been very dangerous and very fast. So going on a 41-21 as your maximum lowest gear today, I think it's a bit suicide.
Now, just to people who don't know much about bicycles, when you talk about 41, Stephen's talking about the inside ring on the front chain ring. There are 2 chain rings there. The small one they're on now, you can see, and the further one on the outside is a bigger one for when they go down the hills. And when you talk about 11 to 21, that's the back sprocket where the chain drives at the back hub as such. And so there they are then on this climb now, very much down in the low gears, trying to keep the legs going round as they're well up the climb of the Tourmalet. We're about 8 kilometres from the top of the Tourmalet. Laurent Jalabert is still with them this time. Jean-Cyril Robin is also there at the moment. We know that Chris Boardman is further down, at least 2.5 minutes behind this group after his crash at the descent of the Col de Souleur. Luxembourg are going through in the white and orange colours for the Rabobank team. We've also seen Zerberg there, and Pantani is also climbing well. Olano's in this group, and there Brochard has fought his way back after struggling a bit down the road there. So it really is becoming the pressure time of this race, because when they get to the top of this climb, they will have covered 106 kilometres and just about 80 kilometres to go, less than 50 miles left.
Orlando wasn't looking very good today. I thought he was under a lot of pressure, so it's amazing here.
Yeah, they went back down.
Yeah, I didn't actually see Reese, but I'm sure if Reese wasn't there, I'm sure the race radio or the French radio television would have actually...
I think I just heard on my headphones, he's behind this group, Reese. 6:20 back to Blanc, but I'm interested to see where Reese has got to. It's difficult to hear sometimes. We have a producer talking to us, we have the radio coming up on our ears, and I also hear Stephen, he hears me, but we have many things going at a time. But Festina here really are playing a great game. They've got 3 of the men just there at the moment. You'll see him on your screen, including Varronk with the glass on top of his head.
I think Luc Leblanc has just abandoned.
Leblanc stopped?
Yeah, Luc just abandoned, so he has. So he's saying he had a problem with his knee. He said from the crash he had in the Tour of Italy. So another big Tour potential winner going home.
So as they're on the climb now, look who we lost since the race started 9 days ago. We've had Zuller come out of the race. The Once specialist, winner last year of the Tour of Spain, is out of the race. We've lost Gotti, the winner of this year's Tour of Italy, has crashed out of the race. The other people could have been up in the top echelon from the Batek team. Berzin has gone out with a crash as well. That took him out of the race. Tony Rominger, who crashed, the Cofidis rider, is no longer in the race. So what a war of attrition we've had now, with so many of these top riders being taken out so early in the race. In fact, Stephen, we can discuss it perhaps when they come off the top of this climb. I was suggesting to my colleagues last night at dinner table that we ought to look towards a way in cycling perhaps of having substitutes in there. You start with 12 men, 9 start, 3 are in reserve in case you bring somebody in. Like when Berzin crashed, it depleted his Batek team. Now, it may be difficult to do. Every other sport has it. It's a revolutionary thought I've had. I don't know how it'll work at all. You may not be putting the equivalent of Berzin back in again, but it's unfortunate we've lost so many star riders, and the investment that those top teams have in money cannot now be repaid because their top riders have been blasted out, and also the team has been slimmed down in numbers as well. But Leblanc now has stopped because of that crash, and it's a great misfortune for the French, particularly on Bastille Day today.
We just saw Udo Bowles coming to the front there, and we have Ulrich there starting to take over the head of the bunch here. There's still no word of Reese on either radio at the moment, Dave, so the only thing I'm hearing at the moment is that Orlan is hanging out to the back of this group. He's standing out of the saddle, he's hanging on for dear life, but he just lost about some 50 metres at the back of the group. So as we're only coming into the real difficult part of this climb called the Tourmalet at the moment, it's going to be very difficult for him as well. The speed of this front group here now, David, is so consistent that if you haven't got it, if you're not on a good day, you just blow.
Well, when they're over the top of this climb, they drop very quickly down to Saint-Marie de Campan. I'll tell the story again about Christophe at that particular point and have a nice look at the village. They're going to drop down at something around about 17 kilometres downhill, almost equivalent to what they just climbed up again. Short, sharp climb up to the top of the Col d'Aspin. But really, when they come to the end of this race, the climb of the Col de Val-Louron Azet, for many of these chaps now, they won't believe what hits them when they get to the back end of this race. So already only halfway through the race, and a lot of the top boys are in trouble. Luca now trying to go across to catch up with Hervé. That'll give them the old 1-2 at the front, and Telecom have to respond. This is going to put pressure on Reese, surely. Festina keep banging people away, and Reese, if he's in trouble at the back here, what do the Telecom riders do? Do they chase down these Festinas?
No, they have to kind of just leave it going as that they can. But as Luca gets attacking here, we hear on the race trader that Brochard is getting at the back. But what these boys, I'm sure, are looking to do is to just make the Telecom ride as much as they can, and to prepare the terrain for Virenque to place a counter-attack later on, because if you see here the Telecom have not actually reacted as such. They're still keeping their tempo as they are. This could mean two things. It could mean that they're letting them go with the intention of keeping a tempo, or it could also mean that Bjorn Reitz is maybe not as good as they should be, and they're afraid to accelerate in case they might blow Reese out the back.
Well, what an interesting day we've got, and what a sharp contrast to the first 8 days of the Tour de France, when we had the flat roads and the pack coming along and setting it up for the sprinters. We saw different sort of tactics there, and really one of the newspapers said, today the Tour de France starts. Well, I don't quite believe that. I think that the pressure that all the riders are under for the first 8 days, the speed at which they're travelling, they're going from hotel to hotel, eating, although it's specially prepared food, they're eating in different places at different times. They are also then staying in beds in different places, sometimes with noise outside the hotel bedroom. It's now only 1 minute 55 seconds back to the main group, and wedged in between these two and what's left of the pack is that one rider, Luca of Festina. And
Jalibert's gone there. Yep. Jalibert's gone, and Arlano is also losing a lot of time at the back as well.
There's Reese. So Reese has gone up there, but he's at the back of that little group. And let's wait now to see who comes up here.
This is the steep part of the climb now. I think they've gone through the tunnel. This is the final 5 kilometres of the top. This is where it gets very, very hard. This is where you get a lot of kind of crosswind as well. I remember myself one time losing them 2.5 minutes in this last 5 kilometres.
The yellow jersey is at 2 minutes and 40 seconds. He started out this morning 2 minutes and 56 seconds ahead of Jan Ullrich. Here, Jalabert is struggling. He started out this morning in 8th spot, 3 minutes and 6 seconds down on the yellow jersey. Yellow jersey isn't far down the road behind him, but Jalabert is struggling. He's really the leader of the Once team following the retirement of Zuller, and right now he's in trouble.
There's 7 kilometres left, David, here coming over the race straight at the moment. 7 kilometres left, and I was saying the last 3 or 4 kilometres gets very difficult, and I cannot see the group of Ulrich actually easing off for the moment, because with having Pascal Hervé in front, then Luca ahead of them again, I cannot see the Telecom just backing off, at least until they get over the top of the hill.
So Luca's now being caught by that chasing group of no more than about 20 riders, I think, maximum. I think Pantana's in there, Zerberg's in there at the moment. And there we are. Look at the numbers of the blue and white Festina jerseys that are there, resplendent. We can see just there 189 at the back of that little group at the moment. And that is Bate Zerberg of the Mercaton Uno team. And still at the front, looking so calm, Jan Ullrich. You'd think he's going for a Sunday, now Monday afternoon bike ride, wouldn't you, Stephen? Look at that.
You would. Look at that, how many of the Festina Festina riders you have in there as well, Dave. You have at least 5 Festina riders in there, and you have like Laurent Defoe we have on the screen here. He's also not too far behind on GC and has showed great potential over the last couple of years, and anybody that has followed Eurosport's coverage of the Tour de France over the last few years will remember I often tip him as being a future Tour winner. Maybe it'll come someday, but he's still showing great potential again this year.
Well, they've got so many cars to play, have the Festina team. We're looking at it. There's karting for the Calme Costa Blanca Eurosport team going through. 121 is Luttenberger from the Benesto team, and up there as well for the La Mutuelle team, just hanging on at the back there, one of their riders. In fact, it was 199. It was Jean-Cyril Robin. We expect him to be there for the US Postal Services as well.
There's behind they're attacking, Dave. No, Defoe, Dave. Defoe attacked her.
Well, as you said, this man is really a tip for the top, and look at the damage he's doing. The action stations, everybody jumps now, and he's putting them into all sorts of troubles.
5 kilometers to the top, Dave. This is going to hurt a lot.
And the specialist climbers...
Reese behind, Dave.
Yep, he's been dropped. The specialist climbers are trying to put the pressure on the front here. And
Bolt and Ulrich are there with behind, and Defoe.
Robin's also been dropped. That's Feronk.
It's very interesting to see now, Dave, if Ulrich will ride with the Festina, or will they just kind of ride beside him to kind of say, okay, lads, I'm still here. He's looking very, very at ease here, Dave, isn't he?
Absolutely amazing, isn't it? He's just nonchalantly going up here. He's got one of his teammates just behind him, but no sign of Reese, so he's got to decide, do I ride or do I wait for him to come back? He must be in a difficult position, really.
Well, especially when there's a lot of kind of fire at the moment in the telecom camp, because you have the German television, the German supporters, the German teammates of Ulrich kind of riding for him. As we see in the back here, Reese has gotten back on at the moment, but everybody is saying to Ulrich, you should play your own card here, they say, because you're ahead of Reese at the moment. You're entitled to be a team leader as well. Then you have Reese coming along and saying, I'm the only and really the only team leader here. I'm the only one everybody should be riding for. So I think at the moment Reese is probably afraid of Ulrich as well, so this might be actually playing on his nerves, even though he shows to have nerves of steel, but he doesn't look too comfortable here at the moment, Dave.
There is Reese concentrating. You can see on his face now the determination to show he's still the boss. He has to stay with his pack. He has to measure his ability on this climb with the best of the mountain specialists and his teammate Ulrich. Over the top of here is a big long descent down before we start the next climb of the Col d'Aspin. He knows he's got to recover. He's got strength in depths, but his young man up in front there, the young pretender to the crown, is still sitting on the front and taking this one forward, keeping an eye on the breakaway group, who are still just down the road by... There's just 12 men in here, according to the race radio coming through, and Feronk is looking very, very comfortable indeed. If they start jumping around these Festinas, it might put the pressure on last year's winner, Bjorn Reese.
Well, the Festina have an awful lot of men here, Dave, haven't they? They've really got a lot of men here to be at the kind of the trouble, give the telecom a lot of trouble.
There is the desolation of the riders who cannot hold the pace of the front pack. Young Echebarria going on the climb up here. Let's just double check. It is David Echebarria. He's a man that I felt could do well in this tour. He won the Tour de l'Avenir last year, and he now must be the best hope for the Once team, but he's been distanced by the top 12 men at the front. So what a state they're in now. The Festina team rode hard at the bottom of the pack, and they put Pascal Hervé up in the lead, but they've still got some men up there alongside the telecoms battling out on this climb. That's the Didier Roos just been dropped off, but here still you can see for Festina, Feronk and Dufo on the wheel of Ulrich, and Escartin in the blue and the green and the white on the far side for the Calme Costa Blanca Eurosport team. Is looking good now.
Once they get down the far side, they have the call that they tax nearly straight away. They call the Aspin, yeah. But the Aspin is a more kind of a regular kind of a climb, so that there'll not be as much damage done on that, I wouldn't think.
Well, you cannot really understand the indescribable pain and suffering these riders have on a long climb like this one. 18 kilometers of climbing, some 10 miles, relentlessly and remorselessly going up into the sky to meet a point 2,114 15 metres above sea level. And there you have still 2 of the Festinas, still 1, 2, is it 3 of the Telecom team here at the moment, plus from the Psycho team. I think that's Casagrande over there on the far side. And Brochard has been distanced.
Brochard was looking so well all for the last 8 days. Even yesterday he was even having a go in the finish. But we were saying yesterday, after looking at these riders in the flat, it's difficult to know how well they would go in the mountains, because we have not yet had any climbs of any sort in the Tour so far. As we have Pascal Lino and Brochard here together. They're not to be panicking too much. They're trying to get their own pace. They will not get back on before the top, I wouldn't think, but there's a very good chance they'll get on the descent, as the 2 of them are very good descenders.
How much, Stephen, I mean, you've ridden these big passes in the past, and if people who are switching on the box don't exactly know Stephen's reputation, it was 10 years since he won the Tour of France and the Tour of Italy and the World Championship all in 1 year, and you've ridden the Tour 9 years. How much judgment comes in as we see Rees moving toward the frontier to know that you keep yourself cool to go to the top and catch him on the descent? Or do you just ride eyeballs out and hope to get back, or do you keep a little bit back? Well, when you've been distanced?
Well, you just try and keep them in distance, but the important thing is to be able to get your own rhythm, because there's no point in going harder than your own rhythm, because you put yourself into the red, and deeper into the red you go, the longer it takes you to recover. So there's still some 3 kilometres to go or so on the climb here. As we see Vasseur here in the yellow jersey in this group here with Laurent Jalabert. Did a long descent off the Tourmalet down to the Col d'Aspin. So I'd say what happened now is these riders will get back on. We see Orlando in this group as well. So these riders will actually ride together in the valley between the descent of the Tourmalet and the Col d'Aspin. So I'd say you'll more than likely to see these lads here are getting back together with the front group before the finish. But of course, the important thing, Dave, is they don't actually go into the red too much, so they actually keep the energy for the final themselves.
They just said something about Pantani accelerating, and I'm not quite sure where he's accelerating to or from, because I can't see him in this little group. But I've heard on the headphones about Pantani accelerating, but I'm not quite sure where he's got to at the moment. So that back group containing the yellow jersey, he's riding very well, Vasseur, to be up there with Olano, and up there with the other chaps we just saw back there. Kamazin, the Swiss champion, who was second in the Tour of Switzerland. He's in that group back there, and Vasseur's with them.
Well, the yellow jersey is definitely transforming him, but when you look at this group here and you look at the face of these boys and you look at how Ulrich is actually just kind of riding along on the front of the group, there's 8 riders left on this group, but look at the impression that Ulrich is giving here, just riding along, looking behind them, just making sure everybody is there.
When you think this morning we start out with 186 riders, and a man like Leblanc, who admittedly crashed in the Tour of Italy just about 4 weeks ago, has been now climbed off his bike because he just couldn't stand the pace. We've got people like Olano dropped off this pace at the moment. So you're looking here at a handful of riders who have that ability to ride up these long climbs, grinding their way up towards the top of these immense mountains in the Pyrenees. And this epic climb of the Tourmalet, first climbed in 1910. The Tour de France formed in 1903, and eventually they decided to make it tougher than ever by taking him over the big climbs. The giants of the road suffered under these conditions, and right now there's a lot of suffering going on here. There is Pantani, yep, so he's not been off the front, he's off the back, isn't he? Or is he coming up? He's coming back up to the leading group, by the sound. They said he'd attack, so he must have come off the group with Olano.
Well, what I heard on my radio was that he got dropped with bolts here, but because they haven't got our cameras numbered here, it's difficult to know whether they're coming from the front or coming back from the back. But either way, I'd say, with knowing Pantani's capacity in descending, I'd say they'll get back on the descent.
Well, these are our 2 leaders. The man has been on the front all the way up. Pascal Hervé getting closer and closer to the top of the Tourmalet. The sunshine is not baking the backs of these spectators today. It's been a bit chilly for all of them. Many of them are camping out, you see, in these vans up on the side of the road. And now the specialist climber here for Ronk, and rather interesting curly seat tube I see he's got on that titanium frame rather than changed seat stays rather than straight seat stays. I hope we have a little look at that one. I presume it's something to do with trying to get some flexing in the back, because titanium can flex, and perhaps they decided to make it a little more comfortable at the back for him by curving those seat tubes. It's something that they used to do on the Hetchins curly stay bikes many years ago.
this is the first time we've seen Virenque actually coming to the front, so there's a good chance now that we're going to catch this group now before the top.
3 kilometres to go to the top of the Tourmalet, and the numbers in contention are getting fewer and fewer all the time.
It'll be interesting to see, Dave, what does happen when they do catch eventually Hervé and Rodriguez, because will the Festina have a go like they have? Laurent Defoe is still in there with Richard behind, so it'll be very interesting to see their reaction, because for the moment they've been in a kind of a waiting situation whereby they have somebody in the front. They haven't got to ride, but at the same time, if somebody does get away, whether it be Defoe, whether it be Virenque, they have somebody in the front. I will see Pontani now coming on to the front group now. Is it Dave? It is.
Yes, it is. It's the fellow in the yellow hat there with the peak turned back towards his compatriot here, who's also with him riding up on this climb. That number 183 is Stefano Cechin of Mercatone Uno team, and they must have overtaken Bertsberg of their team, who had originally been with that leading group. So now Pantani, it looks like he's come back up to that leading group.
Yeah, there's only 35 seconds left, Dave. Now they're more than likely going to catch them before they get to the top. So it'll be interesting to see then if we have maybe Virenque going to have a go for the Grand Prix of the Mountains on the top of it, or will Defoe have a go, and then maybe they'll try and continue their effort on the descent.
Well, Luttenberger calling here for some information, I suppose. His hand has gone up again. A great specialist mountain climber, Luttenberger, and he's now looking for some assistance or comment. I wonder what his question is at the moment. Let's hope he isn't going to have any puncture problems at this stage of the climb.
But so far we haven't seen very much of Luttenberger, and we're nearly inclined to say, well, so far we haven't seen or heard of him, so maybe he just hasn't got it this year, because in the previous race he's ridden, like in the Tour of Romandie and what have you, he's ridden, he hasn't shown. So it's nice to see him back here in this final group here going up the Tourmalet.
Well, Luttenberger finished in 7th spot overall in the Tour de France last year. He was always there or thereabouts. He finished 3rd on the 7th stage at the finish at Les Arcs, where Indurain suddenly faded from the scene. So the rider from the Rabobank team suddenly coming good. We've not seen much of him throughout the season so far. We are seeing now that Jalabet's back with Camazin, and they're really beginning to get dropped. The riders not far behind the leading group include Seberg, Hamburger, Moreau, Roos, Robau, in that sort of order, but they've been distanced by this group. They should be able to get back. But don't they look so easy, though? The nonchalant way that Rees looks round here, Barant looks round, and you just look at this. This is quality, isn't it?
Oh, it is, yes, but the thing now is they have to start attacking this, because I cannot see the big difference like been happening on the Col Aspin or on the final climb up to Loudenvielle, because they're not as difficult as this. So, but the fact that Festina having two men like with Virenque and with Defoe, then having to Pascal Hervé there at the same time, they might be able to kind of work it out between them, because the difference between the Telecom and the Festina team is that Virenque wouldn't mind if Defoe goes in front and vice versa, where I think that if Ulrich goes in the front, I think that Rees will be very much unhappy. So I'd say we might assist in a kind of a mano-mano here at the end between the Telecom and the Festina team.
So they're still on this climb then. Rees on the front, Varong just behind him, and Ulrich in 3rd spot. An attack coming off now, and it looks like that Luca going, but he's been dropped already.
Thing is, Dave, he's tried it a while ago and he was caught pretty quickly. So I say the riders will let him go now, but because they know that well, he's doing the team up he's doing doing what he's doing now. He's just kind of doing it to make the race a little harder again for the likes of the Telecom. But because he was attacked earlier on and got caught practice straight away, they might let him go this time. There's no immediate reaction now anyway from the Telecom. one thing is sure anyway in this stage is that this morning at the start of the stage, Festina said that today is going to be fireworks day. It may be July 14th. There may be fireworks tonight, but it's going to be fireworks on the Tourmalet as well, and I must say that they have definitely kept their word. They've attacked right from the start of this stage with Pascal Herbie in the front. Now we have Luca attacking for the second time on the Tourmalet. We have Blanc just behind them. We have Laurent Defoe also. So they're putting in a great race at the moment, and fair play to them. They've kept their word. We see Pascal Herbie here and Rodriguez just going a little under pressure. We see Luca here possibly going to be caught quite soon. He's under pressure, so he is. So I can't see him staying out there very much longer.
This is what's left of the main group. It was 63 riders at the bottom of the pack, bottom of the climb of 18 kilometres, some 10 miles of climbing, and one by one the riders are dropping backwards, and the biggest loser today has been Leblanc, who abandoned on the way up the climb, suffering with that knee problem from the crash he had when he crashed out of the Tour of Italy. Luca tried to attack earlier on the climb and faded and went back out the back of this group. He caught them back up again, and now for Festina he's putting in quite a bit of work again, but his teammate up in front has been setting the pace all the way on the climb. Pascal Hervé, together with the rider from the Calme team, went away. That was Pasquale. They went away on the flat part of the course. They took off just after the drop of the Col de Sullo after about 70 kilometres of racing. They've been in the lead now for about 30 kilometres, and they're now getting toward the top of this climb. They might well be snaffled up before we get to the prime line at the top. This is what they call an all category climb. I don't know the English words for all category. I just think it's just unbelievable. Do you know what all category is in English?
Well, an all category climb is always one way. You have a fourth, a third, a second, and a first category climb. They're all very hard. Then you have an all category. All category means just that there's no category for it, so it's just some way to just out of this world. So there are only a few of them this year on the Tour de France, but this is one of them.
Well, here we are right up in the top of the climb of the Col de Tourmalet, 2,114 metres above sea level, and this is where the very specialist climbers come into their own. But remember, when we come off the top of the Pyrenees, we go down into the time trial section at Saint-Étienne, which gives the specialist time trialists a chance to claw back some time. Then we move again along a sort of fairly flattish run, then we go up to Alpe d'Huez, a few days in the Alps, and out again towards Paris. So there's something for everybody in the Tour de France. The sprinters have had their day now. Most of them are languishing back in what I call the bus earlier on. That's where a group of riders are working to stay within the time limit. They cannot climb like these gifted riders here can, and certainly they're giving us great entertainment. And the crowd that have turned out, as at last night, they were camping out, waiting for the best spot, and now seeing Pascal Hervé come through, and it was his birthday yesterday, so he's going to celebrate in fine style by adding his name, I think, to the list of the riders who've gone over the top of the Tourmalet in first spot. The murky conditions on the top, let's hope we don't get any problems with our helicopter and the cameras picking out the riders they come through. But undoubtedly, Stephen, you know this climb well. It must be an electric atmosphere, even if it is as cold as it is now.
It's very interesting to see now, Dave, if Ulrich is going to let Richard Virenque get the points at the top of the hill just like that, or if he's going to maybe go for it himself, because if he lets letting Virenque go and get them himself, he's automatically giving him a little bit of a kind of, he's keeping him happy, whereas if Ulrich tries going for it himself, he might make the Festina team a little bit annoyed, making them feel that the Telecom team are going just after everything that's available. So it'll be a good tactical move if Ulrich just does let Virenque go for it, without actually contesting the sprint himself.
Well, this is a climb well known to Robert Miller, who may be watching back in Great Britain at the moment. He'll know what it's like on this climb of the Col de Tourmalet. He won in 1989 here. If we look back to last climb we came over in 95, it was Virenque that was first over the top. He was first over in 94. Tony Rominger first over in 93. The great Claudio Capucci first over in 1991. Those are some of the recent winners on this big climb here. And we look back at the names of people who won the Tour de France who climbed this in fine style. Van Impe in 1977, who also won the Tour de France, came over here in first spot. And looking down there, in fact, I think First man over the climb was Pasquale. He stayed on the wheel of Hervé, so Pasquale now adds his name to the list, the roll call of honours of those riders who've taken this climb in their stride, dating back to La Pise in 1910.
There we have Hank now going up now for what point are left on the Grand Prix of the Mountain Sprint. We just saw the riders behind him then, Ulrich and company, just getting it going over as they can. I would see Vadris Vasseur now seems to be in great difficulty here, Dave. He was making great progress by leaving Jalabert behind him and Brocha behind him there earlier on, but now he's actually blowing himself. It's very, very difficult climb this Col de Tourmalet, and especially the last 2 kilometres.
And in the yellow on Bastille Day, he's fighting back, this man Vasseur. And when you think that when over the top, the nearest plate man to him on general classification, looking down this list here, would have been Jan Ulrich, who started 2 minutes and 56 seconds down. Watch that clock on the right-hand side to see how close he'll still be to keeping that yellow jersey. When he goes down the other side, he'll try and close that gap up. He hasn't got any GAN team riders with him. He's got to do it all on his own now. And the whole of France is urging on. The man in yellow on Bastille Day, riding himself almost into a frazzle to see if he can keep that jersey on his shoulders. He's going to come down the other side some 17 kilometres, then up the Col d'Aspin. He really is fighting hard here, and he has, I say, that cushion of some 2 minutes and 56 seconds on Ulrich, who's the best placed man in that leading group.
I suppose you all saw what I saw. You all saw some hands coming out and getting a little push on the backside, you know. Like that can help you, but does not give you as much help as you might think it gives you, because what it does is it's breaking your rhythm. So a guy that's under a lot of pressure, it'll help you, of course, but not everybody wants it. You see the way he has to swerve in and out to avoid some of these people. So it's very, very difficult. He hasn't gotten that much help, but it can help all the same. Now what will happen now, I think, is they will make the descent now as fast as they can, and like even if he goes over the top at 2.5 minutes behind the front group, it's still not all over for him, because the descent is very, very fast. The fact there's a bit of fog around will make it a little bit more dangerous. The lads in front won't take too many risks on the descent, because, well, they're going for the overall and in Paris rather than keeping the jersey for another day, and it will give the opportunity for these boys behind to ride very hard and get back on. You can see the descent here, David. It's very good road surface here, and it's very, very fast. But unfortunately, see these corners here, Dave. You're going down at a great speed. You're going down about 40, 45 miles an hour, even more, maybe sometimes maybe 50 miles an hour. You're going into the corners. It's even going into a bank. You cannot see through the corners, as you can see from the motorbikes here.
And the rest of the people over the top for the climb, remember, Blanc was over the leading pack, just behind him with people like Ulrich and Rees and the rest of them now. They're beginning to relax on the way down. They've done their work. They shelled out lots of other riders, but unfortunately the cameras have gone off Vasseur fighting his way up to the top of the climb, so we can be interested to see how far down he was. There's Jalabert coming through now. He's going to be certainly well over 3 minutes down, and as he goes through there, he looks a very disappointed man. His legs aren't going round at all well. Is that Taffy with him as well?
No, look, too small for Taffy.
Too small for Taffy, all right. Well, certainly he's over 3 minutes down. We didn't see the Vasseur go through, and I think he must be ahead of Jalabert, so he might still be in contention for the yellow.
Yeah, I think Vasseur went over a little under 2 minutes, Dave.
Well, he was this morning, compared with Ulrich, 2 minutes 56 seconds down. The sad news about Chris Boardman is the last time check we had, he was over 2.5 minutes down on the leaders as they hit the bottom of the climb of the Tourmalet, following the crash when he was coming down off the Col de Souleur.
Just coming over the racetrack at the moment, Dave, the cars are going down at 75 kilometres an hour. So 75 kilometres an hour is not that fast really for the Tourmalet, because normally you'd be going about, say, 90 kilometres an hour going down it. But they're saying that because there's a lot of fog, but not that much. But the one dangerous thing is the road is still a bit humid. A lot of white lines in the road here, as you can see in the middle of it here, but also a lot of painting on the road, like come on behind and come on, you know, both everything else. So it's very, very dangerous. So the riders in the front are not going down like a crazy altogether. So it'll give the riders behind, the likes of Vasseur, Jalabert maybe, but anybody that's ridden 2.5 minutes of the front group, it'll give them time to get back on again. You can see now, you can only see about 15, 20 meters in front of you. Earlier on, there wasn't that bad, but look at here now. Look at this fog here now, Dave. You can just really kind of, I'm glad now I'm actually here on my seat looking at it on television, because I remember days like this during my career, and they're not great days. So it's very, very dangerous. You don't know where you're going. wouldn't be surprised even if we saw a crash now going down here, Dave. Again, the fog has just gone so thick.
Yes, I think I've heard somebody say Tombe just then. I was listening on the race radio, Stephen, and I've got the top 8 or 10 men before that somebody cut in shouting Tombe. You up?
Well, the speed now of this front group, Dave, has gone down to 50 kilometres an hour. A lot of the riders are putting on raincoats going down, but because of the very damp climate, damp weather conditions, it wasn't actually a bike there, it was actually a motorbike that crashed, Dave. I hear on the radio at the moment, going to the tunnel.
Yeah, well, I've just been listening as well. We'll come back to you just a moment with the results at the top. There's a lot coming over the airwaves at the moment. And I hope we can pick up to see where Chris Bourman's got.
The fact that the fog being very heavy here, it'll favour the lads coming in from the back here.
Got it now that the yellow jersey went over in 2 minutes 30 seconds down. He was in a group containing Alano, Beltran, Lino, Kamanzin, Brochard as well. Yellow jersey at 2:30. Long way up the general classification. It's going to look so different when we finish tonight. And we had this morning 186 starters, and maybe quite a few that are going to finish outside the time limit. This final hill will just kill some of those legs of the hard men who find some difficulty in climbing up, just like these specialist climbers and the men like Rees and Ulrich can do. They're not specialist climbers. They know how to hang on when it hurts. 2 minutes 35 seconds the gap now between Brochard and this group.
No, Dave. The yellow jersey in this group.
Yellow jersey. Between the yellow jersey and this group, 2:35.
No, sorry, 2:35 to the man in front. So it's 1:35 behind his group. So he's still 1 minute in the yellow jersey.
Oh.
So it's going to be very tight. He might, if he gets to the top. Without losing too much more time, he holds his yellow jersey, Dave.
What a cliffhanger. Well, let's see what happens now on the final run over the top, because once they get over here, I've got Brochard. Yeah, Brochard this morning 7 minutes and 1 second down, so he's no great threat for the yellow jersey as such, but he looks like he could well get the stage victory. And a well-deserved one too, I think. He's been in very good form just recently in a race just not far back. He had about 3 stage victories, I suppose, in that particular race, and that was the Midi Libre when he took 3 victories, and he's 2 kilometres from the top now, Brochard. The Midi Libre, quite a sort of pipe opener for the Tour de France, isn't it, Midi Libre? And people do well in that are posting themselves as possible good riders today.
Well, it is one of the final selection races for the Tour, but Laurent Brochard was flying really in the Midi Libre, winning 3 stages and 2 of them back-to-back. So when you win 1 stage, you have a lot of people are looking at you. When you win a 2nd stage, everyone's looking at you. But when you win a 3rd stage, there's no question about it. You're the strongest man in the race.
And for my money, though, one of the strongest men who hasn't been allowed to show his hand so far is that young German on the front, the German champion, riding for Telecom team, has to look after his team lead at the moment. So Ulrich, I wonder what's going through his mind and how he has to work out the opportunities that he has to take that yellow jersey, and what's he do with Rees. It's an almost enormously complex problem, because the team is sponsored by a German organisation, and the young Ulrich, who finished 2nd last year to Rees, is a German, of course. Rees coming from Denmark, and the squad is masterminded by a Belgian. Now let's see if we can get a good shot of this. Look at this. See how steep it is? They're working their way up, zigzagging all the way up this climb.
When you see how fast they're going up it, you wouldn't really, it's difficult to really imagine how steep it is, because they're going up it very smoothly. Of course, once again, as you say yourself, Dave, you have the crème de crème of the climbers here.
and that gives you some idea of just the top part of this climb. It's been like that and worse all the way up from the bottom. A new climb found in the Tour de France. You're watching it live on Eurosport, and you're watching this man now pounding the pedals, getting close to the top, and possible victory at the finish at Loudenvielle.
Brusher knows this hill now because they were over at a training camp himself and Blanc and Defoe only a few weeks ago. So he'll know what's left now from now to the top. He'll know that a stage win is at his grasp, and he also has a chance of holding onto his polka dot mountain shirt. So he has everything to gain from it. Here we have Vassar here now is looking not too good here, Dave.
We did it before, didn't we? We saw him struggling up one of the climbs, and then he still got back, didn't he, down the descent. So
well, he is doing a very good job at limiting it here, but still, it's still a very long way to go to the top, Dave, and it's that group in the front are really going for it now at the moment as well.
And he's trying to get every ounce of effort into those pedals. He's ridden superbly. He's ridden way beyond his normal level. He's had no Riff and Gann to help him. I'm not sure whether they went back to look after Chris Bourman when he crashed, but Gann have been in disarray. They've been working hard for Moncassin to try and get stage victories. They worked hard to keep Chris Bourman in second and then third spot over on general classification. So the team have probably come into today's stage pretty shot under circumstances, and they don't have a lot of gifted climbers. Simon was going quite well earlier on, but it's been down now to Vassar on his own, and he's desperately trying to hang on to the jersey and this group here. And at the moment, there's no serious attack to dislodge him, is there? The speed at which they're going, I'm a bit surprised. It doesn't seem to be too hard to me, because Brochard's going away.
Behind Dave Blanc's having to go, cut them all on surprise. Look at the reaction of Ulrich. Reese isn't reacting, Dave.
And it's blown apart now, coming up with the final couple of kilometres. His teammate Brochard is ahead. He's timed it just right now, Blanc, but he's been quickly mastered by Ulrich.
But Blanc has a problem here because he has Brochard in front. Brochard is nearly guaranteeing himself a stage win. Blanc is here behind. He's bringing up Ulrich and the other lads behind him here. So if he closes down on Brochard, and for example Ulrich wins, for example, he would never be able to sleep tonight, or for the rest of his life for that matter. So he's stuck here with a situation where do I keep riding on the front here and drop Reese and forget about Brochard, or do I just kind of hang on a little bit and let Brochard guarantee the stage win for the team?
But look who's here as well, the pirate himself, Pantani. He with the bald head behind is now coming up to these two as well. Pantani, thank goodness he's coming back in, although he's not going to challenge for the overall. I'm sure we're going to see Pantani tomorrow, perhaps at Andorra, because if he's really getting to form, this man is an absolute amazing mountain climber. Considering he broke his leg in several places, he was out of action for nearly 18 months. Pantani fighting his way back. What a character. And he's now showing his strength. And Reese has been really distanced.
I think that Blanc is going to go for it now. He's not going to ease up at all now as he gets over the top. Then they will make a very ferocious descent. And they're catching Brochard here now, Dave.
Oh, Blanc will get a good old thrashing from the team manager. I'd have thought. Brochard looks sideways, don't you think so?
No, I think Brochard understands. Here Blanc is going for the overall win, where Brochard was only going for a stage win. But I can see it's not over yet, because you will have Reese behind, which is an incredible descender, and there's still some 10-11 kilometers to go.
Pantani launched himself away. Pantani goes for the King of the Mountains points here. That man is by no means finished on the polka dot jersey campaign. I'm sure we're going to see him tomorrow on the run to Andorra, where we've got another stack of big climbs, and Pantani's persisting with this one, but he doesn't go down very well. He's a bit of a crazy descender. He does go down well, provided
unfortunately he finds obstacles in his way sometimes on descent. He's a great descender. Here's Reese.
And Reese looks a bit stuffed at the moment. Pantani certainly drops like a stone. He takes all risks on the way down. Let's hope he stays upright. What a day it'll be if Pantani wins the stage, having come back virtually from the dead as a bike rider who not all wrote up. A lot of people said that's it, the state he was in when his leg got broken, and he's worked himself back and back and back, and now he's shown a ferocity on this climb, which bodes well for tomorrow's stage into Andorra.
Laurent Defoe coming along now, Dave.
And also with Zerberg, I think it is, or certainly one of the other.
Zerberg, yeah.
And this, I think, is Camazin coming up. No, it isn't. It's Casagrande together with the rest of the pack now, and they're splattered all over this final climb of the day, and it's Pantani that's done the damage as well, and Veronk likewise, but Ulrich is there at the moment as he's now got his team leader Rees grovelling in his wake, and here they come through yet again. More of these riders coming up here, struggling to stay in contention. This is Kamazin coming through a lot. Oh, look, you're quite right. He goes right on the very limit, doesn't he, Pantani? He was really doing a wall of death stuff in the grass verge then.
But Ulrich is not a great descender, so they might have a chance of maybe dropping him on the descent.
On the way down then, in toward the finish on this fantastic stage of the Tour de France. Not far now in toward the finish of this final part of the course, which has taken the riders from Pau through to Loudenvielle, Vallée de l'Oron. They'll go down and turn, and at the bottom of the valley, if you see a nice big lake, we go round the edge of the lake into the finish, a fairly flat run in as far as they're concerned.
Ulrich is a very good sprinter as well, Dave, so Ulrich might even be able to win this stage and take the yellow jersey today.
What a day.
This is doing really Ulrich a great favour, because he's been riding all the Tour de France for Rees. Last year Tour de France he rode totally committed to Rees, but unfortunately this year Rees has not been giving him the credit due for the work he's done for him. So it'll be very interesting to see now the reaction on tomorrow's stage.
I've just turned to Rudy Altig sitting alongside him, my German commentator friend Carsten Miggels, who's doing his first Tour de France, and they're watching here with bated breath the way their countrymen's going down here and commentating to the Germans. It must be really going bananas as off goes Veronk now. We're going to have a tremendous finish to this race today, and I'm waiting to see the reaction. The yellow jersey comes over at 2 minutes and 49 seconds down on Ulrich. He started this morning at 2 minutes and 56 seconds. If he could descend at the same speed as Ulrich, he might preserve the jersey, and here he's being told by Roger Leger what the gap is, what he's got to do. He's now got to really dig deep into his final reserve, and he's got to go down here. He's not riding with Pantani or with Veronk. He has no shelter. He has to do it all on his own.
That's very true, Dave, but Vasseur is a little bit tired now as well. So these boys are going down. These boys here are possessed. These boys are gone the limit. Vasseur is going to go down this hill, not so committed. He wants to save his yellow jersey, but he's going to be tired, so his reflex is not going to be the same as these boys here. So I don't know if it's going to be possible to save his jersey, because you must remember, Dave, there's a 20-second bonus for the first. No, that's right. Sorry, Dave. My fault.
Not in the mountains. No. The other bonuses have gone now. The gap then between Vasseur and Ulrich when they start today was 2 minutes and 56 seconds, and it all depends how fast these three drop down here, or whether they're just going to play cat and mouse. If they do this now and hang about, Vasseur has a chance.
This here is typical Veronk. Here he is riding back in the bunch. He's one chance in 90 of winning the Tour, and riding here he's got one chance in 3, and still he's starting to play around. He should get on with the job and go with it.
They've been writing to cycling about you. You're always criticising, and you're right there. That's the main thing.
I'm not criticising him. Wherever he does, like, he's a great rider, he does what he does, but sometimes his tactics are just a total, for someone that's going to win a Tour de France, you have to be able to prepare to do a lot yourself. And you have Richard there, you see him calling the guys through and everything else, like, he should get on with it, like what he's doing now. If he goes on now, like, I'd say, well done, I'll take my hat off to him.
Well, I certainly...
Sorry, Dave, you can see Vasseur, I was saying to you a few minutes ago about him being a little bit tired. His reflexes won't be as fast as the other ones. You can see how he goes into the corners here. He's not as committed because he's not as fresh.
Well, Stephen, when people said to me, who do you think can win the Tour de France this year? I said, if you could put Stephen Roche's head on Veronk's body, I could put my money on the win that way round. But right now, it just depends on the tactics of Veronk and Ulrich and Pantani as to whether they're going to stall and wait and jump around and give the chance. Here comes Jalabert struggling up the climb here. There's been a lot of people struggling today. That's the fellow, looks like Pascual Rodriguez, who went away with her very early on. Now 5 minutes 15 seconds down on the leaders, and here they are right against the wall of death. Whoa!
35 seconds behind for Rees, Dave. 35 seconds. Veronk is going down here like a man possessed. You can see he's getting rid of them, opening a gap up on every corner.
And Pantani isn't taking over the lead, is he? I thought he might have tried to get away from them. But
well, actually, Pantani's in a bad position here because Ulrich is not a great ascender. He's a very good ascender, but against Virenque, he's capable of letting the gaps go like he's doing now. If Pantani gets caught behind, as it goes 9 kilometers to go, Dave.
Well, I just pressed my watch here in the hope that the following motorcycle with the yellow jersey of Vasseur puts the camera up on that, and we get the picture with 5 kilometers to go. So we're waiting with bated breath to see if in fact that gap will be as it was at the top of the climb, or whether they're going away from him.
Brocha's coming back, Dave. 8 seconds behind Virenque. If Brocha gets back on, it'll be a great ally for Virenque.
But would you think that might slow them down though, and they'd be going around doing the old 1-2 tactically rather than pushing on at great speed? Because can Ulrich go away?
I think at this stage now, Dave, the Fasina team are going to ride for the general. They're going to forget about the stage. They want to win the stage, but they got to look at the overall now. I think they should do that anyway. Whether they will or not now is another thing. But here they are now, kind of guaranteeing themselves a place on the podium in Paris, so they cannot play cat and mouse.
And Brochard going down here. Virenque this morning started 4:26 down on the general classification. Brochard this morning 7 minutes and 1 down. And there we are, 4 kilometers to go. They've just come down that last kilometer. It took them 1 minute and 5 seconds to drop down. Pantani cuts on the inside. And lets Ulrich then take the lead again. Sensible thing to do. 4 kilometers to go.
If they do start looking around, Dave, it'll favour Rees, and Rees might get back on again, and this will be a big mistake, so it would.
But I'm also looking for Vasseur this Bastille Day, July the 14th, national festive day in France. Had an enormous parade this morning on the Champs-Élysées, where the President Chirac was there to see the armed forces parade, and all the people out there with the drums beating, the bugles playing, and the aircraft flying overhead. A superb morning it was there on the Champs-Élysées. We're setting the scene now for the finish of the Tour de France in the Champs-Élysées after 22 stages of this great race. This is the first day really when the top men have had a chance to show after 8 days on the flat, and Brochard's getting back.
What a descent, Dave. What a descent by Brochard.
And they've got the top gears going, and the legs are flying round, suffering with twiddlebonk.
And Brochard has 53.11 on today, Dave.
53.11, that's mind-blowing. That's about, what, 120, I suppose, in English language.
It's going to go. Instead of messing around, Brochard, Laurent, go. Right, looking back here. He's waiting for Rees. This is not possible, Dave.
You mean that Virenque should keep going?
Oh, definitely. To hell with everybody else. Excuse the language.
Brochard's attacking on the outside lane. Out he goes, then chopping across in front of his teammate, and Ulrich now tries to respond. Pantani's still playing the back marker here. And Ulrich is just sitting here watching these two teammates going on the limit. Let's hope they stay upright. Brochard nearly lost it then. He's a demon descender. Rees looking very determined indeed, charging up this climb, and he must be wondering in his own mind now what will happen from now on in. What position does he have in the team? And Brochard's gone. Brochard's gone away. What a superb piece of riding. He tried to get the victory as he rode up the climb. He got distance just at the top. They overtook him. He's come back like a man possessed. He's not far to go now.
It's not far to go now either, but it's Brochard's going to win the stage maybe, but Virenque is risking his place on the podium here because he must put as much time as he can into Bjorn Rees, because in the time trials Rees is going to beat him. Okay, there's a lot more mountains to go. He's probably saying, well, there's more and more mountains, I will put more time into Rees. But Rees, every day goes on, he gets better in the mountains.
And here they are dropping down, chasing after our breakaways, the 4 men, Brochard having rocketed past those 3 men. And interesting too, I think, somehow, Stephen, that with Brochard going away like this, we saw Ulrich looking at Virenque, and both of them looking at each other and slowing down. And Ulrich, surely he has to go because he wants the yellow jersey, or can he not attack because of Rees?
Ulrich should ride, it doesn't matter who he rides after, but he should be riding on the front now that Brochard is gone. But then Brochard is 7 minutes down on GC, so maybe his main man is behind. So it's quite understandable, but here is the opportunity for Virenque to put as much time as he can into Rees. I'm sure that Brochard here, what he meant to do was to just ride on the front and just drag Virenque along, but Virenque let the gap go as if he was going for a stay. Look at this.
Ah, it's unbelievable. It's playing right into the hands of Cedric Vasseur, who's riding himself into oblivion behind us. He's trying to come down and cut that deficit. He has to finish within 2 minutes and 56 seconds of Ulrich, and right now it's playing straight into his hands. The whole of France will erupt if that yellow jersey stays on the shoulders of Cedric Vasseur. He may not keep it tomorrow, but if he keeps it today, then the champagne will certainly flow. And look at Rees, he must be wondering in his own brain what he has to do now to reinforce his authority. And here comes the yellow jersey. He's riding himself absolutely flat out, and all the people along the route know that he's trying to preserve that jersey. There could be a French victor for today, and it could be a Frenchman still in the yellow jersey. That's the lake down below. They're going to come round the other side of it. On the far side of that lake is the finish, where a massive crowd now is waiting with bated breath.
Yeah, Ulrich is riding the race up for Rees. He's still not taking over. He should have let Brochard go, but then Brochard probably surprised everybody.
So Brochard right on the very limit, cornering as close as he can to the curb, taking the outside line, then the inside line. And the crowd applauding it because they know full well he's on his way in to a spectacular victory. He's taken one pasting early today on the Col de Tourmalet. He's come back. He took a pasting on the Aspen. He's come back, and now he's taken the victory in 5:24.57. And the sprint is on now for Ulrich as he comes through. I'm going to put the watch on Ulrich when he goes across the line, because that's going to be the difference between himself and Vasseur at the end of it all now. And as they go through, it looks like Veronk might have got that one from Pantani with Ulrich in fourth spot. Jimenez comes in now, but the big thing is, can Vasseur come inside 2 minutes and 56 seconds?
What a stage, Dave.
Well, I've seen some in my time, but this is unbelievable. All the way through, it's never stopped.
But I'm glad anybody that stayed at home and did, instead of going out and walk the dog or go to the ironing, I'm sure they'd be happy to stay in.
Rees now has lost some 27 seconds on Ulrich. Now, what they're doing today is they're burying the grandmother, and then tomorrow they're going to have a day in mourning. That's why they're having 2 days off. Well, Olano still, he's going to be compared with Ulrich, which is the one I'm looking for, who could be challenging for the yellow jersey. He's lost time as well. And the clock shows expected 1:02 on that. That's Brochard's time. The time for Olano now is 53 seconds down on Ulrich. Well, we won't be on air right the way through for the next 40 minutes after this race finishes, but there's got a lot of people sitting here with bated breath to see if the big group of riders come inside the time limit. They're going to spread all over the mountainside. Certainly the spectators along the route will have had plenty to look at today, plenty to interest themselves, because they've heard on the radios, they'll have it on their television sets. And there is the yellow jersey. My clock says he's got 1:22, 1:23, 1:24, and he's on the outskirts of the town now. He could just about make it as Cabazin comes in. He also tried to win the stage today, and he's lost, you see there, nearly 2 minutes of time.
Just calculating here, David, the clock you see here ticking away on the bottom right-hand corner of your screen here. Vasseur must cross the line before 3 minutes 10 seconds on this clock.
I've got a watch going. I pressed for separate watch. It's too difficult to do something like that. I know you're intelligent chaps. I run a different watch. And he's in this little group, I think, the yellow jersey. That's a quick hope he's making him. Not this one. We've got 2 minutes 2 coming down. 2:56 to do.
Madwas coming in.
Hansberg.
It's going to be very, very tight, Dave.
2:12.
Imagine the stage win for Brochard and the yellow jersey for
2:18.
Vasseur.
He's sprinting 2:20. He's got something like about 300 metres to go. He's got to be inside 2:56. Hold your breath. 2:28. And he's trying so manfully to get that, keep that jersey. It's 2:33, 2:34, 2:56 to go. Come on, Cedric. Come on. 2:40. Come on, man. Come on. He's done it. He's kept the yellow jersey only by about 12 seconds. What a day we've had. So the whole of France will erupt now that the yellow jersey stays with Cedric Vasseur. Vasseur on Bastille Day. Although the victory went to Brochard, just by a gnat's whisker, it stays with Cedric Vasseur of the GAN team.
What a day, Dave, what a day.
Looking again at that finish, well, you had a few things to say about Bronc's tactics today, but I think it finally must have helped Vasseur, who just got in by the skin of his teeth.
Looking at it on an overall perspective, you have Brocha winning a stage, you have Vasseur holding the yellow jersey, you have Brian finishing second, you have Rees finishing behind. Of course, looking at it on that way, it's been a fabulous day for Rank, and Rank probably has made all the right decisions. But if Rank had been riding a little bit more for himself, with in mind the yellow jersey or finishing in the first three in Paris, I think he would have reacted differently. But that's my opinion.
We might have had a different yellow jersey, but certainly on Bastille Day, the French love a victor in their Bastille Day, and they've got it today with Brochard. Salut!
Laurent Brochard wins, but Virenque, Ulrich and Pantani can all be happy with the way things worked out on stage 9. Ulrich looks more than ever like the favourite for overall victory. He came through the first examination in the mountains with flying colours. We know now that Virenque is in form and Pantani will be a real force over the rest of the mountain stages. But Rees looks a fair way from the form which saw him win last year. Britain's Chris Boardman finished almost half an hour adrift. The stage winner, Laurent Brochard, said all the team had worked well and done a great job. At the start, he said they weren't sure if Richard Virenque and Laurent Duffield were in good shape, but everything went well, and the win the result of all their work. Quite a Bastille Day for the French. No one would have bet on Cedric Vasseur still being in yellow in Loudenvielle. Vasseur said he had showed everyone that he was a fighter. He said he was surprised himself every day on this race. He knew it would be hard from now on in with only a 13-second lead, but already he'd had a great Tour de France, and who knows what will happen in the next few days. Overall, Vasseur leads by 13 from Ulrich, for whom the yellow jersey may not be that far away. But for the moment, very much on the shoulders of the brave young man, Cedric Vasseur of France. That should change, though. Tuesday's stage is a real monster in the mountains. It includes a huge climb up to Andorra. It may well be the stage when the men are sorted out from the boys. Remember, the whole stage is live on Eurosport. It starts at 8:30 in the UK, no less than 8 hours of live cycling.
The Tour de France was brought to you by
Licha Pilsner. And Astra, the satellite system.
Stage of the Tour de France, the second mountain stage, and no less than 6 mountain climbs. There were no attacks as the race went over the first climbs of the day. They included the Col du Porte d'Aspet, where the riders stopped for a minute's silence early on the stage on Tuesday morning at the spot where the young Italian rider Fabio Casartelli was killed in a fall in 1995, and his family were also present. The race then headed off at a slow pace over the Col du Port. Things started happening on the very long Col du Porte d'Envalera. World number 1 Laurent Jalabert made the first move in what would be a memorable last 60 kilometres.
Look at the way Jalabert is riding along here. Luke has done an incredible effort to get across. We will see now how fresh really Rees is, because with his acceleration, if Rich is still hanging on the back, I wouldn't hold up too much hope for him, because it's a bad place to be at the back of the group when a guy's accelerating, because if a group kind of breaks in two because of an acceleration, because of one rider or another, as we can see here, these two riders here after getting dropped, it's a bad place to be.
Yeah, Maddo's been dropped now, and also the the TVM rider. It's Rooks has just been shelled out too, and you can see how Maros is really struggling. This long, steady climb is really knocking the stuffing out of these riders. 20-mile climb, and it's having its effect.
Virenque now is coming to the front as well and reacting a little bit, as we see Luca just going out the back door there. This is making it very difficult, but I think, Dave, that Virenque is going a little bit early, unless he has seen and sensed that Rees was in difficulty.
Well, Rees has moved up. I think he's realised that the jumping around is probably destroying his constant rhythm, and he wants to move a bit closer to the front and keep an eye on affairs. He's got the ability to come back on the descent anyway, but the question still is, who's going to get the biggie, the prize of 20,000 French francs, 10,000 for second at the Souvenir Only de Grange at the top of this climb. 20 miles of climbing, all with constant effort, not a single bit of false flat, nowhere to let up, nothing to take the edge off the climb. It is still up, up, up all the way.
This is the hard part now, that this last 2 or 3 kilometres. Well, it's been hard until now, but it's hard because the speed has been up. Whereas now we're getting into the smaller roads, more twisty roads. So it'll be interesting to see now if Virenque is going to have a go, or if maybe Laurent Defoe is going to have a go, as the soigneur of the Festina team said to me this morning. But I still believe that Rees is a little bit too far back to kind of signal. I think it's a signal maybe. I think because if Rees was feeling good, he would be up a little bit closer to the front, because the way these boys are accelerating now, if there's a split in the group, he's going to find himself behind and have to use more energy to actually close the gap. So I feel myself, Dave, that I don't want to kind of talk too soon, but I feel that Rees today is not on a great day.
Well, it didn't give us the number of Bogart on the run down, or I must have missed that one, because Bogart has come onto the front now, the Dutch champion. Just imagine that, a Dutchman riding up a big mountain like this and towing the rest of the field behind. We're having a look on our cameras at this great ski resort here, and 1 minute 10 seconds back to the yellow jersey. No doubt about it, with ski resorts, they're not the most architecturally beautiful piece of work you like to see. Us back here. Rees
is getting some food from the car. I'm really sure Rees is getting the hunger knock, Dave.
Well, we shall see. And in fact, Bernardino did say in one of the articles, I think he wrote in the which magazine was it? Probably the one published by Anne McQuaid, the official journal of the Tour de France, that in fact he said you have to eat well today, you have to eat constantly, you can't allow yourself to get into what we call the position of the hunger knock. And I think Rees has suddenly realised that perhaps he hasn't been eating enough and must now do something about it. So there we are, the ski resort in the background. Certainly when the skiers come out there, when it's covered in snow, it probably looks like a fairy tale scene, and very nice indeed. But they aren't. They're ugly buildings in the summer. I certainly don't think they got too much to commend them.
Well, the reason I feel Rees having a problem with hunger is because he didn't ask for a bottle. When he got off the team was a small little packet, which is a drink actually, very sugar, very sweet drink, which goes straight to the system, which gives you a little bit extra, which kind of can help you get over a lull in your form. But unfortunately, if you take it too late, it'll not be. I don't think it'll be a time for the final climb. But also, Rees, the reason I think he's not right as well is because taking a bottle or taking anything else from a team car on a climb, he's leaving himself wide open for a time penalty and also a financial penalty. So I think if Rees had been in good condition, he wouldn't have done it, because we know someone close beside us here lost to Tour de France for 8 seconds. So yes. I can't see him taking any risk on that end.
And so it looks like Duffield at the moment taking Virenque up towards the top of the climb here at the Porte d'Anvillera. And are they going to persist with this? As just behind them then, some of the top climbers are beginning to move up on the wheels. The gaps are opening up then still. Have they gone too soon to get this special prize on the climb? Festina still dumb, and the gaps have opened up. Suddenly, I can't see Rees here.
There's only Ulrich, Dave. Only
Ulrich is there. Casagrande is there. Jimenez is hanging on. Scarted in the green is just back at trying to hang on likewise. And I think Pantani has also been distanced, but perhaps he's waiting for the final big climb of the day, not taking interest in this special prize. Who's it going to go to now? And Rees is being dropped off the back. Rees is struggling here. He doesn't look too good at all. Rees then just behind Bogart, and up it. There's Jalabert as well, beginning to wish he hadn't gone quite so soon, looking down at his bike, thinking, where am I going to get my extra energy from? And so there is Livingston climbing up for the Cofidis team, the American out of the saddle, but the gaps have opened up now. Who's the next one we're going to see? and it's Escartin, and I think Pantani is just trying to come across that gap. Certainly Hino, in the 97 Tour de France official guide, it said here that by Hino, he says, some forget to eat, and they're taken up with the race too much as Pantani comes up now. They've forgotten to eat. It's already too late. They're raging hunger. Their legs won't work. And this is what Hino said in that magazine, Stephen. It's right in front of us. And look at what was happening to Rees. He ought to have read that.
Well, the programme, I must say, published by Anne McQuaid publishing the official Tour de France guide, has an incredible amount of interesting things in it. It's on sale all over Britain at the moment, I believe. So if someone wants to kind of find out what's going to happen before it happens, I'd advise to go out and buy it.
I couldn't believe that what Hino wrote, and there it is. And the man who's suffering is last year's winner. Bjorn Rees is in trouble, but he may still come back. You never know.
Well, I'd say they make it on. They make it back on the going over the top. But looking at him here, I doubt if he'll recover before the final climb. So there's 2 more climbs come, Dave, and they're much more difficult than these in the sense that they're very, very steep. Also, Virenque will have seen this happening as well, and he'll be making sure to try and put more time into him.
And he is coming back, though. He's driving himself hard to get up there. They're looking back to see what has happened to Rees, and he's now back on that little group after stopping for that energy booster, and they're all now together. Well, not all, but about 10 of that group of 24. Still some way to go for the big prize of the day. Jalabert taking a drink off Pascolino as they go through, and we were talking about the write-up in that official Tour de France guide. I've actually got the version in French here. They put some different pictures on the front, but the wordage is exactly the same inside at this particular point. That's the official French version, which I've got with the compliments of Nike. They gave it to me.
This selection of riders here now is like creme de la creme there. These boys here, we're going to see them going over the final. You have like Panzani, Ulrich, Virenque, Laurent Defoe, Casagrande, Escartin, and Rees, of course, just gotten onto the back of them again. I think our winner is here, of course. It's easy to say when everyone else has been left behind, but we're going to see some incredible fighting, I think, now over these next 2 climbs. The 2 climbs that have come are much different to these climbs. They're very steep, they're very sharp corners on them, so if you're not on form this today, if you're not in there at all at this moment, there's no way you're going to be in there later on.
Well, out of the top 15 riders in the Tour de France, we've got in this little group Jan Ullrich, who's lying 2nd overall. We've got Bjorn Rees, who's lying 4th overall. Richard Virenque, who's lying 5th. Escartin lying 6th. Dufo lying 8th on the general classification as at now. And Marco Pantani in this group is up in 15th spot. Just think about Pantani. He was 62nd yesterday, 7 minutes and 17 seconds down. He's got up in this group now, and Laurent Jalabert should be getting back. He was 17th this morning. Looks like he might regain it just before we get up toward the top of the climb. And yes, he's made it with Bogart.
He's made it back on, but I think what's happened now is that Virenque and Defoe have eased off a little bit. They've realised that they are strong, but there's no point in bringing Ulrich either to the finish. So I'd say what might happen now on the next climb is you'll have Defoe and Virenque having to go 1-2, trying to get rid of Ulrich, because if they bring Ulrich to the finish every day on the climbs, Ulrich is going to put 2 minutes per time trial into these boys. So there are 2 time trials to come. So I think that Virenque and Defoe would need like some 3 minutes in hand before going into the last time trial to say that to kind of count themselves as being free of anybody coming up from behind. So otherwise they're riding for 2nd and 3rd place on GC.
You've just seen Olano desperately hanging on to his teammate here. 1 minute 35 seconds down on this group here at the top of the climb, getting closer and closer to the line for the special prize. But 1:35 is the gap, and his teammates have been doing a remarkable job. And interesting enough, the yellow jersey is still hanging on in that group at 1:35, but he could lose it today. He was only 13 seconds up on Jan Ullrich at the start of the day. Bjorn Rees at 1:43, Virenque at 1:43, Escartin 2:14 down. So the yellow jersey could still stay in the top half dozen, but he could lose it today. But even that could blow apart at the seams when we start to do the big final climb of the day. Quick look there at the other rider from the Mercatone Uno squad that's really been in with a shout, Pantani, who's been looking good all the way through. It looks like he's put a crash out on now to surprise us. Let's have another look down there and I think they're coming back, Bogart and Jalabert. The group are reforming. They're still probably about a couple of kilometres to the top of this climb, but the damage is being done. Rees has now found his way back up, and he's sitting on the back of this little pack after going through what seemed to be a bit of a bad patch, but he's recovered and he's up with the leaders.
Back to the Tour de France with
Licha Pilsner.
Has just gone back for some reason to the back of this pack. We didn't quite see what it was, but he's taken up his position remarkably easy. The rest have been grovelling to hang on to the speed. Ulrich just drifted back down. I think he went to speak to his team car and has just drifted straight back up again as if he's out on a club run. Absolutely amazing. Inside the final kilometre to the top of the climb of the Porte d'Envalera, and that 20,000 French francs is still there up for grabs for the first man. Still Dufo doing the work. Ferrand looking remarkably smooth, but the way that Ulrich came up to that group, I don't know whether he went back to get some instructions for his team car, but he drifted back, came up again. When we see other riders struggling to stay in contention, Ulrich made it look so easy.
Well, Ulrich is the best man here for the overall classification. He's proven last year that he is a Tour potential winner. He was riding last year for Bjorn Riis, and still he rode a fabulous time trial the second last day, putting some 2 minutes into Bjorn Riis, who had the yellow jersey on his back. So this year, I think it'll be no surprise if he is in there, but Virenque and Dufo will be aware of his capabilities in a time trial, and he'll not be too keen to bring him to the finish.
Well, looks like Kevin Livingston, the American for the Coppice team, has got back as well into this little group. Nice to see him up there. The American, very good riding by his standards, just on the back of this little group at the moment. Certainly in that Casagrande in the red, the right-hand side of the screen. Dufo on the front of the man, Virenque there, both of them riding for Festina. Bolts in the white jersey with the red, black and yellow bands round the back. Jimenez just behind in the white jersey with the red and yellow on it for the Rabobank team. In the blue and yellow, we've got Zeberg and Pantani for the Mercaton Uno team. Luttenberger in white and orange for the Rabobank squad. Still over the line. It goes 1 and 2 to the Festina team. They then get 30,000 French francs. What a tremendously strong performance.
It was, Dave, but very important even still. As Riis just kind of threw his head coming over just as the lads went over the line on the at the mountains. So Riis just cannot be in a good way at the moment, Dave. He seems to be just kind of hanging in, and then he just threw the head. So it's not looking very good for the next two climbs.
There Jimenez dropping down behind the leading 4 or 5 riders. About 11 riders in that group. Jalabert suddenly found himself going out the back door when they accelerated to get that special prize. Looking down, Pascal Lino coming up with the rider that comes in the red colour on the right-hand side. I think Lino's looking for either a drink or something to shove down his shirt. There's Conti just at the back of that little group at the moment. Chantonnay just going through as well for Casino. Casino actually are doing some useful riding, aren't they? They've been there or thereabouts all day today. Very interesting how this, we use the word lowly team, but nevertheless they're prepared to get in, aren't they? They have a man here, a man there, a man somewhere else.
Well, last year, if you remember, they got a wild card. They got an invitation, special invitation to ride the Tour de France. They only had a very small team. They put in a great performance, and with that great performance, they got another sponsor, meaning they got the casino of all around France to come in. Here we see the yellow jersey of Vasseur and Orlano. What are they now? They've 136 so far. They're going to be some 2 minutes down going over the top here. But the casino team then got a bigger sponsor then through the winter, which allowed them to take on bigger riders and better riders. They took on Pascal Richard, for example, but unfortunately Pascal Richard, who was the Olympic champion, had some misfortune this year, had a very bad crash before the Tour of Romandy and was out of the Tour of Italy and subsequently out of the Tour de France. They've had some great luck this year. The other day they had Gaspuzzi's doing a great breakaway, winning the Combativity Award. We saw Gaspuzzi's away in the front earlier on there. Like, there's a great group of riders in this team who actually have a go at any time of the day on any kind of terrain.
Well, have survived the course. Chantonnay getting up over the top of that one, and is now hoping to recover and come down and join up, as is Laurent Jalabert. We're watching Jalabert come down here past a green jersey winner, 3 times in Tour de France, when he was prepared to go for the sprints. He backed off the sprinting after a while when he kept being brought down by the crashes, but perhaps now he might have second thoughts when we get onto somewhat flatter stages, because he hasn't quite got the punch to come out in the top half dozen of the Tour de France this year round.
Just getting a bit of news here over the race radio. They're saying that Bjorn Ries is stretching himself now on the bike, stretching his calves and stretching his thigh muscles. So I think what's happened to Ries is he's probably gone into a little bit of a hunger knock, and he's just hoping now that taking the bit of food he's taken on board a few minutes ago, that it will help him get over the next 2 hills. But I'm sure that we see here Laurent Jalabert here getting back onto the back of the group, but I'm sure that Virenque and Duffield have seen here an ideal opportunity to put Ries behind him, because Ries is another guy we know is very good at time trialing, and he will also take another 2 minutes per time trial out of the likes of Virenque. So there's still the Alps to come, of course, after the Pyrenees, but I'd say that Virenque and Duffield, feeling the form they have at the moment, I think they will be giving it everything they have now to go for another stage win and to put as much time as they can into the likes of Orlano, who is already behind, and Ries, who seems to be in some difficulty at the moment.
Well, Jalabert trying to get back now and catch up with the leaders over the top of the climb. Oh, there's been a crash at the back. I've heard on the phones now there's been a crash at the back.
It's back in the back group. They didn't say whether it was in the group of Orlano or in a group behind him, but I'm just hearing coming across my lids here that it's
there are 14 riders in that leading group now, and the crash occurred in the second group at the back end of it. There's now actually 14 riders. There are 2, 4, 6 over. I counted 14 now. And 2 minutes and 10 seconds is the latest time check coming up at the moment. Let's go over the result of that climb then. So Bogart and Jalabert have both got back to the leading group at the moment, and over the climb, confirmation then that Virenque was first for the Festina team. Second was Duffield. Third, Casagrande. In 4th spot, Ulrich. 5th spot, Jimenez. 6th, Pantani. And 7th was Conti at the top of the first category climb at 199 kilometres. We're watching yeah, they're just running down the tail enders going over the top of Lino and Camazend and so on. And in fact, we're looking now at Chantonnay, and I think that is probably Camazend just over in the front of him. And they're all trying to regroup on this climb. The interesting thing, unless they get back on this one, Stephen, no sooner as they get down here at 214 kilometres, they've got about 15 kilometres straight down, and suddenly, no sooner they get the bottom, then it's out off the big ring and straight back on the inside ring for the climb up the Col d'Orino. What does that do to the legs?
Absolutely explodes them, Dave, because they've been...
You're searching for a route where it wasn't rude, wasn't it?
Well, I was trying to put a word out in English.
You can speak French or Latin or Italian if you wanted, you said.
But it's, no, it was after going up this very long climb of 35 kilometres, then going down this very fast descent. It's very, very fast. All of a sudden you hit a wall at the end. You hit a wall at the end as you start going up again. As we hear, Jalabert now has actually gone off the front again, Dave. So Jalabert is really determined to get away today. I think he's realised that he is not going as well as the front guys, so the best thing to do is try and get a bit of space, put a bit of space between himself and the likes of Virenque, so that he has some sliding space, as you might call it, on the final climbs.
Well, he's got just 10 kilometres of climb up from Canino to the Col d'Orino, and that one is a second category climb before we then drop down the other side and repeat the dose all over again. It really is a bit like a roller roller coaster ride in these final 50 kilometres or so. Up, down, up, down, up, down.
Well, the problem is now the riders will have seen, Hank and Ulrich, and they would have seen that Jalabert is not going that well at the moment on the climb. So the fact that he's gone away and caught them by surprise, they'll be saying to themselves now, well, who's going to ride? Ulrich will be saying, well, I'm not going to ride. Hank could be saying, I'm not going to ride either. So this is giving Jalabert the opportunity now of getting the maximum amount of time putting a maximum amount of time into the group behind him. And you see his very aerodynamic style here. Whether it's effective or not, I don't really know.
I thought he was making a route signal to the people he's left behind for a minute.
But it's a very, very fast descent here. As you can see, the road's very, very wide, so it's very difficult for a group behind to actually gain a lot of ground on him.
I just see he's on a black bike here with the Look name on. He's been riding a sort of yellowish coloured bike before. I presume they've both gone on to very much lightweight carbon fibre and extreme light bikes for the climbs today. I haven't noticed that one before that he's on.
No, you're right, Dave. Normally all the bikes of the Onta team are always all the same colour, yellow or pink, depending on whether in the Tour of Italy or in Tour de France. But normally, whether it be carbon or composite, or whether it be titanium, aluminium or steel, normally all the bikes are always the same colour.
12 seconds, Jalabert, but look at this. Brochard, who won the stage yesterday, who got to puncture at the bottom of the climb, is now struggling back here, and he's over 8 minutes down, so he's lost a lot of time today. He was 10th on general classification at 4 minutes and 4 seconds. I think all you have to do now is ride for that polka dot jersey, but the gap at the start of today on the jersey had 110 points to start the day ahead of Ronk with 100. Ronk had 100 points and he had 110, so I think somehow that Ronk could take the polka dot jersey off Brochard.
There's Pascal Hervey in there as well with Laurent Brochard. Pascal Hervey and Brochard, two of the heroes of yesterday's stage.
And I saw Breukink as well. He survived with this one, so he's putting quite a useful ride, isn't he, for a man who's supposed to retire from things like the Tour de France.
Well, he actually had basically retired before coming into the Tour, but of course Johan Brunel, one of the riders from the Rabobank team, was injured and couldn't make it, so he's called in the last minute to ride a Tour. So he's very relaxed in the Tour all right this year, but the Tour de France is so demanding now. You can just see him down here. You might get to just see Jalabert getting down the bottom of this hill and going straight into the final climb.
They're going down here at some 50 miles an hour, these riders. Absolutely mind-blowing, isn't it?
I'd say close to even 55 mile an hour, Dave. I'd say they'll be going on, I'd say, almost 100 kilometers an hour. The gear they're pedaling there is 53.11, Dave, so you can see the way they're pedaling. They are going very fast. I will see the yellow jersey here not struggling, but he's limiting as well on the front group.
Stephen, surely with 3 Benestos here, including Alano, who started this morning out on general classification in 3rd spot, that's helping the yellow jersey. The Benestos have got to work, and he's very sensible sitting on their train, isn't he?
Well, the other riders know that if the yellow jersey is having difficulty on the other climbs, in the final climb it's even more difficult. And they know also that in the time trial, Vasseur will be way behind Orano anyway.
Jalabert is doing what he does best of all. At these lone breaks or going with a small group, it strikes me always with Jalabert that when he's confident, when he's comfortable, I don't look upon him as a winner of the Tour de France, but he's quite capable of doing something exceptional. He is a very brilliantly talented rider who's consistent to me, but isn't quite right at the very top, is he? And this is exactly what he should be doing, looking for an opportunity, trying to go away, and once he gets the bit between his teeth, he's usually psychologically able to lift himself.
He is, but I think at the moment he's actually frustrated with himself, because normally by this stage in the Tour he'll have won a Tour or won a stage, or he'll have done something exceptional, whereas for the moment all he's done is followed the wheels, and he'd one chance he had up in Plumelec, back in the 2nd or 3rd day. He had a chance of winning the stage. He was there. Everyone thought he was going to just pounce on the pedals and ride away and win the sprint, but what did he do? He didn't do anything. He hadn't got the legs. Then we thought on the mountain he was going to do something, and he didn't do it. So I think at the moment he's kind of got his backside between 2 chairs at the moment. He's kind of saying, well, I can't win the sprints. In the mountains I'm limited, so try and do it somewhere else. So he's this is what he's doing at the moment.
I like that, backside between two, sir. I've never heard that before. Did you make it up, or you heard it somewhere else? That's a nice little term. Well, this little group don't seem to be too bothered at the moment. They're obviously, as Lucas come back, and he's going straight past this little lot now, right up to the front. Camazin's come back as well, and it looks like they're regrouping, and it could be not long before Olano and the yellow jersey also come back to this pack.
Yes, but it do happen to get back onto this group, Dave. Once they hit this final, this isn't even the final hill, the second last hill, because there's still 2 climbs to come. Here we have the Vassar now relaying with Orlando. A very nice kind of fair play sight to see on our screens here, Dave.
And US Postal staying still in there at the moment. That's rather interesting that they're prepared to get stuck in. That's Jean-Cyril Robin, who's quite useful in the mountains, and he's there with this group, and they really are riding themselves out, flat out. Their legs are actually flying around here, aren't they?
They are, Dave, and anybody that knows anything about cycling here is 53.11 is a very, very big gear. With 35 seconds now, Jalabert back to the group of Virenque and Ulrich. The fact that they're actually easing off a bit now, this group here might get back on again. But unfortunately, but they'll have to think about not giving it everything on this descent here, because when they get to the bottom, I keep repeating myself, but when they get to the bottom of the descent, there's a very small roundabout where they cut across the roundabout and straight into this like a stone wall. So they give it everything they have going down. They will not have recuperated sufficiently enough to be able to sustain the attacks, which I'm sure are going to come on the foot of the final hill.
Well, has Jalabert burned himself out on the descent? Will he have the strength to climb that next climb? Because it's not the last one either, because once they've gone up that climb, when he hits Canilo at the bottom, you'll see it come up on your screens, I'm sure, the little name of the town. They then turn, it's 1,550 metres above sea level, Canilo. And the top of the Col d'Ordino is 1,990 metres, so he's got 440 metres of climbing. That's about 1,500 feet, and all of that in a short, sharp 10 kilometres of climbing, and then down the other side. So it really is a roller coaster ride for these chaps, but there's no free tickets being given out. This is not Blackpool, no Kiss Me Quick Hats, no rides on the donkeys. This is the Tour de France.
Luca now has gotten back on. Look at the teamwork he's doing. He was dropped on the final hill after doing an incredible amount of work going up the other hill. Now he's getting back in here again. Now he came straight to the front, didn't take time to recuperate, and here he is drilling down this here now. What he's doing here now actually is he's trying to maintain the gap between themselves and the group Orlando.
So with Jalabert up in front and the 3 riders from Festina bringing down this group, they know they've distanced the yellow jersey, they know they've put out the back door Olano. The race heading down to the bottom of this drop off the Port in Valera. They'll then hit the bottom and go up for the next climb. We're going to take a short break. Sit on your seats. More action coming up.
Back to the Tour de France with
Astra, the satellite system.
What a race we've got on our hands today as the yellow jersey group, you can see at the bottom right hand side of your screen, 35 seconds down the top of the climb, have come down like an absolute proverbial off the shovel to try and catch up with the what was 11 men originally, now about 14 men chasing after this man Laurent Jalabert. So Jalabert in the lead right now, then a group containing Ulrich and Virenque together with Duffield and Loca of the Festina team, but they're losing a bit of ground now on the furious chase of the yellow jersey group, which is being led by the Benestos, and they might well come together before we set on this penultimate climb, which really I think will start to sort things out.
Oh,
there's our major group.
Just telling you about the change in gear, Dave.
Yes. And look at them coming up 2 behind. It looks like the yellow jersey group's back on, Stephen.
Yeah, looks to the
they're back on, and they've hit the hill.
Yeah.
So how many going to come across? No, it's gone again, look.
Yeah. What'll happen now, Dave, is they will just accelerate again, and the strongest will survive. But the boys that have gone down the descent like crazy men, they will not have recovered sufficient enough to hold on. The road now, you see it goes around here, Dave. It'll go round the corner here, and back on itself again. It'll go round and round and round all the way up, with the top of the climb getting very, very steeper.
So Jalabert on the way up that climb, he can look down there and see the rest of the field strung out now. Something like about 35 riders could be coming together. Yes, he's just done that. He's looked back down there.
At least now what he's doing now, he's gaining some sliding room, or sliding space as we call it, because what will happen is that the riders behind, like the teammates of behind, could be making it very, very hard for Ulrich and for Rees. So the main kind of attack will be done down the bottom, and they will catch up. Here's the group splitting again. You see that the group of Orlano and Vassar, the yellow jersey, were just got back on, and straight away it snapped again because they hadn't got the time to recover before Defo here accelerated again. There's Rees Scott in front, Dave. Rees is just here on the right hand side of the screen.
Is that early the casino rider's come across there? Because he was in that group originally.
It is, Dave.
He must have come up from the back group, got onto this one, and he survived.
He did, yeah. We see the sign here for 8 kilometers to the finish. This is a very, very hard climb, but it's still not the hardest climb, Dave. As I see young Francois Simon here getting dropped. But the climb here is very difficult. But then you go down into the town again, and you go a sharp right up another 10 kilometer, very, very hard climb. So today is by no means over. There's still an awful lot of fighting to be done. I will see Vassar here now riding on the front with Abraham Orlano on his wheel. I'm sure himself must be feeling very, very proud because himself being a normally known climber, having a next world champion and a potential true winner on his wheel.
You're watching it live on Eurosport this afternoon. The struggles, each man fighting his own personal battle against fatigue, against his legs seizing, and now Orlano trying to go across here, and that's interesting. We also got Doyua here from the La Mutuelle de Seine-et-Marne. We never thought they'd last very much, that team, but at least one man is doing what he can to go with this group. Every man here riding against himself, controlling and trying to just hold on, hang on, look up there. You can see Cedric Vasseur now. Who would have thought that this man would be in yellow at this stage of the Tour de France? Certainly his father would not have thought it, but right now he's again doing the ride of his life as Rees moves to the front.
I wonder, Dave, is Rees just kind of bluffing here? In my opinion, it's he recovered very, very fast.
I can't see on my colour my screen. Is this yellow where they're pulling back?
Yeah, he's only some 50 metres ahead of the group. But Rees now is actually coming to the front. It totally surprises me, Dave.
You think he's bluffing or just
well, he may be
coming
bluffing
back again? Because he had that food, didn't he? Like Kino said in that article in the special. Oh, what's happened now? He slowed right down. I saw him fiddling with his Velcro straps about 10 kilometers ago. I wonder if he's having trouble with his cleats or his Velcro straps on his shoes, or in the heat. What happens with these shoes, Stephen? Because in the old days when you had leather shoes, leather soles, leather tops with holes, and you could pour water on and you could soften them as such. But these shoes with their very hard plastic soles, their nylon mesh tops them, and this Velcro, do your feet swell inside? Do you get any pain?
Well, they have all these orthopedic special soles now, which they put on their shoes. So normally that shouldn't be a problem, but I've seen him myself a few times putting his hand down to his left foot. So maybe there's something wrong. But we see here Ulrich and Rees here at the front. Are the two of them just kind of using this as a tactic to actually kind of slow down the group and say, okay, lads, we're here, you know? But maybe they're not actually feeling as good as they're making out to be. After all, Ulrich now is actually leader on the road now that Vasseur is behind him again. I said Ulrich was a yellow jersey, but he's 13 seconds only behind Vasseur. Vasseur's only like some 20 meters behind, so he's not yet yellow jersey.
Well, there they are. The regathering together of both the group. It looks like yellow jersey might be getting on any moment now. And here he is climbing up with one of the Festina riders, and they've been doing a wonderful job again today. And this is Johan Luca, who's been really driving hard. And this big group is forming at the front, and off the front goes, is that Robert? No, it isn't. Mutual saying it's Jojo, isn't it?
Dojo.
Yeah, Dojo. How do you pronounce it?
Dojo. He's made a great run.
Look at the state that Jalabert is in.
Yeah, he's blown completely. But Vasseur is doing a great ride here. But the fact that Vasseur is getting back on here, with no disrespect to the effort he's doing, I think it's because the front group is actually slowing down. They have Dojo going off the front here. So Dojo, you may not remember him, but about 3 years ago, he had a great Tour de France, and all of a sudden he was gone. He had a lot of injuries and medical problems, what have you, and he was gone. And he's come back again this year to the Saint-Étienne team. The Saint-Étienne team were there's Blanc going, Dave, it's Blanc, I think, is it? Behind with Ulrich on his wheel.
He's rocking, that's him.
Or the Duffield that's gone with Casagrande, Ulrich and behind on the wheel. And Pantani then is bringing up the group.
This is changing as we comment on one particular part of the action. Suddenly, so we thought when Jalabert rocketed off that perhaps he was going to get away from the group while they were looking at each other. But look at this on his face. This is a man in trouble, and he's fighting his own personal battle. One day they're going to put that fork. It'll make his eyes water.
No, but Jalabert is very strange though, Dave, because he has the same problem in two of the classics this year. I think it was the Tour de Flanders and in Liège-Bastogne-Liège. He was very prominent for a long time during the events. Then all of a sudden they finally got a hunger knock or got weak and just couldn't go any further. The very same thing has happened to him today. The hike is going, Dave, with Ulrich on his wheel. Reed is having difficulty at the moment, Dave. We have Casagrande there, but Reed is back there in 1, 2, 4, 6th place back. We have Jan Rees. I think the best thing is Festinus have actually recognised that Rees is actually bluffing earlier on, and he may be able to get rid of him. So the next few kilometres now of this hill is going to be very, very important.
We saw in the background the Danish flag. I know that Eurosport in English is listened to by a large number of Danish people there. Welcome to Eurosport if you've stuck with us during the day. Thanks for your company up there in Denmark, and I'm sure you'll be saddened as much as we are to see the Grand Champion struggling on this particular occasion, but it's all not over yet. This is only stage 10 of the Tour de France, and we're going to go right on until Sunday week in the Champs-Élysées. And people go through bad patches, have bad days, and come good towards the end. And Rees is still sat in that little group. He's fighting his own personal battle against fatigue or whatever it might be that's not helping him on his way through. And Vasseur here again fighting his own personal battle to try and keep that yellow jersey on his shoulder. Just 13 slender seconds separating him from Jan Ulrich of the German Telecom team, who looks so confident at the moment. But Stephen, in the Tour of Switzerland, I saw Ulrich confident in the early part of the race. He took a stage so easy you thought he was going to coast the Tour, and in the next day or day after, he was struggling up the climb, and Rees went to him, looked at him, and just rode straight away from him. And Angleluto, who I would say is not normally in the class of Ulrich, could stay with him. So, you know, although you can have good days, you can certainly have bad ones too, can't you?
Well, the idea in the Tour de France, or the best thing in the Tour de France, is not to have any really bad days, or the bad day you do have, you kind of wish to have it on a flat day so you don't lose too much time. But having a bad day on a day like this can be deadly. You can lose an awful lot of time. But the race is a long way from over yet. There's still this climb to finish off. There's still one more very hard climb up to the finish, and then of course we still have the Alps to come, Dave. So even if someone loses a bit of time today, it's not totally over for them.
12 seconds then for this man on the front. Jean-Philippe Doyer comes from Elbeuf, a rider who we say is his third participation in the Tour de France. 7 times he's been a professional. 7 years he's been professional. He came through RMO, Festina, Gan and Akai. He was 5th in the Championship of France in 1992, 2nd in the Tour de l'Avenir in 1992. He won the Tour of Luxembourg way back in, what, 92, and the Tour of the Côte Picardy. So he had an early start to his career in 1992, and remember, he was one of the best placed French. He faced 15th, the best placed French rider in 1993 in the Tour de France. That year he was also 4th in the Dauphiné Libéré, and the following year he's 10th in 1994 when he's riding for the GAN team. So he's had a bad patch, he's come back good now, and a lot of riders won't recognise this about how good he has been in the past, Stephen.
Well, he had a bit of trouble, unfortunately, over the last 2 years, and he hasn't been at his best. He was actually inconsistent in any race. Nobody ever saw him even, you know. But it's great to see him coming back again now, because it's nice to see a rider like this, the style he has in the mountains, because that's where his strong point is, in the mountains. So it's great to see him out here today on, in my opinion, the hardest stage in the mountains in the Tour de France, and being off the front with only some 20 kilometres to go.
Well, he was 3rd in the World Amateur Championship way back in 1990, and here he is now doing a great ride some 7 years later. With a name like D-O-J-W-A, Joshua, would that be of probably a Polish background, do you think, Stephen? I'm not very familiar with the French name.
Sounds like it, all right. It's not an Irish name, and I wouldn't say it's a French name either.
It isn't MacDo,
No, but it's difficult to know, but I'd say it could be something like a Czech or a Polish name, all right.
Right. By the Mercatone Uno riders of Zeberg and Pantani. The yellow jersey has some 20 seconds behind this little group there, which contains Bjorn Ries, who's happily sitting in on the wheels at the moment. But our leader out in front is the man from the Saint Mutuel.
Very strange, Dave, because Virenque and Duffield have just disappeared from the top 10 riders, Dave. I wonder how something happened to them. Nothing has come across on the radio as yet, but they've been very, very strong all through. And now all of a sudden you have the Berg in the front of Pontani. We see Ries in there, we see Ulrich in there, and we don't see any of the Festinas there at all.
Nice picture in the background there of a bicycle made out of goodness knows what. It's certainly not ice cream cones, because they've melted in the sun now. 25 seconds then between Doha and the first group. Oh, it's people! That is something I've never seen before on the Tour de France, Steve. Isn't that marvellous? Come on, all you people back home in Great Britain, wave to them. Come on, let's wave. They're waving. Oh, they're off now. The saddle's broken.
The bike is falling apart, Dave. Huh?
Oh, that happens to me too.
I'm sure some of those riders in the climb are falling apart as well. But I'm just a little bit worried, a little bit concerned now as to where the Festina riders have gone to. Knowing the two riders with Duffield and Virenque, I would hardly think they did too much too early. But there they are now. You're sitting there on the screens. I'm happy to see them back there again. But I'm a little surprised they've gone so far back. Like they're staying side by side. But I wouldn't have kind of imagined to have them so far back at this time. We just saw in the corner of our screen there, we saw Orlano.
You've seen the ones there, 131, 121, they are the team leaders. That's 121 is Luttenberger at the moment. 131 is Ellie from the Casino squad. We briefly saw the rider from the Benesto squad is coming up now. Alano again with one on his back. All the number ones are given to the team leaders, the people they think would finish best of all in the Tour de France. Isn't 51 the lucky number? Is that or 52? Which is the lucky number?
51 is the one that the likes of Hino, Anquetil, and a number of riders have won. And actually, when I won the Tour in '87, I had number 21, and Delgado had 51. So when Delgado got the jersey off me and out the way, people thought, well, he has number 51, he has the yellow jersey. With all the mountains to come, well, he has to win it again. So, but fortunately for myself, I was going to change things that year, and number 21 won the Tour in '87.
Well, this man here has got 98 on his back because nobody expected him to be wearing yellow and being so far up at the front of the race so far. He soldiered on magnificently, and you can see ahead the grandeur of the Pyrenees. This part of the Pyrenees, by the way, is much more rolling mountains. I noticed last night when we drove over from the finish, we went from Loudenvielle over the top of the mountains, across some unmade roads, or at least they've been dug to death by the Spanish equivalent of the Irish navvies. They've been out there relaying the roads Stephen. I tell you, you like rallying. We came down this climb with zigzag bends all the way down. They cut up most of the road. They'd taken the surface off the top, and it was just like driving down a rally stage covered with that. So we're now in the Pyrenees, a more mouldy parts of the mountains, not the craggy stuff we saw the other day. And this man here is riding, really, to me, I love to see, by the way, Stephen, people like this who come back, third in the amateur championship, 1997 years ago, has his problems, comes back, and suddenly catches a few people. He looks very comfortable indeed, and I have to take my hat off to him, because I said when they put in La Mutuelle de Seine-et-Marne in the Tour de France was taking a risk, putting in a small team from the second division, but this man is giving us something to really say well done to the team, eh?
Well, he is, Dave, because I remember even, only yesterday or the day before yesterday, speaking to a certain commentator who had a Seine-et-Marne portfolio, and he was saying, well, I might not as well have gotten this folder because the Seine-et-Marne haven't done anything. So there you are, Dave.
I stuck it in my bag here.
Oh, it was you, Dave, wasn't it?
It was me. And I've actually passed the information up to our French commentators here, because they hadn't got this folder with you. I picked it up in the press room, because La Seine Mutuelle, I have to admit, Stephen, because they're not in the top 30, I didn't write to them to ask for information on their team at the early part of this year. Fortunately, they put it in the press room, and now I've been handing the papers backwards and forwards, and here we are. This man is going well. I knew of Gordon Fraser, of course, because he rode with the Motorola team, but he's out the race yesterday. He was outside the time limit, but that young man in the front, I remember when he was 15th in the Tour de France in Revelation, but he was the only one I knew by name out of the whole of the team, apart from, of course, from Gordon Fraser.
Well, actually, Dojo remembers me as well from that Tour de France, because he was actually lying 13th the morning at the last time trial, and I beat him by something like 2 or 3 seconds. So I finished 13th overall on the Tour. Somebody else finished 14th at 2 seconds, I think it was, and Dojo finished 15th at something like 5 seconds to myself. So he remembers me as well.
He doesn't look like the ideal time trialist by his build, though. He's sort of very thin legs, and his actual from his knees down. Most of these big mountain climbers, these specialist chaps, they're quite small. They have enormous thigh muscles and very thin, scraggy legs from the knees downwards, with very little muscle there. But I think it must be the thighs and the tops of the knees that push the pedals round, and they have chest, like a marathon runner, and spinning little arms. They've specially produced these mountain climbers. We're looking at one now here, Pantano, who's taken his hat off now to get a bit of a suntan on his shaven head. But certainly today, if he stays here, I put him down to be #1 at the end of the stage today. That is a kiss of death, but I'll keep my fingers crossed for him. They're stringing along now. Still one man in the lead at the moment from the La Mutuelle de Seine-et-Marne, which is Jean-Philippe Doyois, and they might well catch him before we start the final climb of the day. On this 10th stage of the Tour de France, 252 kilometres. That's a massive 155 miles. Still a brave effort by this man in the yellow jersey to stay in contention with the people. Let me give you a quick rundown on the overall classification and what we've had in the way of results so far today. We set off this morning with Vassar. We just saw him on our screens in yellow jersey by 13 seconds from Jan Ulrich of the Telecom team. In third spot, Abramelano has been fighting his way back into leading groups over the last hour or so. He was 1:14 this morning on the yellow jersey. So the yellow jersey now is at 35 seconds on the main group, and we've now got one man some 12 seconds, no more than that, I think about 30 seconds down the road in front. But nevertheless, he looks like he could well lose his jersey today, but what a gallant fight he's put up to be in there battling with Alado, who's fought his way back in the leading group. In fourth spot this morning was Bjørn Riis of Denmark, the Telecom rider, at 1 minute 43 seconds. 1 minute 30 seconds going up towards the top of this climb on the Col des Naux for our leader here. 224 kilometres covered at the top of this climb, and at the end they've got 252 to cover, so he's got a bit of a way to go to win this stage today. Then running down the general classification, watch this man concentrating on trying to get the mountain climb at the top here. Veronk is 5th, 1:43. Escartin from the Calme Casablanca Eurosport team is in 6th spot at 2 minutes and 14 seconds. Oscar Camazin from MAP Alpe, the Swiss rider, is in 7th spot at 2 minutes and 27 seconds. From the Festina squad, the 8th place man is Laurent Duffield, as he goes over the top of the climb now, having covered so far in the race 224 kilometres, and there's just some 30 or 28 kilometres to go to the end of the race. And who will be there in the top 10 spots? Because behind Duffield in 8th is Nardello, the Italian to the Mappe squad, 3:49. Laurent Brochard in 10th spot is certainly going to lose that one. He was 4 minutes and 4 seconds down this morning. The Festina rider from France is now way back in the group. The last time check we had, he was well over 8 minutes down. It's going to be another day when the general classification is going to be shuffled and there are big changes coming. And at the moment, the yellow jersey, Vasseur, is certainly going to lose that. But the question is, who will take the yellow jersey? Will it be Ulrich, who started that this morning, 13 seconds behind him? Will it be Veronk, who was 1:43 and therefore 1 minute 29 seconds behind Ulrich?
We just saw the Grand Prix de Mountains there, Dave, and we saw behind just going for it, and I think that Pontani actually pipped him on the line, so that might upset behind, because he doesn't really like anybody doing it to him. But of course, I love it.
No, you do. Well, I think Veronk's got to get every point now in the King of the Mountains, because they were looking after Brochard, who punctured on the big long climb up towards the top of the Porte d'Anvillare, and on that occasion, certainly Brochard would have been there, but I think now they start that this morning, Brochard and Veronk, with just 10 points separating them. Ulrich was back in 3rd spot with 66 points, not really contesting the King of the Mountains, so now Veronk could be going in the polka dot jersey, so no wonder he was trying to get the extra point. He wouldn't like Pantani beating him, not so much because just Pantani beat him, but because he wanted the points for the King of the Mountains competition. But the big thing is, if Veronk plays his cards right and can stay up there and knock a minute and a half out of Ulrich on the final climb, which is possible for a great climber, he could take yellow as well. Or do you think Ulrich's so strong?
Well, at the moment, looking at Ulrich, I think he hasn't shown any signs at all of getting any weaker, and he seems to be able to match Veronk pedal for pedal. So I just wonder now, like, Vasseur is more than likely going to lose his jersey today. Ulrich is going to put on his back unless something drastic happens in the final. I wonder, will Ulrich have a go, or will he be afraid and say that if I have a go, I'll blow completely out of the whole show? Bjorn Ries, who does not seem to be in great form today, seemed to have had a problem with a hunger knock earlier on there. So Ulrich is in a situation at the moment, I think, where he's very undecided what he should or should not do. But I would love to see Ulrich attacking, because so far we've seen him defending. He defends so well, so calm and so calculated. I think it'd be great to see him having a go. Bjork now is calling his call a team car, or Dufo, is it? Sorry, Dufo. Dufo is calling his team car for a bottle, probably. I think that's Pascalino there, is it, David? You can see on our screen now, just kind of stretching his legs, just kind of relaxing them a little bit on the descent before they hit the final climb.
Well, I've just got confirmation of the time gap at the top of the climb of the Col d'Ordino, and it was 1 minute 35 seconds back to the yellow jersey, and the man who went over first spot was Doiwa of the La Mutuelle de Saint-Étienne. He was followed over by the battle for the second spot on the line, and it went to Pantani. You're quite right, Pantani, Stephen, got past Veronk, so Pantani was second, Veronk was third. Behind them, it was Ulrich in 4th spot. Casagrande was 5th, Jimenez was 6th, and the rest coming just shortly after that. So 1:35 back to the yellow jersey, who no doubt on the gap, on the drop down here, will close that gap, but he really is putting up a magnificent fight, and he can go to bed tonight, Steve, I'm sure, confident that he gave his all, not only yesterday to keep the yellow jersey by 13 seconds, but he did not miss a beat today. To think we could see him riding with Olano with such guts and determination, who would have thought at the start of the Tour de France?
Well, I say we get back on again, as you see the team cars here coming past them, it will hinder them on some places, but it'll actually help them on other places. The reason the team cars are coming through is because when we get down the bottom of this hill, we go to the town of Andorra, and we turn sharp right up this final hill. So if the cars don't go past now, it'll be very difficult for them to get past on the final climb. So this will help us there get back on. But I think though he's using a lot of energy here to get back on the descent. So when he does eventually reach, he goes very wide there, and he does eventually get back on to the group at the end of the hill, he'll be starting the final climb straight away and may not have enough time to recuperate. But even still, he's putting in a great, courageous ride here today.
And still, our leader then, Jaiwa, heads the pack.
Jean-Philippe Dojeva en tête pour l'instant avec
So this is our leader then, still going strong at the front, Jaiwa.
It's a very, very fast descent, Dave. You can see here the corners are very switchback.
22 secondes d'avance désormais. Alors, rectification 5.
On this then stage, Luchon to Andorra, Arcalis. The leader has a lead of 50 seconds, and Camazin's hand's gone up. I think he might have punctured. He's fought his way back to that leading group. He was struggling on the other side of both the big climbs. He's come back on the descents right now, but his hand's gone up. In fact, he can't have punctured the way he's throwing his bike about. Surely, Stephen, he'd be on his ear if that was so.
Yes, I'm sure he's possibly going back to get a bottle, but he's taking a risk because this group now is getting very, very long. You can see the front of it here. It's already 100 yards ahead of him, so he's taking a risk of the group splitting on the set, him getting left behind. But if he's very thirsty, he must do it. But this group now is 50 seconds back on Dojo, and the yellow jersey is back 130 back, which is about 40 seconds back from Ulrich. We've just heard coming over our microphone, over our earphones at the moment, that the commissaire has just told the director sportives that they can actually feed the riders until 10th kilometres to the finish, which means that they should not, there's no reason for them to actually be in a push at the moment to get the bottle, because what I was forgetting about, Dave, was that normally the feed stops at 20k to go. So I suppose Camazin is possibly going back thinking, well, I'm 20k to go now, I better get a bottle now because I'll not get it later on. So the commissaire has actually shortened the time and said, okay, you can get it now because of the danger in the descent and because of the hardness of the stage today. We'll authorise feeding up to 10 kilometres to go.
That has been the problem, Steve. Ever since he went over the top of the climb after 200 kilometres, straight down the drop 14 kilometres, straight up 10 kilometres, straight down 10 kilometres, and then the final 20 kilometres, up and down and up and down. And so the team cars had great difficulty coming to them. There's confirmation then of Doyo, Pantani and Varank, which I read out for you. The interesting thing, though, when you say now they've changed the rule, you can go in the last 10 kilometres, it's a 20-kilometre climb with the team cars coming up on the steady grind up towards the top. As we look then at the confirmation that Brochard has lost his Kingdom Mountains journeys to Jersey to Varank, there's no way he can get it back because he certainly won't get back up for the final climb of the day, which is a oak category climb. Won't the cars be slightly in the way and the fumes belching out and trying to come through at a time when the riders are settling for that climb?
Well, the riders that are in front won't actually be hindered by it at all. So I think the idea is that it's only, I think the last climb actually is only about 10 kilometres up to the finish. But from the bottom of this climb to the foot of the next climb, there's about a kilometre to a flat. So it's actually on our map here, Dave. It actually goes up. It's actually more of a false flat and wide roads. So I'd say what they're actually doing is authorising the feed to the foot of the final climb. And the foot of the final climb, what I mean is, we come into the town here, the road opens for a bit, it falls flat up for a little bit, then you have your very sharp turn right up a very small road. So I'd say that's roughly about 10 kilometres to the finish, and they have authorised the feeding until then.
Well, he's now some 50 seconds clear of the group you see on your screen, that first group which contains most of the top men searching for honours in this Tour de France. Let me give you a rundown whilst they're going down this hill on what is mountain. What's happened since we started out on stage 10 of the Tour de France, from Luchon to Andorra, Arcalis, 252 kilometres. That's 155 miles indeed. The first of the sprints today at Fronsac was taken by Zabel. Zabel ahead of Gouvenou, and that was just after 18 kilometres. We then went up the Col des Ars, and that particular climb after 27 kilometres at the Col des Ars was won by Brochard. Veronk was second, Pascal Haab was in third spot. It really was just a ceremonial sprint and a ceremonial where they went across, because the bunch were all together. The reason was that as we went towards the Col de Porte d'Aspe, it became clear for all to see, because we went through after 45 kilometres the monument to Fabio Casatelli, the Olympic champion from 1992, who unfortunately had a serious accident and died when he thumped into a concrete post in the Tour de France in 1994. And all the riders came together and slowed down at that point before we went up the Col de Porte d'Aspe, when at the top again Brochard took it for Veronk. A sprint at Échelle went to Zabel from Forniciari, and by the time we went to the Col de Porte, the race had started to warm up, but still Brochard went over in first place ahead of Veronk. Then over the Porte d'Envaleur, another big climb. Veronk and Duffield really started to split the... Absolutely tremendous performance by Cedric Vasseur of the GAN team. The man in the yellow jersey is fighting his way back to the group here, although Daewoo is down the road, having gone on the lone break and established a lead of nearly 1 minute on most of the favourites. Look at him coming back now. He really is riding himself absolutely superbly. He's controlling his effort. He's had to fight his way back all the way through since he got dropped on the big climb up towards the Souvenir Arnaud de Grange on the Porte d'Envaleur. And here he comes back then in towards that group. What a tremendous fight. But we're going to come up shortly towards a big climb towards the finish of the stage today. This stage 10 of the Tour de France, from Luchon to Andorra Arcalis. If he gets back on again, they will all raise the roof and cheer him, but somehow I think once they start to explode on the way up the final climb, he'll be grovelling yet again. But this man who yesterday triumphed, he rode himself into the ground to still hold that yellow jersey by a slender 13 seconds on Ulrich. He's now coming back to the main people who'd like to take it off him. It's been a wonderful performance. A man who came to this race just as a domestic to support the efforts of the GAN team. Moncassin in the sprints, or Bourbon in overall honours, and he's now back on the main pack. Well, that is absolutely superb. We're joined here in the commentary point by Pat McQuaid. We're going to have a quick chat to him as this man is out in the lead, Pat, before the whole thing blows apart the scene. You've been a past commentator for Irish television on the Tour de France when Stephen Roche alongside me and Sean Kelly were riding, and now as the president of the Irish Federation, you're very much involved in taking the Tour de France into Dublin next year. First of all, how do you think the Irish public are going to take to this sport descending on their own doorstep in Dublin?
Oh, I've no doubts that the Irish public will warm the Tour de France greatly, and they'll give it a terrific reception. I mean, they've had the Nissan Classic, they've had the world's best pros over in Ireland before, and they always give them a warm reception. They know a lot about the Tour de France, follow it closely, and I've no doubt it'll be one of the biggest events ever to take place in Ireland.
What sort of support are you getting from local industry, government and everything else to set it up? Because Ireland, whilst it's a big country, you're a small population, aren't you, Pat? And you've got to get cooperation from many, many people. What sort of support are you getting?
We're getting absolutely magnificent support right from the very top down, from the highest levels of government right down to local government and even small towns and villages, the local committees of small towns, right throughout the whole spectrum of local authority and support and administration. We're getting the support we need, and whatever is required by the Tour de France when it comes to Ireland next year will be delivered, and will be delivered, you know, more than tenfold.
Pat, I believe you had certain people out from Ireland coming out on the Tour de France. What you're trying to do with these people coming out?
Yeah, we've had an exercise on this year's Tour de France, a very important exercise in relation to the Tour de France in Ireland next year, where every couple of days we had a group of visiting local authority personnel and police personnel, and these are the people who will be actively involved in organising and ensuring that the facilities and the structure required by the Tour de France will be in place for the Tour de France when it comes to Ireland. And really, as you well know, this thing is such a big event and such a massive event that to sit across a table with people at local authority level and try and explain to them what is required, they just don't really believe it. But now every one of them has gone home saying now they understand what we've been talking about, they understand what is required, and they have guaranteed that they will do it.
Stephen, you got a question? I mean, you're deputy director, aren't you? You can ask questions as well. You won't get fired, they need you.
What about the Irish roads and everything else? From being here on the Tour this year, we've seen a lot of crashes and everything else on smaller roads. Has there been a certain amount of concern by the officials you've brought over to the Tour this year about the Irish roads? Will they be able to hold up to a peloton of some 200 riders, plus all the personnel, the following cars and press cars and everything else?
Yes, I've no doubts they will. I mean, as you rightly say, in the first week of the Tour there was a lot of problem with crashes, a lot of problem with small roads, and that is by and large because the Tour was using small and the infrastructure of small roads as such, because as you well explained on television last week yourself, July is holiday time in France and they're forced off the main roads. But in actual fact, the roads we are using in Ireland for the most part are quite big new roads. I mean, as you well know yourself, Stephen, the whole road network in Ireland has improved dramatically over the past 10 and 15 years, and we're using quite big roads, albeit that the roads on the Wicklow stage now will be mountain roads as such, and naturally of small enough. But the road, for instance, down on the first half of that stage, a very, very wide road down as far as Arklow on the east coast, and likewise on the stage the following day, the road from Dungarvan right across through Youghal and into Cork is a massive big wide road, so I would have no fears on that score.
Ireland has 4 cars this year in the cavalcade, going ahead of the bunch every day. What is the reaction from the French public or the people on the side of the road to having the Tour de France in Ireland next year, and the brochures that have been distributed by these cars?
The reaction has been absolutely tremendous. I mean, there's a great warmth in France for Ireland, there's no doubt about it, and that's coming through from the public on the roadside. I mean, as you say, the caravan cars are going ahead and giving out brochures, telling people about Ireland, giving them Minitel numbers and helpline phone numbers in order that they can make contact with the Irish tourist authorities and make their way to Ireland. And then we're coming along in these cars later on in the advanced press group, and they're seeing Ireland again, and we're getting comments like nous allons, we are going. I've had people come up to me on the roadside, come up to me in cafes at lunch and so forth and say, can we have some details about going to Ireland? We're going to make a holiday out of it, and we're looking forward very much to doing it. So I've no doubt that there will be a huge influx of people from Europe, France in particular, over to Ireland, not just for the 3 days of the Tour de France in Ireland, but for a week in advance or even a week or so afterwards. So I think it's going to be a tremendous occasion.
Pat, just one there about the travelling backwards and forwards. Presumably you're sort of explaining how to get there, because they've got 2 stretches of water to go. I mean, some people will fly, but getting the entourage of the Tour de France with so many vehicles across the Channel into England and across over to Ireland must be a monumental job. Are you involved in that, or just getting people back out of Ireland into France?
Well, we're involved in it in that the whole operation's been done by Stena Lines from Cork over to Roscoff, but also Stena Line will be bringing in the advanced vehicles in advance of the race. Now, they come in the previous week at their leisure, so they can come in on many of the Stena Line boats that are travelling through both from France to England and then from England or Wales across to Ireland. But then the big operation is from Cork to Roscoff, when 3 massive big ships will be transporting the 1,500 vehicles from Cork to Roscoff overnight. And when I say 1,500 vehicles, if you put them end to end, bumpers touching, you're looking at 4.5 kilometres of traffic.
Massive. Now then, Pat, earlier on before we're going to have a short break coming up now in 10 seconds, but I'd just like to have one more little chat with you after this break we've got coming up on one particular point. In fact, it's just what we call a cue point. We'll wait for this and then we'll start again.
The Tour de France with
Licha Pilsner.
Well, I've got with me Pat McQuaid, who is head of the organising body in the Tour de France for Dublin, and it looks like an attack has gone off on the yellow jersey here. He's got about 12 kilometres to go. He's fought his way back, and suddenly he said, look, I'm going to go down with all guns firing. This is phenomenal. This is what makes the ordinary public say this cycle racing game is something unique, and off he goes down the road, absolutely tremendously. He's fought his way back. We all thought he was grovelling on his knees, and as soon as they got the climb, he'd be blasted out, because in about 3 kilometres from now, it really gets tough, but he's doing a great ride, Stephen, isn't he?
This is what we call panache, Dave. It's a panache you don't drink. It's something you actually, only certain kind of rider has this kind of capacity to be able to do this kind of a ride. He's been fighting his way back on all day. He's gotten back on 3 or 4 occasions. He's gotten dropped on 3 or 4 more occasions. Now he's got back onto the group. He took a couple of kilometres to recover, and now he's attacked again. He's caught them all by surprise. There's still this very big climb to come, and I'm sure there's going to be fireworks. But here we see it again now on our screens, the attack of Vasseur. This is an incredible ride for Vasseur today.
Now, Pat, just a couple of final questions. You've been on the tour in the past looking as a commentator when Stephen and Sean Kelly were riding. What do you think of the tour this year, and how would we build excitement out there in Ireland?
Oh, well, I think it's a tremendous tour, and it's developing into a tremendous tour. I think it was unfortunate the amount of crashes in the first week that knocked some of the favourites out, but we're getting some fantastic racing going into these mountains yesterday and today, and I think it augurs well for the next week. I think it's going to be, it's anybody's race really. It's a very, very open race.
Now, earlier on today, when I started commentating at 9:30, I was looking at a programme that was sent to me by somebody out, I think he lives in Wicklow, of 1953 in the Antostal race. I rode against your father in those days, many years ago, and Shea Elliott was also riding. I remember that very well indeed. In fact, we have a picture I've got going through Enniscorthy, where the stage is starting this year. And from those days on, after Seamus Elliott, we've seen riders going over to race on the continent, the most successful, of course, being Sean Kelly and Stephen Roach. How is Irish cycling? You're the president now of the Irish Cycling Federation. Do you see the tour getting more lads interested? Have you got a young talent coming through? What can we look for in the future?
Well, the tour is a very, very important element in that whole thing that you're saying. It is true, we had a great time during the 80s when Kelly and Roach were at the top, and then obviously after their retiral there was a lull. That lull is now, we're hoping that the Tour de France is going to be the catalyst to a new group emerging in the later 90s and into the year 2000.
We wish you the better luck, Pat McQuaid. Thanks much indeed. We may speak to you before the end of the Tour de France. I'm sure a lot more people who may miss today's programme would like to hear what you've got to say. Do join us again sometime. You're very welcome, Pat. Thanks very much indeed.
Thank you, and I think you've got a wonderful finish to accommodate on here now coming up.
It looks like it, doesn't it?
Leave it alone then, Pat.
It's with bated breath. We're looking for this one too. Thanks, Pat McQuaid, then. And I should, if I say the Irish cycling mafia, I don't mean to be disrespectful, but the family McQuaid have got a great tradition in cycling over the years. I say since I raced against Pat's dad. Even this magazine, which has been published, the official guide to the Tour de France, comes from the McQuaid organisation as well. And is that Camazin going off the front?
Camazin going out the front. That's my headphones are pulling out there, Dave.
I'm trying to get the microphone unknitted here, knit from pearl 2, put 3 together. I think you need to be a crochet expert to undo the cables we've got here. I shall put it on one side of it. It's getting worse as time goes on.
It's very interesting, Dave, to see what's going to happen here. Here you have a situation where you have Johank saying, okay, it's up to Ulrich to ride or Rees to ride, and Rees and Ulrich are saying, well, it's up to Johank to ride. They're obviously afraid. Ulrich and Rees are obviously afraid of Johank for this final climb, which is very, very steep, and vice versa. So with Vasseur in the front, Dave, he might even hold his jersey again today, because at the moment he's actually not only 13 seconds ahead of Ulrich, but he's adding on to it again.
This is something absolutely out the top drawer of cycle racing, which you're watching live on Eurosport. Joga, who launched that attack on the penultimate climb of the day of the climb of Canilo, and it caught a lot of people napping. They didn't realise what talent this young man had got, although despite the fact that way back in 1990 he was third in the World Amateur Championship, went on to have a tremendously successful Tour de France in 93 when he finished 15th overall. He's come back in this race and caught a few people napping, and a nice stepping stone. I don't know if the yellow jersey can get up to him, but my goodness, what a response we had from the yellow jersey to attack on this final climb of the day. 252 kilometres from Luchon to Andorra, Arcalis, and the worst or the best is yet to come.
Well, Vasseur is under some pressure here, but like, it's neither here nor there. He's done an incredible day. He knows, like, on the final climb he's going to suffer even more. He knows the journey is almost gone, so he says, I'm going to go down. If I'm going to go down, I'm going to go down shooting. So he's got about some 35 seconds behind Dojo at the moment. Normally he won't catch him because Dojo being a better climber, but in the meantime everybody back behind him are still looking at each other, and in the meantime this guy here, Cedric Vasseur, is moving away from them.
And another rider here at 10 kilometres to go is off on his own. I missed that in all the chat that was going. I did actually see him out the corner of my eye slide away. So there's a lot of activity with stepping stones up in front, which are going to make it quite interesting for Vasseur, who is suddenly beginning to struggle. He's pouring water all over himself to try and cool down. Is this a sign of a man in desperation straits, or is he just trying to find some way of cooling down in these hot conditions?
Ulrich, Dave. Ulrich attacking.
1:25 to Cameron's according to the calls coming over on the race radio. This group is at 1 minute and 40 seconds. This group you're looking at now, 1 minute 40 seconds on Doya.
That's the first time I've seen Ulrich attacking, Dave. I wonder, is it because Rita said, okay, Ulrich, I'm not feeling the best today, have a go. But the strange thing about it was that he caught out Virenque, and it wasn't Virenque that went after him first of all. So I wonder, is Virenque even having a good day today?
Well, anything's going to happen in this most amazing tour. We've lost the grand champion Indurain, who tried to control things for so often, and lots of other people are having a go now. It's still all up for grabs on this stage 10.
Ulrich is making an awful effort here at the moment now to go after Vasseur, whereas Vasseur is not his real direct rival, because he knows that Vasseur, they will get him in the Alps if they don't get him before. But Casagran on his wheel, Diffo, Bjorn Rees behind him again. So this is very interesting tactics here, but I think this is going to split this group again, Dave.
So Ulrich on the front, starting to drive this one forward now. We've not seen a lot of him attacking of Virenque on the far side. Realise he's got to do something about this.
But Virenque, Dave, is pulling out the line. He's actually getting dropped, Dave. He's getting dropped.
And Ulrich starting to put the pressure on, and Virenque's got to respond now. Virenque then is starting to come now and trying to come up to Ulrich. He recognised now that they're closing up on the three riders up in front, as the yellow jersey, who started today just 13 seconds up on Ulrich, now looks back to see Ulrich come up on his own. We could be watching a man taking the yellow jersey, and he was starting in this race then, having been second in the Tour de France last year, and he had to be in the wheel and in the shadow of Rees to start the Tour this time. But Virenque is coming back at him now. Virenque this morning started in 5th spot, 1 minute 43 seconds down on the yellow jersey, and Ulrich was 1 minute and 30 ahead of him, and Ulrich is now dropping Virenque.
Yeah, David, actually it was Diffo I saw pulling out of line a few minutes ago. But look at Ulrich at the moment. His hands down the bottom of the bars. This reminds me of Indurain. Indurain used to do this all the time on the climbs. Virenque now is gone now. Ulrich is on his own, Dave.
I think it's about 9 kilometres to go to the top of the climb, according to what's coming in on my headphones, as Virenque now starts to try and pull the man back. He may have spent too much energy yesterday dancing around and trying to get points to the King of the Man, and Pantani comes back. This is the man I picked to be the winner today. I didn't put Ulrich down, but I thought Pantani might do it, and 9 kilometres to go. Pantani's got that ability, zap up to the top, and he's coming up now, and he's coming up to Virenque, but ahead of him still lies Ulrich, and still rise the one man out in front, Doya, who's got an extremely good lead on everybody else at the moment.
Pantani now is helping Virenque get back on again. You know, he unwillingly is helping get back on. But Pantani is very capable of going along and getting back Ulrich if he's on his normal form. So far, the Tour this year, since yesterday in the hills anyway, Pantani has not been shown the signs of his old self. But at the same time, as the climbs get on, he gets more and more into it, and he can do more and more damage.
That is fairly typical of Pantani, though, Stephen. Do you remember in the Tour of Italy, must have been 3 or 4 years ago when he first turned pro, he waited until the 2 mountain climbs on a Saturday and Sunday, right at the back end of the Tour of Italy, and surprised everybody by taking both stages, not by a sniff. He just romped away and destroyed the field, didn't he?
He does, but just hope here now, Dave, that Ulrich has not gone too early, because the climb gets very, very steep still again. It's still a hard part to come, so I just hope that Ulrich has not gone too early, because if Virenque can get back onto him, if that's to be the case.
Well, yesterday, Brochard finished in first spot. At 14 seconds was Richard Veronk. At 14 seconds, lightweight Pantani and Jan Ulrich. They came in and really fighting an enormous battle to stay in contention. Vassar came in 20th spot, 2 minutes 57 seconds down. He preserved his yellow jersey by 13 seconds, but today it looks like it's going, but he went down with all guns blazing. But yesterday, Veronk was second, Pantani third, and Ulrich in fourth spot. It's changing now as Doiwa, who's been away since we started the climb at Canilo. He's now about to be reeled in, and he's had his moment of glory out there. He's ridden extremely strongly and very well indeed for the team La Mutuelle de Seine-et-Marne. He certainly waved the flag for the boys in blue and white. And Ulrich comes up to him now.
Look at the speed he goes past him, Dave. Very, very, very impressive. Now we're only in the Pyrenees, Dave. There's still some 10 days left. There's still the Alps to come. Ulrich is putting
1 minute 25 now, the yellow jersey. At 1 minute 15 seconds is a group containing Alano. The call's coming in on our radio. This man is really destroying the field. Can Pantani get up to him, or is Ulrich now going to dominate the race? Here comes Pantani towing up Veronk.
This is suiting Veronk down to the ground. But Veronk never rides with anybody. That's what gets me, Dave. He never rides with anybody. He sits on the wheel.
You mean he should come back with Pantani and help him?
He should help Pantani, but he'll probably find Veronk attacking Pantani towards the top.
Rather than riding with him?
Yeah.
Unbelievable. Now you can just see that satellite spoke to you about. The pirate himself has got his special little saddle with the pirate on it. Well, will the pirate plunder the star on us today? They can see Ulrich in the distance. Dojo are coming back. So they're now riding into second and third places. Pantani, who started the stage yesterday, lying back in 62nd spot at 7 minutes and 17 seconds. And you now watch Rees, who is beginning to struggle. He doesn't look too happy indeed. He's concentrating hard to try and stay in the top half dozen and maybe use his time trialing skills to go forward. Don't forget that Ulrich, on that last time trial stage in the Tour de France last year, won that one and really set the seal on a superb Tour de France by then moving up to second place overall.
Well, Rees is actually dropping the group that he was with, so he still has his option is still open to finish on the podium. Although the way Ulrich is riding here at the moment, it's gonna take someone on a motorbike to catch him actually. But Rees is still fighting in the back. He doesn't seem to have the little bit of zap he had in him last year, but still he's all is not lost yet. He can still finish not too far behind Ulrich.
25 seconds back to Pantani and Veronk coming over the headphones now. 25 seconds back to these two riders.
We haven't seen Vassar yet, Dave. I wonder if Vassar been caught.
He must have been caught and blown. Yes, he has. He's at 1:25. He's been caught. 1:25.
Ulrich doesn't even get out of the saddle, Dave. This is one of the hardest parts of the climb. There he is. Sorry, you heard me talking. But he just so impressive the way he sits back on his saddle and powers away.
But has he gone too soon? Pantani left it very late to come through. He's back there with Veronk, 25 seconds behind Ulrich, who's now riding into the yellow jersey. No doubt about it, with the yellow jersey now 1 minute 25 seconds back. He's going to lose the jersey. Olano is also back in that group at about 1:25. Bjorn Rees has been dropped by Ulrich. So Ulrich is riding into the yellow jersey at the moment. Richard Veronk this morning started 1 minute 30 seconds down on Ulrich. Even if he catches him, he will not take the yellow jersey. He'll go to the young German. This tremendously talented man who's been past amateur champion of the world is now showing in the world's greatest bike race that last year's second place was no fluke. But don't forget, this is only stage 10 of the 1997 Tour de France, and it's a long way to go to the Champs-Élysées on Sunday week.
There's some 6 kilometers left to go. I just hear the Walter Gutterford being interviewed now on French television. Walter Gutterford is driving the team car behind Ulrich at the moment, and he's saying, okay, we told him to have a go. We didn't realize he was going to be make the gap so quick, but once he got the gap, we told him if he got a gap to keep it, so not to look back. He's doing it at the moment, but we just hope that he does not run out of steam before the finish, because climbs can be very, very deceiving.
There is Yellow Jersey slogging his way up the mountain. He's now about 1.5 minutes back on the leader. Full sight of the yellow jersey going off the shoulders of Vasseur, who yesterday really rode himself into oblivion to finish just 13 seconds ahead of Jan Ullrich, who's now looking like he's going to take that jersey off Cedric Vasseur. But Vasseur surprised everybody. He's had that jersey on his shoulders now for what, some 6 days. Who would have thought that when he went to the Tour de France? Who would have thought that Ullrich would have taken the yellow jersey off him on day 10, as it now looks likely? And who would have thought that already Bjorn Ries would have been struggling to stay with his young protege here from the Telecom squad. The German champion then, wearing that champion's jersey of Germany, could get all change and become yellow by the end of the stage today. But it really zigzags up a bit, Stephen. This is a conking climb, and it gets worse, doesn't it? It goes further on up, and these two specialist mountain climbers might still come back at him, because it's still holding at 25 seconds.
It is, but look at Ullrich. He isn't yet 24 years of age. He has an incredible future ahead of him. As we have here, Orlano here struggling also behind. Laurent Defoe is there also, Ries is there.
So Olano's got back to Ries, that's significant. Olano has been struggling to stay with that leading pack. He's yo-yoed off, and Ries had been in the past with Olano, but now has gone ahead of Olano. Now they've caught him back as well, and they've got some 5 kilometres to go, inside 5 kilometres.
See the face on Laurent Defoe there, he's struggling a lot. But Orlano seems to be doing this. He hasn't got a little bit extra to go with the first guys. What he does now behind, and he tries to limit the loss behind. There you have the comparison between the last year's winner here, Bjorn Ries, on the right-hand side of your screen, and Jan Ullrich on the left-hand side of your screen. Last year's second-place rider, after working an awful lot for Ries last year and again this year. There he is now in the front of the Tour, virtual yellow jersey.
The gap back between Ullrich and the chasers, Vironk and Pantani, is 35 seconds. He's certainly riding into yellow jersey. Can he also get the stage victory on this very, very tough day? 252 kilometres, 155 miles from Luchon to Andorra, Arcalis. They started the first half of the race in a rather moderate style. They didn't race to begin with. They went past the monument to Fabio Casatelli, who died in 1992 as a result of a serious accident going off the top of that climb of the Col de Port d'Aspa. They paid their respects then, they started racing, and now, since we've gone to that halfway point, it's been all systems go. And right now you can see that Pantani and Vironk somehow...
Look at Vironk there, if I cut you off here again. Vironk has gone to the front there just for a few yards, and he's already looking around and getting Pantani to come through. We saw Pantani's team directed are coming through. What he was probably saying to him was, don't do all the work, let Vironk do some of the work. Vironk will have no sympathy at you and the finish, and of course we all know that Pantani and Vironk are something similar in time trials, so they're probably going for second or third place on the podium in Paris. So don't bring him along with you now to the finish, let him work a little bit.
And there we have the yellow jersey, and it looks like that one of his teammates had caught up with him at the moment, or is he going straight past? He's looking back, I think it is Simon.
Simon, yeah.
5 kilometres then, through the tunnel goes Ullrich. A very cold part it is to be plunged into this, but it won't take him long to come out. Ali Yaya, it says, well, Jalabert tried to get away on the climb up towards the Port d'Envalira, but sorry, off the top of that, and got caught, and that was it. So in fact, he's way out of contention at the moment. Jalabert having another bad day in the Tour de France.
Well, Vironk and Pantani are only some 35 seconds down on Ullrich at the moment with 5 kilometres to go. They may not be able to come back, but still they're limiting at the moment. This could be the podium in Paris then as well, Dave. Even though we know we have the Alps still to come, these riders are the best in the Tour at the moment. Although I think that Orlano and Ries will still have something up their sleeve in the days to come.
The Orlano and Ries, we must forget, they can punch. I mean, look at Indurain. Indurain should ride with the mountain climbers. Come the time trial, he'd knock 2, 3, 4, 5 minutes out there, wouldn't he? And Ries, don't forget, in the Tour de France, but it went from Huy to Serang, what was that, about 3 years ago. He finished within about 5 seconds of Indurain, and it actually was up on him with a few kilometres to go. And look at that as a sight.
Regardez, c'est lacé. Vous pouvez voir. C'est lacé de cette terrible montée vers Arcalis. Ça n'a pas l'air de décrocher du tout.
The climb up to the finish at the ski station of Arcalis. The crowd out in their thousands as ever. They've been lining the road since the crack of dawn this morning. Some of them came up last night as well. Spare a thought, by the way, as we're watching the victor come up here. We think it could be the victor. They come in toward the finishing area, and you'll see all the paraphernalia of the Tour de France. Just spare a thought, because last night, after we finished the stage, all the big vehicles had to drive something like the 252 kilometres these lads have had to race. And when you drive that far up these roads in a big truck, you can be spending something like 6 to 8 hours driving the truck. Then when you get there through the night, you spend time erecting all the banners, erecting all the rostrums and tribunes and so on. A tremendous job by those people. So these two, Veronk and Pantani, still about 35 seconds down, coming up into the final, what we about just over. He's gone away. It sounds like 50 seconds is the lead now for 50 seconds then for the lead. Rees is now 2 minutes behind Ulrich, who's up there, so really these two are fighting for second and third spot. Well, I got Pantani down to win today, but there we are, 4 kilometres to go. Ulrich is in the lead by some 50 seconds as he heads up towards the finish, right up there in the distance. And I did like to put in that mention then, Stephen, because you've driven the course today, I drove last night, and my mind went out to these chaps who drive these big wagons. They're asleep now in the front of their cabs, because that's what they have to do to get some sleep, to drive on through. And these chaps who never see the race, really, they're building the structures we're sitting in now. They're putting up all the barriers, all the barricades in very difficult circumstances, laying down all the cables, getting all the TV lines connected together, getting all the big trucks in position, getting the satellites beamed up in the sky. So you people back in Great Britain, back across Europe, can watch live on Eurosport a race which started at 9:30 this morning. We're coming up towards 5:30, 8 hours live television, and my hat goes off to the hard workers who've made it possible through working through the night that we can have the system today to speak to you out there. I think we have a big round of applause, Stephen.
Well done, Dave. Well done, well done, well done. It's very true. When we arrive here on our commentary podium every day, we kind of feel, well, okay, there must be one of these podiums in every stage finish. But in reality, no, they've been put up over, taken down and put up again in a different spot overnight. So fair play to you guys who are responsible for all these technical and construction work here to finish every day.
Well, at least as far as I'm concerned, back in Andorra tonight, the first time since Rouen, I've slept in the same bed 2 nights running. I don't mean to say I'll be sleeping in somebody else's bed, but we've been moving night after night after night, and now we actually will be in Andorra tonight, the great supermarket of the world, as Pantani starts to accelerate, but can Blanc hold him? They're really fighting for second and third spot at the moment. Ulrich is still going, and he's over 1 minute in the lead with 4 kilometres to go, so they really are fighting out for second and third spot now.
We have Orlando and Rees Diffo back 2 minutes and 10 seconds from Ulrich. So that means the Pantani and Viohank are 1 minute and 10 seconds ahead of Rees, Orlando and Diffo at the moment.
Stephen, we saw Pantani delayed in those crashes. The poor chap kept getting blocked early on. Just what would be the situation? Just think about it if he hadn't lost all that time, because as at the day before yesterday, he was 7 minutes and 17 seconds down on the leader. Pantani's got enormous skill, but unfortunately he was in the wrong place at the wrong time when those crashes came. Otherwise we could be looking at a different set of circumstances. But don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, we're on tomorrow again in the Pyrenees. It's a flat run in towards Perpignan once they go over the climb, so I don't think Pantani do very much tomorrow, but we've got the Alpe d'Huez as well, and you know, Stephen, tell the ladies and gentlemen how much time you can lose or gain on that one.
Well, I know from personal experience, I once lost 1 minute and 4 seconds to Pedro Delgado in '87 when I won the Tour. But I lost 22 minutes on the front group in Alpe d'Huez in 1983 when Laurent Fignon won the Tour de France. So it's amazing the amount of time you can lose if you're on a bad day.
So the Tour de France is not over yet by any means, although we looked and thought that today would be the big one that was sought out for the yellow jersey. And we hope you'll stay with us on Eurosport for the rest of the, another 12 days yet to come to see more exciting racing like this. We're back on there again tomorrow on the stage at Perpignan, and then we have the rest day at Saint-Étienne when we come back then with the time trial. 3 kilometres to go today, but certainly we've seen young Ulrich at long last be given his head. He's gone away, he's left the specialist climbers who I thought would triumph today. I thought people like Jimenez and Pantani and Escartin would have been here at the end of the stage, but Ulrich's shown that he has the skill and the ability to go away to ride to victory on this stage 10. inside the final 3 kilometres there at the moment, and these two are looking for second and third place. Jan Ullrich gone way down the road, well over 1 minute in the lead. He'll get the stage victory and the yellow jersey. Pantani there leading Ronk at the moment. They seem to be working, but only just enough to stay away for second and third place, Stephen.
Yes, I'm just listening to the race right here. You have Rees and Diffo dropping the group now behind here, the group Orlando. So Rees seems to be getting a second kind of form here, and trying to limit as well, because Rees is not yet out of this race altogether yet, because there are still 2 big time trials to come, and we all know Rees is a very good time trialist compared to the likes of Virenque and Pantani. So he's 1 minute down behind Pantani at the moment and Virenque, so 1 minute in a time trial is nothing for Rees. So I think that Virenque and Pantani are still not happy, should still not be happy to be out of the storm with 1 minute in hand.
And here we look again at the slow motion from that main group here, when Rees just went back to them, looked at them and rode away. We've seen it done before, but he was quickly marked then, and he's got to do all the work now and toe up yet another Festina up in towards the finish area. Festina undoubtedly going in towards the team prize yet again, as Dufo marked Rees on that ride up. But there's no doubt about it, this young man Ullrich coming up this climb,
doesn't seem to be getting any weaker at all, Dave. He's flying up this hill.
2 minutes 40 seconds back to Rees and Dufo at the moment, and wedged in between them are the
Rees is gone, Dave.
He's gone away. So 2:52 back to Olano, and Rees has now left Dufo. Rees seems to have recovered suddenly, doesn't he?
Yeah, I think he actually took that drink on the climb there a few minutes ago. He took it at the right time. He was having a bad patch, and he's just been able to kind of recover over the last few kilometres.
So it's not all over yet for Bjorn Rees, and what a fight he's putting up to get back again. Over the years we watched Indurain dominate the race, and then Rees ripped him apart last year in the Tour de France. He wasn't quite on form coming into this race with Bjorn Rees, and his young protege here has been given his head to go away. He's 1 minute 15 seconds ahead of Ronk and Pantani, and something like over 2 minutes ahead of Bjorn Rees at the moment.
I just hope he keeps something in his legs for tomorrow, Dave, because tomorrow's stage into Perpignan starts off right on a climb which goes on for 25 kilometres at the start.
I think that may only be for the King of the Mountains competition, don't you? Because the way it runs down all the way into Perpignan tomorrow, it may come back together again.
Oh, it will. It will definitely come back, but if you have bad legs, you're going to suffer a lot tomorrow morning. Well, everybody will suffer tomorrow, I think, anyway.
Yes, because a lot of riders are further down the course as he comes up towards 1 kilometre to go. Chris Bourman, by the way, crashed yesterday, as you may know, and stretched his neck, or ricked his neck a little bit. And Chris was dropped off quite early on, round about the Col de Port, about halfway point, and he was struggling a bit then. But Chris said he was going to soldier on. He definitely wants to ride in the time trials. He wants to get to Paris, so we wish him the best of luck. And it was just unfortunate that he had that misfortune to crash a couple of days ago, crash yesterday at a time when the pressure was really on. So Ullrich, though, kept out of trouble. He's always been near or near the front. He's done a lot of work with the Telecom squad in chasing down the breaks early on. He's been a domestic to Rees, but now he's riding in to a triumphant finish.
He's really giving it everything here. We saw him going up a gear. He knows that when he crossed the line here, contrary to yesterday, when he crossed the line here, the stopwatch will stop. And every second that he puts into the guys behind him, whether it be Virenque, whether it be Pantani, whether it be his teammate Bjorn Rees, is a second well earned.
Well, here he comes then. He took a stage in the Tour of Switzerland when he got stage 4. That was one with a big bad climb at the end of it. He was second on stage 9 in the Tour of Switzerland this year, when he went on to finish 3rd overall. He didn't look like he was quite in form in the Tour of Switzerland. He was there or thereabouts. In fact, on one day Rees rode with him and then rode away from him because he couldn't hold the pace. And in fact, Agnelotto was able to hang on to Rees. But he's obviously timed his return to form absolutely perfectly. He won the German Championship on Sunday week, and now he's riding in the jersey of the Championship of Germany. There's a wry smile on the face of my German colleagues here. They're going to be quite happy. I wonder if they're going to buy the champagne tonight for young Jan Ullrich. What a tremendous talent. The man who was the amateur champion of the world in 1993. Finished second in the Tour de France last year when he won also the time trial stage. He's coming in confidently to ride through. He doesn't look like he's covered 155 miles, 252 kilometres on what turned out to be a damp and dismal start to the day. Over the top top of the Col d'Azur, the Col de Port de Aspe, the Col de Port, the Port d'Enlevé, the Col de Ordino, over 2 second category climbs, sorry, 3 second category climbs, 1 third, 1 first, and now a whole category climb. And he's been out there riding his bike for nearly 8 hours since we started this morning in Luchon, and he's riding himself into the history books and into the yellow jersey. We'll have to go back and find when the last German was to do that. And there you are at 32 kilometers per hour. That's 25 miles an hour. He wins the stage and takes the yellow jerseys. Pantani comes up with Vironk on his wheel.
Here you have another race going on here. You have Vironk trying to limit and trying to kind of get close to having second place on GC, and you have Pantani coming up trying to get place for the third place because he is further back than Vironk on GC.
So Pantani had moved up to 15th on GC, 4 minutes 34 seconds down on Vasseur this morning. He'll still be something like about 5 minutes down on Ulrich, who takes the yellow jersey. Vironk this morning started in 5th spot, 1 minute 43 seconds down, 1:30 on Ulrich. So he's still going to be over 2 minutes down, maybe 2.5 minutes on Ulrich. But Pantani is moving remorselessly up the general classification and could find himself up there in the top half dozen. A superb ride by this specialist climber from Italy, Marco Pantani, now trying to get that second spot, but on his wheel you can see Vironk can actually punch his way past, but no, he doesn't get it. It goes to Pantani in second spot. Vironk takes third.
Casagrande now coming in after putting in a great ride as well. I wouldn't have put him up there so far this morning at the start, Dave. It'll be interesting to see now how much time Rees will have lost.
That was a good ride by Casagrande too. We haven't seen much of him. He's just done his own thing. He wasn't coming up much on the public address, on the race radio. He's just been nicely riding in. A lot of people tip this chap as a very good future champion in Italy, and consistently they believe that he'll come good and maybe one day win the Tour of Italy. He's certainly shown great courage throughout the Tour de France when Psycho have not been one of the strongest teams. They came in here very much to support the performances of Gotti, who rides to Psycho, who won the Tour of Italy this year, but now taking his place, Casagrande is looking good, and a sterling performance though by Bjorn Rees today.
Yeah, a great effort here today, but we have here now Vironk who'll be in second place on general classification behind Ulrich at 2:37. We see Rees here, he's suffering it. He hasn't had a very easy day today, but even on the big chain ring here, Dave, on the big chain ring,
it does whine him, doesn't it?
Even though he may be kind of a little bit dehydrated and what have you. As Laurent Diffo goes back, Dave.
Dufo was with him when he made the first move, but I don't think he's going to catch him before the line at the moment.
Well, Rees on the big ring now, and the road gets a little bit flatter, so he may not catch him, but he's definitely not going to finish far behind him. Could end up with Dave at the end of this tour. It's just kind of looking 10 days down the road. It could be a 1-2, but Ulrich first and Rees second. The change of last year. But I'm going on about this anyway. But the tour is a long way from being over yet. It still has the Alps to come. There's still 2 major time trials, and of course 10 days of racing to come. 2:15.
Well, here they come with the specialist climber Escartin in this group together with Jimenez. I thought these two would finish a lot higher up, and Olano is with them, so the 3 Spanish riders coming up here, Jimenez together with Escartin and Olano, and they're 3 minutes 44 seconds down on the German rider Ulrich, who's come across to win the stage and take the yellow jersey. Luchtenberger, another specialist climber, coming in at 3:55. Stephen, I've been looking back in the record books, and I seem to think it might have been Didi Thurow that was the last German to wear the yellow jersey in the Tour de France. I can't really pick up on anybody else. Goltz, was he after Thurow? Goltz got it?
No, Goltz got it after Thurow, I think.
Did he? Right, okay. Well, I'll check that one up then. But certainly Thurow was very prominent in the yellow jersey in the days when he was racing way back in the late 70s. So yes, you're probably right about Goltz, but it's a long time back now.
There's Luca now arriving at the moment after doing a very, he's doing an enormous amount of work for behind all day and all day yesterday. Here he is now riding in himself as Beatsberger goes for the sprint.
And that looks like Kamazin, who at one time looked good in the race, blew, then got back again. So what a story they'll all have to tell today about the way in which they were going. Well, there comes Dario. Look how much time he lost in that final, 10 kilometres, nearly 5 minutes down. Just shows you how much time you can lose.
Well, I thought actually when they caught him he might have lost a lot more, but he's obviously just kind of got into his own kind of rhythm and kept it there all the way up.
Well, there we are. What an eventful day in the Tour de France. There's still stacks of riders way down the mountain coming in on this stage, which has lasted nearly 8 hours. As into the finishing straight, an action replay of Ulrich completing the distance in 7 hours, 46 minutes and 7 seconds.
Jan Ullrich stamps his authority on the race, and as Virenque and Pantani went over the line, they may have realised they were now fighting for second place in Paris a week on Sunday. Such was the German superiority. Ullrich wins by 1 minute and 8 seconds from Pantani and Virenque. Casagrande in a fine 4th. Rees 5th. Abraham Olano came in 9th place. Ullrich said it had been a shame on Monday when he missed out on the yellow jersey by 13 seconds. Teammate Bjarne Riis had told him he should attack on Tuesday. Ullrich said there may be surprises in the Alps, but for the moment he's happy with the yellow jersey on his back for at least one stage. Ullrich with a considerable lead over Virenque, Olano, Riis and Pantani. He may well increase it in Friday's mountain time trial. Britain's Chris Boardman's 94th, over an hour behind the leaders. Wednesday's stage takes them to Perpignan. You can see it live on Eurosport. It starts at 1:30 in the UK.
The Tour de France was brought to you by
Licha Pilsner.
Moved out of the mountains on stage 11 on Wednesday, leaving the Pyrenees behind on the 192-kilometre ride between Andorra and Perpignan. Germany's Jan Ullrich was wearing the leader's yellow jersey and expecting a relatively easy afternoon. The first major breakaway of the day came as the race hit the flat roads leading into Perpignan. 4 riders involved: the Russian Alexander Gonchenkov, George Hincapie of the United States, the Frenchman Philippe Gaumont, and also the Belgian Wilfried Peters. 2 minutes was their lead over the main bunch, some 36 kilometres from the finish line. That main bunch included the yellow jersey of Jan Ullrich, but not last year's winner, Bjarne Riis, who was lying in 5th place overall. Riis was caught up in another group a little further back along the road. There were a few more surprises in store on the stage.
I'm not quite sure why, if we look at the second group at the moment, why the rider for Telecom went across with the Aubervilliers ride trying to close that gap down on his own. I think it was Riis just showing his strength at the moment. Here they go, they're going to caught up, going to catch him up now. So, yeah, so Riis and Lino went across, and Bogart, and suddenly they're all back together. Well, the word will come through any moment now to the riders that the junction being made, so we now got the pack all back together. I haven't got any information about the stragglers at the moment, whether anybody has been dropped off the back. I hope to pick that up for you later on as the publicity cavalcade starts going through. The ladies from AGF, the assurance company, on their motorcycles, just going through. They head to just some nice AGF cars, and the girls go on either side of the road in these motorbikes. There must be around about, I suppose, 15 on either side of the road, and they go through and they stand it up in the pedals, but on the footrest, and they wave to the crowd and everything else, and the crowd wave back, and the flags on the back of the motorbike advertising AGF and so on. And so now is the time when the crowd waiting at the finish are going to be entertained by the publicity cavalcade coming through, waiting while this race comes in aside.
This is Festina riding in their front. That's
40
strange,
seconds now, the gap. 40 seconds.
I wonder why the Festina riding in the front, Dave. They've no sprint in their team.
Probably just to keep Veronica out. 2 kilometres to go, they could hold on then. It's 40 seconds is the gap, so it certainly looks that they might get this one, and no chance then for the team of Gant to pull it back. Moncassin in 1997, up to the stage in the Puy du Fou, had got 6 second places this year. He got 8 third places, and of course he then had somewhat similar situations there afterwards in the Tour. So in fact, so far, he's nearly got looking for a win today, but he's not going to get it, I don't think, unless something magical happens right now. And the Telecom team is starting to go through. That might in fact cut it down, but it's only 40 seconds. 2 kilometres to go. Can the Telecoms pull it back? Can they put Zabel in with a shout then? These are the 3 men who have stayed away. On the front, Debian in the covetous colours, red and white. The gap is now down to 35 seconds. They can see the 1 kilometre to go. Bridge in the distance as Uchikov takes over in the yellow. Finko comes through in the blue and starts to sprint down the right-hand side. Uchikov is onto him, and the covetous rider behind Debian, and still the big pack is coming up behind. Can they catch them inside this final kilometre? They can't afford to hang about.
No, I think Uchikov is possibly the fastest sprinter, but the other guys know it, so I'm not going to help him out in any way. So I think whoever leads the sprint off was nearly dooming himself, because Desbien's a good sprinter, but Finko, I'm not too sure how he's like. Looking at the way he is physically on his bike, he could do it, but look at the peloton where they're going here.
And they're still taking it in turns to jump all over the place. They can't afford to freewheel at all, because the Telecom train is up and steaming right now. And here they come in towards the finishing straight. Looks like they've probably made enough to get by, because the officials have not moved out the yellow car of Mavic nor the motorcycle, so it means they're going to make it to the finish.
But with a headwind we have here, Finko is in a very good position here, lying in 3rd place. Uchikov is the fastest of the 3 of them, but leading the sprint off like this into a headwind is going to be very difficult for him.
Well, they won't be able to see the chase coming up behind them as Finko launched himself over on the left-hand side of our screen. Finko goes for a long one. Uchikov comes up at him, and they're neck and neck at the moment, but Finko's got a slight lead. Finko has something like about half a length lead, but Uchikov starts to power for him. Can Uchikov add to his already successes in the Tour as he closes Debian against the barriers, and Debian throws up his arms in disappointment as Uchikov gets that one from Debian. Finko was behind him, and so here comes the big sprint with Minali, Baldato, Zabel, but I think it's going to be for Zabel this time, and Moncassin is going to try and sprint past the Zabel. Can he get this time on the far side? Don't know if that one actually went to Zabel or Moncassin or the rider over the left-hand side. We'll have to see that one, but the first, second and third went to our breakaway group that went away about 12 kilometres from the finish.
Dave, I wouldn't announce yet a Uchikov winner, because we saw him there coming into the final 50 metres or so. He moved over to the left, and Desbian was coming through, and nearly put him into the barriers. So I'd be very surprised now if Desbian's team manager Cyril Guimard from Cofidis does not put in a protest. And I think because Cofidis have been looking for this win, look at here, see here again. So I think that Desbian being French, of course, there's nothing to do with it here at all. But I think that and Uchikov being a friend of mine, I think he, being honest about it, he did actually move into the left and a little bit too much to put. Watch it again in slow motion, Dave.
Make your own mind up. Watch this. On the right, does he get blocked?
Look at the face of Desbian. He really got a fright there. Look at him. Looks across. His eyes looks across to the right, across to Uchikov to kind of say, "What are you doing?"
There's a complaint. There's the thoughts that he might have won.
Sergei Uchikov not happy at all after hearing he had been stripped of his stage win, but the race officials certainly weren't changing their minds, despite the protests of the Ukrainian. So Laurent Debian wins his first ever stage on the Tour de France, though he looked a little shell-shocked at how it had all happened. Debian wins. Finko was second, Uchikov only third. The main bunch came in 18 seconds later.
Welcome to Eurosport's coverage of this stage of the Tour de France, which really is the race of truth, the race against the watch, the time trial stage in the Tour de France. And this is the one which really a lot of people have been looking forward to. Perhaps the Brits thinking that Chris Bourne might do a decent ride, but unfortunately with the crash that he had the other day when he ricked his neck and has had some problem with two vertebrae, it meant that he dropped way down the general classification. And in fact, he's already gone round the course and finished, and at the moment he's lying in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6th position at the moment. His time, Chris Bourman's time for the 55 kilometres was, let's get it out for you, my massive notes here. Chris Bourman, his time of 1 hour, 23 minutes and 9 seconds. Looks rather nice and sunny, that picture you've got on your screen at the moment, but believe you me, it's damp around the course. We've had little spasms of rain ever since this morning, and up on the top of the big mountain that they're climbing today, a 14-kilometre climb to the top. There was mist hanging about this morning. It was very chilly indeed, and the spectators were all wrapped up, ready for the day. It's going to be a bit unfortunate, I think, for some of the later starters if the rain does come down, because it's going to make the descents very tricky indeed, and therefore the early starters will have had the advantage. And the man who's set the fastest time so far is that of Frank van den Broek. 1 hour, 21 minutes and 8 seconds. There you see on your screen, that's the time check at that particular point, and Van den Broek still the fastest there. He's been pretty quick all the way around, Van den Broek, the fastest at 26.5 kilometres. Fastest at 41 kilometres, and is the fastest now. But interesting enough, Chris Bourman in the first 12.5 kilometres, the time check there at Saint-Chamond, just come out of Saint-Chamond, he was the fastest, was Chris, 14 minutes and 46 seconds. But really, once the course then went up, he went back and back, and in fact he was caught by Van den Broek, who started 2 minutes after him as they came in toward the finish here at Saint-Étienne. So a good ride by, I think, Chris. I think you'd be happy with that one on the basis that he isn't 100% fit at the moment. I think it bodes well for the final time trial when we get up to Disneyland on the edge of Paris, when I think he will find the flatter conditions much more to his liking, and let's hope that his back is fully recovered by then. So let's put you in the picture about what has happened, having updated you on Chris Bourman. When we start this morning, the first rider was off at 2 minutes past 10 Central European time. That's 2 minutes past 9 your time back in Great Britain. So whilst many of you are just getting over your breakfast or going to work or thinking about what you're going to do for the day, we were actually starting on the time trial, because the riders start at 2-minute intervals. There are 175 riders, and the last man to start will be Jan Ullrich at 10 past 4 Central European time. You can see that damp patch on the hat there, the Mappe rider. I don't think that's going to be from the rain. It might be, but generally speaking, it's to do with the sweat, because all these riders, as they go off, or before they go off on the course, they get on the rollers and they warm themselves up. They're a fixed device where the back wheel's locked into a particular frame, and you can have the roller behind, and you can increase or decrease the effect on your bike by a little lever on the front, and then you can just make sure that you warm yourself up nicely for the start. There's no good riding around the block here, because we're right on the edge of Saint-Étienne. There's nowhere really that you can ride. Most of the riders have ridden down from their hotel, but then when they get down into the area before the start, they get on the rollers and off they go. Neil Stevens coming in here, not his strongest forte time trialing, and he's just gone round. You can see he's 98th at the moment, 1 hour, 27 minutes and 39 seconds. And you can see by the haggard look on his face, I think he's glad that's over and done with. The time trialling is always in the reverse order of the general classification, and the only time it's broken is if there are two riders from the same team who are falling on behind each other, and often they will just bring in another rider. Say that if you've got two riders the same, then the next rider in will be brought into place and swapped over, because they don't want any way in which two riders will coerce with each other to help and set the opportunity of a bit of a drag going on to streamline somebody behind. So they are going to start 2-minute intervals as per the general classification, unless two of the teammates are going to be setting off at the same time, or 2 minutes apart, in which case the organisation will slightly alter things. Who's coming in to finish in Saint-Étienne? You see the leaves have been coming down. The rain we had last night battered the trees, battered everything. We had enormous thunderstorms, and now the gentle rain's been falling, making the course quite damp on this 55-kilometre time trial from Saint-Étienne. It's a virtually square-shaped course, just tipped on its side a little bit. We're in the top left-hand corner, slightly tipped, and they've got this big climb of the Col de la Croix de Chaboret. It's a 14-kilometre climb, a 5.9% climb, and from the bottom they got from 375 metres above sea level to 1,200 metres above sea level, some 825 metres climbing. And see, when I went round this morning, I missed the first little bit out down to Saint-Chamond, because I was staying in Saint-Chamond, so I missed the first 6.5 kilometres, which seemed to be fairly flat, but nevertheless not particularly straight. That afterwards, you're nodding your head, but that afterwards I was amazed. We're looking at our profile course here. I don't think it actually in any way typifies what the race is like out there. I don't think, on the bit I drove around, all by the first 6 kilometres, I don't think I found more than 50 metres of flat. It was either up or down or round a corner.
Well, Dave, I was at it myself earlier on the circuit, and believe me, looking at the profile we have here in our books, the first 6.5 kilometres, the first 12.5 kilometres looks like it's like going downhill. One small little up in it, like, but the first, say, 500 metres like a false flat, then you go up like a wall, very, very steep, for about 500 metres. Then it goes, kind of flattens out a bit, and it goes round and twists around a bit, going downhill. Then it goes up again, like another wall. Like you're talking about like a 42, like a small chain ring, doing a 42 with a 16 or 17. Like it's really, really very, very hard. But that isn't all. Then you just drop straight down a very, very twisty twisty road. And you go down into like a what do you call it, like a hole in the road. And unfortunately for some riders, it's already been 4 riders gone off on this very same corner this morning.
Fallen off. Yeah.
One guy has gone off. He went into the barriers at about 75 kilometres an hour, broke his forks, opened up his head. He was taken to, he wanted to finish the race anyway, finish the time trial. He brought him to the hospital, had x-rays and everything else, and he found he was okay, and he told him he could start this tomorrow. But I don't think he'll go very far, because he got a few stitches in his head as well, so very, very dangerous. Then anyway, once you get through that very dangerous corner, you start going up again. So the first 6 kilometres were actually very, very difficult. So I'm not surprised when I see the riders over there in front of us there, warming up on rollers and everything else, and the sweat coming out of them, because with the start of the time trial being here in the centre of Saint-Étienne, there's nowhere to really warm up, so the riders have to get warm on the rollers, and with the start being very, very difficult, they have to be warm starting up, otherwise they're going to lose time in the first 4 or 5 kilometres.
Well, I'm glad I didn't go that first 6 kilometres. I thought it was bad enough, the bit I drove from then onwards. But from then on, and we'll pick up some of these riders and go most of the way around with the top boys, because what we'll do is have the, not the helicopters, but the cameras will go out with maybe the last 3 as such, and you'll see for yourself just what the course is like. And to me, Stephen, I've seen a number of the time trials on the Tour de France in recent years. I think it's one of the hardest I've seen. I'm not like we've had them go straight up the mountains like last year, which is a hard thing to climb because you were growing up a true mountain time trial as such. It's just the intensity of up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down.
Up, down, up, down, up, down.
Isn't it?
No,
Oh,
I think,
down,
Dave,
up, down, up, down,
I must agree, Dave. It is definitely the hardest time trial I've seen, apart from the mountain time trials. It's the hardest time trial I've seen on a Tour de France, and I've ridden 10 and I've followed 4, so say in the last 15 years of the Tour de France, it's the hardest time trial I've ever seen. And you were saying earlier on that there's hardly 50 metres of flat in it, and I would definitely agree, because there's not only less than 50 metres of flat, there's less than 50 metres of straight road on it. You're twisting and turning all day, very small roads, and I've been around in some of the teams there this morning, and everyone had a certain tactic. The general tactic was between the top riders, the likes of Orlano, Ulrich, Rees, Pontani, Verheinke, they'd all planned on changing bikes on top of this hill here. Because the climb we see here is 14 kilometres long, so with the first 6 kilometres being very, very difficult, the idea was to start off on a normal bike for the first half of the race, up to the top of the climb, and then change over onto a time trial bike. But that was great this morning when we had dry roads, because they would have maybe lost 15 seconds in changing the bikes, but then they would have gained it then very quickly on the very fast descent then down into Saint-Étienne. But now with the roads being very wet, people are having to rethink now, because the roads on the descents are very, very wet, they're very slippy, so they may lose 15 seconds in changing the bikes, but are going to find it very difficult to actually get back that time because of the roads being so slippy.
Well, it's changed. The weather may change the circumstances towards the back end, but nevertheless the top men will race against each other. There's great gaps, as you can see, between some of the riders here. Looking at Dufo, about to go 7th overall, 6 minutes and 2 seconds down on Ulrich. But they're having their own little private battle, because Escartin, next man to go, is at 5:46, so there's only then about 16 seconds between Escartin and Dufo, and Escartin is ahead on general classification, 6 seconds ahead. I think Escartin will be looking for this opportunity to try and improve his position and drag away from there. That's the current situation you see on your screen there. Chris Boardman down in 8th spot, won the early starter when it was reasonably dry, but certainly struggling with his bad back, and at least we know he's on his way back into fitness, and I look forward to the final time trial, the Tour de France, see if he can win that one.
Tour de France with
Licha Pilsner.
We're watching Brochard come in. I got him down to the victor today. He's going around here 1:21.45 gun it clock. He's not going to beat Van den Broek. He could move into 2nd spot at the moment. Jaskula's 6 seconds behind. No, he will probably be 3rd, I should think. So if that stays, at least I've got one man up in the classification. 1:21.58. Brochard goes into 3rd spot.
It's a very good performance by Brochard. He's lost a bit of morale after the other day when he got left behind on the stage into Andorra. He punctured, and his teammates didn't wait for him because they were actually preparing the final climbs for Bianca. So he did a little bit demoralised after it, and I would quietly agree with him, because in the same day he lost his polka dot Grand Prix of the Mountains jersey to Bianca, and also lost all chance of finishing in the, maybe not all chance, but a lot of his chance of finishing up in the first 10 now.
Well, here's another man who's looking for a reasonable spot in the Tour de France. Then David Bobby Julich just gone across the line. A great character. Spoke to him the other day about the Tour de France, and he's really opened his eyes. He rode the Tour of Spain last year and did well enough to get himself a contract with Cofidis, and I think he's found that time trial a bit on the tough side for him. But Brochard then moving to 3rd spot with that 1:21.58, and the leaderboard is as follows. Van den Broek is in the lead. The Belgian is at 1 hour 21 minutes and 8 seconds for the 55 kilometres. In 2nd spot at 6 seconds is Jaskula, and in 3rd spot is Brochard at 50 seconds. I put Brochard down as a likely winner today, but it's a big long shot as far as I'm concerned, Steve, because I thought after he got left behind, he would obviously be a bit upset by it all, but he's ridden a little less tempo than the rest of the team, I thought, for the 2 days after that. He lost his general position, and I thought perhaps he was saving himself for the Tour de France. And this man, Pantani, I've also got him, by the way, in the top 3, because I thought when I looked at the course, it was going to be a climber's course, or something like Brochard, who can both climb and drive as well. But I think this man might do quite a fair old ride today. Let's hope it isn't too wet, because he's crazy when it comes to descending, isn't he, eh?
He is. Well, I just hope myself it does do reasonably well, because I've just been to his motor home there up on the start line, and I said to him, well, Ponce, what bike do you reckon to ride, you know? So if you see him riding a normal bike here, I told him to ride a normal bike, because he's actually going to start off riding a time trial bike and change down top of the hill. Whereas I said to him, like, you should at least do it the other way around, because the first 6 kilometers being very difficult. Then you have to climb a 14 kilometers. Like, I wouldn't ride it. Nobody would ride I don't think would ride a time trial bike up that, you know? So he said, okay, Stephen, what do you think? I said, well, if I was you, I'd ride my normal bike with the tri-handlebars on it to the top of the climb, see how the weather is then. If you see the weather is still very, very wet and very slippy, but then you decide then you take the risk and you ride your normal bike to the finish. Or if you see the weather, the road is is drying up and you feel okay, to take the risk of losing your 10 or 15 seconds and getting onto your time trial bike and having a go then. So I see he actually listened to me, because he left there, we saw, on his normal road bike. So I just hope for my sake as well that he does do well, because if you remember a few years ago when the time trial up to Morzine, I met him before the start. I said to him, what gear are you putting on? So he told me the gear he was putting on. I said to him, no, that isn't the one to do. You got to do a bigger chain ring and whatever. And he did it, and he finished third in the time trial. I moved up into second or third overall on GC, so he thanked me after that. So today he's obviously listened to me again, so keep the fingers crossed, Dave.
If you see Stephen Roche walking around with a bike wrapped round his neck one day, you'll know he's got it wrong, but so far he's got it right. Thank you, Stephen, for that in-depth knowledge of these things. Pantani start this morning, 5 minutes 29 seconds down on Ulrich. We've seen the Bjorn Ries getting up into the start-finish area. He was 4:53 down on Ulrich this morning, and Bjorn Ries a great time trial. Actually, I saw Bjorn Ries riding around on these new Pinarello bicycles, presumably that's his time trial bike, which may be up on the top of the mountain for them to change. And it's an unusual thing. It's an outsized ladies bike. He's got this enormous down tube which swirls down, follows the line of the front wheel. And it was the one they tried to get approved before the prologue and got slung out. Mr. Pinarello has been sort of cutting bits off and doing things to it, and I hope we have a good look at it later on, because it's the most unusual machine. But I couldn't comprehend what they were trying to achieve by it anyway, because it didn't look as rigid as I would like. But anyway, we'll see it later on. So this is Bjorn Ries. He's got a big job to do today, lying 4th overall in general classification, 4 minutes 53 seconds down on Ulrich. And I must admit, Stephen, I didn't put Ulrich or Ries or Olano in my top 3 predictions today. I thought they're good time trials, but I thought it was a mountain climbers course for Veronk, Brochard, Pantani, et al. What do you think about that?
Well, you're right in one sense, Dave, but it's not a strictly mountain climbers climb, because you're talking about more Zeno Alpe d'Huez, but a rider that can ride time trials will always get over the circuit like today. So I would say today you'll have Ries, Ulrich and Orlano up in the first 3. I don't know which order, but I reckon we'll be seeing them up there, because a time trial is a time trial. You have to have a certain kind of inboard, kind of built-in kind of judging system, where you don't know how to just judge yourself on the hill and for the duration of the circuit. But I think that today we'll see I think we'll see Ries maybe today winning the time trial, Dave.
And you can see the pain and suffering on Simon's face here, just what time trialing does. There's nowhere to hide in a time trial. They call it the race of truth. You have no wheel to follow, nobody to blame. It's just your job of hanging on in there, riding yourself into oblivion. And of course, some of the riders who are way down on general classification, just ridden around at a respectable rate of knots to keep their legs going after yesterday's relaxing day, when they would have done a bit of riding round. But certainly they travel all the way up from the finish at Perpignan by air, then going out and doing a few kilometres yesterday. Some of them will have just ridden around today, waiting for tomorrow, because looming in the distance is the climb of the Alpe d'Huez. I actually drove only halfway up after Perpignan and stopped at Nîmes. Of course, those of you who know about these things will say, ah, yes, that's where denim comes from, denim, because that's where the material was actually invented. Yes.
We just saw Francois Simon just giving a little bit of a hand signal to somebody on the side of the road. For your own information, there's actually the feeding station starts there. Different teams have their team soigneurs up there giving out bottles or a little bit of a food drink or whatever they have. And Simon there obviously was saying to his soigneur, no thank you, I don't want it yet.
And interesting here that Abram Milano is going to start with a disc wheel at the back, but that's one of those Campag ones. I think the actual disc itself is quite a lightweight job, isn't it, Stephen? It is.
It's very, very light. And it's surprisingly enough, I've been to like the Banesto team there a few minutes ago, and I've been to Telecom, and I've been to the Once team, and they're very reluctant to give out information.
Yes.
Like it's like
I found the same when I went round. It's like hidden away.
It is. It's like Formula One. Like they're afraid. It's just the money got given out on air. Like nobody will know. Honestly, nobody will know. But they. I went to Rudy Pevney. Just well, Rudy is. Are the boys going to be using a disc wheel? Are they going to be going to change the bikes on top of the hill? Maybe. With a big smile on his face. But I thought maybe yes or maybe. It's maybe. So, but from looking at Ries and talking to some Danish reporters, Ries has in his mind to ride a normal bike from the start up to the top of the hill and then change onto this funny looking bike then for the final. But once again, the weather conditions I think will determine whether he will change or not.
Well, it's all up for grabs, and my predictions might go completely out the window. It's usually sure, but if I pick somebody to win, there's going to be a kiss of death anyway. In fact, I was talking to Doug Sollers on the phone last night. He was very much involved in the Falcon team over the years gone by when he was the sales manager there as well. And he's entered this dream team and I think his wife also entered too, because he said, I think if I got it right written down, his wife had picked her team based on the lovely legs of the riders, and it sounds like Chris Bortman's wife Sally Ann, who picked the riders because she liked their names. So, and they're no doubt doing better than some of the experts. Well, there we are. Thank you for your comments, Doug Sollers, out there in Cheltenham, and I hope you enjoy.
Thank you very, 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 very much.
Doug will know as such. I just said it.
A joke between ourselves, Dave.
Yes.
And himself.
And let's see what happens at the end. By the way, if your wife beats you, Doug, you've got to take her out to Dins. There we go, with Alano underway now, the ex-world road champion, quite a useful time trialist too. And I was looking at some of the time trial results over recent years, and Alano, God, off you go then. You've got something to say?
No, just look at I have some time trial results here.
Oh, the one I was picking out here, you see, was one from Huit to Serang when Rees hammered after Mr. Indurain and nearly cupped him on the line. And there's another one, I'm just got it here, I'll dig it out for you.
But while you're looking there, I have one here which puts Rees down in the time trial in Val d'Isère in last year's Tour de France, 30 kilometers, 30.5 kilometers. Orlando lost 10 seconds to reach and was some 22 seconds ahead of Ulrich. In the time trial in Saint-Étienne last year, in last year's tour, 63 kilometers, Orlando finished 2 minutes and 6 seconds behind Ulrich and 1 minute ahead of Rees. So well, one thing which occurs to me here, Dave, so far in the Tour de France, Orlando has done nothing really extraordinary, but he still finds himself in third place overall. He's been hanging in there all the time. I think today he's going to do a good time. He knows that there's still one more time trial to come, but he also knows there is still Alpe d'Huez tomorrow, there's Courchevel after tomorrow, there's still some very steep hills to come, so he knows that at the time he gains the time trial is times he can not afford to lose, but he can give himself a little bit more rope in the mountains.
Yes, I'd look back to 95, to the Tour of Spain then, when Alana beat Brunel. Brunel's a very good time trialist over the distance, and he, in fact, was way ahead, 1 minute and 4 seconds ahead of Brunel. Murray was in second spot, and he won that one convincingly, which shows he can time trial when the occasion demands. And at the end of the Tour de France last year, the Bordeaux Saint-Étienne, 63.5 kilometre, Alano finishing in third spot there, 2 minutes and 6 seconds down on Ulrich, and just behind Indurain, who was second at 56 seconds. But he did beat Rees on that occasion, so Alano can time trial, but I think this hilly one is more to suit this fellow here, Veron, because I've got him down as being second, but he may do better than that. Keep your fingers crossed, all you French followers of the sport, and those you want to see Mr. Now there's interesting, he's got the Festina name in his goggles. Here, that cameraman's just worked out. He rides a Festina. That's very
That's
clever.
actually the road in the front, Dave.
I know it's on the road in front. It is.
That's
yes.
the ramp.
It's a reverse of the ramp.
Yeah.
It's an amazing shot, that,
yeah,
isn't
you
it?
can see it in the glasses.
Picked up the reflection of the ramp as he goes down now. Festina's got his name on there. They got it in his sun specs and picked it up for him. The road's drying out too, so well, all your Veronica followers, it could be the time for him to challenge for the top honours, because he starts out this morning on the time trial stage, 2 minutes 38 seconds down on this man Jan Ullrich, who so far has shown superb brilliance, in just marking all the moves 3 days ago in the Pyrenees and then taking over the lead. We're going across this tremendous bridge here. This is a remarkable piece of bridge. On the left-hand side, that is the Auberge de la Cascade, where you can have a delightful fish meal. I saw the menu myself, because just below that bridge where we went across, there is a sort of a dam, and there's plenty of water there, obviously plenty of fish too, so you have your fresh fish at the Auberge de la Cascade. And this man Casagrande is now on his way round the course, and the last man, Jan Ullrich, is ready to go. Final ride of the time trial section. Casagrande for Psycho. Really, this team's had an up and down tour, hasn't it, really? When Gotti had to retire, the Psycho team, and also when Cipollini crashed and came off. But I think Casagrande has assumed the mantle of team leader quite well indeed, hasn't he?
He is, yes. And I just heard actually last night, in case people are still wondering, there's an awful lot of speculation going around about where Cipollini is going next year. And I heard on the QT there the other night that actually Cipollini has re-signed again with the Psycho team. So that'll keep a lot of people happy, because there's an awful lot of controversy there whether he's going to go to Banestro or go to ride in France, maybe, for example, where he's finally signed now with the with the Psycho team.
Yes, I read that in fact in L'Equipe this morning, and also when I was wandering around the press room yesterday, I picked up, or was it this morning? I forget. This morning, I picked up a press release from the Rabobank people and said that Jan Raas has now signed Beitzeberg to join them for next year. He's riding with Mercato Nuno at the moment, and he's now going to have a 2-year contract with Jan Raas, and they look for him to strengthen their team anyway. So, of course, last year he won the Henniger Term and beat people like Hepner and Sorensen and Rees in the process. So they obviously have signed him to come into the team alongside Rolf Sorensen and so on. Could make a nice little combination.
Well, there's also comment s'appelle l'Autrichien, the Austrian rider, Dave.
Toshnik? Luttenberger.
Luttenberger.
Yes.
Luttenberger's already there. Luttenberger was already a teammate of Sberg and the Carrera team for a number of years. So I'm sure they're putting a lot of weight on the back of a lot of confidence into Luttenberger. So the fact that they're strengthening the team now, by bringing on the likes of Sberg, I think they're probably preparing themselves for another year or two to come to have a Tour de France team, or a team capable of doing well in Tour de France. I mean,
this is a moment now on the race of truth, the race against the watch, when here Jan Ullrich psyching himself up. He'd have been warming up on the rollers, and there he goes now. The sun is shining, and he's got his old Rudy Project sunglasses on because he's got some sunshine ahead of him, and he's off now. Thank goodness the roads look like they're dried out, so I'm going to get an equal competition at the back end of the race. And let's hope further on up there in the mountain, he's got a 14-kilometre climb ahead of him, that in fact the miserable conditions will have blown away, and we've got a straight race between Ullrich, who is in the lead by 2 minutes and 38 seconds over Richard Verong, Olano in third spot, 4:46 back, and Bjorn Rees, his teammate, in fourth spot at 4:53. So a lot of personal battles going on out there. This man's got a delightful cushion of over 2.5 minutes back to Verong, but he can't let up for 1 minute. He must exert his authority today.
It is, but when I spoke to Walter Gutterford this morning, his director sportif, I said to him, what will be your kind of tactic today? So Walter said, well, I've just told him to ride a 55-kilometre time trial. Not to ride a time trial as if he's defending his lead on the Tour de France, or not. He's not riding the time trial in the Tour de France. He's riding a time trial, a 55-kilometre time trial, and not to put more pressure on himself, because people we've seen, top riders we've seen before, actually cracking under pressure. And Jan Ullrich, at 23 years of age, has not got the experience of the media and the public and everything else over the last few years, so he is still very inexperienced in this area. So Walter told him this morning to ride his time trial as if it's a 55-kilometre time trial, and not the Tour de France time trial, which may or may not help him win the Tour de France overall.
Ellie going through, still the leader, Frank Vandenbroek, at that particular point, and you can see the spit, the gobbing, and what's going on to this man. He's absolutely riding himself into oblivion as well. These chaps throw everything in, and they finish in a big heap at the end of it all, and they know they've really gone and ridden as hard as they can do, and in this mountainous time trial, very undulating, very twisting, and we'll probably go most way round now with Bjorn Rees and together with Ullrich, and maybe with Olano and Verong with our cameras, so we'll be flicking backwards and forwards. I've been looking at the results last year when we had the climb up to Val d'Isère. The time trial at that time was straight up the mountain climb, a bit of a kink in the middle of it, then up it went again, and that was what just took 51 minutes 53 seconds for Berzin to do to win it. He beat Rees by 35 seconds, Olano by 45, Rominger was 1 minute 1 second back, Indurain 1-1, Jan Ullrich was a minute and 7 seconds back on that mountain time trial last year. That was straight up the mountain, and especially sort of climb, but nevertheless that 14-kilometre climb, Stephen, I thought it was a bit vicious.
Well, I think it is, but looking at a race here, Dave, he looks very comfortable, doesn't he? He doesn't look to be really in any way stressed, or you see him on the corners, he's going out in the right line, he's cutting them short, but doesn't seem to be in any kind of panic for the moment.
Well, he's a superb time trial. When we had the time trial from Guy to Serang in 1995, Rees was fourth out at the 13-kilometre mark. By the time he got to the 22-kilometre mark on what was an undulating course, not as conky as this one, but just little short, sharp climbs in it, he was just 25 seconds down on Indurain. By the time he got to the 38-kilometre mark, he was 15 seconds down. At 49 kilometres, he was ahead, of Indurain by 5 seconds, and at the end, Indurain powered through to take the lead by just 12 seconds. So it just shows that Rees can gather momentum all the way through. He can ride an undulating course. He may not be the best at the steepest part, but he's certainly got ability on the rest of the course, hasn't he?
Well, in previous time trials, I'm just looking for a time.
That's Kevin Livingston, yeah.
Pontani is doing a very good time at the moment, up to the first 10 kilometre point. We haven't got it here on our screens here, but it's
he's 3 seconds down on Bourman.
Yeah, so that's a good time for Pontani. But going back to Boardman again, he's fallen here, Dave, has he maybe?
Coveney says he must have come off Livingston.
Yeah, he had a short turn as well. It's actually a very dangerous crossroad about 4 kilometres into the stage, where you go down into, like I was saying earlier on there, down into a hole in the road, and the bike gets light and sometimes flies, where we've had a number of riders have fallen off. Here we are here now, Dave. Something like that, yeah. So you can see them in the corner here. We've seen some riders earlier on going straight across into the barriers. Of course, we have Ulrich here. He will have time checks on Rees, who is in front of him. He'll have time checks also on the likes of Pontani, Vierhank, and Escartin, the riders who are the most dangerous behind him on GC.
Well, we've just seen Livingston finish in 1 hour, 27 minutes and 52 seconds. A time check at the 12.5 kilometre mark. Still shows Bourman the fastest there in 14 minutes and 46 seconds. But Chris faded later on during the race. I think the first part he found quite suitable to his styles. His back wasn't hurting too much, but it certainly began to give him some pain later on. He was caught for 2 minutes by Vandenbroek, but at the moment is leading on your screen there, 1 hour, 21 minutes and 8 seconds. As Dayo, the man who had a good go at getting the stage success the other day into Andorra, comes in. Quite a useful ride then for this lad who's a specific mountain climber as such. He's managed to survive. I felt that the course, he's 61 overall, but he's only up 4 minutes down on Vandenbroek. I thought that to a large extent the mountain climbers wouldn't lose too much on the descent this time, because it was a very fast descent, which you'd have difficulty in going any faster than anybody else.
It is there, but the climb itself is not a real kind of small gear climber's hill. It's the strongman's climb. So Dojo, or the likes of, I think, Vierhank as well, they're strong riders, but the hill, in my opinion, is not steep enough for them to take time out of the likes of Ulrich or the likes of oh, here we are now, Dave.
He's coming back with a bang, isn't he, Rees, then? So fastest, that was originally Chris Bourman's time, and Pantani have both been shoved down now by Bjorn Rees, and yet to come through Alano, Vierhank and Ulrich to that time point.
Well, at least Pantani there is 14 seconds down, so at least he's holding his own in the first half of the race anyway, so...
This race is hotting up. Everybody's out on the course now. The top men are battering each other around this course. The time checks coming thick and fast, and Rees now has thrown down the gauntlet. Of course, the time checks will be going back to Ulrich on the way round, as he will be now trying to, at least I think, close the gap on his young compatriot. But it's all up for grabs now. It's every man against the watch on his own, and this man Ulrich will be knowing time checks coming in, what Bjorn Rees is doing, what Vierhank's going to do, Alano, etc. But it is in yellow. He is 2 minutes and 38 seconds up on the nearest place man Vierhank. He hasn't got any opportunity to relax at all, but he's got to ride and ride and ride at the moment, and he's a good time trialist too. He won the last time trial in the Tour de France last year, but it was under different circumstances. As Jalabert comes in here, he'd already caught his 2 minute man way back on one of the climbs, so he's putting quite a respectable performance after the problems he had with his foot the other day.
It is, I think possibly the weather they've had today and the rest day they had yesterday has helped Jalabert kind of recharge his batteries, because the first week we had here in the Tour, if you remember, we had very, very hot temperatures, very warm and very dangerous riding as well. So I got the impression that Jalabert, from talking to him, he was a little bit drained mentally and physically. So I think the rest day yesterday and the change in weather today, the more fresh weather, has helped him to recover.
There are 18th place for Jalabert at the moment. Quite a comfortable performance for him. I think he'll be happy with that one. He could be on his way back.
Here's Orlando here now, Dave.
He looks comfortable, doesn't he?
He looks comfortable. He lovely kind of pedaling style, so he has, Dave. Perfectionist, in my opinion, now. It'll be interesting to see now if he changes his bike. They told me, well, his team director told me, we'll see. And his mechanic told me he doesn't intend changing the bike. So it'll be interesting to see now. He comes to the foot of the hill. Just in a few meters here, you may or may not see it, but you see a sign on the left-hand side normally, and it says Summit, 14 kilometres.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? When I saw it, I thought, oh my goodness.
this part of the race here now, or the circuit now, is very important because the road is going up, but it gets steeper as you go up. So it's important to really well negotiate this part of the climb, because if you go too hard now, 14 kilometers is a long way to go. But as well as that, the time trial does not stop at the top of the hill. It also goes along through a very undulating period for another 3 or 4 kilometers after the top. Then you've got a very fast descent with a headwind. So it's very important, this part of the circuit here, not to overdo it, not to go into the red, just to kind of get your feeling right, so you can dose your effort to get you to the top without actually cracking.
Well, still then at the 12.5 kilometre mark, Rees the fastest, Boorman second at 11 seconds, Fantani third at 14, and younger Eric Decker is behind them in 4th spot at 15 seconds. Cameron's in a useful ride behind them too in 6th spot at 18 seconds. Watching Olano here, I've just been checking back the books just to see what Vandenbroek did recently. He won the Tour of Luxembourg by winning the 16-kilometre time trial on the 4th time trial, the 4th stage of the race. And Vandenbroek was the second most successful rider last year. 14 victories he had. Cipollini had 16 victories, and Frank Vandenbroek had 14 for the Mappe rider. Of course, they sheltered him from throwing him into the Tour de France, haven't they? They've said all the time this Vandenbroek is also the next Eddie Merckx, but he got enormous clash, and they sort of sheltered him and allowed him into the race this year. And really, to do that time trial performance, Stephen, is quite something, considering that you know, someone who's good talent here is having a job to beat it.
Well, he has been doing.
Jimenez third.
Yeah. Rees now 6 seconds between Orlando and Rees at the moment, but didn't get it. There we are now. Orlando has actually gone faster than Rees, Dave, by 6 seconds at a 12-kilometre marker.
Well, there we are. That's the up on your screen confirmation that Olano has taken the lead at 12.5 kilometres, but yet to come through that time check is Richard Veronk and Jan Ullrich. Brilliant performance there, as the time check showed at 12.5 kilometres that Olano and Veronk were level pegging, 14 minutes and 29 seconds. Bjorn Rees back in third spot, 0.6 or 0.06 back, and Boorman 17 seconds in arrears, has now been pushed down to fourth. Pantani fifth at 20 seconds. Chris faded a bit towards the back end, not surprising with his problems that he's been having, but the battle is now raging between Olano, Veronk and Rees. We're yet to get the time check of Ullrich, who started 3 minutes after Veronk, so we've got to wait a little bit longer to see if he can leapfrog over the top of Olano and Veronk. One time which has just come here at the finish, Bogart, who won that stage into Eilebaan last year. I remember it well. That was the one where we had the trouble with the petrol and the diesel. Long will I ever remember that. Bogart's just come in, 1 hour, 21 minutes and 28 seconds, and he's moved into third spot behind Frank Vandenbroek, still the leader. 1 hour, 21 minutes and 8 seconds, and wedged between Bogart and Vandenbroek is Jaskula. Stephen, just a word while I was watching the yellow jersey on here. Jaskula, a jolly useful ride there, because he had 2 years now without a success. It was way back in 93 when he was third in the Tour de France, wasn't he? And he had quite a successful season in that 93. Had a number of successes. I think he won about half a dozen races. And then he sort of just drifted away, didn't he?
He did. We haven't seen him. That's why I was very surprised to see him even the other day when I was going down through the start sheet, because they haven't done anything. Ullrich has gone 7 seconds faster than Orlano.
Here it is on our screen, you're right.
7 seconds faster.
14:22, the fastest time now at the first time check we've got, and that's on your screen there for you to see. That flashed up very quickly indeed, and that confirms what a battle's raging out there.
Well, it's very good, Dave, because Virenque has succeeded in doing a really good time for the first 12 kilometres, and those first 12 kilometres would not have been his best territory, so to speak. It's been very twisty and turny, so now he may not lose too much now on the climb. Then you've got a very fast kind of descent then, so I may be proved wrong here. I probably will be proved wrong, because I thought Virenque would have lost about 1.5 minutes here in the time trial to the likes of Ullrich or Orlano, but he's doing a very good time at the moment.
Well, the French will be keeping their fingers crossed, coming back into Saint-Étienne, the place that was the centre of the French cycle industry for many, many years. There were so many famous names had their establishments here, mainly making componentry. And at the moment, there's just two big names left as we look there at the confirmation of that point yet again. 12.5 kilometres of the course there. Cameras in back in 8th spot. Used to ride there, O'Grady. I saw him warming up this morning on the rollers, one of the early starters. Nicely in 9th, but that would suit O'Grady, the first sort of 12 kilometres. When he was riding on the rollers, by the way, he'd got a set of headphones on, and he got a cassette tape machine on his handlebars, and he was listening to music riding to it. I do this on my exercise bike. I've also got one of these turbo trainer things as well, Stephen. I find it obviously boring to go on the rollers without something to listen to, and I like listening to music. And particularly I play some Irish jigs, some James Last music, and some is slow and some is fast. It's not singing. I can't stand people singing, but that's sort of music makes it me either go fast or slow, otherwise utterly boring on the old rollers.
Well, we see a lot of the riders here in the start now, before time trials and before prologues, they all have a Walkman or whatever they have in their ears. But I think it's strictly because, like, the tour now is getting bigger and bigger. There's more and more people now at the starts and finishes of the prologues, not the time trials. So it means they have less privacy. Before, they used to always have a warm-up circuit, I used to call it, which is a circuit which is blocked off, a circuit that maybe 1 or 2 kilometres maybe in the centre of the town, where it would be strictly used for riders to warm up, to go round and round and round. Whereas now the town's becoming more and more getting smaller, some of them, and the tour becoming more and more bigger and bigger. It's difficult to find these circuits, so it means the riders have to kind of warm up on the spot. So they're using the rollers more to warm up as before. So they're getting bored with it, I think, now. So they're starting to use these Walkmans and all kinds of CDs and cassettes to pass the time.
And I can recommend it to anybody who likes to keep fit on the roll to just that. There we are. This is the overall classification as at the first point. They've just been shuffling it for you just to see if there are any changes on the general classification. It looks to be pretty well the same as we've got on the GC. Looking down there, Pantani 5. Yes, about the same. It's just that they'll be shuffling the few seconds. We're back now with Richard Veronk going up here, the housewise favourite as far as the French viewers are concerned. And talk about French viewers, the France de France 3 who are transmitting live programmes as well at the same time we're going out on air, said that in fact on the 14th of July 5 million spectators watched it, and then there was up to 7 million over the peak period. That was an average, that was 7 million at the peak period around about 2:30 in the afternoon. Phenomenal numbers, isn't it?
It's incredible. I'm looking here at Vianenka. Vianenka has number 11 here. That was my number when I won the Tour, Dave. But looking at his bike here, I was looking at it before the start here. It's not an actual time trialing kind of profile bike, and it's not a road bike either. He's kept the same triangle as he would have on his normal bike, but he's kept the tubes, the triangle smaller, and which gives him like as if he's having a smaller frame under him. Gives him a very, very rigid frame, and then he has the special made up then kind of fins for handlebars. So for me, it was looking around different teams this morning. Some of the teams were going to change on top of the hill. I think that Rianne probably had a good choice of bikes here, because he chose a bike which is capable of getting him over the mountains and getting him down to the Sens, and which gave him the opportunity then of the choice of not changing bikes, which is a very good choice by Vianenka.
And here's also got that disc wheel at the back and these unusual handlebars. Actually, it's very handlebar manufacturer in Saint-Étienne. I was looking at some of the bars in the display they've got down here. Now, I was looking at handlebars, not in the bars, at this big display that this manufacturer locally have got. A lot of the industry's moved out now from Saint-Étienne, the cycle industry as such, but still Strong-Light make their cranks and chain sets here. And also Vitas are based here, the very famous company that were one of the first to go into making frames of aluminium and carbon fibre.
Just looking down at Vianenka's gears here, Dave. He's actually on his big chain ring, you can see here. I spoke to his mechanic before the start. He said he's got a 54 big chain ring and a 42 inner chain ring, and he has 11.21 on the back. So I reckon here he's on a 54 21 here, which is yeah, it's actually a biggish gear. So when you see the way he's getting it around, it doesn't surprise me. He's actually yeah, he's on his last sprocket there, or second last sprocket, which will probably be either 19 or 21. But you see him, he's out of the saddle here. It's a very rare sight here to see Virenque staying out of the saddle for so long, especially on a time trial and on a hill, because Virenque rides very well in the saddle. But since the camera has taken Virenque here on the hill, he hasn't sat in the saddle at least once, Dave.
And we've also had a jolly good shot of his back wheels. See how thin it is. The actual tyre and the disc itself are the same thickness, aren't they? Very, very shallow rim he's got there. Very, very shallow disc as well to reduce the wind resistance coming by from the bike. But he's out the saddle. I've not seen anybody ride so far out the saddle for so long. For an awful long time, eh? He's keep going.
That was my way of time trialing on the hills there, but it definitely wasn't Virenque's way of time trialing before. So is that either been
talking to him?
Well, not me, no. But he's been getting some coaching or getting some kind of advice on the time trial, because I've never seen Virenque riding with such commitment in a time trial.
Champion on his jersey. He's champion because he's the King of the Mountains. The champion supermarket group sponsored the King of the Mountains competition. That's what the polka dot jersey shows. He is the best climber, and the champion supermarkets are the people that are sponsoring that section of the race. Hence the name. You can see it all over the side of the jersey. Actually, the name Champion or Champion, many of us know it with our spark plugs, but in fact Champion was a cyclist many years ago, and he immigrated to America. He rode quite a bit, mainly on the tracks as such, and then he founded the Champion Spark Plug Company. So Champion as a name still goes on in the Tour, but it's under the bonnets of the motor cars, and also here on the jersey of the King of the Mountains competition. What leading at the moment is Blanc.
See the way the weather has changed here now. You have to halfway up the hill to get the rain. So you see the difference between Orlano here and Virenque behind. Virenque was out of the saddle a lot, where you have Orlano here getting a good tempo, sitting down, just powering away.
Well, there we are now looking back at the yellow jersey, who was in the lead at the first time check today. After 12.5 kilometre time check, Ulrich was level pegging with Orlano. And Ulrich was in the lead. Orlano was at 7 seconds, level pegging with Virenque also at 7 seconds. Bjorn Ries in fourth spot there, 13 seconds down. Chris Boorman still showing at fifth at that particular part of the course. Just behind Chris Boorman was Pantani, who's no doubt looking for the next hilly part of the course. The next time check we'll get will be 26.5, where Vandenbroek went through in 45 minutes and 23 seconds. To be fastest at that point, heading Casagrande, Yascula, Jimenez and Pascual Rodriguez in that order. But the fast men are coming through now. I'll be looking at Vasseur here, puffing and panting, the man who wore the yellow jersey. Certainly, I think, Stephen, the whole of France will be happy to have seen him in that, but you can see it's not the stuffing at him. He's 50 minutes and in the 140th place. Or
well, he still has, he's only gone over the top of the hill there, David, I think, isn't he? He still has some 20-odd kilometres to go. He's lost over 5 minutes, so it's going to be a very difficult day for him today. He had to be very careful, I think, as well of the time elimination day, because I haven't looked it up to see what it will be. But if he lost 5 minutes in the first half of the race, he won't lose 5 minutes in the last half, but he's going to lose like 7 or 8 minutes overall on the day.
Well, he started this morning, did Vasseur, the previous yellow jersey, 7 minutes and 31 seconds down on Ulrich in 10 spots. So now he's going to drop further down, and we'll be lucky to stay inside the top 20.
Normally, a lot of people have said that Orlano here on your screen resembles Indurain in many ways. I think in one sense he does, in the fact that his look and his eyes are very like Miguel Indurain, but looking at him here in a time trial situation, like his style is totally different than Miguel. You see that the hump on his back here, it's a real like Jack Anquetil hump. Anquetil had a hump on his back when he used a time trial, and we find Orlano now has the same hump. It's just a natural hump. It's not something he's kind of worked on. It's a natural hump. But here we are back to Virenque again. He's putting in a great time.
The other thing about Indurain was that he had that much more upright position, didn't he? His handlebars were much upright, because he could never get himself with a flat back, could he? When he tried the hour record attempt, they kept trying to flatten him and get him into a more aerodynamic position, but he couldn't stand it. He got this great chest, and he had to sort of sit there and suck in all this air, and of course present a much more upright face to the wind.
No, it's very true. Orlando looks very like Boardman in a time trial when he's actually in full flight. But this time trial here today is different to normal time trials because there's a lot of climbing on it. But Orlando, when he rides his low-profile bike on a flat time trial or on a prologue, he does have a very flat aerodynamic position. But look at the road here now, it's getting wet. The likes of Virenque now, when he's out of the saddle riding on this, the fact that I'm having a very thin rear tire on his bike, on these very sharp corners, he could start slipping a little bit. But it'd be interesting to see now what Virenque is going to do as he gets over the top of the hill. He'll be getting time checks on the other riders. He will know where he is on the stage itself. Will he choose to change bikes, or will he decide to keep the bike? He has said he's going to keep the same bike, but have to just wait and see now what he does.
And the cut-off point, Stephen, I got the book out, and you said was there a cut-off point? It is here that they say that it'll be 25% of the winner's time will be the cut-off point. So I think that one could survive that anyway, or I think Vassar could do that. 25% of the winner's time gets added to it for the cut-off point in the time trial. Oscar Kamazin, well, I think he rode himself into a standstill on the Tour of Switzerland. So many riders, once they see an opportunity of doing well in the preceding race to the Tour de France, will grab the opportunity where some of the riders were riding around just to get the miles in as such. I think this lad really rode himself into the ground, but he's a great talent, and we should see some more of him in the future. Back then to the yellow jersey of Ulrich, out there on the road, last man to come along, gets all the time check. How valuable is that, Stephen? I mean, you've ridden in the yellow jersey in time trials, and to get the time checks coming back, is that really valuable, or do you sometimes think I'd rather ride my own race and just do it and ignore what they're saying?
No, when you're going for the overall on GC, you're better off having time checks, because it's not going to make it go very much faster, but it helps confirm the way you feel. For example, if you start off in a time trial and you're feeling bad, but your time is equal to some of the other riders, well then you Berger's done a very good time here, 1:21 in third, moving a step into third place behind Van den Broek on the time. But time checks are very important, because they're not automatically going to make you go any faster, but it'll comfort you in the sense that if you feel bad, for example, and your times are reasonably good compared to the other riders, you realise that you're not going that bad after all. Because if you hadn't got the time checks, you might feel, okay, this is not my day, I'm really, really bad, I'm stuck to the road, and get into a negative situation whereby you don't actually give it everything, because you say, well, I'm dead. But by having time checks, at least you know, even if you feel bad and you're getting a good time, you say, well, okay, well, the others must be as bad as myself. So it's very, very important at this level to have correct time checks on your opponents.
And still out the saddle. I don't know whether he could have ride then without a saddle all the way around. I've never seen Virenque stand out the saddle so much. He's normally powering his way up the climb, sitting down, but as you see, like Ulrich is doing, like Olano's doing, but Virenque's been bouncing around, going up towards the next time check at 26.5 kilometres. Van den Broek still the fastest there at 45.23. We had a very good time just a moment ago when Beetseberg, who I said he's going to leave the Mercanton Uno team at the end of the year and join the Rabobank squad in 1:21.24, taking over the third spot from Michael Bourgaard. So the order at the moment is Van den Broek still in the lead at the finish, 1 hour 21 minutes and 8 seconds. In second spot, Jaskula just 6 seconds behind, and Bourgaard, who was originally in third, will now be pushed down by Zeberg, who had a time of 1:21.24.
We saw Virenque on the same part of the road here a few minutes ago, and he was out of the saddle using a big gear and pumping around very fast. You have Ulrich here now, a different style of rider altogether, using the kind of a triathlon position here, sitting far back on the saddle, the hands down on the tri-bars, using a reasonable gear, very, very, very good and smooth pedal action. It'd be very interesting to see if we can get a look, Dave, if he's on his big chainring here or on a smaller chainring. A totally different position to Richard Virenque.
Well, Jufo going over that particular time check. So we've still got some time yet. In fact, Escartin, then Pantani. So Escartin and Pantani, two of the good climbers, should be the next ones to come up on our screen. If they've been able to do something on that climb, it'll give us some measurement as to whether they've done well. Because Van den Broek didn't show on the screens at the first 12.5 kilometres, but came good on the run up to the 26.5 kilometre mark.
Ulrich is really giving an incredible impression of strength, Dave. You see him there on that corner there. He didn't even get out of the saddle to relaunch his bike and to kind of kick it off out of the corner. He just sat in the saddle, kept his momentum up. He's on a small chainring there, you can see, Dave, where Virenque was on the big chainring up here all the time. So it's very interesting to see now the time check at 26 kilometres, which is on top of this hill now. It's very interesting to see if he still holds his 7 seconds lead over Orlano or Virenque.
Also an interesting close-up of the head of the bicycle here. He's got a much bigger head on the bike than you normally get, because normally where the top tube meets the head tube, it's cut off very close to that, and the ball races are screwed into place and held down with the lock nuts as such. But now they're using these headsets, they call it. The column comes through, the steering column of the front forks comes up through the head column, and then the actual handlebar stem itself is locked in place on the fork column and holds the ball bearings down against the frame. But what they've done on this occasion is to elongate the head tube to give him a much more upright position for his handlebars at the front end of the bike.
Them.
What action we're seeing at the top of this climb. Pantani put his hand up there. It was planned that he should change his bike. We're looking back, recording we did whilst we had the ad, and now you can see Pantani changing over to his time trial bike after climbing up on an ordinary road bike. He's now going to take this time trial bike on, and it took him 15 seconds when he got off the bike to get back in rhythm, and he goes over the top there, beating Vandenbroek time and taking the lead. But even more so, Bjorn Ries has come over the top of the climb and gone even faster. Bjorn Ries's time will be confirmed shortly, but it's 43 something. I'll wait for it to come up on the screen. It flashed up as we were coming back after our ad break, but Pantani is now being pushed back into second spot at 26.5. I'll just wait for the time to come up, and it's coming up in just a moment. All changes here.
I just we feel that here we are now. Ries. Dave, the time check we've got was not at the...
not the top, no, you're right.
Yeah.
We thought he got it. They flashed it up and flashed it down. They must have thought he was at top with the captions, Stephen.
Yeah.
And obviously he has, but even so, it's going to be close.
Doesn't seem to me to be going that well, Dave. So that's why I was very surprised when I saw it there during the ad. He seems to me to be a little bit kind of sluggish. So I was very surprised to see the time, but it'll be interesting to see now. It's not yet, no, Dave, it's not going to be a great time, man.
But it says 44.47. They've stopped it again. We'll have to wait to see. They put these captions up, and I'm not sure if he's got the top or not. Hang on out there, dear viewers. Don't run away and say rubbish and throw things at the telly, apart from they cost a lot of money to get repaired. We know that Pantani at the 26.5 kilometre was fastest in 45.08. Vandenbroek second by 15 seconds, Casagrande by 16. And when we think that it took... Yes, here we are. They put it back up again on the screen now.
No, Dave, he's changing his bike here, Dave.
And that's about the same point where Pantani made his change. They're getting ready. This is an unusual bike too, I think they're going to take now. There it is, that's the usual one with this sort of curved frame I told you about.
No, Dave, he's not good, Dave.
No.
Look at the face of him and the way he is. He's not good at all, Dave.
45.46 in fourth spot. Pantani still the fastest, 45.08. They both changed by. But look at that unusual bicycle now. But Ries doesn't seem to have got back in the action. Pantani leapt on his bike, didn't he? He was off down the road like a long dog, or a little long dog, because he's very tall.
He is. Like this is totally stupid. Look, it's okay. It may look well having the bottle behind the backside like that, but it's so long it took him to put it in there. I think he just hasn't got it today, Ries. He's not going for it at all. He hasn't got the legs that he thought he might have. It'll be interesting to see now what Virenque's time is, Dave.
And so still Pantani at that 26.5 is time 45.08. Vandenbroek second at 15 seconds. Casagrande third at 16 seconds. Ries fourth at 38 seconds.
It's coming across the radio, Dave, that Ries actually at 13 kilometres into the stage punctured and got a wheel change. So that might explain the fact that he was so far down. But even still, I still maintain the fact that there wasn't really an incredible kind of he wasn't that fresh when we saw him there getting off his bike a minute ago.
Vandenbroek's time still the best, 1 hour, 21 minutes and 8 seconds. Ellie's coming here to cross the line in 1:22.59, putting him in 10th spot. The course today covering 55 kilometres. That's just a sniff, and that's Whisker under 35 miles. 56 kilometres is 35 miles, and so you can imagine riding around this course in the 1 hour and 20 minutes for a 35 mile ride. Pretty good going. Yes, Stephen?
Dave, I think what we're looking at here is that Bianchi is still on the big chain ring here, but I just hope for himself that he hasn't just given it all in the first 12, 13 kilometres, because he looks to be suffering a little bit, David. He's not yet at the top.
Well, these riders are at 3-minute intervals, so quite a delay before we see Olano come through now. We've seen Rees go over the top, after Olano, Veronka, then Ulrich, and we'll be able to get some understanding before they start the drop down towards Saint-Étienne as to who's going to win this time trial, or in fact who's going to cut back the deficit on Ulrich, or will he extend it on today's stage. The time trial stage, the race of truth, 55 hard kilometres. There's hardly a bit of flat, twists and turns, and it's a very, very difficult day indeed. Fortunately, the rain has begun to move away now. The roads are drying out as Olano ploughs his way up here.
It'll be interesting to see now if Olano is going to change his bike. We've seen Rees, we've seen Pontani. I believe Ulrich is going to change his bike as well. So it'll be interesting now if Olano decides to change his bike.
Well, Benesto, who also ride Pinarellos, they've been offered the same bikes. I know that they were taking them up to get them checked by the commissaires the other day, and if we look back, if we can see the mechanic getting ready to climb out and to get that bike off the top for Olano. 45.08 to beat. He's not going to do it. He's fourth at 45.39.
Yeah, Patani isn't doing all that bad after all, Dave, is he?
What did you say to me when I predicted he'd be in the top three? I've got him down there as being, was it second or third? I think I've got Veronk second, Brochard first, which is a long shot really. Brochard first, Veronk second, and Pantani third was my prediction for today. And you told me off.
Well, I know. I must say I had a little bit of input into Pontani's performance, but in saying that, I never would have thought he would have been first over the hill in such a strong position. Like, I thought he would have finished up there okay, but never thought he would have been. I thought he would have been close to the leaders, the likes of Rees and Ulrich, but never thought he would have been so far ahead of them. You see, behind here at this minute, he seems to be struggling a little bit, Dave. Earlier on, he gave an incredible impression of strength and smoothness, whereas now it doesn't seem to be as smooth, Dave.
But he's still out the saddle, whereas most other people have been sitting down, riding their way up there. He's determined. By the way, he's got these handlebars and so on. It isn't like you can sit back and ride like the other chaps have done. He's got himself an unusual position here, which means perhaps he has to climb out the saddle. Perhaps he has been trained to. Perhaps he has made that decision to rump all the way up out the saddle and use the gears this way. Yeah?
Well, I think this is probably what it is, but looking at the way he was riding in the first few miles, we thought, well, maybe Rich Ireland might be riding a 10 kilometres or 15 kilometre time trial, but the time trial is 55 kilometres, so we'll be getting a time check here now at 26 kilometres, the same as Pontani or Olano, so it'll be interesting. I'd say he's doing a good time, looking at him the way he's been going since we picked up on our screen here earlier on, but it's very dangerous there. Look at the people there on the side of the road putting flags out, trying to get photographs, and totally people have no respect, not what the respect they should have for the riders there.
I said earlier on as well, sorry about the picture breakup, by the way, because that's a particular part of the course where we now come back to Olano, where there's great big pine trees, and when the rain came down this morning, smell the pine, the beautiful smell, but the people have swarmed out. When I was driving my car around this morning, Steve, they almost stood there and said, well, run us over, we won't get out the way. And I was down to less than a walking pace, and they would not get out the way. And they're standing the same thing with the riders coming in. If they stood back and allowed a nice 10-foot gap between, they'd still have the same view, wouldn't they?
They would, definitely. You see Olano here, the way he's riding the bike here on the road here. The other riders have lost 15 seconds changing the bike on top, whereas if we can see them later on coming down the descent, they'll actually be more hindered than actually helped on those corners. But they're very fast corners, but they're still tight, so you have to be very, very careful.
Pantani's still in the lead because Veronk's not going to make it. He's fourth in 45.30 at that time check. So Veronk at the moment is fourth. What will Olano do when he comes up here? So Veronk, who was a third at the first time check, has now dropped back to fourth at this particular point.
Well, Olano Dave did 45.39, so he's Veronk has done 9 seconds. 9 seconds faster than Olano, and at 12 kilometres Olano and Veronk were on the same time, so Veronk has actually climbed faster than Olano, so again to get to the finish they're going to be very, very tight.
Bike change again, exactly as planned for Rees. Again, losing about 15 seconds on the change. He goes onto this unusual bike, a bit like sort of... is it the same one?
David.
The time, though, 43.19, 45.08.
And he's only just around the corner from the stopwatch.
And there he is, 43.24, and he changed his bike as well. He's in the lead by 1 minute and 44 seconds, and the bike he's changed to, Stephen, is an ordinary time trial bike, you know, with a low profile as such, not the unusual one that Rees took. What a time he's just put up. This German is really intent upon smashing everybody out of sight and defending that yellow jersey the way he knows best, to attack the time, and he's now opened up another gap on these contenders. A brilliant ride by Ulrich to the top of the climb.
We saw a few minutes ago, we saw the change of bike for Ulrich. Very interesting here to see, Dave, that for the first 12 kilometres, Ulrich put 7 seconds into Verheinke. But then in the climb, the 14-kilometre climb up to the 26-kilometre mark, Ulrich put nearly 2 minutes into Verheinke. And Verheinke, we thought, was going very, very fast.
And there you are on your screen. That just shows you that Pantani in second spot, Vandenbroek hanging on there. Casagrande, we haven't mentioned him, he's done a good ride too. But the battle between Verhonk, Alano and Rees, trying to wrestle time from Ulrich, is absolutely now almost a lost cause, because we're on the run down off the top. But it isn't downhill all the way, is it, Steve? I remember it goes and comes up a little bit more, and it twists and turns. It's just not up one side and down the other, is it?
No, it's very, 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 very tricky, all right. But this is the lesson here to be learned, Dave, for any of the young up-and-coming budding cyclists here watching us here. We saw Verheinke with a big gear. Okay, he was getting on top of it going on the hill. We saw Ulrich down a very small gear. Whoa, we're getting very close there. We saw Ulrich down with a much smaller gear, pedaling his way up the hill. Like I always maintain that pedaling the gear on the hill, you always had a better chance of doing a good time rather than pushing a big gear. We saw Ulrich there pedaling more than Verheinke, visually apparent, and Ulrich put 2 minutes nearly into Verheinke going up that hill.
Jimenez coming in here. Frank Vandenbroek's time still the best at 1 hour, 21 minutes and 8 seconds. Jaskula 6 seconds behind in second spot. Zeberg third at 16 seconds. Bogard at 20 seconds is in fourth spot. And Brochard back into fifth. What's Jimenez going to do? It looks like he might topple Brochard, and he has. He's gone to fifth spot now, 1:21.43. And
it'll be interesting to see now, Dave, if Ulrich doesn't even catch Verheinke in the final 25 kilometres into the finish.
Well, they started at 3-minute intervals. Actually, Chris Borden was caught by Frank Vandenbroek for 2 minutes, but only just coming in toward the finishing straight anyway. And that just shows you the gap there between this man.
I'm sure that must be the first time that Chris Borden was caught in a time trial.
I should think so. But as he came out, I thought, well, it must be an awful long time since Chris has got caught. But there again, with his bad back, I think he did a very respectable time considering the condition that he has been in. And that is showing he's on his way back. Excuse the fun, but I think he's on his way back into fitness and health. And we wish him well, particularly in the final time trial.
Well, I think what my opinion, Chris should at the moment is going to ride along the moment and let the form come back, because he has a problem with his cervical vertebrae on the back, but they've been treated and he gets massaged and everything else. And of course, Chris's power comes from the waist down, not from the waist up. So I think that if he keeps it going the way it is, the experience of riding the Tour, the experience of riding the mountains, even if he's going to ride the mountains back into Gruppetto or back on wherever it might be, it's still getting a Tour de France under his belt. That gives foundation for the tours to come.
Well, Ulrich changed to this bicycle here, the standard diamond frame, but look at that thick down tube. It's a flattened, ovalised type, or in fact, flattened triangular type of frame, but a very, very thin aluminium tube that runs down to give him plenty of strength where he's pounding away on those pedals, and also to smooth the flow of the air around the tube and back toward that back wheel with the disc on it, and his little triathlon handlebars where he can get down to low crouch position, as and when we get some relatively flat or downhill stretches. Back then to change gear, and back he goes onto the triathlon position. His knees right close up against his elbows.
Oh, he's got an incredible position here on his bike there. He's giving out a really very strong impression of power and speed. Like, you wouldn't think he's riding a big gear there, but he actually is. But look how fast he's turning the legs.
Well, he's heading back in towards Saint-Étienne, where the time trial starts and finishes. And tomorrow we're going from Saint-Étienne to the Alpe d'Huez. The Saint-Étienne was on the initial stages of the Tour de France, which was in 6 stages. Lyon, they came down from Paris to Lyon, Saint-Étienne, Marseille, Toulouse, Bordeaux, Nantes, and back to Paris. So they have been coming here on and off for many years now. And in fact, when they came in 1903, they actually started at 3 o'clock in the morning out of Saint-Étienne on the next stage. So the time trial here, celebrating many times. We've had the Tour de France in Saint-Étienne, and tomorrow we're going up to the Alpe d'Huez to the finish there. There'll be the 20th time to the Alpe d'Huez tomorrow. That's going to be an entirely different sort of race going up that mountain top, which has been very much the benefit of the Dutch. They won there 8 times in the past, and it wasn't used till 1952 when Fausto Coppi got that one. But Stephen, I'm talking about the Alpe d'Huez tomorrow. After this time trial and the way they're riding these gears and these unusual bikes, and we go back into a road section tomorrow and back up the Alpe d'Huez. Again, are the legs going to be feeling today's efforts?
Well, I think the efforts at the Pyrenees are still in the legs of the riders, because it's been very hard. It's been a very hard Tour de France so far. We see Orlando here doesn't seem to be too fresh here. They have this small little climb here, but I think that in the next few days we will see the top of the general classification having a go at each other. We'll have the likes of Virenque and Duffield, the Festinas going the same as they were in the Pyrenees. We'll see them having a go every time they can to get a chance, because I think at this rate of going, their second or third place on the general in the Paris is not guaranteed.
Sorry about the picture problems at the moment, but we're in the woods again, and the camera's having difficulty bouncing the signal up to the helicopter above the riders at the moment. But that is Ronk we're looking at. Must be a little bit upset, I suppose, with the work he's been putting in so far, to be still 2 minutes and 6 seconds down on Ulrich at the top of the 26.5 kilometre time check on the top of that mountain. Escartin at the 41 kilometre mark, 1:06:03. Just looking at that one, that's going to be a couple of minutes or a minute and a half slower than Casagrande, who's faster than Vandenbroek. So Casagrande, who we've not seen anything of so far, at the 41 kilometre mark, has now overtaken Vandenbroek, and all the riders you're looking at now are coming in behind those 2 riders. So just a quick recap on the performance at the 26.5 kilometre. Everybody's over the top of the climb now. Ulrich was the fastest in 43 minutes and 24 seconds. Pantani second at 1 minute and 44 seconds. Third, Vandenbroek at 1 minute 59 seconds. Fourth, Casagrande at 2 minutes, and fifth, Ronk at 2 minutes and 6 seconds. And Rees was out the frame there further down. I haven't got his exact position, but he's finding life a bit tough out there on this hard day's ride round the time trial. With Pascolino coming in, Vandenbroek's time is still there, but Casagrande could well be the first one to topple that. Looking down the list, Vandenbroek, well, he started, I'm going right the back, in fact, was 86th starter this morning at just 12 minutes, sorry, 12:52. He started just for 1 o'clock, did Vandenbroek. The conditions were somewhat better. There was no rain anywhere around the course, but nevertheless, at the moment then, the Pantani here at the 3rd point, going faster than Casagrande. Vandenbroek being pushed back by 45 seconds. He's dropping off the top of that mountain like a proverbial stone is Pantani. I have to watch out for Milano.
Well, Orlando for the moment is behind Pantani, but Pantani is doing a great ride. He might even finish second behind Ulrich here on the stage there. It's been an incredible performance for Pantani. We saw him early on in the year when he was making his comeback after some horrific accidents he had last year. We saw him doing well in time trials, better than he ever did before, but I never would have thought to see him like 2nd place or 3rd place overall in a time trial here in the Tour. But this man here, Virenque, needs Pantani in the mountains if he wants to try and guarantee himself a place on the podium, because behind these guys on GC you have the likes of Rees and the likes of Orlando, who are ready to kind of pounce on them, and who will also lose time to Orlando and to Rees in the final time trial in Paris. So until Virenque puts 3 or 4 minutes, even 4 or 5 minutes into Rees or Orlando, his 2nd or 3rd place on the podium in Paris is not guaranteed. So Pantani is going to need Virenque, and Virenque is going to need Pantani to stir everything up a little bit in the stages to come.
It sounds, Stephen Roach, sir, like you and I, we've already been discussing this in the ad break, like we're looking who's going to be second and third, not who's going to be first, because we've been watching this lad Ulrich go along in the same way as the past, until last year, the previous 5 years, we just say, right, Indren's going to win, who's going to be second and third? The way that Ulrich took off in the Pyrenees, first day in the Pyrenees, he just rode a relaxed way because he wasn't allowed to go away. He just looked after Bjorn Ries. So Bjorn Ries said next day, off you go. He not only go away and take that stage victory up into Andorra, but on this time trial now, he's just blowing everybody out of sight, a la Indren, isn't he, eh?
He is, yeah. We see Ulrich is going to catch. He's going to catch Bianca here. There's less than 30 seconds now separating Ulrich and Bianca. So Ulrich will have taken 2 minutes 30 seconds on 35 kilometers.
And Carsten Miguels, he's the new German commentator alongside me. He just touched me on the shoulder and he's smiling away here. And Rudy Altig's doing his little chat because there's never been a German winner of the Tour de France. It had lots of yellow jerseys. Rudy got it, 16 times, and I think Turo got it, 17 or 18 times. And we've had Klaus-Peter Thaler. I'll get their names out of the bag in a moment. They had lots of yellow jerseys, but they never had the yellow jersey all the way into Paris. But at the moment here, they begin to look quite happy about it. And Rudy's promised that if Ulrich gets to Paris in the yellow jersey, he's going to turn up again like he did the other day in his yellow shirt with his yellow pants and his yellow shirt. I think I'll lend you my yellow underpants as well because he had white ones on last time. Casagrande, we thought he'd go and take first spot over Van den Broek. If he keeps it up, down and finishes straight, he's certainly going to do it. A new leader in the time trial. A good ride then by the Seiko rider. He comes across the line in 1:20.20 and takes the lead.
Very good ride by Casagrande, Dave, because he rode a very good Tour of Italy a few weeks ago, and people thought, well, okay, we found a new Italian hope, but Italy is Italy, and there's always a little bit of doubt as to what a rider like that can do in the Tour de France. So he's obviously gotten things right, putting in a great time like that, but there's the big boys, the big guns still have to fire. So you see the 41 kilometers to go here, 41 kilometers into the stage here, we have 1-4. We have Ries the exact same time as Montagny, so Ries is coming back.
Coming on the descent, because he's a bigger bloke, isn't he? So presumably his power on the descent is catching back. I thought there was a bigger gap than that at the top of the climb.
It was, yeah, the top of the climb.
We'll wait to confirmation on that one, because in fact at that climb Ries was nowhere near Pantani. Pantani's time at the top there, it must be
40 odd seconds.
No, I don't think that's right. They've got it down here as 1:04.09 that Pantani and Ries are equal, but that's strange. So Ulrich, last man on the course going round now. I'm sure that Ries must have been about
30 odd seconds down there.
At least 30 odd seconds down on Pantani at the top of that climb. And Pantani's a nutcase in descending. I hope Pantani hasn't fallen off.
I wouldn't say falling off, but it sounds a bit much for Ries to take back. But you're the time to there, and we'll have to just look at it more carefully on our next time check. Orlando, as you can see here, he seems very committed, but doesn't seem to have the same power as Ulrich, as we've seen earlier on here. He doesn't seem to be, normally this is Orlando's speciality. He's very, very good at the time trials, but I think on this time trial he's not actually getting it together.
No, he's been very, well, he hasn't, to me, had a particularly good season. He had that crash in the Midi-Libre, wasn't it, when he was in the lead with, was it Bolts on the final day or penultimate day, and he came down. It does seem to knock the stuffing out of him. He was looking good, coming on form, and throughout this race, Orlando's never seemed strong enough to stay with the best, because we saw him the other day when he had to have his teammates come back and drag him back up the hill, and he didn't look comfy, did he?
No, he hasn't looked comfortable at all since then, and maybe kind of put him off on in his preparation. But I had backed Orlando here to finish in the first three. He still can, but I thought personally he would have been more of a threat to the likes of Ries than he is at the moment, because in the mountains and the Pyrenees so far he's been there but very discreet. He's been hiding a lot, so I would have thought he would have been more to the fore. Here we are, Dave.
So they still put up that time as being that Reese is equal to Pantani. We'll have to take that as being genuine, because they're the people with the watches. We're just watching what comes up on our little computer here and over on our headphones from the race radio. If Ulrich keeps this up, there's no reason that he shouldn't do, despite the attempts of others to dislodge him. Going into Saint-Étienne, this is the 21st time a stage has finished in Saint-Étienne, and there's not yet been a German victor here, so he could get it. The first man to win in Saint-Étienne was in 1950, because when the Tour came here in the way back in 1903 and the following year 1904, it was just a checkpoint on the way through. They'd started in Lyon, and I think they were going down to Marseille at the time, and they merely came through and had themselves checked. But this German rider now can certainly put his name in the record books by joining people like Geminiani, Bobbe, Ockers, Bracker, Godefroot, who is his team manager, won a stage here in 1971. Hino, Sean Kelly's won a stage here as well. And of course, the last time we came in 1995, it was the British rider Max Chiandri who won that stage that time. But this time it's going certainly to the man in yellow, who's powering his way around this course with a sheer demonstration of absolute out-and-out superiority when riding against the watch.
I was wondering what the noise was down below us, David. The fans of Cedric Vasseur just encouraging him across the line there. Vasseur's time, 1 hour, 27 minutes, 23 seconds.
Well, that's 7 minutes slower than the fastest we've got at the moment, 7 minutes and 3 seconds slower than Casagrande's time, who's taken the lead, just 48 seconds ahead of Van den Broek. Back in third spot, Jaskula at 44 seconds. Berg is then in fourth, 1 minute and 4 seconds back, and Bogart still in fifth spot at 1 minute and 5 seconds. But all will change when this lot come in, the powerhouse of the Tour de France, starting at the back end, and they'll certainly change the situation, and particularly this man is going to dominate it and take himself yet another stage victory in the Tour de France, to go with the one he had the other day into Andorra, and of course the time trial victory he had last year in the Tour when he shot everybody with that great performance at Saint-Emilion.
We see Ulrich there, Dave. He closed up very, very quickly onto Bianca, but it doesn't seem to be catching him now. Whether he's just settling, which I wouldn't think, whether he's settling just to finish behind him and let him roll in, or whether he's actually, Bianca's pulling away from him, or holding his own, we don't know.
Oscar Kammer's in 11th at the moment, 1:22.39, a name to watch out for, I'm certain, in the future, and still back out there with Ulrich heading in towards Saint-Étienne.
We can see behind there, Dave, a little white spot we can see in front there. Yeah. That's behind there.
I mentioned that this is a place where they make the Vitas frames, and they make handlebars, and of course the Strong-Light people are based here as well, but also Eurobell, the Bell helmet people, are also based here in Saint-Étienne, and so many people back in the UK will be wearing crash hats that we made in this delightful little town.
Actually, it's strange to see, Dave, as well, that all of the favourite riders here, the top riders, are wearing either a small hat like this or no hat at all. Normally in a time trial like this, you would always have the top riders wearing the special profile helmets for the especially made for time trials. So it's very strange to see none of them here wearing the special hats.
Do you think that's because of the climb, that 14-kilometre climb, Stephen, that you'll be sitting up different positions, that peak comes right down your back? And I don't think there's a hell of a lot of difference between this sort of hat he's got on, and I mean the profile one does help to an extent, but if you're not looking and moving and changing and jumping around like and twisting and turning, that great big peak down your back might be a bit of an encumbrance.
Well, it's also, I think, a technical choice, in the sense that a specialised time trial hat really only helps you when you go over a certain speed. Where with today's stage being very mountainous and very hilly, you know, it really only help you maybe in the final few kilometres. But it might hinder you then going up the hill, because it also makes your head feel like a pressure cooker, so to speak, makes you feel warm. So it really only comes into account when you're actually going over a certain speed, 47 or 48 kilometres an hour, I think it is. So they probably decided, well, it's not worth it today.
Here he comes, Man Mountain himself. The commissaire is telling our camera to go on, get out of the way, because Ulrich here has now got Frank very clearly in his sights, and he's going to catch him any time now. As he swings past us now, you can see just down the road, there's the sights of many time trials back in Great Britain recognised. That's catching him in it, but in this case catching him for 3 minutes, and that is for Ronk, who's second over on classification at the moment, 2 minutes and 38 seconds down this morning. He's now going to be at least 5 minutes and 38 seconds down when Ulrich catches him. So suddenly the Tour de France now has been blown wide open in the respect of who's going to take the yellow jersey, barring qualifying accidents through to Paris. Anything can happen. You never know. Ulrich might blow tomorrow on the climb up into the Ventoux, and Virenque might get his own back. But certainly it's a battle of second, third, and fourth, and so on. The way this man is riding, he's going to get the man who's flying second at the moment, Richard Virenque, and pump another 3 minutes into him.
Virenque, I'm sure, is trying to withstand the return of Ulrich here, but at the same time, look at the power and the strength of Ulrich there, and the speed is coming up onto behind Virenque.
Well,
effortless, Dave.
This tour is not over by any means yet, but when it started, lots of people were saying who's going to win, and I said that Virenque certainly had got a good opportunity. It was a mountainous event. He got a very tough time trial here, and we thought that it needed somebody who could really go some to topple a specialist climber like Virenque, and that man happens to be Ulrich now, because Ulrich is a man on his own, in a class of his own, and the rest now fighting for second place in the Tour de France. If he keeps this up to the end, mind you, he's only got 23, isn't he, Ulrich, Stephen? He's got a lot of hard work ahead of him in this race, a long way into Paris. He showed it last year when he finished second overall. He could stand the 3 weeks of the Tour de France, and right now he's riding like he's in a different race.
He is. We saw this with Indurain over a number of years. He dominated the event. I just hope now that Ulrich's not going to dominate it to the same level, because if you remember, like the last 2 or 3 years, it's been a little bit monotonous with the likes of Indurain doing the same thing, the race being over before they even got to the second half of the tour. So you know, but it depends a lot on the attitude of the riders, if they're going to settle for second place, or if they're going to have a go and hope that someday Ulrich, being young, might actually weaken someday.
Casagrande then still our best placed rider, 1 hour 20 minutes and 20 seconds, as Laurent Duffield comes in 13th spot at the moment, but a lot of good top men still out there ready to come in and push them further down the finishing list. So Casagrande having his moment of glory at the moment, Van den Broek still in second spot, Jaskula third, but the way this lot are coming, I think Casagrande will find himself back into about 5th or 6th spot. Escartin coming in, a good specialist climber as such, but the course today not exactly to his like. He's not the world's greatest time trialist. He started out this morning in 6th spot at 5 minutes and 46 seconds down. Dufo just finished, who was 3 minutes out from him. Escartin comes in now. Quite a tasty ride. He must have gone reasonably quick towards the end. He had a bit of a slow start to it, but Escartin then finishing in 21:47.
A very good time for a rider like Escartin.
He came back towards the end.
He did, yeah. He's down. I get the impression here that some riders have taken off very fast and maybe paid their efforts in the final, because some of the riders are coming very, very strong. Look at that behind here. He seems to be flat out, and Ulrich is riding away from him. The question now is, well, okay, we're not saying that the race is over, but there's going to be a fierce battle on now for second and third place overall, because you have Pontonnet, who's done a great time, and also Virenque has done a very good time also. Rees has not done the time that he was hoping to do, so the race behind Ulrich is wide open. And then, like I say, I keep saying, and I will keep saying until we get to Paris, the Tour de France is very, very difficult, especially this year, where Ulrich and everybody else, they're never out of the stormer.
And he's storming in to finish here. Pantani, who set a tremendous time up to the top of the climb to be just 1:44 behind Ulrich, the only man who looked good at the time, and then suddenly got swamped by Ulrich, but certainly the fastest of the also rounds. He's now coming in. Can he get the victory? Can he get the best time so far? He has 1:20.06 for Pantani. Everybody here is elated with his character. The pirate has done a great ride. And the next question is, though, we saw an equal time check for Rees out there. One of the time checks at 41 kilometres. They gave same time for Pantani and Rees. Ulrich has gone through that particular time check 2 minutes 38 seconds faster than Pantani and Rees.
Well, he's in a race of his own, I think, Dave.
Isn't he? Totally.
Just looking at my thing at 2:38. Pantani will be about 3 minutes behind on GC. So, but then you have Rees and Orlano. So I can see an incredible fight there between Pantani and Virenque in the mountains, Dave.
Well, unfortunately, I think Pantani, you're just talking to see who's going to try and battle for second place, are you, rather than the other? Because not about the King of the Mountains. He hasn't got himself enough points for it at the moment, has he, Pantani? I don't think to challenge for that. But
no, he has not, Dave, but we see the speed of Ulrich there coming down the descent there. He's being a little bit taken over to the far side of the road. These corners are very long and very sweeping corners, so it's very difficult to negotiate with a bike like this.
We're looking at the last man on the road, who's first overall, and he's making himself even more and more dominant at the top of the general classification and the race for that yellow jersey. He's just showing superb skill and ability all the way around this time trial course to take the mountain in his stride. And now on the descent, it's a very smooth descent, it's a very fast descent, this one. He'll be pushing his gear. There he goes past the time check at that particular point, and he's now on his way down. It's a really good run down, isn't it, actually, Stephen? You chops and change a bit through the streets as they come in ahead. Brice now, 1:19.02. He might topple Pantani's time. It looks like he can do. He's ridden off the top of that mountain like a man possessed. So Pantani's not all over yet. Mr. Rees is breathing down your neck, and looks like he pushed Pantani down to the second spot. The Danish here in the audience, you can hear them and the banging and the clapping going on, because around the course today, I've never seen so many Danish flags. There's nobody left in Denmark, I think, to look after the pigs for the bacon in England, nor to tend to the jobs up there. They're all down here, glued to television sets or what have you. To see how Rees has done, I can tell you he's now gone into lead, 1:19.32 on this time trial stage. He must have come off the top of that mountain like a proverbial dose of salts.
Yeah, he's taken 34 seconds from Pantani, but in the final 20 kilometers. So the fabulous descent by Rees, but when you see the size of Rees to the size of Pantani and the weight of Rees to the weight of Pantani, it is possibly normal, because it was a very, very fast descent down to the finish. But fair play to Pantani all the same, Dave. Did an incredible ride. Nobody would have thought he'd have done such a good ride today.
I did. I put him down on the GC as finished third today. Oh dear, fifth at the moment. Oh gosh, look at Alano's coming fast, you see. So these bigger chaps, Alano, Veronk and Rees and Ulrich, are all coming quicker off the top of the mountain, aren't they, from Pantani?
They are, but look at it, Veronk even. Veronk now is 3:09 and Pantani is 3:24. So Veronk must have come down the mountain very fast as well.
Yeah, so that...
Well, actually, possibly Veronk is making the most of the fact that Ulrich caught him, and he has him in his in his sights. Maybe it's helped him accelerate a little bit.
So he's certainly got something to chase, has Veronk down here. He caught him for 3 minutes, and he's now just setting his sights on this man here, who's got a clear road ahead of him. And
it reminds me, Dave, of a stage of the Tour de France back in 92, 93, when we had a Miguel Indurain dominating a time trial out in the motorway. I forget actually where it was, down the east of France somewhere, and everyone was kind of expecting the time of the finish to be something like a minute between him and a minute between somebody else, and Indurain came in and the second man was 3 minutes down, whereas now you have Ulrich doing the very same thing and putting the second place man down possibly down some 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes.
Well, I'll never forget that one. This is the one, the big one, the 9th stage in 92, Luxembourg, in the 65-kilometre, when he did the sort of record average speed. Indurain was 3 minutes clear de las Cuevas, then like Buño 3:41, Gascola 3:47, and Roche here 7th, 4 minutes and 10 down on Indurain. This is exactly the same thing between the riders here. Let's go down to 10th spot. There was only about a couple of minutes. Well, here, there's only a minute between yourself, the Las Cuevas, Buño, Gascola, Lino. You know, there's nothing there. And then suddenly you've got 3 minutes. There was Indurain doing exactly what Ulrich's doing today, coming in so far ahead. There's a race going on for second and third and fourth places. Lano's come fast off the mountain too, though. Rees's time can be beaten back here. So we've seen some tremendous descending done by these riders. The climb was one thing, coming down something else. And Alano now trying to get that first spot off John Rees. Will he do it? 1, 2 seconds to go, and no, he's just going to be a sniff outside. Alano, though, has done a good ride off the top of the mountains. We'd almost given him up for lost on the climb, but there is 1:19.38.
these big men have obviously come down that hill very, very fast, David. You see Ulrich here in the final 2 kilometres. It's very twisty here as well. It's I'm quite happy now that the rain has held off, because when I came in this part of the circuit earlier on, it was raining and very, very wet. And I just trying to imagine the likes of these top boys coming in here, fighting for seconds and taking all kinds of risks on the corner. So I'm kind of delighted to see that the road is dry here.
Fastest time we got so far then, that of Bjorn Ries, 1 hour, 19 minutes and 32 seconds. In second spot now is Abraham Olano. He's just 6 seconds in second spot. In third spot, still Pantani, 34 seconds, as Veronk tries to fight his way back to Ulrich on the run in toward the finish here. And certainly Ries, Olano and Pantani were watching with bated breath. We've no doubt about who's going to take the victory today. It's the man in the yellow jersey, Ulrich. But here, 3 minutes down for Bronk was this morning. Sorry, 3 minutes in front of Ulrich, and now he's still holding that gap.
Well, the fact that Ulrich caught behind has obviously helped him, because Pantani was way ahead of behind on top of the climb. So behind can thank Ulrich for his good time here today.
1 kilometre to go in the distance there for the yellow jersey. It goes under that Coca-Cola blow-up banner, and then just about 1 minute and 10-15 seconds, goes a street down, the turn sharp right and up the finishing straight. The whole of France will erupt, by the way, I think too, because Veronk has done quite a useful time trial. If we took Ulrich out of the equation, this is with the rest of these people, Olano, Veronk, Pantani, Ries have all ridden with Casagrande and Van der Broek, superbly closely matched time trial, but this man is head and shoulders above the rest of them.
Yes, he is, definitely. This is something like the real injury performance, as we were saying earlier on. Look at the crowds that have turned out here today in Saint-Étienne. Possibly the biggest crowd we've seen in a finish so far since the start of the tour back in Rouen 10 days ago.
And I've never seen so many Danes out around this race. They'll be quite happy, I think, that a man from the same team's got it. They'd like Greece to do better still, but look at all the Danish flag in the background, the red and white ones there. Oh, dear me, as Veronk starts to hammer out the saddle, we know who's going to win it at 1:16. Look at that. He's clearly head and shoulders above everybody else, but what will happen to Veronk's time? Where will he finish on the result list today? As 1:16.24, and that's it. It's a tremendous victory, and so I should think that it must be around about 1:19.30 for Veronk. He's certainly beaten Olano, I think, and he may have beaten Ries as well, so Veronk may be second. After all, if I sums it quickly, I think Veronk is going to be second in the time trial, so you're seeing first and second on your screen, subject to official confirmation, but this man has pushed the second place man back by some 3 minutes with a performance right out of the top draw. Yes, it's been confirmed now that the time for Ulrich, 1 hour, 16 minutes and 24 seconds, the victor. Veronk is in second place at 3 minutes and 4 seconds. Bjorn Ries is third at 3 minutes and 8 seconds. Olano fourth, 3:14. Pantani fifth at 3:42. Saint-Étienne has seen some tremendous sights in the Tour de France. I say in the early days, in the first Tour de France in 1903, it was used as a checkpoint when they came from Lyon to Marseille, as they started out at around about midnight and came through here at about 3 o'clock in the morning. Well, the people have turned out today to see what has been an interesting competition under very mixed weather conditions, but Ulrich convincingly taking the victory, 1 hour 16:24, and look down that list behind him. Decimation, but how close they were. There's only a minute or so between the next 4 riders on the general classification, sorry, on the result today, and that'll be fed in to see where the general classification is at the moment, and the gaps are opening up. I don't think it'll make any major change. We'll have to wait and see on there. The Classement General, Ulrich ahead of Veronk, Olano, Ries, Pantani, Escartin. Casagrande's moved up, by the way. There's just one change there. Casagrande has moved up from 9th place at the moment into 7th. That was a very good performance by the Italian from the Psycho team. And look, he's only just some 7 seconds down behind Escartin. I think Escartin's going to have to watch out for the Psycho team as we move on tomorrow into the stage to the Alpe d'Huez. But the question is, Stephen, when they go into that mountain stage tomorrow, we've seen these lads battling it around today. What are the legs going to be like? Oh, he's listening to something else. He's got coming on his head.
Actually, what they're saying actually is that Vihank has opened a cut on his knee. In the final kilometres, he was out of the saddle, kind of sprinting, and his chain slipped and went down. He hit his leg off that very kind of funny handlebars he had, and cut a little kind of a
piece out of his knee.
Yeah. So I'm sorry for the
listeners. Well, let's see. Yes, but just there, his knee. Look, see how scarred. The right-hand side of your screen as it comes up. There it is.
Yeah.
Nasty, very nasty knock. Let's hope that doesn't affect him for tomorrow on the climb of the Alpe d'Huez, because that's an entirely different job tomorrow, isn't it?
Oh, tomorrow is definitely totally different, all right, yeah. So Dave, what were you saying? What's your question there again?
You're going on from here from Saint-Étienne to Alpe d'Huez tomorrow after a time trial stage. Do you think they're going to ride piano to begin with and throw it all into that final climb up the Alpe d'Huez?
Well, tomorrow there's some lads who've been resting up yesterday and had kind of a semi-rest day today. They're going to be having a go tomorrow, because from Saint-Étienne we go over the Col de la Republique, which is not very difficult, very wide open road. Then you have a lot of very downhill road, and with very few hills right to the foot of Alpe d'Huez. So I'd say tomorrow we're going to see a stage where there'll be some of the back markers will be having a go once we get down into the valley after Col de la Republique. And then of course the big guns, they'll be all firing down on Alpe d'Huez.
And the general classification you've just seen will certainly, as we go back with some recorded highlights from the start this morning, or so early this afternoon, with Ulrich getting himself ready for that tremendous time trial. Who would have forecast that he'd have won by so much after his great rides in the Pyrenees too? The first time we went up into Luchon, he rode a very controlled race on behalf of Bjorn Ries. The second day, he really let fly and showed everybody what a superb ride he was by finishing up that big climb. So he can prove even tomorrow, I think he can stay with the best of them. He isn't going to give in that easy, is he?
Oh, he is not. But we saw the devil there on the right-hand side of the road. I'm sure he'll be very happy, because it's about 15 years now he's following the Tour de France, and now he has finally got the opportunity of encouraging one of his own, because the devil himself, this devil anyway, is a German person. But I think tomorrow in the final we're going to see a big match between the likes of Vihank and Pontani, because if they want to get up to the second and third place on overall general classification, they got to blow out Ries first of all. So they don't attack tomorrow, and the day after at the Courchevel, Ries is going to snap up the second place in the podium in Paris.
Well, that's the battle we'll be looking forward to seeing then, as to who's going to finish second and third in the days to come. Ulrich is looking so strong at the moment that there's no doubt about it. He can dominate this race. He's got the strongest team too as well. They've not let very much go. And you see here, as we have a look back at him going Place Ferranc, today he took no prisoners. He just stormed round this course. He didn't in any way ease back. He must have known with the time checks he was going to win by a hatful, but he never ever eased back, just not at all. And he just dominated the race, and he's moved into a position now which looks unassailable. But you can never know, Stephen. I know it was not the same sort of distance in time, but remember my producer at Eurosport, when we were back there in London, when we actually did it from London the very first year of 1989 that Eurosport covered the Tour de France, and Annette van Denker was the producer then, and she said to me, David, it's never over until they actually get to Paris. And that was the year that Le Mans knocked out that time and won by 8 seconds from Fignon, sitting next to us here. The gap now is so great as far as Ulrich's concerned, but nevertheless they've got to watch out, because there's a load of good blokes here who still would, if they catch him napping and the team tactics don't work good, 3, 4, 5, 6 minutes in 2 lots of mountain state is possible, isn't it?
Once in 1983, I lost 22 minutes on Alpe d'Huez itself. So the Tour de France still has to go over the Alps, plus the mountains in Switzerland and Romandy, plus the final time trial in Paris. So it's a long way from being over yet, even though we have a tendency maybe to go straight to say, well, Vihank and Pontani and Ries are going for second place. It is very true, but Ulrich will never sleep at ease under against the powers, that's for sure.
And this is one of the men he's got to watch out for tomorrow on the Alpe d'Huez. It's tailor-made for something like Pantani, that climb, 21 hairpin bends as they go up toward the top of the thumping big climb at the back end of the course tomorrow. We're hoping to see the presentation on the podium at the end of this stage here in Saint-Étienne, the great centre for cycling over many, many years. Now, in fact, what I'll tell you, I have looked in the centre of the town. They're looking after bikes more and more. They see one town that's suddenly laid down special bike tracks, and I don't think we're going to see it on our camera, but there's 12 kilometres of tram tracks here as well, and the tram tracks go along what looks like grass. They've laid grass on the other side of the tram tracks where it's in the centre of the road. Alongside the grassy, there is also about a metre and a half of cycle tracks. So they're looking for new forms of transport in Saint-Étienne, going back to trams, providing facilities for bicycles, and the cars were on another part of the road which had got sleeping policemen on them, so you couldn't bounce along. So Saint-Étienne is catering for cyclists, and this then is the 21st time we've been here to Saint-Étienne, and it has been dominated, and the German's name goes on the list for the first time, 21st time to be precise. Last year it was Chandler, the British rider, who won in a sprint coming up the straight now, but this time trial has gone to Jan Ulrich of the Telecom team. The young German rider will take the stage victory and will keep that yellow jersey convincingly moving way ahead of his nearest rivals.
You can see now here Ulrich is not as free or not as relaxed as he was the other day. The time trial he did there today, the time he put into his rivals, I think he really dug into his reserves to do it. But of course, he's shown in the past his great means of recuperation. He recuperates very, very quickly. So I'm sure now we're looking forward to getting back to his hotel and getting a good massage in preparation for the very hard stage ahead of him tomorrow.
Well, certainly when they did the checks at the university, they found that he had all the same characteristics as Miguel Indurain in terms of his ability with his lungs, his heart to pump the blood round, his recovery from effort and so on. His power output is very, very similar to those of Miguel Indurain, and he's given us an Indurain-type performance today to smash the rest of the field out of sight. That's the provisional result on your screen at the moment. Interesting to see people like Jaskula up there in 8th spot, Seberg in their 9th, Bogard just below. Some some names that we haven't seen in the tour so far popping up as a result this time trial stage, but no way could any of them displace the man who comes up to get yet another yellow jersey and another lion to add to his vast collection, now increasing all the time. Well, that's it then, Stephen. Great day. I know you like the time trial, but this was a real superb performance.
It was. It was really an incredible performance, something we only see Miguel Indurain do in the past few years, so I'm really looking forward to the Alps now myself.
And there we are, a battle by Blanc. It didn't come to much, but he managed to move himself closer to battle for 2nd and 3rd spots. Myself, David Duffield, and my co-commentator, Steve Roche. It's time for us to say bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Adamant.
The Tour de France was brought to you by...
The riders today are moving out from Saint-Étienne. You see on the right-hand side of your screen those mountains. The blue bit, by the way, is either Switzerland or Italy. I'm not quite sure of my geography, but on the edge of Italy. Then we go off into Switzerland, but the blue bit is not water, and the mountains are lying ahead of these riders at the moment. They are Aus and Loder, who broke away after 73 kilometres of racing today. That's the Casino rider on the front, Aus, and behind in the bluish coloured jersey is Lauda. Both these two riders are the domestiques of their teams, and as we thought, excuse me saying rabbits, but they've allowed some of the lowly placed riders to drift off the front. They went about 73 kilometres, and the gap now is 3 minutes and 55 seconds. There, up on your screens, looming up ahead of them is the Alps and the massive crowd on the Alpe d'Huez. We've just driven up the climb, the 21 virages, the 21 bends that takes the riders to the top of this famous climb, first climbed in 1952 by Fausto Coppi, and I'm sure we're going to see the Italians yet again trying to win today. Interesting enough, Stephen Roche is sat here beside me. Over the years, we've seen the Dutch dominate the climb up the Alpe d'Huez, and the fair chance is that this bunch will come back together and explode at the bottom of the Alpe d'Huez, because it's pretty flat from now on in. But the Dutch have won in 1976, Zoetemelk, Kuiper in 1977, Kuiper again 78, Zoetemelk in 79, Winnen in 83 and 81 and 83, and then Rooks in 88 and Tunisia in 89. And in those days, when you go up the Alpe d'Huez, you'd see nothing but Dutch flags, and the Dutch were out there en masse. But I've never ever seen so many flags and people with face decorations and Viking helmets and chanting away from Denmark. Have you, Stephen? It's absolutely unbelievable. I mean, is anybody left? It's only a small nation with about, I don't know, 5 million populations. I mean, I think 4 million of them are here.
Well, in the last couple of years, Alpe d'Huez has been more or less baptized as being a Dutch mountain now, because you get, over the last number of years, you always had it was populated by mainly Dutch people. But I must say today, I've never seen so many people, not alone Danish people. I've never seen so many people on Alpe d'Huez. Normally you have the first steep ramp, you normally get a lot of people, then it dies down a bit, and you get it again towards the top. Whereas today, right from the start, right to the start, to the very, very top, there's like people, lines of people like lying 4 or 5 deep and 10 deep in some places. I've never seen so many people kind of abusing their bodies with different colored paint schemes. Like I've seen people down the way, like with their tops off them, all painted in orange, and other guys all painted in red. It's all great for cameras. I'm sure later on in the program, the cameras, I'm sure, will pick up some of these artists, as you could call them. But I've never seen so many people on Alpe d'Huez, never.
4 minutes and 5 seconds for these two riders. Went away at 73 kilometres, that's just inside 50 miles on a course today, taking them from Saint-Étienne to the Alpe d'Huez, 203 kilometres in all. That's 120 miles. Now, Stephen, you're just saying that what a great sight it's going to be for the cameras when they come uphill, that festivity. I certainly agree 100%. I've never seen like it, but it's some way before we get there. We have people watching now and people switching on later on. It's on the flat now. I presume there's a fair chance these two are going to be caught, and then just put people in the picture about this tremendous Alpe d'Huez, this final climb of what, 14-15 kilometres. Just describe it from your point of view, having ridden up it both strong and weakly.
Well, it is a climb which is fairly unpredictable. Like it's possibly one of the most feared climbs in the Alps, because even though it only lasts some 13 kilometres and the foot of it is the most steepest, it's neither a climber's hill nor a strongman's hill, because a climber, like, it's probably more for a climber than actually a rider like Rees or a rider like Ulrich, because on the steep parts a climber can get a good rhythm going, and what actually breaks the rhythm for the normal climber, the likes of Rees or Ulrich, is the fact that the corners are flat. So you're pedaling with a small gear up these steep little climbs, and all of a sudden you're going to flat, so you're changing your rhythm, you're around the corner, and you're going up steep again. So that does not suit a big gear rider or a strong rider, which is not necessarily a pure climber, the likes of Verhank or Pantani. So I once, when I had the yellow jersey in '87 on the tour, I actually lost it to Delgado here on Alpe d'Huez by losing by a minute or so to Delgado. On another day on Alpe d'Huez, I ride in the foot of the Alpe at Bourg-d'Oisans with the likes of Bernard Hinault, Lucien Van Impe, Zoetemelk, Van der Velde, all the big guys in all the good mountain climbers. And it was my first time actually to be riding so well in the mountains. In '83, I was riding with Robert Miller and the Pewter team, and I was just so happy to be there. I wasn't eating enough, and I arrived in the foot of Alpe d'Huez, and I just blew a gasket. I lost 22 minutes from the bottom of Alpe d'Huez up to the top, which is only some 14 kilometres.
Yeah, unbelievable.
So anything can happen. Like the crowds do encourage you on, but the main problem, and I can see a problem today, is that for riders who are going to be attacking, there's so many people on the road. They come in on top of you nearly. It's nearly claustrophobic nearly on the riders. The motorbikes riding in the front, I reckon, will not be able to keep the people back far enough to. I hope it doesn't hinder the race in any sense, because it's going to make it very difficult for anybody to attack or for overtaking on it. So it's going to be, I think when we get here, the likes of Pantani and Verhank, there's going to be fireworks, but I just hope that the people now, I've never seen so many people here on Alpe d'Huez, so I just hope there's not going to be any kind of a congestion as regards motorbikes and in the front, or lead cars, or anything else getting in the rider's way.
Now then, Stephen, we had the time trial yesterday, which was just absolutely mind-blowing, the way that Ulrich rode, and a lot of the top men in the top 20 or 30 places would also ridden their skulls out yesterday to go as hard as they could. You see now the Mercato and Uno team are on the front here trying to set up for Pantani when we got the climb. But what's it like suddenly coming from a time trial on a stage like this with a following wind? It's very fast. We had a bit of a climb to begin with. These two riders go away. I mean, how are the legs going to be?
Well, I think it's really an accumulation of things, because the first few days right down through Normandy, Brittany, right down as far as the Pyrenees, it was very, very difficult. It was very, very dangerous because we saw a lot of crashes. It was going very, very fast, and riders are very, very tired, nervously and physically when they got to the Pyrenees. Then the Pyrenees was very, very hard. There was I've never seen the stage into Andorra. I've never seen so many climbs in such a short period. In the last 40 kilometers, I've never seen so many climbs, but they all got over that. Then they had a rest day, and then they had a very, very hard time trial yesterday. So it's going to be very interesting to see Virenque and Pantani, because in my opinion yesterday, Virenque went really into the red. Like when he was caught by Ulrich in the final 15 kilometers, he really hung on in there to try and limit the time lost on Ulrich, which gave him a better place on the stage. He brought him to second place on the stage, where normally should have finished maybe fourth or fifth. So it'll be interesting to see now when we arrive on the foot of Alpe d'Huez if Virenque has recovered totally, because he made a very, very strong effort yesterday. I would say Pantani here. If you remember 2 years ago, Dave, in the Tour, Pantani did the very same thing. There's a group at the front, and his Carrera team at the time rode on the front to get him across to as close as he can to the breakaway group, because Pantani can afford to give the group in the front, say, 3.5 minutes. But over that, it's making it difficult for him to pull it back on the Alpe d'Huez alone. So Mercato and Uno here are kind of showing their colours here. They're showing their cards. They're saying to Ulrich and everybody else, like, you know, I want to win a stage here, so I'm going to go. So it's actually helping out the Telecom team, really, because it means that Telecom have not got to ride on the front, and it means Ulrich will have more teammates around them, fresher than they would have been if they had to ride behind that front group.
Well, Pantani won here in 1995. The time we went up before, 1994, was Conti. 1992, Hampson, who's retired from the scene now, and in 1991 it was Gianni Bugno, who's also taking a bit of a back seat now and just doing the sort of advisory bit for his team. He also won in 1990, so really we're looking for a new kid on the block, although this is the man who I think is desperately keen to have his second double on the climb. So Bugno's won a couple of times here. We've had Vinland win here a couple of times, Kuiper's won here a couple of times, Zoetemelk's won here a couple of times. So does knowing the course, winning on here, Steve, have any sort of way in which you know next time you come up what to do, and you've got that sort of enthusiasm? If you won it once, does it sort of help you on again?
Oh, definitely. Alpe d'Huez, if you don't know it, it can be a big mistake. So the riders here will know the call. They'll probably have been over it in training before the Tour de France, but because they've raced on it before, they will have their certain areas on it where they know, okay, 2 years ago I got to this distance here, I was in the front group, I was in the second group, I was feeling good or I was feeling bad. Okay, this part here I can go hard as far as there, because I know once I get to the 5th kilometer or so, it gets a little bit easier, so I can recuperate a little bit. So it's very important to know the climbs, and a climb like Alpe d'Huez, like I say, I lost 1 minute 1 year and 22 minutes another year. So when you know what the climb is like, it can help you kind of limit the losses and lose as little time as possible.
Well, certainly the challenge will be out in force on the climb as well. I think most of the Pantani fan club are here. His father is also here. His father came out a couple of days ago with the camper van and found himself a nice spot. I didn't actually see his father, but I found a Pantani look-alike on the side there, shaved head and everything. Unbelievable what lies ahead of the Tour de France riders on this stage into Alpe d'Huez from Saint-Étienne. This rider on your screen now is one of the two riders in the lead on this stage, the Tour de France, going through on the 13th stage. Unlucky for some, I think. We're going through Grenoble at the moment, the main pack is, and the two men down the road, a lead around about 4 minutes and 5 seconds on the main group, which includes all the favourites. We had a bit of a crash further on down the road, and Colombo was one of those that came down. I think it was Baldato also came down. We had a few people fall off, but they've all got back in again now, and no real problem as far as they're concerned. So the team on the front, Mercatonuno, trying to put that gap back so they can climb the mountain together, carrying with them Pantani, who has got his father waiting somewhere up on the mountainside for him, and they'll all be looking down the mountain with bated breath to see these people come through. A lot of chaps here riding away on the front, working very hard indeed, will absolutely just grovel up the mountain once they get to the bottom. Their job is to get the field intact down to the bottom. In fact, I remember many years ago watching a young Miguel Indurain doing the same thing along here, and riding himself into oblivion, and I think was that when Pedro Delgado was riding the same team? Was it the old Reynolds team or something? I remember this young Indurain on the front, and virtually they got to the bottom at Bourg-d'Oisans. He peeled off, and he was almost going to fall into the ditch at the time. But really, some of these chaps we've seen on the front have had their work cut out, except today, Stephen. The wind is behind, isn't it?
It is, yeah, so it makes it a little bit easier. We just saw Richard Virenque getting back on there. While we were off air there at the commercial break, he actually punctured, so his whole team waited for him and brought him back on. We just saw him there getting back on there with his whole team. They'll probably bring him now to as far as they can to the front to keep him out of danger and give him plenty of shelter.
Well, here we are in Grenoble. It's a modern university city, and just to the right and left, the magnificent big mountains, the massives of the Vercors and the Chartreuse to the west and the north. And of course, the higher peaks of the Belledonne in the east, where they're heading off now, these two riders who might be caught. If you come to this part of the world, just take a little trip up to Voiron, by the way, because just northwest of Grenoble, that's where the famous potent yellow Chartreuse liquor comes from. It's based on a very secret herbal elixir recipe from the monks of 1605. I think I should need it. I'll get to the top of the Alpe coming up here. Thank you, by the way, for all the facts that have been flying in to us on our rest day, and the letters that have been going to riders. I understand that Richard Virenque has had 407 letters as at the rest day. The riders have received 2,580 letters so far, and 120 of the riders in the field have had these letters. They come through the special diner post. Second behind Richard Virenque is Cedric Vasseur with 165, Laurent Jalabert 124, Frederic Moncas on 79, Luc Leblanc 59, Jan Ulrich 55, and I've got a few faxes in. I think you've got one too, haven't you, Stephen?
I just got a nice little fax here in from Newark Castle Cycling Club from Dave Miller. Dave, you're listening out there, thank you very, very much for your fax, and it's in conjunction with your club's 50th dinner party this year on November 15th. And I'd like to just going to add to that, Dave. At the moment I have, you've asked me to try and collect some items which you can auction off at their dinner. I've just acquired a World Championship jersey of Johan Museeuw, signed, and I'll have it for you in November for the auction. And by the way, Dave, I've been invited for the last while, but I have an invitation here for yourself as well.
Right.
So if you're not doing anything on on November 15th, you're also welcome to come along to the Newark Castle Cycling Club 50th dinner party.
I remember, Jörg, they were the people. We organised the first town centre criterium there. Now, we're going to talk about things here, ladies and gentlemen, while watching these two riders go, backtracking backwards and forwards, just to put you in the picture about things that happen, because these two riders on their own, a leader of so 4 minutes, will do what they have to do. But Dave Miller, certainly, I remember the pro crits in the Cobble Market. What happened now? This is interesting. I was in charge of the Carlton Cycle side at the rally at the time, and we had the Carlton racing team, and we had this inquiry from Newcastle. The Rotarians, they'd had the Roundheads and the Cavaliers, they'd had donkey racing, they'd had jousting, all sorts of things to raise money for charity. And it was the Rotarians, or Round Tables, what it was, that they had put these things on every year, and they said, look, we would like to run a bike race. This was the Round Table lot, and we would like to run it in the centre of town. I said, yeah, we were happy to sponsor it. We'd like to do it just down the road from Nottingham, but how can you close the town? They said, well, we're Sauternes, he's the chief of police, he's the chief this and he's that, and he's in charge of the engineering. And they all sat there, all these chaps, said, right, if you can close the town down, we'll have a bike race. And we put the money up, they closed the town down, and all the money from the programme sales, the advertising, we sponsored it at Rally, and they collected the money. Unfortunately, it poured with rain. My good friend, the late David Saunders, came along and did the commentary for us. Now, once that happened, in Nottingham, not far down the road, Maurice Pound, who was the director of the toy side of Rally, said, these chaps in Newark can't do that and beat us. We, Sauternes in Nottingham, will now close down Nottingham. I said, OK, can you do it? He said, yes, have a meeting in the town hall. So I had a meeting in the town hall. There was the chief of police, chief engineer, so all sat, all Sauternes, we'll close the town down if you'll sponsor the race. So we did the same thing again. Alan Rushton saw it, he said, this is an idea. We'll have the Kellogg City Centre races. And from those two things, and Dave and the Newark Cycle Club way back in mid-70s, that's where those city centre races came from.
And we all know after that they went down for a number of years then, sponsored by Kellogg's and different other sponsors. And I must say they were an incredible success. And Alan Rushton and his Sport for Television crew did an incredible job there. And of course, Alan Rushton then went on then to get stages of the Tour de France in Brighton and Portsmouth. He has the Leeds Classic. He had the Brighton Classic. He's also involved now in the Tour de France starting in Ireland in 1998. So once again, Dave, just let you know now, if you're listening into us here, I have acquired Johan Musio's World Championship jersey signed for the evening. So I know you're inviting some corporate people in to help pay for the dinner, to make this dinner a big success, with it being his 50th anniversary at the club. So I have another week to go yet, so I'll try and accumulate a few more things, maybe even a polka dot jersey from Verhank maybe yet. So I'll do my best, and wish you the best of luck in the organisation, and look forward to meeting yourself next week as you're coming over here for the tour, and meeting the club on November 15th too.
We look forward to that too. I hope I can make it. I haven't got my diary here to check the date out, but I think the same or similar facts has also been sent to Eurosport, not got through to me at the moment. On the city centre races, by the way, to look at these two lads here now riding heavily and hard towards the finish and helping themselves to all sorts of sharp drinks to keep them going. Did you win that one in Dublin when it poured with rain? I certainly remember you riding with Sean Kelly, and the whole thing erupted when you took off.
Well, actually, I should have won it, because I was the only one that didn't fall off.
Everyone fell off,
everyone fell off, and they all lost a lap or two laps. I was the only one that did not lose a lap. Actually, there's your Monsieur there in his World Championship jersey. Dave, that's a jersey I'll have for you on November 15th.
Well.
Anyway, no, the race in Dublin, it was a fabulous race, all right. I was the only one that didn't fall off, so I should have officially won it, but because Sean Kelly won the sprint at the end, we'll get with the Sean Kelly. So that was me out of luck, you know.
I remember that, because afterwards, on the way through there, I went to wet my whistle and had a sharp lemonade. Well, it looked like lemonade, but rather dark brown at the time, a little bar on the corner, and when I was in there, I discovered it was a racing cyclist who had been one of the early grass track champions in Ireland. He showed me all his pictures and everything else, so when I was doing the public address, I mentioned his name over the air. Anyway, when we went back, the pub was heaving. Come in, boys, thank you for that, come on, sit down, have a drink. I had a great time, absolutely hilarious. So if you're going to Tour de France start in Dublin next year, book your tickets now, get yourself organised, because it's going to be an enormous party and some very serious bike racing and some very good countrysides and very hospitable people, and I certainly am looking forward to it.
From talking to the followers of the Tour de France this year, like initially when it was launched that Ireland's going to host the start of the Tour de France next year, we felt that maybe a little bit of a negative reaction from the caravan, from the people involved in the organisation and everything else. And it's amazing the positiveness of everybody involved in Tour de France. You know, everyone's kind of saying, well, is it possible to come a few days earlier? Or if I come a few days early, can you give me some good addresses where I can go and have a good night out, or whatever? So the interest and enthusiasm of the people here, everyone involved in cycling, whether it be in the caravan, whether it be in the press, everybody is really, really enthusiastic about coming over, and I'm guaranteeing them a good time.
Well, this is not the Alpe d'Huez. It happens to be a special little bridge that they built for the road for the cars to go over the top of a junction, as you see on your screen now. And I thought they ought to put a pream line on the top for the first man to go over the top of it, but not so. It's just a way in which they go across the top of the water and over the top of a junction below and come down the other side. This day the Tour de France then taking the riders 203 kilometres a day, that's 120 miles, and the flat bit is ahead of them now before it suddenly goes up into Mount Mountain of the Alpe d'Huez. Still two riders in the lead at the moment, Loda and Aus, and we'll be seeing them shortly on the screen. The wind is very much a bit behind them earlier on, but as they're swinging round now, it's coming slightly cross, but still it's enough, I think, for them to maintain a fair old rate of knots. You can see how they're strung out now. This is probably if you get a bit of a crosswind, Stephen, it must be able to, break it up, particularly if you've been grovelling and finding hard to keep the speed up, because it's rocketed. We started at an average is only 41.7 kilometres per hour. The second hour they did 45.9 kilometres per hour, 46 kilometres per hour, and they're still going at about the same speed. So 46 k's is pretty quick.
It is, it's very fast. You can see here now that little bit of damage that little kind of humpback bridge there did to the peloton. And once they got over it, they got the wind on the side and stung them all out. You can see here now once again they have those traffic islands in the middle of the road. They cause havoc in the peloton, the early parts of the race, but thank God now they've been, the riders now are more settled, and we haven't seen crashes now for the last few days. So for traffic crashes because of traffic islands. I mean, so about 50 kilometres to go now, Dave.
And the field, and here we are, 49 coming down all the time. Well, they're going quickly now, but it'll suddenly come to a grinding halt. We've been talking about the letters that have come in, over 407 so far. Richard Barong, the faxes have been coming through to Stephen and myself. Now, I've got one here, by the way, Stephen. I love that lovely Châtre in the background, the Châtre de Vizille. It said that, hi there, it is from a fellow Jim Lee from the Aston Science Park in Birmingham. Oh, you're all right then, kid. Don't say if you come from Birmingham like me, Jim Lee, but if you do, I'll speak your language, as they call my brummy. Anyway, he said, in my wardrobe from many years ago, before I got into the motorcycle, hangs a cycling jersey, a replica, which is part yellow, part green, part polka dot, with a little bit of red here and there. He said, I think it was a Jack of Trade jersey from 1987, and it's got Toshiba written on the arms. Could you and Stephen shed any light on the history and demise of this classification, and how were the points awarded? Well, this, of course, was the combined. When this combined the Kingdom Mountains, the points, the yellow jersey.
Yeah, it's put those three together.
And wasn't the red one the catch sprint?
That's right,
in
sprints,
those days?
Intermediate sprints, yeah.
So they put them all together, and it got so confusing, didn't it, with all these jerseys in the end?
It got so confusion, but it also took too long to film them all on the finish line. That's why the Tour de France have actually increased the payment from the main sponsors. They've given them more kind of television, more profile, and on the finish line now, every day at the finish, they will only have the green, yellow, and the Mountains jersey. And there's no other jerseys in the Tour de France at the moment, even though they have a Best Young Riders competition sponsored by Alcatel, and they have also the Combativity Award sponsored by Coeur de Lion. Those presentations are made the next morning at the start of the race on the start rostrum.
And they don't have any jerseys going with it. One time the young rider, I think, had a white jersey or something too, didn't he?
Yeah.
So it was very confusing, so many jerseys, but they simplified it now. And so, Jim Lee, you've got something there which I would suggest you might like to frame and stick up on your wall or something for the future, because it's obviously going to be a collector's item eventually. You're saying here that on Sunday when he wore the Stars and Stripes, did I notice the absence of his racing numbers? What's the penalty for that? I didn't notice the absence of his racing numbers, and whatever it cost Mario would pale into insignificance with about the thick end of £500,000 that he earns every year. And he says here there must have been an advert in the Mail on Sunday. Does Chris Bourman owe his success to eating Jacob's Figs roll? I mean, that my mind boggles on that. I think if you eat too many Jacob Figs roll, it wouldn't make it go fast. Well, thank you for all these faxes, by the way. I've got another one here, as they're all together. Yes, I can go back to this one. This is from Kevin Hodges from Charlegrove in Oxfordshire. And he said he put the satellite system in last year for Eurosport because, of course, there's no subscription, by the way. If you're watching around a friend's house now, or know some of the clubmen tape the stages and show them at the club room at night, when you've got your disc, by the way, then you don't have any reason to... I'm just waiting, it looks like it's 5 minutes lead, I think, now. The last one we saw was 4:20. Anyway, going back to the club lads who record it and then show it at the club room later on, if you do want to get yourself a dish, once you've got the dish, there's no subscription to Eurosport. It comes free out of the sky, and if you don't like the English commentary, as some people prefer to listen to German or the French, you can do it. You can just get it retuned, no trouble at all. And he said that he's been watching the Tour for many years on holidays in France, and he first found Eurosport, this is good, on the cross-channel ferries, and had great difficulty getting me off the boat. He'd be quite happy to sit there in the bar watching the coverage as he trundled to and from Cherbourg. Well, at least thank you for that then, for the Kevin Hodges. And he's asking, can we confirm that Beltron and Alonso are riding for Banesto? The answer is yes. Is Roux riding for TVM? The answer is yes. Is Kummer riding for Telecom? The answer is no. The reason is that, and also Luttenberger, Roos, Stevens, Van der Broek, yes, they're all riding. He's entered this special competition from cycling where they had 13,000 entries, Steve. I don't know if you saw it, but you can have your own dream team. You're given so much money to select the riders, the climber, domestiques, the sprinters, and you make the team from a list of names printed. Well, of course, as you know, the 11th hour, when they sign on, they make substitutes and some people don't ride. And he asked me where he can get the teams from. The answer to that one is, if you're living in Oxfordshire somewhere, Charlegrove, possibly you can nip down to Oxford and phone up to, say, W.H. Smith or something. Some of the major newspaper sellers, like W.H. Smith, in a big place like Oxford, do have Les Keep, and you can phone them and say, look, will you keep Les Keep for me, and I'll come and collect it later on, and you'll get the list in Les Keep. It comes at least one day late. That's one way of doing it. And also, if you get to somebody who's got one of these links on the website, there is a www.stop Latour, all one word, sorry, Latour, L-E-T-O-U-R, all one word with small l, .ff, and that will actually plug you into the announcements being made by the tour organisers, and I'm pretty sure if you work your computer and whiz it backwards and forwards, you should be able to find the start list from that as well. But I haven't tried it myself, but that's what it is. A lot of stuff is available on the web now.
I even have my own site on the web myself, Dave. I have my own training camps and everything else on the internet at the moment, which is www.s.roche.com. So it's up on the internet at the moment, and it's I have my training camps. I'm also doing a bike which is coming out in September, and there'll be a video coming out of my career also in September. So to coincide with 10 years after the 10 years after my triple victory Giro, Tour and World Championships.
Thomas to speak to you shortly, won't it?
Yeah. It's a bit of publicity for myself, Dave.
Oh, is it? Oh, I'd never have known. Well, there they are. They're running out of Grenoble now on this flat run-in before we get to Bourg-d'Oisans and the big climb up the other side. The field pretty well all together. And one question that Keith Hodges did ask me, he said last year at one point looked like a punch-up between the riders and the motorbikes. Did anything happen afterwards? In fact, at the end, the Tour de France organisers had a chat to everybody concerned, and no, there's no animosity between them, and the riders recognise the motorcyclists have a job to do, and they really have come throughout the whole of the tour so far without anybody falling out. Thanks also to Peter Brown for his faxes about Barry Hoban and about Alec Taylor. I got them and I used both of them, and you may not have heard it, Peter, but thanks for that too. By God, it's coming thick and fast today, isn't it? Looks like a bit of a puncture here, Stephen. I looked up and saw that the telecom team had gone back.
Was it
Reese?
Reese changed his bike, Dave. He changed his bike. He's taking on as a lighter bike now, specifically for Alpe d'Huez. So I think Reese still has some ambition, Dave, from the looks of it, because like changing his bike like that for a co-leader, like it's getting a bit tight now. So I say he must still have some kind of ambition himself.
Well, with a number of Danish people who are up there in the climbs, in the corners, on the straights of the Alpe d'Huez, certainly his team taking it back now. They'll need a lot of excitement later on. The field still stringing along, chasing after our two breakaway riders who went away after 73 kilometres on this, the 13th stage of the Tour de France, from Saint-Étienne to the famous, or should I say the infamous, Alpe d'Huez. First climbed in 1952 when Fausto Coppi romped up to take the stage victory. There was a great gap after that, after 52. They didn't go up there again until 1976. And it was made possible in the first instance by the way in which the ski resorts have developed the roads, because before they were just tracks for mountain goats, sheep farmers, and the hardy people who went trekking up in the mountains, hiking during the summer, or lugged their skis up during the winter. But now the riders are heading towards this great ski resort, and all round about us where we're sitting in the finish line are these enormous chalets where the skiers come during the winter, and during the summer people come mountain biking and hiking, what have you. We can see, looking out across the top of the buildings here, the snow still on the mountain sides of the Alps. It's been not enough warmth really to melt the snow and bring it down, and thank goodness this year though we haven't had a fall of snow 3 minutes and 40 seconds is the gap now for our leading twosome, Aus and Loder. And here we have the yellow jersey of Ulrich, who romped round yesterday. If you didn't catch up with the results in your newspapers in the time trial, I'll just put you in the picture before we have another general chat. The lead that Ulrich now has on general classification is 5 minutes and 42 seconds over Veronk. In the time trial yesterday, Jan Ulrich was the victor, and he caught Richard Veronk, and he then knocked 3 minutes and 4 seconds out of him. In third spot yesterday in the time trial, Bjorn Ries, 3 minutes and 8 seconds down. Abel Molano, the Benesto rider, at 3:14. Pantani, Marco Pantani, who rocketed up the climb, was probably the fastest to the top of the climb, was back in fifth spot at 3:42. A good ride by Francesco Casgrande of the Psycho team. He finished sixth in 3:56, and Frank van den Broek was long-time leader. He started quite early in the program. He was seventh overall at 4 minutes and 44 seconds. Zenon Jaskula was eighth at 4 minutes and 50, and Beetseberg was in ninth spot at 5 minutes. And if you missed the information yesterday, Beetseberg is now signed for the Rabobank team for a couple of years, and he'll be riding in their colours from 1998 onwards. Michael Bogard was 10th in the time trial. Good ride there for him. He was 5 minutes and 4 seconds down on a phenomenal Jan Ulrich. The gap then now down to 3 minutes and 43 seconds between our two leaders, Aus and Loder. They had at one time a very good lead of over 5 minutes, but it's coming down now as they're getting closer and closer. You look there in the distance, the massive mountains and that cut through of the roadway through the valley before they turn sharp left. And the size of the mountain they've got to climb is very similar to what you can see there. The road zigzags up to the top into the clouds. In fact, fortunately at the moment the sun is shining here at the finish line, but it's very, very cold indeed, bitterly cold. We put on plenty of clothing today. One thing you learn as a commentator for Eurosport, that you have to put on plenty of warm clothing when you get the cold wind blowing at you. So there we are, these two riders now heading up towards the finish. They're going to be allowed to feed up to 16 kilometres from the arrival. Normally I think it's 20 k's they can't go about. Oh my goodness, the experts are we've got some grand champions here, Stephen. You go have a chat. Francesco Moses arrived. 3:33 then, the gap to the main group at the moment. I was running down the general classification as at yesterday. Jan Ulrich's brilliant ride in that time trial has had a lot of people talking about his ability to punch big holes in the rest of the field, and everybody's searching back through the records to find out when we last had a break just like that. And certainly you have to go back to rides done like the one at Luxembourg by Indurain when he won by over 3 minutes. It isn't normal that you get a gap as big as that in the time trial stage. And not only that, the man who's second on general classification being caught by the yellow jersey. It happened yesterday, and it was something. Okay, well, I mentioned we got Francesco Moser here, the hour record holder, and Stephen is going to chat to him in Italian and will translate back. Hang on to your hats, this is something unique on Eurosport. Stephen, over to you.
Ciao Francesco, come va?
Bene, bene.
Come ti trova la corsa oggi del Tour? How do you find the race this year?
Ormai tutto si deciderà sull'ultima salita. In Italia tutti aspettano Pantani perché è lui l'uomo che può vincere la tappa oggi. Speriamo almeno che riesca a vincere la tappa e magari fare qualche passo in avanti nella classifica generale.
Francesco says that of course the whole of Italy is waiting for Pantani with the climb up to the finish. He said it's a race which should suit Pantani in the hope that maybe he can maybe take a few more seconds out of Veronk and the other guys and maybe move up another place or two on general classification. E come ti hai trovato il Tour questo anno? Era più duro che gli altri anni o era un Tour normale? How do you find the Tour de France this year? Is it as hard as every other year or is it difficult?
In Italia tutti seguono molto il Tour alla televisione e c'è stata molta attenzione sulla prima parte per tutte le cadute che ci sono state, c'è stata un po' di polemica anche se vogliamo, ma la corsa si è decisa sui Pirenei e adesso la tappa cronometro di ieri e adesso ci sono queste 3 giornate sulle Alpi, ma mi sembra che Ulrich non abbia avversari.
Francesco says that the first few weeks at the Tour de France are very, they were followed very deeply in Italy, and unfortunately there's a lot of crashes, and it was very difficult on the flat stages, very difficult in the climbs. Ulrich came through very strong, but unfortunately he has no adversaries, he's no competition at the moment. Cosa fai adesso, Francesco? What are you doing at the moment, Francesco?
Io sono nella politica.
In the politics at the moment.
Assessore allo sport e al turismo della provincia autonoma di Trento.
He's working for the sport and tourism of the province of
Trentino.
Trentino.
Mi occupo dello sport, del turismo, perché
he's looking after sport and tourism.
È come essere qui all'Alpe d'Huez, sono tutte le montagne, molte stazioni di sci, ci sono molti inglesi che vengono a sciare, irlandesi meno, ma inglesi.
He's working for the sport and tourism in Torino, and as we know in Torino there's a lot of mountains and ski stations. A lot of English people come over to Torino, not so many Irish for the moment, but this is basically his job at the moment. Vai ancora in bici, Francesco?
Sì.
Do you go still ride the bike?
2 volte alla settimana.
Francesco says he still goes out on the bike twice a week. E come fa per trovare?
Che domani vado.
Maybe even tomorrow, però no in Alpe d'Huez, not in Alpe d'Huez.
Senza problemi, no.
He says Alpe d'Huez is not even a problem. Quanti chilometri all'anno fai adesso?
No, farò 3-4 mila.
He says he only does 3,000 or 4,000 kilometers in the year, but looking at it the way he is at the moment, I feel he's maybe doing a little bit more. Come fai adesso per tenere la linea?
Credo che sia anche una questione di fisico. Io non ho la tendenza ad ingrassare, anche se non faccio molto movimento, io mangio, però non ingrasso, forse consumo per tutte le attività che faccio.
I asked him how does he keep his good kind of slim line. He said, well, maybe it's a normal thing, maybe because he eats but doesn't get any heavier. Maybe it's simply because his physique is like that, with all the activities he has going around with the politics and everything else. Maybe he doesn't just take on the weight.
In inverno faccio lo sci di discesa e di fondo, e l'estate bicicletta. Queste sono le sole attività sportive che faccio.
In the winter he does some skiing, downhill skiing and cross country, and in the summer he does some cycling. Tua favorita per oggi? Your favorite for today?
Credo che sia Pantani.
Well, I think you need no explanation for that. He said Pantani. Grazie molto, Francesco.
Ciao.
Thank you, Francesco.
Well, thank you then to Francesco Moser, who really shocked the cycling world 10 years after his hour record in Mexico. He went again in 1994 to attack Bourbon's record of 52.270 kilometers per hour. He attacked it at the age of 43 years of age, and Stephen was saying how fit he looks and still he does. And he did 51.84 kilometers per hour, and that actually broke his personal record, because he had been the world hour record holder way back in 1986. He did 48.5 kilometers per hour, and then again he went and got it in October 1986, again 49 kilometers per hour. He's a tremendous rider, because not only has he got the hour record, he was the world champion in 1977. He won a stage in the Tour of France. He won the Tour of Lombardy, the Midi Libre. He was a world pursuit champion as well. So you've heard live on Eurosport, speaking Italian, the great Francesco Moser, interviewed by my good friend Stephen Roach. Up now 2 minutes and 33 seconds between the two leaders, who went away after 75 kilometers of racing. We're getting in towards the climb of the Alpe d'Huez, just down the road from these riders here. The main pack just, I think, slowly but surely reeling in our breakaway group on this 13th stage of the Tour de France. 203 kilometers, that's 120 miles in all. We were talking earlier on about the interest in the race in Ireland, and I met a chap from the Dan Morrissey Cycling Club, Rory Mitchell from Carlow, earlier on today. He said hello to his club friends and everybody around about his neck of the woods. He turned up wearing a nice little rugby jersey with Murphys all over it. So I know of Murphys, and I know of Beamish, and I know of Guinness, so there's plenty of Irish over here. So Rory Mitchell to his mates in the Dan Morrissey Cycling Club. Hello.
Well, actually, Dave, I met some other Irish people this morning myself, and I just like to kind of reassure the wives that they're actually here. There's Ken Duff from Bray. Harry Dawson from Bray also, and Pat Ryan from Bray. So just to kind of reassure their wives and their family that they are here, because I believe they often go astray in the Tour de France.
Well, we'll go astray next year. Also, who do we meet this morning? I met Sally-Ann Bourbon. She was sitting there quiet. I couldn't track down Chris this morning. I want to know what his problems they were still there. And evidently, he's still having the same amount of pain with these 2 vertebrae that got hurt in his neck. The pain isn't going away. He's having treatment for it, but it's not improving at all. So we're keeping our fingers crossed. He's determined to get to the finish and determined to get to Disneyland Paris, because all the 4 children are coming over. Sally's going back tomorrow, collect the children. Next Thursday they're going to come over and take, you know, part in the rides in Disneyland and so on. And I asked Sally-Ann, I said, what happened to the lion? Because when you get the yellow jersey, you get given the lion, and Chris said very clearly that the lion was to go to Oscar, because he wanted the lion to go to Oscar, who was born just 2 years ago at the time of the Tour de France. Anyway, Oscar took this lion to the nursery school where he goes, very proud of it, you see, and a girl tried to pull it off him by dragging its tail, and a fight ensued. For this lion, this 2-year-old Oscar, this little girl, and they had to separate them and take the lion away because he was defending it with a certain vigour. Oh well. And I said, well, has his favourite teddy bear been usurped by the lion? And Sally said, no, they never bought them teddy bears. Chris, over the years, the Commonwealth Games and various other things, he's been given certain little prizes of various sorts and various stuffed animals, what have you, and he's kept them and given them to the kids, of which he's got 4.
Very good. You can see the peloton here now as the Telecom have come to the front and give the Mercatono Uno team a hand. When Mercatono Uno and Pantani's team realised the gap was coming down like under 3 minutes, they felt, well, there's no real need in riding so hard, because Pantani feels confident enough that on Alpe d'Huez he can give anybody, especially the lads that are in front anyway, give them 3 minutes and catch them before the top. So there's no point in the team riding the eyeballs out up to the foot of the climb, and because he can pull back 3 minutes anyway. So we see the Telecom team here now on the front with the Mercatono Uno team, but they're not riding as hard or with as much conviction as they had earlier on in the stage, simply because you can see on the right hand side of the screen here the gap now is down to 2 minutes and 3 seconds.
And GAM beginning to move up as well, getting close to the front. They don't have an actual climber as such in the team, but I'm just looking down the list to see. I think we've got a sprint coming up, or have we not? No, we haven't. We've been through all the sprints. The only thing left is the Oak category climb of the Alpe d'Huez. And this terrible climb, which is in front of them, goes up to a height of 1,860 metres above sea level. They've been down in the valley, and they've been down as low as 200 metres above sea level at Grenoble, and they begin to climb now, and they're about a point about 400 metres above sea level. There's still 1,400 metres of climbing ahead of them, and there you see the water coming cascading down off the mountain top, where the melting snow is filling the rivers and providing hydroelectricity. And you see that right on your screen, live on Eurosport, this wonderful, wonderful sight of the riders now setting towards that mountain in front, that really, as you go along, you can see them in the distance, you can see the climb, you can see the snow. And you can see the gap is now down to 2 minutes and 5 seconds. You've been talking, Stephen, about the special drinks the riders take. I went this morning to the US Postal team to see what's happened to Jeff Brown's father, Ian Brown, who was a rider with the Armstrong many years ago, and he's over from Canada. And I suddenly spotted that on the top of the jersey of George Hincapie, all the team amongst the sponsorship, they've got Pocket Rocket. And I said, George, you're about 6'2", you're certainly not the Pocket Rocket. He says, no, David, it's a special drink, one of these high-powered drinks that you've been talking about. And he put his hand in his pocket and he brought it out. It's called a Pocket Rocket because, you know, those sort of sachets that you have for to wash your hair with, the shampoo sachets. It's bigger than a shampoo sachet, and it's made in the shape like a bottle, and you can take the top off. And he showed it to me. I hadn't actually got my glasses to read the ingredients, but it was one of these high-powered drinks, and it is actually in a plastic sachet. You just tear the top off, squeeze it back down, and that's Pocket Rocket.
Well, I remember the pocket rocket I knew was Steve Jochen
from
the Isle of Man. Any of you who raced or followed the cycling in the Isle of Man back in the 70s and early 80s, you would remember, of course, Steve Jochen. I remember having a number of battles with him in time trials and in criterium, especially the Douglas KMS, the Douglas criterium, or different races and events we rode in the Isle of Man together. So that was the only pocket rocket I knew, and he was small and very, very fast.
He was. Steve Jochen, the original pocket rocket. There we are, the two leaders on this stage 13, Saint-Étienne to Alpe d'Huez, 203.5 kilometres. The gap is coming down all the time now. It looks like it's inside the 2-minute barrier now. It was over 5 minutes at one point. So for on the front, a load up, and Als there, load up. Well, he finished 100th in the Tour de France in 1995. Didn't finish last year. Not a man that wins much. He's been riding for the MG Technogym team for the past 3 years, 94, 95, 96. This is his fourth year with the team. The team folds at the end of the year. He previously rode with the MG when they're sponsored by GB Bianchi in 1993. So all his professional career, the man in blue here, has been spent with the MG team. MG are a clothing company. I'm not quite sure, do they make it, Stephen, or are they shops that sell it in Italy? MG.
MG is also the Belgian part of the Italian team. Also, they have a big kind of supermarket range up in Belgium. So the Technogym is more of
exercise equipment,
gym,
isn't it?
Exercise, gym equipment and everything else. And MG is part of the kind of fruit and vegetables and kind of alimentation, where we got French, isn't it? Food chain in Belgium. But we see the casino here. The casino rider here, he's from the main sponsor of the team is from this area. So it's very good to see. I'm happy to see those lads up the front.
Because casino based in Grenoble, are they?
Yeah. Vincent Lavenou, the director sportif of the team, is from this area, around Grenoble area, and he originally built the team around a lot of local boys around this area. And Laurent Biondi, the second director, is also from this area. So it's nice to see them in front, because they need a plug now and again to do.
And Als then had 4 victories last year in 96, mainly quite small ones as such, but nevertheless he has a little bit of success under his belt. But right now Stephen's back in action again. He's the interview of the day. I'm going to listen to the ad breaks, and off you go, Stephen.
Sorry, Dave, the person I had lined up has ran from me. He's called off.
He's gone.
He's called off. He actually had Graham Jones actually lined up there for a quick word.
He wants to speak to me, hang on.
But he had to run off. But you can see the riders here, they're actually starting to die now. You see the peloton here is actually settled back now to a nice steady pace, because they know now the riders in front are going to catch them, and the Mercatona Uno team of Pantani know that, well, 2 minutes is still quite possible for him to bring back on the climb. The riders now are not very far from Alpe d'Huez. They must be only about 10 kilometers or so from the climb itself. They'll be going at the moment. They're riding along on a big chain ring of 53, and probably about a 4:15 or a 14 sprocket39 They'll be going straight on. The minute they hit the foot of the Alpe d'Huez, they'll be going right down to a 39, 22, 23, or 39, 21, 23, or 41, 22, 23. Basically, the ideal gear for the climb. The riders who are going to be here for the attack or for the win will be all basically riding a 39, 21. Has 39 inside chainring and a 21 rear sprocket on the back.
Well, Graham Jones, who popped down here, not to be interviewed, although he did finish 20th in the Tour de France some years ago. What he came down for, Chris, is very nice. Was very nice. Was some news about Chris Bourman, because we put in the picture today. We've had 2 journalists from 2 major national newspapers in Great Britain, Andrew Longmore and Gareth Davies, come, and I had to transport them along the route, and we got slightly on the wrong road, and I only got here with about 3 minutes to spare. Normally I'm here here about 3/4 an hour before, and we have a little computer in front of us. It's like a small-scale black and white television set. They call it the Minitel in France, and we can run up and check what's happened during the day. When I got here with just a few minutes to spare, I asked my colleagues what had happened. They told me, and I tried to go back on the machine, and it just froze. Sometimes this blasted thing freezes, and I couldn't go further back. And what Graham came down to say was, because I've been talking about Sally Boardman and how intent Chris was on getting to the finish in Paris, determined to finish whatever cost. He said he actually climbed up at about 50 kilometres, and that is on my screen, but I can't get it. I can't go back. Somebody, the blasted thing's frozen. So thank you, Graham Jones. Thank you, Radio 5, and thank you everyone who phoned back through Radio 5. Radio 5 are above us, and Graham Jones brought the message down. So you know, and I'm just cursing this blasted machine in front of me. I should give it a smart thump with a hammer, because it just wouldn't go back beyond a certain point. It shows 6 pieces of information, just to put you in the picture now. I've got everything there where Reece changed his bike, la carte basse encore, 240 d'avance, 225 a repro. It's all coming up here, and you can run it backwards, but it just froze at about the 17th piece of information, Stephen. So to all you people back in Great Britain, I said he was trying to get there, and now I've been told he's not going to get there. He has climbed up. And you know, Stephen, as you're watching this lovely scenery and these rallies going on here, I spoke to somebody yesterday who'd only just come on the race, and he said, Boardman, that time trial yesterday, you know, what did he do? It wasn't a decent ride, was he? You know, he wasn't really trying. He had 23rd place, and it was very derogatory. And I took him on one side. I said, look, I saw Boardman finish 2 days ago, Andorra, actually 3 days, 2 days of racing. I said, I've never seen a man in so much pain and suffering. And I went to him, I said, his soigneur wasn't there. I took a bottle of water to him, and he said, don't touch me, David, I hurt, and I've never hurt so much in all my life. And I looked at, you know, Stephen, when you can look at somebody, you think, this bloke is suffering and has suffered. And when this particular person said to me, I really went to him, I nearly put my hands around his throat. I said, Chris Boardman was soldering on, and he can't get rid of the pain, and anybody else would have packed on that day in the Pyrenees, but he's riding on, and now, of course, it looks like it's too much for him, and he's climbed up. Our sympathies go out to Chris and his family. If you do come to Paris, I think you will do, Chris, perhaps you can come and join us on Eurosport and talk to the people at home, and we respect everything you've done. Bad luck this year, and I hope you come back next year and battle again for that yellow jersey.
Well, that's the story of the Tour, Dave. You know, it's riders today put everything into the Tour de France, but unfortunately there's only one Tour every year as they go under the flag here for 25 kilometers to the finish, which is only like some 10 kilometers to the foot of Alpe d'Huez. But you know, I think Chris this year, he had it in his mind he's going to do a good Tour de France. He said he'd hope to finish in the first 10, and I do believe he's capable of doing it, but maybe he should change a little bit his program, as a personal opinion only, is maybe should change a little his program and his approach to the Tour. But the Tour is a Tour, and you're never out of a storm. There's crashes, there's rain, there's snow, sometimes snow. You've got mountains, you've got flat stages, you've got sprints. The Tour de France is everything, and if you need a lot of luck, you need a lot of good conditioning, you need a good team around you. You need so many different elements to actually make a Tour de France be a success. So this year, unfortunately, was not Chris Boardman's Tour, but I'm sure with Chris, and knowing him so well, I'm sure Chris will fight back to give another many more good moments in the Tour de France.
Two riders you're looking at now have courageously tried to get the stage, but to no avail. The gap's only about 15 seconds. They both decide now to knock it on the head. But they've entertained us, haven't they, Stephen, here with their courageous ride. And they went about 73 kilometres. We're now getting to the point where about less than 20 kilometres to go from the finish.
Well, there's some 8 kilometres now from the foot of Alpe d'Huez, and you're sitting there talking to one another. You know, they're just saying, well, we've done our job. We've been 140 kilometres out there on our breakaway group. We have a maximum of 5.5 minutes of a lead. It wasn't enough. We tried playing the cards early. It didn't work out. So now all we've got to do now is just kind of get to the foot of the climb and make our own way up. It's sure we're not going to finish with the first guys today, but look at the speed that the peloton now is going past them. They've kind of resigned themselves to the fact that, well, we've had a go. It didn't work out. If we had 4 minutes on the foot of Alpe d'Huez, it was still possible to maybe stay away to the finish. Unfortunately, it wasn't to be.
Well, they are. They're caught now, and the field will come together at the bottom of the climb. And this morning, when I was with Andrew Longmore writing for the Sunday Times an article, I'm not sure it's going to it's in this week, he went up and spoke to Henk Vogels, and he said to him, you know, what's your ambition for today? And he just said, to survive. My goodness, one or two when they hit the bottom of this climb will be having just the same thoughts. And then Andrew went on to ask him about how he saw Ulrich, because they're trying to find much information they can about the man in the yellow jersey. And Hank was saying, look, you know, I've ridden against him as an amateur. We saw him win the World Championship in 1993. He said he's made huge progress, and we just felt as we came into this race, he was just waiting to do something, and he's gone off and done it.
No, he's certainly done a lot of things, Dave, when you see the way he dominated the time trial yesterday. But I think many people, many journalists are jumping to kind of the conclusions, saying, well, how do you find him? Is he better than Hino? Is he better than Indurain? Is he better than Merckx and everything else? Like, this actually is my own opinion once again, but I feel a little bit saddened by the kind of and the speed that journalists are so quick to say that this guy is better than all the guys that have come before them. Like Hino beat the people that are around him and his generation. Fignon did the very same. Indurain did the very same. He did what he had to do to win the Tour. They did what they had to win as fast as they had to go to win time trials. Ulrich went fast yesterday, beat Richard Verheyen by 3 minutes. Great, fabulous. But I think there are journalists today, they're very quickly to go along and jump ahead and say, oh, this guy is better than Hino, this guy is better than Merckx, or what have you. I think it's a kind of a little disrespect for the past generations, because there's no one to say that if Indurain had been there at the same time as Hino would not have beaten him, or vice versa with Merckx, or now with Ulrich. So it's I just kind of saddens me to see journalists, my own personal opinion once again, but I think that Ulrich is the strongest now of his generation. He's doing what he has to do to win his Tour de France here, and leave it at that. He's great, and I think he's doing a fabulous ride. He's very complete. He's got a fabulous future ahead of him. But you know, leave the past ride, leave Hino, the Fignons, the Indurains and the Legados and everybody else, leave them to kind of savour their own bit of glory, rather than saying if this guy had been around when you were there, he wouldn't have won a Tour, you know. I think that the past generations have kind of really made the Tour de France what it is today.
Also, Steve, what happens, I think, with the over the years, people... I myself am a great Fausto Coppi fan, because, you know, when I started getting interested in cycling, he was the dominant person. And you're inclined to think of the people who came. When I talked to Hugh Porter, for instance, 4-time World Pursuit champion, I asked him he said Eddie Merckx, because Eddie was around when he was around. I think you often have a fixation about somebody who was dominating the sport when you got interested in it, or you're riding yourself, when in reality you can't compare them, because the whole thing is different. When I look at Fausto Coppi, he would win stages by 10-12 minutes and just go off on his own, ride the last 2/3. You could never do that today, because the team tactics are so different. In those days, they didn't have team tactics like you've got now. The blokes got a jersey and small expenses and a bike, and they rode for money, and they were happy to be in a team like Fausto Coppi, and I hope they get some money for that as well. You didn't get the tactics like you're seeing here. In those days, I never saw this when I was involved. It was only black and white cinema films we used to see occasionally. But these tactics never existed then, did they?
Well, there's always different kinds of tactics, but at the same time, what I'm saying is that if you go in and win a race by beating the second guy, well, you've won it by beating the second guy. That second place guy had it been Ulrich or Indurain or Hino, whoever it might be, you do what you have to do to win on the day. So I think it's unfair to the past victories, the past victors, to actually to start to compare them with the technology and the tactics and the physical training and everything else these boys have. I think it's unfair to the past winners to be comparing them, you know. But it's very interesting to see what's happening here. We saw some of the telecom riders riding on the front. We saw them pulling over to the side and going to the back. They had done their job for today. What they got to do now is just got to get to the finish. There's Zabel here on the left-hand side of your screen here with Ulrich on his wheel here. You saw Udo Bols there on the right-hand side of the yellow jersey, just putting his hand on the Ulrich back and probably saying to him, well, it's over to you now. I can't do any more for you. Do your best on the climb.
Well, here we are, this race now hotting up as they're getting close to the first big, or the only big climb of the day today. And Yes, you're quite right, Stephen. The way in which we compare people, we just can't make a comparison because the sport has changed so much over the years, and it continues to change too as well, both in the tactics, the equipment they ride, the sort of training they go through now, the road conditions under which they're racing to. Everything is so different as such. And my thoughts go back to Brian Robinson, who finished 29th in 1956. He was riding for Hercules in those days, and they didn't have a team for the 1955 Tour. Sorry, 55 they had the success, and then he went in again in 1956 to try and ride again. He had to ride with a Chilo team. He said he signed for the Chilo team. They sort of said he was too old to turn professional at 25, and he said I wasn't strong enough. He said there was no pay, just a bike and tackle plus travelling expenses. That's Brian Robinson way back in the mid-50s. Just had to go and just ride, and in fact he was riding for prize money so that he could survive the following year. Now the hammer's really coming down, and the Festina's on the front. Telecom are there. We're approaching the foot of the big Alpe d'Huez climb, and really they're starting to put the pressure on. Soon they'll be turning sharp left and up onto the first climb, 21 of the hairpin bends up toward the top of the climb. Seeing what goes through the minds of the riders now. There must be two sorts. Those who say, God almighty, here it comes, and those who are saying, lipping their lips, this is something I've been looking forward to. What's it like just getting to this point now? Well, you have the leaders will be saying to themselves, oh, how am I going to feel today? I feel okay at the moment. I made a big effort yesterday in the time trial. Will I have recovered sufficient to be there? There they are turning left, David. You were saying about 400 meters now to go left again, and they hit the foot of Alpe d'Huez. And it's like going up a wall. They've been riding the big ears all along for today, and all of a sudden now they're going to go down onto the small chain ring. You might even see lads maybe letting the chain slip off the inside ring, because it just comes so brutal that the guy from the big ring onto the small chain ring, sometimes it can just fall off onto the bottom bracket. But I'm expecting here now, Dave, to see the Festina riders having a good go. The likes of Brochard, the likes of Laurent Defoe, I can see them attacking straight from the foot of the climb, trying to put the Telecom under pressure. The Telecom will, of course, you see the riders here in the front, they're putting off one at a time. Someone else taking over the relay. They're trying to get Ulrich to the foot of the hill as in a good a position as they can. We'll probably see Rees, I think, maybe doing a bit of work here today, which is something we haven't seen so much in the past, because we've always seen Ulrich riding for Rees. So now we'll see Rees, I'd say, doing a bit of work for Ulrich. I see Hepner here in the front, and Zabel now, he's actually done his job now, looking around a bit, looking for the yellow jersey. Yeah, I just thought that actually Ulrich had actually let his chain go, but he had a little bit of difficulty putting it across. Well, they're going up for the man in yellow, the man in gold, and we're going up toward the top of the mountain, where in fact in the Middle Ages they used to have a silver mine at the top, right by the Lac Blanc, and now these riders here. Is that faster, David? Yeah, no, it's very like him. It's a bit like him, isn't it? But he's not that much of a climber. But I know, but the help was there, yeah. Well, I'm saying it's an unusual part of the world. I hope we see that lake at the top. It's actually sort of whitish coloured because of barite. And they used to get the lead out, take it down to Grenoble, and extract the silver at the top of Alpe d'Huez. So there's gold for the man in yellow if he gets to the top there. But as far as the pressure comes, Veronk lies 5 minutes and 42 seconds down on Ulrich. Alano is in third spot at 8 minutes. Bjorn Rees back in fourth at 8 minutes and 1 second. Only 1 second between Alano and Rees. Pantani, who could climb well here, 9 minutes 11 seconds down. Can he go over Alano? Can he get over Rees? So there's a lot of people then shuttling the cards in the positions down. Second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth. They'll all be shuttling the cards. But Ulrich has got now ready to show he's the boss and be prepared not to blow on this climb. It's a very good move now by Vassar. He knows he's not going to be with the first guys going over the top, but he said he can get a bit of rope here when the real kind of fireworks start back in the bunch. He might be in a position to maybe get onto a good group and finish well up. He's also leading the moment the Combativity Award, which is sponsored by Coeur de Lion, and I'm sure he's interested in getting a few more points for that as well, because you must remember there's £12,000 for the overall super combative in Paris in 10 days time. We have Pascal Hervey now coming to the front here with Virenque. Laurent Defoe is behind. Well, Van Impe, quoted in the L'Equipe newspaper, said the other day that he didn't feel that Virenque is a proper climber. Van Impe, winner of the Tour in 1976, 6 times the best climber in the Tour de France, feels that although he's won 3 of the King of the Mountains jersey, he doesn't class Richard Virenque as a true mountain climber. Certainly to me, Pantani is more of a true mountain climber, but Virenque certainly can haul his body up these climbs. And right now, he's setting a pace to the front, the man who's second on general classification at 5:42, being shadowed by Ulrich, and one by one they're dropping off. Stephen, this must be the moment you think, oh my goodness, still 20 turns to go.
Exactly, and I can tell you count every one of these corners, you count every one of them, and unfortunately the final five corners come very, very long, because there's long straights between each one of them. Ulrich there is looking behind to see who he has left as a teammate. You see Rees there on his right hand shoulder, on the left hand side of your screen. We saw Pantani there also on the right hand side of your screen, just behind Virenque, and the gap seems to be opening up already, Dave.
Yeah, and Casagrande's there in the red for Psycho. Stephen, I've seen many climbs on this Alpe. You climbed it as well. I don't think I've seen the top boys start to go so early.
Look at Orleman, Dave, here. He's actually making the tempo himself.
So Ulrich at the front, then Virenque, and then Pantani, Casagrande in the red and the pink and white of Rees. The one who's not made it is Abraham Olano. He's not there at the moment. Escartin in the green and white. He's coming up now for the Kelme Costa Blanca Eurosport team, but I can't see Olano.
Ulrich, Virenque now, I'm sure, is saying to himself, well, okay, I meant to make the start of this hill hard. I was going to attack Ulrich, and now Ulrich now is coming up and riding on the front. Says, how am I going to get rid of him? As we see Pantani here putting an attack in here. I don't know whether Pantani will have the power to get away here, because he's been only coming back after being a year practically off the bike because of injuries, because of a crash. But Virenque and Pantani have to go and up the ways. They have to put as much time into Bjorn Rees and Abraham Orlano on this climb, because the second and third place on GC, whatever about the first place, second and third place is still up for grabs here.
And Pantani on his way up here, although he's in the bluish colours of the new Mercatonino strip for the Tour de France, he's going to find a Pantani look-alike just up the road with shaven head and the Mercatonino yellow colours, and his father's up there as well. There's masses of camper vans with Pantani's photograph plastered all over. It looks to me as if that Casagrande's been dropped off. Yeah, it has. Casagrande is being dropped off now. Francesco Casagrande lying 7th overall. He moved up from 9th for the fine time trial yesterday. Now 11 minutes 16 seconds in arrears, and now he's struggling to stay in contention with the big hitters. He finished 6th yesterday. Casagrande did it in the time trial, 3 minutes 56. In fact, the places from 2nd to 6th were all covered by only 52 seconds. A man who's head and shoulders above everybody else yesterday is in the yellow jersey now. He dominated the race yesterday, and he's looking very, very comfortable indeed. There, Pantani, Ulrich, Virenque and Rees on your screen. These four are now going to rip each other to pieces.
I think Rees is having a little bit of difficulty there as well, Dave, but look at what ease Ulrich is riding there. Pantani is riding very, very hard, but he needs somebody to help him. Otherwise, he'll find himself maybe being under fire from Virenque as we get towards the top. This part of the climb here now is the hardest part for a non-climber for the likes of Rees, because it's very steep with flat corners, whereas once you get over the first 5 kilometers, there are longer straights, and it makes it a little bit more easier for someone to make a tempo.
Well, certainly the big guns have started firing quite early on the bottom of this climb, and now the rest of the field must be wondering just what they've got to do to stay in there and plug their way up, and I suppose it's down survival to finish. So Pantani still on the front, the sweat dripping off his nose. This climber who came back virtually from the dead when he had that bad crash in October nearly 2 years ago, smashed his legs, and one was so badly broken they thought he would never ride a bike or walk again. He fixed it. He went into the swimming pool taking plenty of exercise with a special plastic bag to keep the water out round his leg to get exercise in the swimming pool, so his muscles didn't waste away. He's had to ride himself back into form, and suddenly he's recovered that enthusiasm for climbing, and here he is now setting a fast pace on the front. So still Pantani on the front, followed by Virenque, then Ulrich and Bjorn Rees. These four have now opened up an enormous lead on the rest of the field as Casagrande tries desperately to hang on to that quartet in front. is under pressure. He's been dropped by the leaders now. He's struggling after some, 6-7 minutes of climbing. These three men have got rid of Bjorn Ries. Still a long way to the top of the Alpe d'Huez. It's a man doing the damage. On the front is Pantani. Behind is Veronk, and Ulrich just hanging on behind there. So Ries now been dropped off. Further back down at 26 seconds. Casagrande being closed down by Beltran, Jimenez, Olano, Madouas, Escartin and Moreau. But the battle for the honours is up here in front. Marco Pantani starting out this morning 9 minutes 11 seconds down on Ulrich, but his main prize is to move ahead of Olano and Ries. This morning Olano was 1 minute 11 seconds up on Pantani. Ries was 1 minute 10 seconds up on Pantani. The man you're looking at now is desperately trying to ride himself into third place overall, and he has a chance, Summer, provided he doesn't blow.
Well, this is it. Like, it's unfortunate. It would be unfortunate to see Ponsati putting in this great effort and having likes of see Luc Leblanc here. I don't know where actually he is. It's behind the back of the race, but it'd be unfortunate to see someone like Pantani doing all the work he's doing at the moment, riding himself into the third place on overall GC. Oh, Pantani's gone, Dave.
He's left them amazingly already early on in this race. We've been climbing now for less than 10 minutes of the climb. How long does it take, Stephen, to get from the bottom to the top roughly? So 13, 14 Ks.
I don't know.
About 25 minutes?
I don't know, but the rate these boys are going at the moment, they're going to be up here very, very quickly, I think. But I was saying there, it would be unfortunate for Pantani to do all the work and have somebody else then get the spoils at the end of the day. But Pantani would love to get rid of Virenque here as well, because we saw Virenque doing a very good time trial yesterday. So Pantani, whatever about getting rid of Ulrich and getting the first place, the second place on the podium is still an option for him. I see Virenque going under pressure. Dave.
Oh, this is amazing then, as Pantani's gone away and only Ulrich's gone across to him. I just had a quick check here, according to the schedule, at 40 km per hour, which they won't quite go at that sort of speed, maybe around about 36 km per hour from the climb out from the turn at the 14.5 kilometre point. It's going to take somewhere around about 39, maybe 40 minutes for them to climb. Still 10 kilometres to go. At this particular point, they've still got around about another 26 minutes of climbing, and the gaps are opening up.
Yeah, Pantani is just accelerating a little bit now and again, just changing the rhythm for Ulrich. But Ulrich just keeps coming back onto Pantani's wheel. Pantani is putting in the performance of his life here. I was saying earlier on that it would be very interesting to see if Virenque actually has recovered from his time trial yesterday, because he really had to go into the red. When Ulrich caught him with some 12, 13 kilometers to go, he hung on to go, keeping Orlando just in the front of him at some Ulrich at some 20, 30 meters or so, and hung on in there all the time, digging into his reserves. Virenque is never a great time trialist. Yesterday he would finish second at the time trial. That wasn't his place. Ulrich doesn't seem to be too comfortable yet there, Dave. What do you reckon?
Yes. Has gone again. This is an unbelievable performance by a man that many people have written off following that serious injury. He's cracked most of the bones in his body in his time, but he's an absolute brilliant climber, and I think Van Impe would have to respect him as a climber.
I think so, but like the first part of the climb here suited Pantani. As I was saying earlier on, the very sharp, steep bits. From here on up now, we're going through a small town. It's one little village here very shortly, and from then on up, it's a very regular, very consistent climb, which will suit Ulrich. So Pantani knows he has to put the time into the likes of Ulrich here, because once it gets over this part of here, it will suit the terrain will suit better the riders like Ulrich, who are strong climbers.
And now Ulrich's been dropped off by Pantani. The news coming on my headphones is that Virenque is now 8 seconds behind this man here you're looking at. 50 seconds back to Ries and Casagrande. 1 minute 10 seconds to the group containing Olano. So the way that Pantani is going, he certainly will go over Ries on the general classification, over Olano on the general classification, if he keeps going like this. And he's already bringing back time on Ulrich. But sure, Ulrich has only one thought in mind, that's to make sure he comes up over the top of the climb ahead of Richard Virenque, who is now struggling.
Well, Ulrich is putting in a great performance here. Look at him on the corners here. He's just sitting in the saddle. At this moment in time, we have Orlano being coming over headphones here. Is 130 back on Virenque. So at this very moment, Orlano has lost his third place to Pantani.
And this is a man then showing us climbing at its brilliant best. In the Tour of Italy a couple of years ago, virtually unknown, he came and climbed up on the Saturday and the Sunday, or sorry, it was a Friday, I think, wasn't it, Stephen? Thursday and Friday, just before the final stage. Thursday and Friday, and he just burst upon the scenes, and everybody said, who's this special climber? Ulrich just concentrating here on keeping an eye on Pantani, and I think providing he rides up here comfortably away from Veronk. Veronk now can't catch Ulrich in front of. If he does, I think he'll be a bit Banjak's doing it as such. He's you're quite right, I think Steve must be suffering that time trial yesterday.
Yes, and also like bad news for Richard, like tomorrow's stage is a very short stage, but has 3 major climbs finishing on top of Courchevel. Tomorrow's climb is Col de Glondon, 1,924 meters. Col de la Madeleine, 2,000 meters altitude, and then you have Courchevel, 2,004 meters altitude. So there's 3 very, very important climbs tomorrow. A very short stage. It's going to be very, very exciting. If Richard Veronk has not recovered yesterday from his time trial, with the fatigue he's adding to that again today, tomorrow's going to be a difficult stage.
You're looking at Pantani, who had lots of problems early on. He was well and truly off the back of the pack, and look now back to the stage 13 to Pau before he hit the mountains. Pantani was in 62nd spot, 7 minutes and 17 seconds down on Vassar, who was then the overall leader on general classification. So Pantani has worked his way up from 62nd up now to be challenging for 3rd spot, and if Richard Veronk doesn't watch it tomorrow, Pantani could be looking for 2nd.
Well, I think Pantani will be having a go tomorrow again, but I don't know. I just hope Pantani has not gone too early, Dave, because he led out right from the foot of the climb right up. We know he can do it this on a climb. He can stay at a very fast pace for 12, 13, 14 kilometers, but I just hope that with all the excitement and everything else of dropping Rees, of dropping Vihank, and then dropping the yellow jersey of Ulrich, I just hope he does not get just taken over by it all and maybe misjudge the climb, and maybe start losing ground towards the top of the climb.
The news coming on the headphones then that Pantani is now 15 seconds up on Ulrich, 33 seconds up on Veronk. They're confirmed on your screen the damage that Ulrich is doing, sorry, that Pantani is doing to Ulrich and Veronk, and we've only been on the climb now some 10 minutes.
As you can see, as I was saying here earlier on, the crowds on Alpe d'Huez this year, I've never seen them so dense. They're from everywhere. Normally you have a lot of Dutch people here from Holland. It's gotten baptized maybe over the years because of the wins of Zoetemelk, Roux and Tunis. But now from the last year's performance of Björn Riis, there's an incredible amount of Danish people here on the climb. There's also a lot of Italians. You can see the Italian flag there on the left-hand side of your screen there. But Pantani is putting in an incredible performance here.
You're watching in action a man who, in what they call the Baby Giro, the amateur tour of Italy, has had 3rd, 2nd and 1st places. A gifted climber, and certainly this year we looked at the course, didn't we, Stephen, in November when they launched it, and everybody said it's going to be a climber's course, and certainly it's proving to be just that for people like Pantani and well, I'm just getting the time checks coming back now. 1 minute 47 seconds it is, back to the group containing Olano. That's Olano, Beltran, Jimenez, Madouas, Escartin and Murrow. Wedged between that group is Casagrande together with Björn Riis, and then Veronk on his own, as we see here now, and Ulrich on his own, and Pantani on his own. This is a man doing the damage. They time trialled each other virtually into oblivion yesterday. Pantani was the fastest to the climb. Then Ulrich took over, and we saw Björn Riis here, who's just at the back of Casagrande, descending like a stone off the top of the big mountain yesterday into Saint-Étienne to come into 3rd spot. Pantani dropped back into 5th on the time trial yesterday, but only 56 seconds on the time trial was spread across Veronk, Riis, Olano, Pantani and Casagrande. The one man who dominated the call was, of course, the yellow jersey, Jan Ulrich, but Pantani can climb. He can't always descend at great speed. He's one of the most crazy descends there are, but there's no descending today on the bikes. They're going to come down in the team cars when they finish. The sun is shining up at the top of the climb. It looks jolly nice here, but the wind is very cold indeed. And if you're not in the sunshine, it's bitterly cold for these riders. And Blanc then out the saddle, prancing his way up the climb.
Ulrich seems to be putting on a bit of face there, Dave. He seems to be kind of under pressure. There's still some 5 kilometres to go to the finish, I think, Dave.
Yes, and still Ulrich then perhaps beginning to suffer a bit from his efforts the other day, yesterday when he went on so well in that time trial. A bit more than about this man, champion of the world in 1993. If you haven't caught up with what we've been saying about him earlier on, he won the World Cup for the amateurs in 1993. They were good years as far as he went on then. He took...
Actually, just listening into
talents coming up.
Listening into the radio tour there a minute ago, Dave, and they were interviewing Walter Godefroy, the director sportif of Ulrich, and he was saying, just told Ulrich to not to go into the red, to ride 100%, but don't go into the red. The stage maybe can go to Pantani, but the overall lead is not in danger. You just saw Pantani there pushing away a spectator, which is quite normal. Some people here running along beside the rider here, and they actually get in the way and they annoy them. Pantani here is very, very concentrated. So all this kind of little gesture, you see people here jumping out, putting the hands out in front of him. They're actually taking away his concentration. It does not need at the moment. I will see here again on the screen here. Look, that's stupid. It looks stupid by somebody running along like that.
I think the bloke that he's taken out and shot with a bow and arrow. It's no good patting him on the back as he comes through. There's some crazy spectators out there at the moment, but thank goodness they're not interfering with the race. They start pushing the riders can actually suffer penalties. And there's a helicopter, by the way, as way up in the sky with Pantan is still in the lead, yes. Confirmed 22 to Ulrich.
Look at the difference between
135 back to Casagrande and Rees.
See the difference in style between Virenque and Pantani. Virenque here is really digging in again. He's definitely in the red here. He's way over the 100%. He's giving it everything because he knows that with Pantani in front of him, his third place on the podium, second place on the podium is gone.
This man, when he's asked what was going to be his best hope in his career, the reply was early on this season in the Telecom magazine, he said, I hope to carry one time the Maillot Jaune of the Tour de France, preferably into Paris. Well, he's got the Maillot Jaune. Can he carry it all the way towards Paris? Certainly at the moment, he's tracking Pantani. The gap is 22 seconds back to Ulrich. 42 seconds are wrong. 1:35 to Rees, and 2 minutes and 5 seconds to the group containing Olano. Richard Virenque now wedged in third spot. These two riders you're looking at here, Casagrande and Rees, last time checked 1 minute 35 seconds back. You see right up there in the top of the sky, that's part of the Alpe d'Huez ski station. Not all of it, they've still got a lot further to go over the top of that one. But bad news for Olano and Escartin. They're with a group containing Beltran, Jimenez and Moreau and Madouas, and they are at 2 minutes and 5 seconds behind this man, Pantani.
It is heard coming in, Dave, on the radio also that Yul Ulrich is 42 seconds behind. Well, some says 42, some says 24, so I have two radios coming in my ears there. But anyway, he's some 30-odd seconds behind Pantani at the moment. But just look at Pantani, the way he's riding this Tour de France here. We had a fabulous time trial yesterday. I wonder what would have happened, Dave. He had not had all the problems in the first week with the falling off, with the crashes and everything else. He had a lot of bad luck at the flat stages through Normandy and down through Brittany. He's putting in a fabulous tour, a fabulous ride here, an incredible ride yesterday in the time trial, and a fabulous ride today. I wonder how long can he keep it up, though.
The snow is in the background, the big mountains of the Alpe d'Huez looming all over the place here, and this man is doing the ride of his life.
You can see the difference between Pantani there. He looks to be all the time sprinting out of the corners. As we go under the bar, under the flag now for 5 kilometers to go. But when you see Ulrich the way he is, Pantani is a much more impressive rider, much more dynamic rider than Ulrich would be. So even though he may look like here to be going a lot faster, it can only be an impression, because I think that at the moment, from time checks coming in on our headphones here, he only has some 25 seconds or so up. We get a correct time check now as Ulrich goes under the 5 kilometer to go flag.
I've got the watch running at that particular point, and Ulrich now behind Pantani is 24 seconds in arrears. The next one to come through will be Veronk. 5 kilometers to go, most of it agony, all of it bar the little bit drown in the finishing area, uphill.
See Ulrich here putting his hands down the bottom of his bars. We always saw Miguel Indurain doing this very same thing. Here's Virenque now going under the same 25 seconds for Ulrich.
53 seconds back to Veronk. So Pantani really is moving up the general classification. He's certainly, at the rate he's going, could move into third spot.
Second place, Dave.
Sorry,
second place.
Pantani going to third behind Veronk. I don't think he can catch Veronk overall, because Veronk's 5:42 down, and it's 4 minutes, well, just under 3.5 minutes back to. But tomorrow, you see, if Veronk has, as you say, burnt himself out, Pantani's going to go closer and closer and closer, because tomorrow's another big mountain top finish, isn't it?
Well, it is, and this is the problem now with Virenque yesterday. Not just going 100%, but going into the red, but trying to follow the train that Ulrich set for him in the final 15 kilometers yesterday. So the thing about this Tour de France this year is there's no recuperation period at all for anybody. We went straight from the Pyrenees into a rest day. The rest day was straight before a time trial, so it meant that on a rest day everybody had to go out and train hard to simulate another stage. The time trial yesterday was very, very hard, possibly one of the hardest time trials I've ever seen in the Tour de France. And then they have Alpe d'Huez today, so it's an incredible menu for the riders this year. Tomorrow then with Courchevel, and after tomorrow then a stage with Morzine Avoriaz, or sorry, Morzine. So it's an incredible tour this year. There's no time whatsoever for recuperation.
The gap then back to Olano, Beltran, Jimenez, Maduas, Escartin and Moreau is 2 minutes and 25 seconds as Pantani goes under the 4 kilometer to go. Now, I'm reading out all those names. They're calling it the Olano group. I'm not sure that all of them survived at the moment, but they're 2 minutes 25 seconds down. So no doubt about it that this man Pantani has leapt over those riders. He started 1 minute and 10 seconds behind Rees this morning, and that gap at the last one we had was way beyond that. And so Pantani is riding himself definitely into third spot.
Four kilometers to go now for Ulrich. 34 seconds behind Pantani at the moment. 4 kilometers to go, so he seems to be holding his own, losing 4 or 5 seconds a kilometer only.
Yeah, he's 32 seconds down now, so in the last kilometer he's lost, you're quite right, he's lost 8 seconds in the last kilometer.
And as I was saying earlier on, that this part of the hill now suits more the likes of Ulrich than Pantani. You can see it's more of a steady climb up rather than the short steep rises as you have on the foot of the Alpe d'Huez climb. 1 minute and 2 seconds for Virenque, 32 seconds between Ulrich and Virenque.
Well, Pantani this morning starting out about 3.5 minutes behind Veronk. If he keeps pulling them out like this, Stephen, gets in a minute and a half today, minute and a half tomorrow. Veronk's got to watch himself.
He has, because Virenque does recuperate very, very quickly, but at the same time, where is he going to recuperate? He can only sleep, but tomorrow is another very hard day, Dave.
Just take in this atmosphere now on the Tour de France. These masses of people in his natural grandstand watching Pantani riding in to try and get his second stage victory in the Tour de France on the Alpe d'Huez. Reese now 4 kilometres to go, and way up there in the distance, Pantani has done enormous damage. What's it like, Stephen, as you come down those last final climbs and you can see the village of the Alpe d'Huez ahead of you?
Well, your first impression as well, are we going up there? You can see the actual terrain, the actual climb where you're going, because people line the road all the way up. So from right down you can see it all. It's incredible, but unfortunately you got to get through there. But all these people inside the road, it helps you.
That massive crowd has been with the riders all the way up the mountain. They came out last night. Men have been camping out here for 2 days to get the best vantage points. And Pantani here is being urged on by this vociferous crowd. It doesn't matter where you come from, whether you come from Spain, come from Belgium, come from Denmark, come from Great Britain, then you're prepared to cheer these giants of the road, suffering up this mountain. The sun is beating down. And when you realise that they've been riding now 2,400 kilometres they've covered so far. And this nutcase here, I hope the motorcycle runs him down.
That's just incredible, Dave. Like, I think people have a little bit more sense.
So they've done 1,500 miles in this Tour de France. This is stage 13 of the Tour. They've averaged over 100 miles a day. Yesterday's stage, although it was a short one of 55 kilometres, about 35 miles, was nevertheless very, very hard indeed. But look at the crowd here applauding these giants of the road.
It's really great to see Ulrich now putting in this effort here, because we got used to seeing Ulrich, even though we've only seen him for the last 2 years. We've always seen him with a straight face, just putting in some powerful performances. So it's really good to see a champion in full flight. We have Ulrich here now pulling faces. He's really hurting. He's not actually holding on to his yellow jersey because of the fact that Pantani being so far down on general. But at the same time, a yellow jersey does not like to be left behind. That's for sure, because everyone can say, well, oh, wasn't it lucky that Pantani fell off in the first week, otherwise he'd be on your back at this moment. So I think Ulrich is at 100% probably, but not going into the red. But I think it's fair play to Mane for the courage he's showing here in just trying to keep the gap down to as small as he can between himself and Pantani. Very, very dangerous, Dave. You see Pantani swerving there a few times to avoid people. This tunnel here is very, very, very small. Look at the going to the flags here, Dave. It's absolutely incredible. People are getting worse and worse, I think, Dave.
Now the point of the race where the barriers are there to push the crowd back to allow Pantani a clear run into the finish. Still Veronk is pushing his way through, 1 minute back on Pantani, and wedged in between still is Ulrich, who one time was down 32 seconds. So Ulrich's fighting his way back, and soon the crowds will clear like Moses going through the Red Sea. It'll all part and they'll be in towards the finish.
That television camera there in front, I've shut them there. The motorbike is much too close to Pantani for my liking anyway.
We're looking at a man who burst upon the scene in 1994 when he took 2 stage victories in the Tour of Italy. A brilliant ride by him in that great race, and everybody said, who's this fellow here? And he went on to finish second place in the final of the Tour of Italy that year by his performances in the mountain. Then by 1995 he had 3 victories, including a stage in the Tour of Switzerland, a stage here on the Alpe d'Huez in the Tour de France, another one of the stage in the Tour de France at Sauternes. He crashed out in the October of that year, and he was sidelined, and since then Pantani has been wishing and looking for the chance to get back on the mountains he likes best of all, and he's right at home here. His father was out on the course further down to cheer the son through. What an amazing man. He plays a guitar, he goes down to the local cafe and sings. He's also interested in art. He does his own art shows as well, but he's showing here on the Alpe d'Huez that undoubtedly he's the most gifted climber in the Tour de France on stage 13.
Well, in my opinion, Dave, from after living through and cycling through the last generation, the last decade, I think that Pantani is the best climber of this generation anyway. Since 1980, since the reign of Van Impe, since Van Impe retired, I think Pantani is the most impressive climber and pure climber that I've ever seen. Whatever about Verhank winning the Mountains jersey overall and everything else, like I think that Robert Miller or Pantani, in my opinion, would equal the likes of Verhank any day.
They're true climbers. They're the sort of people that are born like that. This man, he has to haul his body, as did Miguel Indurain, up the big climb. Not through climbers, but they use their power. They have enormous power output, great lungs to breathe in the oxygen, a big heart to pump round the blood. A recovery is all the important thing, but now he's dropping back. He's fought his fight, and he's now dropped it back to 43
seconds, Dave, yeah.
No, they're saying 22. They said 42, but I've just heard 22. I'm sure it's 22. We'll just check that for you, by the way. I thought they said 22 on my headphones. We had a 22 and a 42 call, but no doubt about who's going to win the stage at the moment, with 2 kilometres to go for Vironk, and Pantani's way down the road, probably well over a minute now on Vironk. And Vironk then looking to try and get the stage. Not going to be. This man's romping home to victory.
In saying that, Dave, if you remember Alpe d'Huez on a number of occasions, riders coming into win, there's always the left-hand corner at the end of it, whereas sometimes the cars go straight into the car park, whereas it's happened more than one occasion that the rider has followed the cars into the car park. But I think now that Pantani has won this stage before, he knows Alpe d'Huez very well, it'll not happen to him today.
And that is a quick view of Pantani chipping the toes of the people on the side of the road. It seems that it's not over yet by any means. Let's hope he doesn't fall off. He's really riding himself into oblivion here. We saw a quick view of Bjorn Ries down the road, who's managed to get away from Casagrande, but all the top 5 men at the moment are splattered all over this mountain, and further on down, the other riders, the domestics, are now grovelling their way up as Pantani romps in the final kilometre.
Ulrich on the big ring, Dave. The big chain ring. I was saying that this part of the climb is more for a strong rider. Ulrich now is giving it everything. I think, in my opinion now, I think, Dave, Walter Gutterford or Jan Ulrich can say what they want, but he's giving more than 100% here, Dave. He wants to get back, close down the time on Pantani, and he seems to be actually doing it, Dave, because if there was 40-odd seconds down a few minutes ago, I think it's actually less now.
No, I'm sure the call we got 2 wrong, 1 call, 1 right, 1 wrong, and I think 42 was wrong. I think 22, because he's been hovering around. He only dropped back to 32, went back to 24, then to 22, and I don't think Ulrich has lost that amount of time. I didn't put my watch on it on this particular point here.
Finishing very, very strong, Dave. Look at the power he's giving out, Dave.
But Pantani riding through. I've not seen crowds like this before. In the background you can see the snow-covered tops of the Alps, but this man here, the sun on his back, riding into a spectacular victory. The second time he has won on the Alpe d'Huez. The first Italian to win was Fausto Coppi in 1952. This is the 20th time that the Tour de France has finished on the Alpe d'Huez, and now Pantani, the last victory in 1995. He's going to make a double of this one. Only Sauternes has finished up here twice in the lead before, and Kuiper has only finished twice in the lead before and winners. So we had 3 men that have done the double, and now joining that exclusive ranks of the climbers, the Sauternes, the Kuipers, the winners, and the specialist climbers who performed on this mountain is Pantani, his second stage victory here at the Alpe d'Huez.
Fabulous ride by Pantani, Dave.
And he looks like he has come back, Stephen. He's riding himself tremendously fast, isn't he, here? Which I think will distance him further again from Vironk.
It will. I'd say probably at the end of the day, probably be about 28 seconds down on Pantani at the end. So it just shows that he's actually giving it everything in the final 3 kilometers.
It's hurting, you can see it, but he's not letting those few vital seconds go without a fight. Even though he's still king of the pile, he's still got that yellow jersey. He's keen as possible to try and get through, minimising his deficit on Pantani. 46 seconds it was as Vironk starts to come up now into the finishing straight. Remember this morning, Vironk then was 5:42 down on Ulrich. He's lost a bit more time now as Vironk on Ulrich, but Pantani is definitely closing the gap.
He's finished strong, David. Vironk has finished strong. When I saw Vironk getting dropped earlier on, I would have thought he'd lost a lot more. So he surprised me, Dave. He's really fought very hard now to keep the gap down to minimum.
You've been watching again an epic stage on Eurosport. These men battling their way up this mountain. The camera just picks up the riders going across the line, but we can't really show you, but I hope the helicopter does. The unbelievable climb that they've come up. And here then with Bjorn Ries coming up now to Casagrande. These two have been playing cat and mouse on the climb up. Casagrande has got back to Bjorn Ries. Bjorn Ries who started this morning in 4th spot at 8 minutes and 1 second. He was just 1 minute and 10 seconds ahead of Pantani, so he's lost his place to Pantani. Pantani. Pantani has now leapfrogged over Rees. He will have leapfrogged over Olano because he started this morning 1 minute 11 over Olano, did Pantani, so he's moved up now into third spot. But Rees has lost some more time on the yellow jersey, but Casagrande, I think, might well have moved up. He went from 9th the day before yesterday to 7th yesterday. He could well move up into probably 4th spot. Casagrande, the Seiko rider in the red, has done another great ride. And he's determined to fight Rees for the line too. Casagrande, who got a bit dropped at one point, has now come back and he's going to take the 4th spot then, ahead of Bjorn Rees. 2 minutes and 26 seconds down.
It's a really Italian day today, Dave. Here we are now with Volpi. Is it coming in there, Dave?
The rest of the Mercato Nuno team, they've made a good job. We didn't get told about all this. In fact, certainly Olano's been pushed out, hasn't he? He's not made it with this lot at all.
Udo Bolt is there as well, Dave, a third man from his Helicom team.
So what on earth has happened to Olano? There's Madouas for the Lotto team, Udo Bolts, and two of Pantani's teammates coming across the line now to finish.
Jalabert Davis coming in. Hasn't done a bad ride, Jalabert Davis.
Yep. So the two riders from Mercato Nuno were Conti and Jefferson and Beetseberg. And here comes Olano with Jalabert at 3:22. Also just finishing across the line was Fincanto from Roslotto, and here comes Escartin. Now he really has suffered today. Look at this, 3:37.
He has, Dave, but also like in the first 10 there isn't that much time really dividing them, because I would have thought in the way that the fireworks start at the front of the hill, I would have thought that it would have been like a lot more time between these first guys here. Jalabert wasn't even looking at the start of the hill, and he only lost some 3 minutes. So, and also here as well as Escartin. So I think that I'm very surprised to see the gaps are actually so small.
But still though, Escartin, who started this morning just a couple of minutes behind Pantani, has now lost another 4 minutes. So Pantani is a hero of the day, whilst the rest of the riders fight their way up the climb. Groups of riders coming in, thankfully, to finish this stage of 203 kilometres, that's about 120 miles. But the Victor Pantani now receiving the plaudits and congratulations, all concerned. Great ride by him. And the rest of the riders coming out. Looks like Eric Broeking too.
Eric Broeking there as well. I'm glad to see Eric Broeking there riding his last tour. It's great to see him up there. Okay, he lost 7 minutes, but for somebody that was brought into the Tour de France at the last minute to replace Johan Brunel, it's a good performance for Johan.
I think in the background there is that Jean-Claude Killian,
it is, yeah,
the left-hand side, the great skier. He's probably very much at home in this part of the world, isn't he?
Well, Jean-Claude Killian is now the boss of the Tour de France setup. So Jean-Claude normally comes along on the big important stages. So we see Pantani here in slow motion. Fabulous effort by Pantani today.
This certainly isn't a point of occasion, Stephen, because not only did Pantani win, he's now won twice on the Alpe d'Huez, as did Henny Kuiper. He won twice in 77 and 78. Zilderboek won twice in 76 and again in 79. And we had Winnen, who won this race, the Dutchman again, in 81 and 83. Pantani won in 95. Fascinating if we come back here and he can do the triple, because nobody else has had three successes up here, but he keeps this sort of performance up. When you think that this man was so badly injured in October, just over 18 months ago, that they said, look, he'll never walk, and then they had to repair his leg, pin it together.
You look at his right leg here, Dave, you can see the lumps and bumps and a bit of deformed. Like, it does look a little bit kind of worrying when you see it up close, but it's still fairly effective, Dave. It still has a little bit of power there.
But the pain and the suffering he went through, they mended his leg, they kept operating on it, building bone graft back in again, and they had to put him in a swimming bath to make sure his muscles didn't all disappear, so he could swim and swim and swim. And there just shows you that the work done by the surgeons has paid off, and he's come in 47 seconds ahead of Veronk, Veronk back in 1:27. So I'm sure that the surgeons, the people in Italy, because it's such a big sport out there, must be patting themselves on the back and saying, hey, we did a good job, lads.
Well, they can, because like in a short period, like 18 months may sound a lot, but in cycling terms, like being off your bike for 6 months or 7 7 months. Like, it means it's normally takes at least 3 times that to get any kind of condition back at all. Whereas Pantani's got not only gotten condition back, he's had a great season so far. He rode very well earlier on in the year in Criterium International. He had a good ride in the Giro. There's a real kind of expression of content on his face there as he punched the air as he crossed the line.
And Ulrich then taking yet again the flowers for the man wearing the yellow jersey, and certainly as far as he's concerned, he defended that yellow jersey in superb style today, so he keeps the yellow jersey yet again. There's not been a German rider win the Tour de France since 1903. They've certainly had hatfuls of yellow jerseys being worn by people like Didi Tura and Rudi Altig, Klaus-Peter Thaler, etc. But nevertheless, this man now, he said his ambition one day was to wear the yellow jersey, preferably into Paris, but at the moment he's got up the Alpe d'Huez. He's got another big hard day ahead of him tomorrow, and certainly he's shown that he hasn't lost any strength from that time trial. He hurt himself yesterday to dominate the race, to win the time trial, and really put his mitts on that yellow jersey in such a way he looks at the moment unbeatable. But it's always possible. You have a bad day, you just missed the right break, and with someone like Pantani, you never know what the little part's going to do next. Quick look then to see what time he lost on Pantani, and it was, in fact, at the end, just some 47 seconds. That's the overall classification. Pantani has leapfrogged over Rees and Alano. Look at the gaps opening up further back. But if I was Blanc, I wouldn't sleep too carefully tonight, knowing about the mountain climb tomorrow, and I'd be worried that my second place might be under pressure.
Well, there's not only tomorrow, Dave, there's also Morzine, but I think tomorrow with the final up to Courchevel, it's not a finish like today, so Pantani might find it a little bit more difficult to get away from the likes of Virenque. And tomorrow's hill will also be more suitable to riders like Ulrich. So tomorrow there's many more things to see here.
Well, as he receives his awards up there and the applause of the crowd, we're going to take a short commercial break. Don't go away then. More coming up on Eurosport.
Pantani. There we see Virenque getting stopped. We see Virenque going, Pantani going on his own. Very, very courageous effort here by Pantani, going from the start at 13 kilometers to the top. Dropping Virenque first of all, then dropping Ulrich. You see the expression on Pantani's face there as he gets the water. Here you see something which is very, very dangerous here. It's happening more and more on the Tour de France. The crowds are overcrowding the streets here. You can see everybody putting boards and everything else in front of them. And then you see Pantani here, the final moment, as he finally gets to the finish line here in Alpe d'Huez. He punches the air. That's some face. They call him Le Petit Diable, which means a little devil. You see the face on him there was an incredible expression of content on his face.
Pantani didn't perform too well in the earlier climbs of the Tour de France. He's now moving up. He's fourth on the King of the Mountains competition. Richard Blanc, though, has got a tremendous number of points, and he looks unbeatable for the polka dot jersey. The man who's been unbeatable in the sprint, Zabel, coming up for his flowers and another green jersey.
Zabel, we saw him doing his job early on the stage, and especially down to the foot of Alpe d'Huez. We saw him leading up Jan Ulrich to the foot of the hill, pulling over and kind of tipping him on the shoulder and saying, "Okay, boy, it's over to you now." But we'll be seeing more of Zabel now, not tomorrow, nor the next day, but next Tuesday, Wednesday, as we get down into down near Colmar.
Well, tomorrow's stage very short, in fact, just 148 kilometres in all, and it goes up to finish at Courchevel, the Bourg-d'Oisans. You see there that lake in the background just behind our caption. That's where the silver mines have been over the years. But the man who dug for gold today was Pantani, who came out on top. Can he do it again tomorrow? We're going to be on air live right the way through from 1 o'clock through to just after 5 o'clock. There'll be motorcycling as well. As we're on air, we'll be dapping in and out of the Tour de France. So you're looking for that one, Stephen?
I am indeed. A lot more than the riders, I say.
Well, it's a tough old day tomorrow. Can Pantani do the double? Can he get 2 stages on the trot? Can he, in fact, close the gap on Blanc? I hope you'll join Stephen Roche, myself, David Duffield tomorrow to see this man in action, to see the crowds out there really watching an epic Tour de France. But the man in yellow at the moment, Ulrich, still looks like he's going to be the man to beat into Paris. But you never know in bike racing. As Pantani has shown, you can suddenly go good. You can grab back lots of minutes on everybody else. Tonight we're going to have the highlights on Eurosport at 10 o'clock. And then tomorrow the stage, Bourg-d'Oisans, Courchevel, with some motorcycling thrown in. It's worth watching. Join Stephen and myself for David Duffield tomorrow afternoon. Until then, à bientôt, à demain.
Au revoir.
on what is a fascinating day's racing from the Bourg-d'Oisans to Courchevel, the shortest stage of the race, just 148 kilometres, that's 115 miles. But already the action has come thick and fast as we climb up the Col de Glandon. They got to the top of that after 36 kilometres had been covered, and the Festina team had put in an enormous purge all the way up, and it just blew everybody out the back doors opening, and they were falling out left, right and centre. And the Festinas did an enormously superb job, and what you see on the screen now is what's left of that purge. We've just got Dufo here, Veronk and Casagrande. Casagrande hasn't done a tap all day. He sat on the Festina's wheel, but the big news is that some 1 minute and 35 seconds down behind them is the yellow jersey of Jan Ulrich. Ulrich has with him his teammate Bjorn Rees, who's doing a sterling job trying to catch this little group back. Also with Ulrich at the moment is Escartin and Jimenez, who are not doing anything to aid the pulling back of this man Richard Veronk, who looks remarkably comfortable. But today really not only was the purge one that made life difficult for so many riders, but on the descent of the climb, this man in the yellow jersey here was going down like a novice. Off the Col de Glandon, he lost some 20 seconds on the descent and just had to sit up and wait for Rees and the rest to come through to him. He was wedged between the breakaways. The Festinas managed to get 3 men down the road off the top of the climb with Veronk, and so this fellow here just couldn't hold the speed. He was going around the corners like he's riding around a 50 pence piece, and he was at one point he nearly went into the gutter and over the edge, but he's now sort of recovered his composure. Rees has got to him, and we're seeing a tremendous chase going on now, and the rest of the race is just splattered behind them. It's only, in fact, now it's just down to 1 minute. They've been putting it back, and all the work is being done by Rees to pull it back, and it really has been a tremendous day. And behind this group here, we've got a little small group containing Olano. Pantan has also been dropped, but he's not far back from this three-man group here, but he's trying to get back up again. Olano's been dropped. We've seen so many riders struggling to stay the pace at the moment. This is a fearsome day, and though it's only a short, sharp day, I'm sure we're going to find a lot of riders getting themselves eliminated today. We've got the Col de Madeleine yet to come. That's after 86 kilometres of racing at the top, and they come up to Courchevel to finish after 148 kilometres. It's either up or down or back up again. Stephen Roche is with me, and Stephen has only just arrived. I'm going to warn you, Stephen, you might want to nip back to your car and get something to wear, because I've got a Macintosh here, Nala one. I've got a zipper jacket and a woolly and my shirt underneath that, and my legs have been freezing. I had to go out and get warm. By standing at the back, you get warm. Come in here, it's like sitting in a fridge with the beautiful mountains round about us. The snow's still on there, the wind's coming straight off it, straight into our commentary point. So if I were you, young man,
well, actually, I've actually radioed back to my car for my friend Claude Estlin, who joined me there last night, to bring up some warmer clothes. Actually, I thought we were on air a lot earlier today, Dave, so I was really rushing. So that as I got down the way here where the cars are being kind of sent off to different parking areas, I jumped out of the car, said to Claude, "You park the car, I'm going off to meet Dave," you know. So I radioed back to him there a few minutes ago and told him to bring up whatever warm clothes he can find.
Well, we were standing by from 1 o'clock onwards, Stephen, because there was live motorcycling on Eurosport, and we have to get here, or we got here at 1 o'clock, because say the motorcycling was rained up or something happened with the transmission, then we'd have switched to cycling. So I was here together with Rudy Altig and Carsten Miguels, the two German commentators, just for 12:30 actually, to make sure that we could stand by in case we came in. Sometimes if something happens to motorcycling, a big crash, or there's no action, then they may come to us just for an update on the race, you see. So I've been sitting here quietly freezing. I've been put on more and more clothes, and the best thing to do, as I've just done a few minutes ago, is to go and stand out round the back and get your body warm. But this race today is warm and hot stuff, isn't it, Stephen?
Well, I've been listening to it, Dave, on the race radio right through from the start, and it was like one of the big days that'll go down forever in the kind of history of cycling. Like we saw Vihank there this morning with his whole Festina team, like Vihank, Diffo, Laurent Brochard, Pascal Hervé, all going to the front on the first climb called the Glandon, really accelerating, going down the descent, blowing out Ulrich, blowing at everybody else, because Ulrich was in between the group Vihank and the peloton. Ulrich ended up waiting for Rees, who's coming up behind, moving him back down to 1.5 minutes behind Vihank at one stage. Then Reese, of course, came together. There was also Orlano in that group as well, but we saw a few minutes ago, since the start of the call the Madeleine, Orlano got blown out. So the time check now, going back to the yellow jersey, is about 50 seconds from Virenque back. Then you have Orlano back a little bit further. But I was waiting myself for Pantani to do something. As you see here, Reese doing an exceptional amount of work here for Ulrich. This is something we've seen last year, but the other way around. Last year we saw Bjorn Reese in yellow jersey, and we saw Jan Ulrich riding on the front. The same way Bjorn Reese is doing this at the moment for Ulrich. And we have Escartin there as well, Dave, on the wheel of Ulrich. This is going to be an incredible stage, and I'm afraid that if they keep going like this, Dave, there might maybe even some riders eliminated.
We thought that all along. I've heard the French people talking about it too, that this could be the day when some of the tired legs find themselves on their way back home outside the time limit. But the way the Festiners did it, you mentioned a number of names there. Certainly, it's been like Brochard, Dufo, Hervé. But at the very start of that first climb, we also had Neil Stevens, for instance. He just rode himself into oblivion, right up near the front at all times, going up and over and up until he almost fell off in the end. He'd done his job, he'd caused the pain and suffering of everybody else, and that's provided a platform for the others to go.
Well, this morning, Dave, I spoke to Bruno Russell, and he was saying, I said to him, well, Bruno, what do you reckon for today? He said, well, we believe Ulrich has had a little bit of diarrhea during the night. So anyone who knows anything about cycling knows that when you have a bit of diarrhea, it empties you a lot. With the stages we've had over the last few days, and the stage like today being very, very hard, it can weaken you in the hills. And also, they also know that Ulrich is not a very good descender. So they thought, well, if we go from the line, and Ulrich is not in his best condition, he may be able to get him. And if they can get him and isolate him from his teammates, well then on the descent then we can go flat out and maybe isolate him even more so. So the whole Festinus team were going to, their job was to blow everybody out from the start of the hill, and then there was Virenque and Diffo to take over, and Virenque only to work on the final climb up to Courchevel.
Well, that is what you're witnessing on your screen now on Eurosport. They've just got one passenger there, Casagrande, who's quite rightly sitting in. He has the right to sit there and not help. But I suspect that if Dufo eventually gets blown out, that Casagrande might start to do a bit to help Virenque go away. Because here, Dufo begins to lose a bit of steam. But what a wonderful job they've done to tow this man along. It looks like he's on his titanium bike as well, Virenque, to me. It looks like a sort of mattish grey-silver finish.
He is, yes, he's on his titanium bike, Dave. But we saw a very good gesture there from Pascal Hervé, as we see Casagrande getting blown out. Like he wasn't riding with the group, with Virenque since he got away, but we see now that, well, it's particularly because he hadn't got it in his legs to come through. But there are about 11 kilometres here now from the top, and Virenque and Diffo doing an incredible number here today.
Well, as they go up there in the Col de Madeleine, when they get to the top of that, it's just 6 kilometres to go to the top of this climb, which is 2,000 metres above sea level. They've climbed all the way up from La Chambre at the bottom, which is 435 metres above sea level. So they've climbed just nearly 1,600 metres up this climb, and they've done it in 20 kilometres. Once they get over the top, it virtually is all the way down the bottom to around about 110 kilometres from the start, leaving just about 38 kilometres, and that's gently uphill all the way. And the last bit is not so gentle up to the top of Courchevel, 2,004 metres above sea level. So it goes up, down, and very little. There's a bit of flat in between, about 10 k's just towards the feed. A little bit just here towards Blanc, but practically nothing really is to make any real contribution to the race. It's just been climbing, descending, a bit like yesterday. So a bit like yesterday, it was all uphill at the finish of it all. We had that in the Pyrenees about 3 days ago.
Well, the climb up to Courchevel, Dave, actually surprised me because I didn't actually think it was so severe. But when you get onto it in the car, it starts off quite slightly, but then all of a sudden then you come to one or two small little towns, and there's some very steep corners and some very steep straights on the climb itself. They reckon it's about an average of 6% of a climb, and the riders today will be riding about 41, 15, 41, 16. There's a 41 chainring on the front and a 15 or 16 sprocket on the back. That's the guys in the front, I mean, Dave. The guys behind will be using probably a 41 inside ring and probably a 18-20 on the back.
Well, I thought when I saw the climb to begin with, before I saw the back end of it, that it was going to be a race-type climb, and I'd got my prognostications for the race entirely wrong today. But it starts off on a sort of race-type climb, but then it gets really nasty, doesn't it? Some sharp bends, then it comes out, it drops a little bit, then it goes up again. It's the most difficult climb to judge. And of course, it's the first time we've been up here, so not a lot of riders will know it unless they've been up here training. So that lies ahead of the riders who are now going up the top of the Col de Madeleine. We're going to take a short break. Stay with us on Eurosport. This is going to be a great day on the bikes. Looking at what is rather a sorry sight, I suppose, for those who picked Pantani to win the stage today. I didn't think it would go so fast from the start. It certainly didn't suit Pantani, still recovering from his superb stage victory yesterday. He also suffered at the hands of the Festinas Purge when we went up that first big climb of the Col de Glandon, a climb of something like 20 kilometres they climbed up. He stayed in the group just behind the Festinas, and eventually has now been struggling, and he's with Lino, and I think it's Jimenez with him at the moment. And at the moment, up in the front, we understand that the two leaders at the moment, Veronk and Dufo, they're increasing their lead. They're about 45 seconds on Rees. At one time, Rees was pulling the yellow jersey back up again, but here we can see the remnants of the Benesto team with Olano in here. They certainly are trying to get him back in contention, but the last time check we had back to Olano was 2 minutes and 15 seconds. This group you're looking at now with Escartin on the back, and up in front, here we are, this is
Casagrande coming back.
Casagrande is coming back to Rees, who's doing a sterling job here, and young Ulrich hanging on behind, and then Escartin. The last time check we had was some 45 seconds. It was down to fourth, then going back. The Olano group's gone even further back now, 2:25 on this climb.
Rees, of course, by doing this, he's not only riding for Ulrich in the yellow jersey, he's also riding himself into third place overall on GC, because if you remember, Pantani took over yesterday from him on GC, so by doing this, he's actually moving himself into a stronger place and going one stage closer to ensuring himself a place in the podium in Paris.
Well, this morning, the time gaps were as follows. You probably might not have got in your Sunday papers. By the way, I'll talk about Sunday papers. I don't know what the Sunday Times said today, but we had young Longwell with us all day yesterday. I hope he got back safe and sound then, because we had a rather hectic day in the motor car. And also I understand on Monday that there's going to be a piece from Gareth Davis too in the Telegraph, not just the reporting piece but the background stuff, and Gareth was looking for some inside information on Ulrich, and certainly he will have got something to write for his story. Well, I dropped them off last night, and I've no doubt you might have seen the piece in the Sunday Times. But the gaps, you haven't got it in your local newspaper or your national newspaper. They're looking at Pantani and Pasqualino here. We start this morning with Jan Ulrich in the yellow jersey. His lead back to Veronk was 6 minutes and 22 seconds. So Veronk in second spot, 6 minutes 22 seconds back. In third place, Marco Pantani, 8 minutes and 24 seconds in arrears. On the general classification, the fourth place man is Bjorn Rees, the Danish rider for Telecom, at 9 minutes and 42 seconds. The man we're looking at now, Olano, start this morning in fifth spot at 10 minutes and 38 seconds. Francesco Casagrande, who tried to stay with the leaders, has just been dropped and has been swept up by Ulrich and Rees. Casagrande has been going very steadily. He's moved up to sixth. He was at 12 minutes and 56 seconds, the Psycho rider, as at this morning. And in seventh spot, we know Escartin is hanging on to the yellow jersey as much as he can do. Escartin this morning was seventh overall. The Kelma Casagrande Eurosport rider is at 14 minutes and 36 seconds back on the yellow jersey. Oscar Camazin is having a bad day, by the way. He must be probably about 4 or 5 minutes down now. He was in the second group over the top and never really made much progress. I see Casagrande here, who I say was sixth this morning now, being dropped off by Escartin, who started in seventh spot this morning. So Camazin down 16 minutes and 59 seconds this morning. Jimenez at ninth spot, 18 minutes and 32 this morning, and Dufo this morning was in 10th spot, 18:46.
Just coming over the race radio there while you were giving that information out, Bruno Roussel Virenque's director sportif has just gone up to Virenque and said to him, I don't want you going away yet, because apparently, as you saw a few minutes ago, we saw, as you see, Walter Godefroy now giving a bottle out to Rees and to Ulrich here. But Virenque was told by his director sportif, take it easy, I don't want you going away on your own as yet. I know you can go, you can probably go faster, but he says stay with Laurent Diffo at the moment. Just use Laurent to the maximum. Let him ride you to as near as he can to the top of the climb, because behind you have Ulrich, you have being towed along by Rees. So just leave for the moment, you're some 40 seconds ahead. You're letting him work very, very hard. So just leave Laurent Diffo ride with you, help him out now and again, the same as he's doing now, but don't leave Diffo behind.
If I think I'm correct on listening on the headphones of the race radio, I think it's now come back near to 25 seconds, the effect of Rees to pull back, so he must be closing. That's why we saw Veronk looking over his shoulder, not at Dufo, but to see if he can see Rees coming up. Would he tactically then be looking back at Pantani, who must get up with a group? He needs some more riders to take him, I think, down the hill. Would you think that Veronk will wait till they come up to him, or accelerate and try and make a mess on the downhill? Because if he really goes over the top, we've seen we've seen Ulrich already in desperate trouble on the descent then, Stephen, so I presume his team manager would say, look, as we can see the gap now, look, here comes the chase of Ulrich and Rees and Escartin. He's probably down to about 15 seconds now. There they are. Wonderful performance by Bjorn Rees on the front and Ulrich on his wheel. Escartin hanging on for grim death, trying to track down these two riders. You can see the people up there, zigzags right the way to the top of this great big climb of the Col de Madeleine. Alano's now at 2:40, so way back down the mountain. Alano's losing a lot more time today. Up the top of the Col de la Madeleine, 2,000 metres above sea level. This is the group on your right there, the group containing Pantani, 2:20. He's slipping back all the time. And it's been Veronk that's doing it. It looks to me like he's now still towing his teammate Dufo along, but it may be to him not before long he just abandons him and goes over the top.
Well, there's still 7 kilometres to go to the top there, but I think that Bruno Ruxel is Virenque's director sportif. He's not really afraid of the climb here, and Virenque going away and leaving Diffo. There's some only 6.5 kilometres to the top, which is coming over race radio now. He's only got some 17 seconds ahead now of Bjorn Rees. So I'd say what they're going to do now is they might ease up, because Virenque could go on his own. He's talking here, yeah. Virenque could go on his own here, of course, but the problem is once he gets over the top of the Col de la Madeleine, there's still some 20 kilometres of flat to go before the final climb of 21 kilometres up to the finish here up in Courchevel. So I'd say it'd be very unwise for Virenque to try and go on his own. So I'd say he'll just ease up now. I'd say, all right, just back off a little bit and let the boys get back on. This, of course, by Rees and Ulrich getting back onto these boys will help, of course, Pantani and Orlando, who are not too far behind, because then this group here will ease up, and Pantani group and the group of Orlando will get back on again, I'd say.
Well, that lies in the future. What's happened today, I'll just recap for you as we see Veronk now going away from Dufo. He had a word with him. I think he said goodbye, hang on to the next group when it comes through. I might need you later, but he's off now. Veronk is beginning to go. The gap's now down to just 18 seconds as Veronk puts the pressure on and goes away on his own. Is this a foolhardy mission then, Stephen?
It's a mistake, Dave.
A mistake?
That's suicide. You know, he's already giving himself a lot of work by going away with his teammates early on. Even though he didn't maybe give it 100% himself, he still was riding around with the lads. So he's already used up a lot of energy at the moment. He could be putting himself here in a very dangerous situation, because he's using up energy here, which he may need in the final climb up to Courchevel. Because the way you see, we saw the strain several times. We saw Rees riding very, very strongly behind, not looking panicked at all, just riding nice and steady here. As you see him here in front of Ulrich, I'd say like Ulrich had a lot of power left in him, because he may not be in as good a form as he was in the Pyrenees the other day, but he hasn't done an inch of on the front here so far. So he's going to be very fresh on the final climb. So I think Virenque should have backed off and said, okay, I had a go, it hasn't worked, I've eliminated all of Ulrich's team here, so if I hold on till the end, maybe I can have another go on Courchevel. So I say, shall we see, Dave?
We shall see. Well, if you just tuned into Eurosport, that's my co-commentator Stephen Roche giving the inside information on what could be happening up the road. They're just about to catch Dufo, and Reese it is that's doing all the work on the front. And the Danes again, they're out here. I know it's the weekend, and they've come down to watch the Tour de France. Really, the Danish flags are everywhere. Talking to some of the Danish radio reporters last night, Stephen, they reckon that over 100,000 people have booked to come down to the Tour de France, according to some survey they've had with the travel agents and so on. And now they've reeled in Dufo. Wonder if he can hang on there, but it's a big Dane on the front. The great Dane himself going away to try and catch Veronk, who's the only man down the road. Up comes the team car for a quick word with Dufo, who's ridden very hard indeed. I'll put you in the picture what's happened since we start this morning from Bourg-d'Oisans. A relatively flat start to begin with. His first sprint was in 9 kilometres at Alemont. There's Abel, took that one ahead of Moncassin, and Vogels into third spot. We then went over a tremendously large dam and across a lovely big lake, and at that particular moment Chepi Gonzalez decided to activate things, and they were just approaching the foot of the Col de Glandon. As he went way down the road, Blanco came up marking him. Stevens did saying like were marked as well. The Vogels rider Gann tried to get to them, got blown out, and Pasquale also tried to go to them. Bogart joined us, Simone, but they're all hopefuls trying to get an early start on the climb. But it wasn't very long before they got caught at the point 21 kilometres from the top of the climb. Chepi Gonzalez tried it again, but he had not a catch chance in hell, or whatever they have out in Colombia, because the real attempts by the Festinas to dominate the race took place just around about 20 k's from the top of the Col de Glandon. The split came when about 30 riders suddenly forced a hole in the rest of the field. Jalabert was dropped back in the second group. Camazin was dropped back in the second group. And of that first group that went up the Col, let me give you a rundown on most of the 30-odd riders in there. There was Bjorn Ries for Telecom with Bolts, Toshnik, the yellow jersey, and Zabel, who tried to begin to work hard at the bottom of the climb, was blasted out the back. From the Festina team, Veronk, Bortolami, Bruchard, Dufo, Hervé, Moreau, Stevens and Roos, and all that lot were right on the front and blowing the Telecoms as hard as they could do. Casagrande was there for Psycho, Luttenberger for the Rabobank team, together with Jonker, Alano, Beltran, Casero and Jimenez, all from the Benesto team. Falazin was there, Scartin there, Pantani and Conti, Parenzana, Lino and Simone. And suddenly the pressure went on and on and on. They dropped off one by one until we went over the top of the climb, and Veronk was first over the top of the climb, ahead of Dufo. In third place was Hervé. So there's a 1, 2 and 3 for the Festina team over the top of the Col de Glandon. Casagrande was fourth, followed by Ulrich, Bruchard, Moreau. So there's still the Festinas were up there in the top half dozen places. Then it was Toshnik, Jimenez, Luttenberger, Escartin, Ries, Falazin and Alano. But it's on the descent that the Festinas launched another attack, and we now understand that Pantani is back 2 minutes and 50 seconds down, but it's on the descent of the Col de Glandon when we saw Veronk go away with Bruchard, Hervé and Dufo together with Casagrande. It just split. When the simple things, they sat up a bit at the top and they rocketed down. Alano now 3 minutes and 10 seconds down, despite the fact he was with them at the top of the climb of the Col de Glandon. But the way that Bruchard, Hervé and Dufo came down the Col de Glandon, it was absolutely mind-blowing, and Veronk just sat there being coasted along in their slipstream together with Casagrande, and the one man on his own, Ulrich, nearly went over into the grass verge and fell off in his attempt to catch them. He didn't have a chance. At the bottom of the climb, he was 25 seconds down on the breakaway group of Veronk, Bruchard, Hervé and Dufo. At 57 seconds was Ries with Olano and a few other riders, and 2:57 the Camazin group containing Jalabert. Well, he sat up, did Ulrich, to 59 kilometres from the start, still 87 kilometres to go, and joined up with Ries, Toshnik and Bolts, who regrouped to try and catch this man up in front. But still then, he's pressing on here, and you said it's a suicide attempt, Stephen. Certainly, his team have been in action all the day, but he's had so many good teammates round about him. He's been in the slipstream, Italy, but he's still got to ride the mountain, haven't you?
Yes, we have. We're listening into a interview here with Walter Gutterford, where a journalist said to him, Walter, I suppose now that you have Bianchi on his own out in front and Ries riding the way it is, I suppose you must feel feel a little bit more comfortable now, a little bit more kind of settled. So he says, I wasn't really kind of uptight at all since the start of the stage. He says Ulrich hasn't ridden 1 metre in the front. He's always had a teammate or two with him. Now he has Rees with him. He's still sitting on his wheel. It's a long way to go to the finish. Ranked on his own in the front. So he said, for the moment, I haven't really been worried about it, but I don't believe that myself, Dave. But he says that with Vihank in the front, this he's riding for himself, whereas Ulrich now is back here. He's not working at all, but at the same time, he says, I'm happy now that Vihank is on his own and not as he was earlier on with 5 teammates with him.
Well, what an interesting day's race we got yet again live on Eurosport. Don't go away, there's more coming up after this short break. To some 15 kilometres of climbing up this great big mountain, up towards the top. They will have covered a distance by the time they get there of 86 kilometres as they start this morning. That's just on 51 miles as such. The gap now back between Blanc and this group here is 23 seconds. At one time he was in almost spitting distance. He could have looked back and seen the colour of the eyes of the people chasing him, but he's prizing his way up the mountain and slowly but surely opening up a bit of a lead. But this is a long old hard climb, but the interest will also be when he goes over the top. Can he survive, and can he then open the gap up again behind? Tactically, Stephen, good move by Festina. You said it's suicide, but he's still pressing on, all right?
No, it's a great move by Festina initially, but the fact that Vihank going away on his own with 5 kilometres of the climb still to come, 10 kilometres of a descent, and 20 kilometres of flat roads to the final climb up to Courchevel. I think it's a bit suicidal because Ulrich has not done one turn of the pedals himself behind here. He has Rees doing all the work for him, so it means on the final hill we might even see Ulrich riding away from everybody himself. But in saying that, since Vihank lost his final teammate, Laurent Defoe, he's put 5 or 6 seconds into the group of the yellow jersey. Maybe he has it in his mind that if he can go over the top of this climb, but by maintaining or slightly increasing his lead, if he goes down the final descent, really like as he went down the first descent off the Col de Glan this morning, maybe he might be able to put another 30 seconds into this group of the yellow jersey. But still, some almost 20 kilometres of reasonably flat, wide kind of roads to go to the foot of the Col of the Courchevel. So if Rees stays with Ulrich, it means it's going to be a really good help to him in this flat part, and possibly be able to bring back Vihank before the foot of Courchevel, where I'd say you might see a Sauternes who hasn't done a bit of work, or likewise Ulrich hasn't done a thing. You might see them even taking over, maybe riding away from Vihank.
In the background, you can see the cotton wool clouds perched up on the top of these mountains. The granite mountains here, within the little gullies, you can still see the smattering of snow. And one man who's suffering today, who's right down the bottom of this climb after his big ride into Alpe yesterday, is Pantani, who's over 3 minutes back. We're watching Rees here, putting in a tremendous effort. Alano is at 3:40, and what a race we're having today, but still it's not all over yet with Blanc down the road. Rees here following with the yellow jersey, Ulrich on his wheel, and still in there with a shout, the Kelme Casablanca Eurosport rider, Escartin.
Well, actually, Dave, I'm just analysing Vihank's tactics here again myself in my own mind, and trying to understand a little bit more on what he's doing. Like, I myself am not a Vihank supporter, but where credit is due, I do believe in giving it, and he has got a lot of credit today. And where I was saying that in doing what he's doing here now at the moment is maybe a little bit suicidal, the likes you see is 320 is going back to Pantani behind him, whereas yesterday Pantani took over. It was getting very close to second place on GC. So I'm sure Vihank knows that if he gets caught by Ulrich and Rees, all of a sudden there'll be a bit of a stall in the group. That could help Pantani get back on again and neutralise the whole move that he's done today. So he probably feels that by keeping up in front and keeping up the pace, putting more distance between myself and the group of Pantani, and see how it goes down to the finish. So maybe that's what he has in his mind.
Also, though, Stephen, isn't it true to say, when I was driving along on this course, I noticed that there's a very strong following winds today, that the riders have got a very, very strong following wind, and therefore that one man on his own, obviously is at an advantage, but certainly it isn't the same as when you've got a headwind blowing at one man, and it's also helping blow them up some of these mountain climbs.
It is, yeah, it's a very, very strong wind. But we start turning around a little bit towards the finish, Dave, and up Courchevel, it's very, very twisty and turny. So the wind will be a little bit kind of different. It'll be sometimes in your back, sometimes in your face. So, but still, it's a long, long way for Blanc to go on his own.
You can see there the dotted white spots on the climbs. Those are the camper vans of the spectators. Have been out again all night. They were driven off following the finish last night. And what a job was to come down. You see these big mountains here. When we go to the top, that's fine. But you try coming down. It took us 3 hours to come off the top of the Alpe d'Huez last night down into Grenoble. Of that, the first 2 hours was coming off the Alpe d'Huez, but the riders went up in about 40 minutes. It was impossible.
Actually, little over 30 minutes they've went up, and actually Pantani broke the record, and now he holds the new record.
Does he?
He holds the new record now for the climb up to Alpe d'Huez. But some of our people from Coeur de Lion, they were going down Alpe d'Huez last night, and the race finished at about 5:30, and he got down to the bottom of Bourg-d'Oisans at 9:15.
Yeah, I was the same. What I don't understand, normally the police allow us, the officials, particularly the press, to go around the left-hand side of the road. The right-hand side is where they hold the ordinary public to go down very slowly, and we're allowed to come down the left-hand side. They wouldn't let us do that. They shoved everybody over. I stopped to the couple of gendarmes. I said, look, we're always allowed to go to the left-hand side. I've got British journalists with me. He's got to write his copy back in the hotel and phone it through tonight. One of them had already done his copy in the press room, and then the other one wanted to do some work, asking me questions on the way down before he wrote his piece. And the gendarme said, no, get over. And I'm going to write an official protest because we've always been allowed in the past to go down. It made life difficult. We got the hotel at 10 o'clock last night. How can we work in those conditions?
Well, this is the Tour de France, Dave, and when you see that the crowds that were on Alpe d'Huez yesterday, Pantani broke the record for going up it, but there was also a record crowd there yesterday. We've never ever seen so many people on Alpe d'Huez as we saw yesterday.
Well, they said that normally they get 200,000 people up on the Alpe d'Huez, but last night I came down, I reckon there must have been a good 250,000 people. Say 200,000 normal people. They must have got another 50, 60,000 up there yesterday.
Well, normally you have, like, say, 10 or 11 deep for the last 4 or 5 kilometers, and then from that down for the first 6-7 kilometers, kind of here and there. Whereas yesterday, right from the very foot of the climb, there was 5 or 6 lines of people deep. So there was, and then if anyone that saw it on television yesterday on Eurosport's coverage would realise that how difficult it was for the riders riding up through the tunnel of people as they got towards the top of the Alpe d'Huez.
That's just what they're calling out now, Stephen. They're asking for one of the motos to come up here, a motorcycle, to try and clear the way, because I think there was a press motorcycle that went up in front, and they're having great difficulty getting through the crowd. It's now clearing a little bit, but you can imagine some of the difficulties they're getting on riding under these conditions. They can't now see Varrock through this crowd at all. We're going to the Col de Madeleine. Varrock has been over here first in the past. He came over first in 1996. He was first in 1995. We also came over in 1994 when Ugramov won it. We've been over here, this is the 16th time since 1969 when Gandararis was the first man over, so it's just over 20 seconds, I think, the gap back to Varrock to this little lot. Coming up on my headphones, Jean-Pierre Danguillaume came over in 73 in first spot. He's now with the Coca-Cola people as head of the sort of PR side of that. So, and Van Impe did it in 79. Van Impe again the following year 81, following year 83. So Delgado too, Fuerte 87. It's been a real climber's climb, this one, hasn't it, Stephen? I think to see this man Varrock now go over twice in the lead, it looks like he might get his third consecutive victory over the top of the climb, but still only 20 seconds separates him from the yellow jersey group. Ulrich now taking over the front. Do you think, Stephen, that it might be that Rees is looking for a bit of a breather? He's been doing so much work on the climb.
He has, but I think they're possibly afraid of what damage Pantani might do if he's still on his own as he goes over the top. So Ulrich now is giving putting his kind of signature now to the possibly the close of this break. Blanc has been holding out there for 23-25 seconds for the last 5 or 6 kilometers and not gaining any more ground or not losing any more ground. So maybe Rees, after been riding for so long on the front, was feeling a little bit going a little bit stale. So Ulrich has decided, well, he'll take over, finally close the gap, and then hopefully put an end to this crusade, because that's actually what it is. It's been very, very difficult for everybody since the start of the stage.
And this is the man that's done the damage, or shall we say all his Festina team, who once we start on the first climb of the day, just went to the front and had one job to do, demolition derby. And at one time there were just 10 men left behind them, and again it was like 10 green bottles, one by one they fell off the wall. I've had two that fell off the wall before we even started today, was Luc Leblanc, who did not start this morning, nor Frattini. Luc Leblanc, who was 5th in the Tour de France in 91, 4th in 94, that was the year he went on to win his World Championship, had a bad crash in the Giro d'Italia just about 4 weeks ago, and obviously was suffering from that, so he didn't start, nor did Frattini. So we're down to 169 starters for this 148-kilometre stage into Courchevel. We've not been here before, and the finish is right at what they call Altiport. They seem to land small private airplanes up here. Just let's hope that nobody's going to try and come into land when the Tour de France finishes underway, because there's an enormous crowd up here waiting for the riders to appear. You see this little lot here as he now goes up towards the final kilometre of the climb. The gap we had last time check was 23 seconds.
In 1987, David, come over this Col de Madeleine as we go by the 1 kilometre to go here of the climb, and I had attacked Delgado after going over the Galibier. Between the Galibier and the foot of the Madeleine, I attacked Delgado, got away from him. I rode the Madeleine here with Fuerte, who actually beat me on top of it for the Grand Prix of the Mountains. And down the far side, very dangerous descent on the far side, and we were caught on the far side by Delgado and one or two of his teammates before going up to the Col de la Plagne, where Delgado put 4 seconds into me, and where I actually collapsed at the end with exhaustion. But the Col de Madeleine has been a very, on many occasions, been a key factor in whichever stage or whichever way we've gone over it. It has often played a big role in the outcome of the Tour de France.
And it certainly make the legs hurt now. Less than 1 kilometre to go to the top, and the gap back to Pantani, we understand, is now 3 minutes and 40 seconds. Pantani, who's lying third this morning at 8:24. Bjorn Ries could therefore go over the top of him, because Bjorn Ries was 9:42, 1 minute and 20 odd seconds down on Pantani. So Ries is also pushing himself into the third spot and putting Pantani back down into fourth. Lana this morning, 10:38, is also way down the mountain, somewhere about the same position as Pantani. So it's a race here not only to preserve Ulrich's yellow jersey and stop Veronk from closing up more time on him, but it's also for Bjorn Ries to take over third spot. And this man here has now gone to the front of the group. He doesn't look as stressed now as he did do earlier on, Steve. When I watched him on that other climb and on the way down, his face looked in pain. He looked like he was really in desperation straits, and almost he could see, obviously, the Tour de France slipping away from him. But I think Ries, by going on the front, seems to restore some of his confidence.
It has, but also I think the fact that with having Virenque out there on his own, just being kind of in grasping distance, has also made him feel a little bit more comfortable as well. But looking at Virenque at the moment, he's giving it everything he has. He wants to get over the top of this hill, knowing that the descent of the Madeleine is fairly tricky again, hoping to put some more time into himself and Ulrich on the descent.
In the background there, you can see the banners for Telecom and Ulrich. Well, at the moment, Ulrich and his Telecom teammate Bjorn Ries around about 20-odd seconds, maybe 22, 23 seconds down on Veronk, who's still resisting all attempts to be reeled in before he gets to the top of this climb of the Col de Madeleine. Not very far to go now. Just there you can see the dark black cows in the distance, but the enormous crowd have turned out to cheer him underway. And this Frenchman really is giving the French something to cheer about. But I've just seen a Danish flag on the side, and they'll wave that one shortly, because Ries has done a sterling job to keep Ulrich in contention, having collected him off the descent of the previous climb over the Col de Grandon. He's kept his yellow jersey teammate confident that perhaps they can hold this man on the climb. But look at that for a great shot as he comes up to get his third consecutive prize for going over the top of the Madeleine in first position.
He is showing signs of fatigue, Dave, but I would just want to put a bet on, Dave, or put money on maybe that the fact that this group here, when they finally catch Virenque on the final climb up to Courchevel, that Ulrich is not going to have a go for the stage.
The gap then 19 seconds back to Ulrich, Ries and Escartin in that order. So this
Laurent Defoe has done a good ride there because he hasn't lost that much time.
No, he's
after been getting dropped by the group of Ulrich and Rees. I thought he would have lost like a minute maybe, but he's only lost like about 20 seconds, so he can get back onto this group now.
This is the Col de Madeleine then, and we're looking at Pantani, who at one time was 3 minutes and 40 seconds down. He's just gone through 1 kilometre point. He's pulling back time as well at the moment. Pantani, who got dropped on the climb of the Col de Madeleine, is now trying to regain that top group because he can see his third spot overall disappearing, because Bjorn Rees this morning in fourth spot was just about 1 minute and 18 seconds behind Pantani. So here we go then. Casagrande, who managed to stay with the Festina group for a long time, is now at 1 minute and 20 seconds.
I'd say there's still some 3 minutes again back to Pantani, Dave, but the fact now that the group in front are still chasing Pantani, or chasing Virenque, who's going down the descent here like really on the edge. Virenque is he's calling to his car, looking for some water. Like, for example, going up the climb up to Le Col de Madeleine, you cannot get a bottle. The Madeleine is some 20 kilometers long. But one problem here now with Virenque is that with the gap between Virenque and Ulrich and Rees only being 20 seconds, Virenque's team car has been put back behind the group of Rees. Then you have the group then of the neutral car behind them has been told to stop as well. So there's no car between between Virenque and this group. We just see Ulrich there going around this corner. Just watch it here again, Dave. Watch it here again.
Typical of his bad descending, Stephen.
He's cutting the corners to the wrong. Look at him, nearly going onto the barriers.
Exactly what happened when we were watching the program before we came on air, when he came off the Col de Glandon, when the Festinas had their big purge. They had a big purge going up the Col de Glandon when just about all the team were up there with Virenque, and they made life very difficult at Telecom. And as they came over the top, we had that attack of the remnants of the Festina team. They'd shot off Stevens, for instance, who'd ridden himself into oblivion on the way up. But Brochard, Hervé and Duffield, together with Virenque, went over the top, accelerating as they went over the climb, took Casagrande with them. Ulrich started to stay with them, tried to do it, and exactly the same thing happened as you saw there. They came on the first sharp left-hander, he got it all wrong, nearly went into the grit at the edge of it, straightened his bike up, and they were gone. From then on, he was on his own, and by the time they got to the bottom of the descent, he'd lost over 25 seconds, and Rees's lot was some 50 seconds back. He's not a good descender, and we'll have to watch him to see if he can come down and preserve that sort of gap he had at the top. But this man here is certainly flying at the moment.
He is, Dave. He's really giving it everything. But he's using up a lot of energy as well. And the speedometer of the motorbike there, just coming over the race radio, is 85 kilometers an hour.
51 miles an hour, and it's not a terribly steep descent. It'll go steep in certain parts. It's virtually 20 kilometers all the way down. As Pantani still, the gap isn't coming down as I thought. It was 3/4 the last time check we had. And now Pantani looks like he's going to lose his third place overall after getting the stage victory at the Alpe d'Huez yesterday. He's now 4 minutes down. Lino's doing a good ride there, the big Matt Auville Peugeot ride in the red and yellow, isn't he? Glutenberger's come up to him as well, and Jimenez too.
Well, Pantani was actually, or not Pantani, Lino was actually yellow jersey in the Tour de France for a couple of days, 93 I think it was, and finishing overall in the first 10. So since then he kind of disappeared out of circulation because of sickness or injuries or whatever. But this year now, joining the team of Big Matt Aubervilliers, he's putting in a really, really good ride and hanging on to Pantani there on the climb. Even though he is some 3 minutes and 40 seconds down, he's still ahead of the likes of here Orlano, who is 4 minutes 40 seconds down.
So Orlano with his teammates there, looks like he's got enough help anyway, but they can't really put any more fire back into his legs. They're just getting him down at 4:40. So in reality, the race then is between Virenque, Rees here, and Ulrich and Escartin. Who's going to get the stage victory today in Courchevel? Hang on to Eurosport to find out after this break. Over 8 minutes back to those two riders coming across the top of the climb, and we've only seen about maybe 30 riders, I suppose, go to the top of the Col de Madeleine. There's a lot more men suffering further on down. There's going to be a lot of people taking an early bath and an early train back after the stage today, because the attack of the Festina team, as we went up the first climb of the day, the Col de Glandon, has had its effect. It's caused a real disaster to the riders further back down who just haven't got the ability to climb big mountains. At the moment, still this chase group with Rees Ulrich and together with Escartin have now got Duffield for company. He's fought his way back, the Festina rider, who was about 12 or 15 seconds down at the top of that climb. So to recap then, as now the group is 14 seconds between Ulrich and Veronk. They went over the top. Veronk was in first spot, Ulrich second, then Rees and Escartin. About 12 seconds back was Duffield, and then Casagrande. As we see here, Bogart, I think my Madu was coming over the top, well down on the leaders. Casagrande 1 minute 20 seconds down. When Pantani went over the top, he was at 4 minutes, together with Lino, Luttenberger and Jimenez. Olano came through in 4:40, together with Bolts and Beltran and a couple of other riders, but now they're ready to see the thick end of 10 minutes for these riders here. Only 13 seconds now. It's coming down all the time. Do you think he's easing a bit on the descent?
Well, it didn't seem to be on our monitors here. We wouldn't have thought so. But I think he's looking at him here now. Is more or less he probably has eased off a bit, because you saw him down one or two of the corners there going a little bit wide. You can see he's possibly backing off on concentration as well. So he's taking time to take a drink there, as you see, because he got difficulty in getting his car up to him earlier on to give him a drink. So just for your own information here, like normally his own team car could not get across to him, but it's strictly because of an official. You see, we saw the tarmac there, the very soft tarmac there in the corner of the in the very tight part of the corner. Went to go wide around it, but his own team car can come across to him if he wants to come across to him, because the reglement says that once the gap is less than 1¼ minutes, your team car must get out of it, strictly because you don't want your team car advantaging any of the following riders behind. Here's the Festina riders here, Neil Stevens, coming over after doing a great day's work on the Col de Glandon earlier on. But getting back to the rank again, if his team car itself decides, well, we don't mind going forward and maybe helping Rees would have it get back going again. Our rider needs water. That's our priority at the moment. We can do it. But the reglement does not let any other car go through. It's the director himself who must say, I'm going through, I'm taking responsibility myself, and I'm going to give him a drink to my rider.
Well, certainly, we just saw then, by the way, an example, because both Gareth Davis from the Telegraph and Andrew Longmore from the Sunday Times were asking me yesterday, what exactly do the domestics do? What's their job? And then we saw Pascal Hervé and Stevens come over the top, 10 minutes down on Veronk. And they, early on today, they'd been driving, seeing all the Festina riders coming over, they'd been driving on the front, and they just rode themselves almost to a standstill. All right, certainly Veronk had to ride with them, as Duffield did, but at least they were sheltered all the time. They were in the slipstream, and it gave that launch pad to set off his attack. Those are team tactics go on in bike racing. You've got 9 men start the Tour de France in each of the teams. You've got people whose job to do is to help chase the brakes down, help the climbers, help the sprinters, look after them when they want water, look after them when they want pacing back. So it's a very complex job, cycle racing. It isn't just a matter of 9 blokes getting on the bikes for each team and us riding to finish to see who win. It's a very involved sort of operation as far as they're concerned. A great skill and understanding develops over the years as a bike rider. You can only get it riding at this sort of level. You won't learn it back in Great Britain, unfortunately. Watch them come down here now. Talk about Great Britain, I'll give you a quick roll call, by the way, of some of the clubs I've seen out watching the racing over the last couple of weeks. The Plymouth Corinthians, the Wellington Wheelers, team from Basildon, the Velo Club Bristol, GS Europa, somebody from the Ribble area, Willesden, the Pickwick Bicycle Club came out, group of lads from Sigma Sport, somebody riding a Rory O'Brien bike, the Belper, I saw one of those as well, and today I met a lad from the Catford team. He's going in fact now to join the Bar Cycling Club. He's living at Winsley near my old town of Bradford-on-Avon. Of course, the Catford, the big team of Mickey Dunn over those years gone by. So thanks to all the Brits for coming out, the Union Jacks we've seen. I even spotted today a Red Dragon of Wales out there. I don't know if you've got some Matt Postles coming on as a Welsh cyclist, so perhaps one day we'll have some Welsh cycling. But this is where you do it. You cannot learn it back in Great Britain. Just coming and look at it, when you ride the coals, some of the people have been doing, and go down them, you can realise what it's like coming down. You don't get a true picture on the telly, do you, Steve, what it's like going down here, taking these bends and really looking down the side there. It's an enormous drop, and they take their lives virtually in their hands when they're going down like this, don't they?
Well, they do, especially today with the weather being so warm. Under the centre, you have the tarmac. You see here on the inside of the corner here, Ulrich, you see Ulrich there now going wide again. He panicked. You saw Rich went right around it, no problem. Ulrich was on his wheel, and he panicked when he saw the melted tarmac. This is a really good thing that Ulrich has Reese with him, because we saw him getting dropped in a big way going down after Col de Glandon. If Reese had not been here on this descent to actually help guide Ulrich down it, he would lose an awful lot more time. You see here now he's lost a couple of meters on Reese, and he's finding difficulty getting back on. See here now he's finding difficult, I think, to anticipate. Normally when a rider's going down the descent, you're looking at the natural barriers. Okay, you have no white lines here, but you're all the time watching it the way the ditch is going around the corner. You got to watch these walls going around. You have to try and anticipate. You're always looking out for small clues, looking at electric pylons, telephone cables. You're always looking for these kind of things which can kind of give you an indication as to which way the road is going. And Ulrich, apparently, from what I've been saying so far today, is that he's having difficulty in anticipating whether the road goes right around, whether it goes around a small bit, whether it's a left and then straight into a right, or the actual design of the road.
The other thing too, he seems to go, as I said, like around a 50 pence piece, he seems to go in straight lines. He goes straight, then turns, then goes straight, then turns, rather than going around that nice smooth line.
That's simply there because he's not anticipating. He's looking into the corner. Normally I used to say you tear into a corner and you brake when you cannot see where you're going, and you let the brakes off when you can see where you're going. Well, he's kind of going into the corner, turning in too early and finding himself going in too tight, having to let go of the bike again and go around again, taking his corner in 2 or 3 different turns. He's not anticipating whether the corner's going right around or around only a small bit.
22 seconds now the gap, you see. He's opening it up on the descent for Onki, slow to get that drink, but he's going around smoothly around these bends. We've just seen those lads go some 15 minutes down on Veronco at the top of that climb, including Zabel.
Oh, sorry.
That big group up there, they've just saw Zabel go through in the green jersey, 15 minutes down, and at the top of that climb, they'd actually just covered 86 kilometres, 51 miles. So in 51 miles, this man had knocked 15 minutes out of the people who, in fact, many of them were still there on the way up the Glandon, which they climbed after about 30 kilometres of the start.
Well, the way it's going, Dave, the way it's going, it ain't finished yet, because the race is still on in the front, and I cannot see them letting up at all, unless Ulrich and Rees catch Fontani. But it's going to be very, very tight today for the time limit, Dave.
Well, one man who's not taking part in the race, if you didn't catch up with the information yesterday, we're sorry to have lost Chris Boardman from the race. He had those two hurt or cracked vertebrae. I don't know exactly what happened to him, but 2 of the vertebrae in his neck were giving him trouble, and intense pain too. I looked at a picture this morning in one of the Sunday papers. They got a picture of Chris absolutely crying with pain at the end of one of the state. I saw him in that state too. Chris, we all wish you get well soon. All the British cyclists do, and let's hope you get back in the saddle and that neck doesn't give you too much trouble. By the way, Chris, if you're coming across still to Disneyland, I know your children are looking forward to it, particularly the young Oscar as well, who was born 2 years ago during the Tour de France. If you're coming across, we'd welcome you in Eurosport to come and join us at the commentary box and have a little chat to people back at home. Of course, you can tear yourself away from your kids in Disneyland and your wife, but nevertheless, you may be having treatment for your neck. But if you make it, we look forward to seeing you, but perhaps you've got your feet up now back at home, reading the Sunday papers. I don't know if you take the People, by the way, but Vernon Coleman, one of the writers there, is very much locked into Tour de France as well, and I know that a lot of the British press are writing more and more about the Tour de France. And Chris, I know it's because you've done great rides, you've got the yellow jersey, you've attracted people in Great Britain to cycling, but nevertheless, once they switched on, we got a lot of them saying, hey, we like this sport, it's great. And today again, on Sunday, on television, on live for you on Eurosport, we're seeing a fantastic race. It has not let up since about the 10 kilometre point after the start at Bourg-d'Oisans this morning.
No, this is like a stage, David, which will go down in history, I think, for a long, long time. As we've very rarely seen it full team like Festina has done on a stage. There was 7 of them on the front at the start of the stage. There's 5 of them over the top of the Col de Glandon. Down the far side, it dropped off one at a time to finally leave Richard Bianchi out on his own. This is getting a bit risky for him now, being so far from the finish, having Ulrich and Rees riding behind him. But still, he's calling. You see him calling up his car here at the moment, calling a bottle. Calling his car up again for a bottle.
25 seconds coming out of the headphones again, so he is pulling away again. It's not a lot, 25 seconds. I think he'd like a cushion a bit more than that, but he's gaining time all the way down. There's a 20-kilometre descent. It flattens out a bit to the bottom, at the bottom, and then it starts the final climb. Look at those mountains in the distance. This is where the Tour de France really comes alive. We've had 2 cracking days racing in the Pyrenees. We're now having back-to-back stages in the Alps. We've got another big day tomorrow, and if you're attracted to the Tour de France, I can recommend there's a tape called Pour le Maillot Jaune of the 1965 Tour de France. No commentary. You don't have to put up with me or anybody else. You have just music and horns blowing and something else, and it's a superb look back at the Tour de France from Bromley Video in Barnes in London. Recommend it to you. Just check out in cycling where you get it from. The Tour de France has got so much atmosphere, so much history, and we bring it today live on Eurosport. Casagrande in tow, and they set out superb chase which blew a big gap, and by the bottom of the descent, with some 90 kilometres to go from the finish, Bronk and his cohorts had a 25-second lead on Ulrich, who'd come down the climb in a very, very disorganised way. He was 57 seconds up on Rees' group and 2:57 on a big group of riders further back. So after a while, the Ulrich recognised that he had to go back to Rees, and they've got together, and now we've got that chasing group behind of Rees and Ulrich and Jimenez and Escartin and Hervé, and it's 30 seconds back to them now. So that's put you in the picture what's happened today with Bronk on his way. We're off the bottom of the climb now, and we're heading towards the next big climb of the day at Courchevel, where they finish up at the top for the first time at this big ski resort, and that's going to be 2,004 metres above sea level. You join us just as the group here catches Veronga. Look what's happening. Rees suddenly tries to blow him out the back door. Oh, what a tremendous turn of speed from Rees. He must have said to Ulrich, sit on my wheel. We'll give this joker a bit of stick now. Whatever the French or Danish or German equivalent is for that, because Veronga's really made the legs hurt today. He's been the big man who's caused the problem. He and the Festina team have been really putting the pressure on the Telecom team, and only Rees, through courageous riding, managed to collect Jan Ulrich after the descent of the Col de Glandon, to get to his man, to cool him down, to use his experience to say, look, stick with me, I'll get you back. And now you can see here that Escartin and Duffield have now got to do what they can, and certainly Duffield, to keep an eye on Veronga, who really has set the race at light today with his teammates in Festina. So the question is now, will they persist with this one, because Pantani were desperately trying to get back to this group. Well, the last time check we had, he was well over 4 minutes down on the yellow jersey. But it looks like they're going a bit quieter now. They're heading towards the long climb up to Courchevel. And this group then are riders, they look like they might be able to get through to the top of the finish of the stage into Courchevel, this 14th stage of 148, as Bjorn Rees starts to go. I thought, looking at the climb, that this final one was a Rees-type climb. If he wants to go for a stage victory, he certainly has got to ride to keep this group away from Pantani so that he can move up into third spot. But what a day to be if Rees went in to get the stage victory, but he's got to be careful, surely, not to blow out the yellow jersey.
Well, what's happening here, I think, Dave, is the fact that you saw Escartin going out the front a little bit. I think what Rees was really actually doing was just kind of showing them, okay, boys, if you want to attack, it's okay, but by me, I'm still very, very strong, because he, by doing that, he actually caused the group to split, and Ulrich and Bjorn were caught behind. So I don't think Rees was really, at this top moment of time, is too keen to get away from them. What he wants to kind of show the other guys is, okay, you want to play, we can play too, but look, we're strong. We haven't gone down yet. We may have ridden a lot since the start of the stage this morning, but we still have loads left in reserve, so don't get any ideas.
And Rees is a very, very skilled man at this sport. He's been riding a long time as the sort of helper, the domestique to other such people, and in reality he's just showing his complete confidence to go away. Just have a little bit of a burst on the banjo just then. I was telling about the yellow jersey that the Germans have worn over the times. Escartin starting to attack. But the one thing which we haven't had is ever a German winner of the Tour de France. Ulrich was the best last year when he finished second overall. Before that, best German performance in 1960 was Hans Junkermann, who was fourth, and in 61 Hans Junkermann was in fifth spot, and in 1977 Didi Turo was fifth. So the yellow jersey, who really has come through some tremendously hard tests in the last few days, but showed his mettle by Saint-Étienne when he just dominated everybody in that time trial, is still with the race at the moment. We've had a few anxious moments on the drops of the mountains when he was going round like a novice, really. He was all over the place on the descents, but he survived the descents, and now he's learning from the great master too. If he can only learn to descend by going with Bjorn Ries, that man's going to be unstoppable in the years to come, because he's shown for a youngster that he's got enormous strength and he's got enormous capacity to stand the pressure of the Tour de France, because this is just stage 14 of the race. They've covered something just over 1,500 miles in the last 2 weeks.
All these boys now are hurting. They've done a very, very hard stage. Right from the start, the stage was today was 140 kilometres. The first 10 kilometres from Bourg-d'Oisans up to the foot of the Col de Glannon was fairly kind of handy. But after that, then there was fireworks. So these boys are really, really hurting. And they'll be going in front of a sign here in a minute. Summit, 20 kilometres. This part of the climb goes up, it's fairly rolly, but then what about, you can start seeing the signs then 12, 13 kilometres to go, it gets steep, and the final 10 kilometres is a lot steeper. So I think that Scartin here will be possibly the freshest man in the group, because of the fact that he was being towed along by Ries and Ulrich since they've been, while they were chasing down Virenque. Virenque, I expect, will be very, very tired, although I was listening to his Director Sportive a few minutes ago on the race radio, and he was saying that Virenque has said, okay, I feel okay, don't worry, we've lost we felt we were going to break everything wide open today. We didn't do it, but there's still the stage.
Ries again rolling off the front of this little group. He rode his first Tour de France in 1989 when he finished 95th overall. In 1990 he didn't manage to finish. 1991 he was 107th. In 1993 he moved up to 5th. And in 1994, 14th, and of course, you know, he went on to win it last year. So Ries is just showing that he's got a skill in the Tour de France. Going back now over something like about 8 years, he's served his apprenticeship. It paid off when he moved up the overall results till in the end he took over the yellow jersey last year. But his man alongside me, have a quick chat now to Ulrich. That young man, Ulrich, really has surprised everybody with his superb second performance last year in his first Tour de France. And now Ries is passing on all his skill, all his experience. A man who really, in the Tour de l'Avenir in 1989, Bjorn Ries did a wonderful ride to take a stage victory there. He went on and got a stage victory in the Tour of Italy in 1989 now, but they've got to watch this man Scartin if they're interested in getting the stage victory too. And I think the man who's going to hound it down is Bjorn Ries. And I presume he must have gone back to his yellow jersey mate then and just said, look, you know, watch what I'm up to, I suppose.
Well, no, I think they were probably asking each other, how do you feel, and what the situation is. But Ries doesn't seem to be, he's looking very, very strong. He's taking no chances at all. So I'd say they would kind of try and keep it together until they go up under a 10k to go or so, because otherwise it means them taking a tempo. But look at the force of Ries today, Dave. He's gone away.
So probably asked his mate, you know, are you okay to ride the rest on your own? Can I have a little bit of dig off the front? They're obviously working the tactics out.
But it's actually very dangerous, Dave, because like what can happen here is he lowers the foe going out the back here. What happens if Ulrich punctures, Dave? He's no teammates behind him. The neutral service car will maybe be behind him, but he may not. They'll take a while to kind of change the wheel, and you never get a better wheel change than a wheel change with your own team. So here we are going under the banner now of 20 kilometers to go. But Ries is just showing how strong he is today, Dave.
But also, do you think they might have discussed, can we get rid of Dufo, for instance, and make life difficult? If he gives jump, he goes fast and he slows down. He did this last year in the Tour de France, didn't he, Ries? Remember, he nonchalantly rode back along the group. See how good they were. Went bam down the road. He's unbelievable.
He did. This playing with fire, I think, on behalf of the telecom team. Because okay, maybe Ries wants to get up into third or up into second place, but Pantani's gone now, so Ries is automatically at this point in the race actually third place in overall. He's 3 minutes behind on GC. But like, okay, he's guaranteeing himself third place on GC. So, you know, why kind of jeopardize Ulrich? I think they should be, Telecom should be kind of happy at this stage to be in the situation they are in, and just protect Ulrich, because if Rees goes away and Ulrich punctures, it could mean kind of a lot of problems for them all.
Or do you think Rees is showing something here? Because when you've ridden these races, I haven't ridden this sort of thing, Stephen. What Rees did last year, when he attacked Indurain, he would accelerate and slow. Now, now there we are. He's gone. Now, is he teaching this man how to go fast and slow? Fast, because you see these true climbers like Veronk and Escardi, don't they like to go at the same constant tempo all the way up? And don't they dislike the acceleration, the acceleration, the slow?
Well, Rees, when he attacks, normally he uses a bigger gear. But I was saying earlier on, I think the yellow jersey here of Ulrich, he's trying to show the likes of Pierre Hank, okay, listen boys, you played with me all day, you know, but you know, I can do things too, you know. It's kind of putting a dot on the I, really, I think.
But look at the nonchalant way that Rees has just come back up to Veronk, trundled up behind his back wheel. You know, if Veronk looks over his shoulder, he's got the big Great Dane behind him.
Well, Rees normally rides big gears, so he's riding big gear today. That's how he actually can accelerate so fast. He backs off then a little bit, and people can get back on until he decides at some stage, maybe, okay, this is it, boys, I'm going, and he'll go, he'll maintain his effort. It serves two purposes, really. Like, for example, when he goes for his little acceleration and you catch him, then he goes again, you catch him again. But the guy that's behind him, for example, he's saying to himself, okay, he's doing this, he's going to accelerate and relax, and then all of a sudden then he accelerates and doesn't relax. So he seems to be having difficulty now, Dave, in coming back.
So Rees now is just letting that lot go down the road. He looks like he might have blown a gasket. What a wonderful job he's done today, though, Bjorn Rees. If you've not been watching our programme right the way through, we came on air, the live programme at 3 o'clock. I've been actually watching the first 2 hours of the show as well before we went on air. While we had motorcycling, in case we dapped in and dapped out the motorcycling. Well, it all rained and it came to a halt. And we watched some early racing, and the most significant thing, A, was the strength of the Festina team, who really gave everybody a right old thrashing for the first 80 kilometres, but B was the bad descending of Ulrich. But the other thing, the most significant one, was where that Rees came up to Ulrich and had been looking after him all the way through now, and he's blown because of the work he's put in. So Rees, having done a sterling job today on this stage of the Tour de France, from Le Bourg-d'Oisans to Courchevel, 148 kilometres. We're in the final 18 kilometres or so of this long climb up a mountain we've not used before. A sad sight then of Rees coming off the wheels of the yellow jersey, Ulrich down the road, and the polka dot jersey of Veronk. But certainly he's ridden himself into third place today, because Pantani has suffered. Oh, he's
changing his gear to put a big ring to a small ring, and seemingly the chain got caught.
Thank you. Can I go back? Right, good.
Go ahead, sorry, Dave.
I'm saying what he has done, Rees, a sterling job to defend that yellow jersey. The way he went up to him after descent, towed him back up to Veronk here, and then tried to sort of break the rhythm for Escarti, who's now being blown out too. But certainly Rees, if he keeps this up, should go back up from 4th into 3rd spot, and that'll be some recompense for them. But the question is now, who is going to get this stage?
It's a long way from finish yet, Dave, but we've been witnessing an incredible stage right from the start, and here we are now witnessing an incredible finish, Dave. We've, you know, it's just nail-biting, Dave, despite to actually realise or to imagine what can happen now to the end. You know, Rees is capable of even counter-attacking here again. You know, Escartin coming back on again, but for my money, Ulrich looks the strongest so far, Dave.
But this climb we're on, so the first time we've been up it, many riders won't even know it, that the way it sort of changes gradient too. Well, most of the climbs seem to be fairly consistent, but this one goes a bit of a slope, goes steeper, and at one point it goes down, doesn't it? And then it starts twisting and turning through. We even go under sort of bridges where the skiers go up on on these cable cars and so on. It's a most unusual run into a finish. There's no consistency to it, is it at all? So it could suit anybody. Escartin then trying it out. Remember, we've still got about what, 16, 17 kilometres to go. He didn't like the on-off switch that restarted to throw. Is this just going to be a desperation move, or can he get away? This is the man that won the Tour of Catalonia not long back now, when he demolished Chris Boardman on the penultimate day in the mountains, and now he's trying to do the same thing. Escartin is a naturally gifted climber. He's tremendously good when the roads go up, but he died of 1,000 deaths a bit further down the mountainside. Is this just a sort of final fling before he completely collapses?
The way Ulrich, keep getting mixed up with Reich and Ulrich. Anyway, the way Ulrich now is riding back after Escartin makes me think, you know, oh, the motorbike passed very closely there. I'm just asking myself, have the Telecom got in their mind a stage win? Because Escartin is some 14 minutes 36 seconds down on Jan and Ulrich at the moment. So there's no way that Escartin can take back that much time on a rider like Ulrich on today's stage. So they're chasing down all the time, and by chasing down Escartin all the time is hurting Reis, and Reis might find himself getting dropped in later on and putting his third place overall in jeopardy. We see the Devil here. The Devil has gotten, or the Tour de France Devil, has gotten more than one rider today. He's gotten many riders in the back. We saw going over to Col de Madeleine, so 15 and 20 minutes back.
Well, Escartin looks like he's now opened up quite a useful little gap, but the rest of the riders here don't seem to be too concerned at the moment. He's already died of a few deaths further bit down the course, says Escartin. Or maybe do you think when he sort of flagged back he was pretending, Steve? Because sometimes riders do that, don't they?
No, there was no pretending in that day. That was really live. That was as live as you get Tour de France on Eurosport. It was no, that was live, something very, very live. But I see Escartin here now. He's putting in a great ride, but you know, Ulrich is just so strong there behind and going back. But Reis is gone, Dave, again. But that's what I'm saying, Dave. Like every time Ulrich goes after the likes of Escartin, he's putting Reis in difficulty. So I don't know why he wants to do this. Let Escartin go, let him win a stage. At least the Kelmy team will be happy with that. For at the moment, Kelmy haven't won a stage, so if they were to win a stage, they will be more or less be thankful to Telecom, rather than in this scenario here, if they don't win the stage, but then they'd be angry with the Telecom team.
Well, it's certainly the point that Max Shandy was making to me the other day, that he said that in the days of Benesto, they'd ride just to connect to get the yellow jersey for Indurain. Once he got it, they'd protect it, and if anybody went down to get a stage victory, so what? They got the yellow jersey, they rode to get that. That was what they went in for, and that's what they got. They didn't hound everything down. But I'm going back many days now when Max Shandy said to me, one thing about Telecom, he said they won't let anything move. They're chasing everything down, they're controlling everything they can do. They've got Zabel in the green jersey, they've got the yellow jersey here. They're obviously now trying to get Reis into third spot too, and they're going to get every stage victory they can do. So if you get too greedy though, don't the rest of the teams think, hey, we better gang up on this lot and get our own back?
Well, this is what happens sometimes. There are still two very big mountain stages to come with tomorrow into one of the mountain stages to come tomorrow into Morzine, with 5 big hills tomorrow. Then after that, then to Freiburg, it starts getting a little bit less mountainous, but nevertheless there are still mountain stages. Like the tour is not yet over, even though Ulrich is putting more and more time into his into the other riders. The tour is not over yet. Ulrich could find himself behind. Like for example, we saw there earlier on today, we saw Ulrich left behind. We saw 5 of the Festina teams in front. Whereas if they kind of get everybody up on their back, for example, you might find a group going away. Ulrich finding himself behind and having 3 or 4 different teams present in the front, riding their eyeballs out, strictly to kind of say to Telecom, okay, you want to win everything. Now look what you've done. We can lose also.
Escartin on the front there in the green, white and blue colours of the Kelme Costa Blanca Eurosport team. He won the Tour of Catalonia ahead of Casarans Arabica. Chris Boardman had got the yellow jersey, the leader's jersey. It was a white one actually with bluey bits on it. He got the leader's jersey until stage 7, and then on stage 6 Chris actually defended the jersey remarkably well when Escartin got the stage victory, but he threw down the gauntlet, did Escartin, to show that he was a very strong climber indeed. He went up a very steep climb right at the back end of the race, He took the stage, and the next day in the mountains he rode and rode and rode, and finally ended up by being the victor of that one. Escartin then looking at the front of that field. We saw him in the green and white. He wants to get a stage victory in this one. He's had a stage victory in the past in the Tour de France. He finished 8th overall in 1996, so he's a seasoned rider when it comes to riding the Tours. And this man here, Rees, who also has experience dating back to 1989, knows now he's done his work for the day. What he's got to do is just keep ahead of Pantani, just keep that gap there of 1 minute and 18 seconds, and he will move up into 3rd spot. At the moment, unless he dies 1,000 deaths, he's certainly going to take 3rd spot, isn't he, Stephen?
Well, he is, but this goes to show, like, if Bianca attacked.
Oh, my French commentator Patrick Chassé has just gone 4 feet up in the air, or sorry, 1.5 meters up in the air, because he's French. Only English go 4 feet up in the air, and suddenly they've woken up. They were having a little quiet snooze, I think, at the moment, and the explosion when they see Virenque go like this. The thing is, has he got anything left in his legs after a phenomenal day in the mountains?
Ulrich is coming back nice and slowly, but it's difficult to know now, is he actually coming back kind of so slowly in the stance, because he can't go any faster, because we've seen him back in the past when someone attacks, he gets out of the saddle and a little small sprint across onto the wheel. Like, I wonder, is he as strong as he visually looks here on our screen? But Virenque cannot be that strong now at the moment either, because he has put in an incredible effort today, right since the start of the stage with the breakaway group.
So we're seeing a lot of interesting things today. If you're watching live back at Eurosport and you've left the lawnmower sitting in the middle of the lawn, the grass not cut, or the bucket of water there without the car being washed, or the dog still looking, hopefully be taken out for a walk, whatever you normally do on a Sunday afternoon, and you've knocked it on the head to watch the race. We've seen a very great race again. So often in the past, we've often seen stages where the first 2/3 they've ridden along and paced themselves, it's only exploded the back end. But if you haven't been able to see what we've seen, that's sure, but if you have sat through the race ever since we came on air at 3 o'clock, you know it's never stopped, and I can tell you it never stopped since it started at 1 o'clock. So these riders are absolutely giving us a real classic 1997 Tour de France.
So we have Escartin now has been dropped off, and with Ulrich gone, we really have, here's number 1 and 2 on the general classification fighting it out. There's over 10 kilometers to go yet in the climb here. You might see Rees getting back on now with Escartin. It would help if they don't lose too much time, they can lose. Escartin can jump over Orlano and Casagrande in the general classification, with Orlano in 5th place at 10:38 minutes, and you have Casagrande at 12:56. So if Escartin can put 4 minutes into Orlano and 2 minutes to Casagrande, he can move up into 5th place and overall.
So what you're seeing today on stage 14 in the Tour de France is stage from the Bourg-d'Oisans to Courchevel over 148 kilometres. Many riders begin to change places. They've also put the yellow jersey under enormous pressure. He responded magnificently, but this man Bjorn Rees, certainly when they get to the finish, I think Ulrich will go and thank him for what he's done today to keep that race together. But so many places are changing below the top position of Ulrich here, and the polka dot jersey, as far as Virenque's concerned, he's certainly got that with the points he's getting, but the question still is who's going to get the stage victory.
Well, it's very difficult to say yet, but a few minutes ago there we just saw some spectator coming out and taking the hat off the rider, so I think it was a very terrible gesture from someone in the public.
And now Escartin clawing his way back up with Rees on his wheel. This is an amazing finish today, because we don't have just the same climb all the way up like the Alpe d'Huez was consistent all the way up for the final 16 kilometres. On this occasion, it goes up steadily, then it gets a bit sharper, then it ducks down again. And so each of these riders will go into his own private hill on different parts. And what on earth was Ulrich doing though? He's reaching out for a bottle.
Yeah, got a bottle from his team car. You see Rees there. Rees actually, it was Rees that got his helmet. I don't know whether people saw it on television. I just saw it on the corner of the screen there. I saw a hand coming out and taking Bjorn Rees's hat off him. I thought it was absolutely incredible. And like you know, you see people out there on the side of the road, they're there for a long time. They're supposed to be cycling enthusiasts and what have you. But putting a hand out, you can imagine Rees is going up that hill at some 25, 28 kilometers an hour. A hand coming out and taking the hat. It could hit him in the nose, it could hit him in the eye, whatever. it's an unbelievable sight to see or to have happen to you.
Well, it's a great shame. We had once a spectator punched Eddie Merckx. I remember that in the Tour de France. But right now, let's hope these 4 riders have a good run up to the top. There's a massive crowd up there, the first time for this stage finish at Courchevel. But also, whilst we're watching the top men here on this particular stage, spare a thought. We start this morning with 169 riders. Often on the Eurosport here, we just show you the top men coming in toward the finish. Here, Casagrande, who was away in that group over the top of the Col de Glandon and was part of the 4-man break that really gave Ulrich something to think about. He's still there. We still look at these giants. We still look at Olano. But further down the course, just think we started with 169 riders. Our cameras are going back and forth, only picking up maybe the top 15 or so. And some of those 169 riders will not start tomorrow, because surely today, Stephen, this is a stage when we're going to find some riders outside the time limit.
It has to be, because even on the final climb here up to Courchevel, there's no let-up at all. There's been no let-up apart from before the foot of this climb here. We saw them easing up a small bit, but it was only for the sake of 1 kilometre or so. But then Laurent Defoe counter-attacked straight away. Then he was attacked again by Rees, then another attack by Escartin. So there's been no let-up at all on this stage. So I'm sure tonight there will be a certain number of riders going home.
These are the riders who have been doing the damage today.
Yes,
another attack from Veronk. He keeps sort of waiting, getting his breath back and accelerating yet again. And there in the background, you can see one of the Danish supporters running along with the Danish flag to encourage Bjorn Rees to do what he can to hang on to this attack. But he's gone again, and this time Ulrich has managed to mark him yet again. But these 2 riders behind don't seem to be able to vary their pace at all.
Ulrich counter-attack, Dave.
Oh, what a dominant performance. You're watching the first and second overall on general classification of this 1997 Tour de France. Ulrich started the day 6 minutes and 22 seconds up on Veronk. He caught Veronk in the time trial in Saint-Étienne over 55 kilometres. He caught him for 3 minutes, one of the most outstanding performances we've seen. But he's not prepared just to ride this race and control it and just keep an eye on things. You're now seeing Ulrich is quite prepared to go with the moves. Man against man.
Again, Dave.
And you might have heard the roar in the background too. There's a giant screen just down from where we are here at the Altiport to finish, where there's a bit of a sort of landing ground for aircraft and takeoff point for small aircraft. They've got a big screen there, and every time Veronk attacks, all the friends go, way!
This is an incredible mano-a-mano, Dave. I think there must be some... I don't think we've gone under the board, a 10-kilometre to go board yet, Dave, but it gets a little steeper up further, where this kind of inclination here suits the riders like Ulrich, because it means he can come back fairly easy onto Vierhanke. But later on, when the hill gets a little steeper, it will suit whoever does attack. Will not be able to come back so easy. So it'll be interesting to see if Pontin, if Vierhanke or Ulrich will be trying to attack later on when it gets very steeper.
These 2 now about 18 seconds back on the 2 leaders, so it looks like the chance of that stage victory, which Escartin was desperately trying to get, because so many teams have got nothing to show for this race so far. It's been so dominated by the Telecom squad. If we look back to what's happened since the race started back in Rouen on Saturday the 5th of July, I'll put you in the picture in case you've been down a pothole or been on holiday or locked in the garden shed and thrown away the key. The results of the prologue time trial was Chris Boardman got that and took the yellow jersey. And as you can see in the background, by the way, that unusual looking shape, in the Olympic Games, they used Courchevel for the downhill section of the scheme. But let's then go back to where it's all gone down over some of the riders, because poor Chris Boardman lost his yellow jersey on day 1 in the Tour de France when Cipollini won a sprint finish, gained 20 seconds bonus, and by virtue of a good prologue time trial, when he's only 18 seconds behind Chris Boardman, he took the yellow jersey. Cipollini won the second stage into Fia, and then he kept the yellow jersey again. By the time he got to stage 3 into Plumelec, Zabel won that one. Cipollini kept the jersey. By the time he got to Puy du Fou in stage 4, Minali got that one, and Cipollini kept the yellow jersey. But Cipollini banged his knee and he had to retire out of the race later on. Vasseur, with a sterling performance on a lone break to Châtre, took over the yellow jersey and kept it for another 4 days. When Blylev and Zabel 2 stages went on to take the stage before we got to Val d'Orme, where Brochard took a stage. We're back then with our leaders up here. Veronk, who is desperately looking for a stage victory in the Tour de France. He's not had one yet. Ulrich did a tremendous ride on the time trial in Saint-Étienne to dominate the race after he took the jersey on stage 11, because Andorra to Perpignan, we were shown a superb piece of riding by Ulrich, and he went into Luchon to Andorra Arcalis. Ulrich had got that stage 10, and he took over the yellow jersey on stage 10 with that superb ride there. David got the stage into Perpignan by default, really, when the judges threw out Uchikov because they reckon he changed his line, but there you are. But Ulrich kept the yellow jersey. So really, since we started, the jerseys, the yellow ones you're looking at now, went to Bournemouth on day 1. Cipollini had it for 4 days. Vasso had it for 4 days. 5 days, and just by 13 seconds he kept it to Val d'Olonne when Brochard won it. But after that, Ulrich has taken it over now, defended it magnificently on this then stage 14 from the Bourg-d'Oisans to Courchevel, and at the moment he looks like he's strong enough to carry it right through to Paris, but it's not all over yet. There's still some big mountains to come, and the question is also who's going to win the stage for the first time finishing in Courchevel.
Personally, Dave, I've often felt that the stage of the Tour de France in 1987 up to finishing in Le Plan, going over Galibier, going over Madeleine, going up to Le Plan, where I fought tooth and nail with Delgado to the finish. I felt it was an incredible stage.
Stephen, can I interrupt here and do a bit of both? Just explain what happened on that stage. Many of us seen the picture of you lying on the ground. I mean, I was covering it on television at the time too, glassy-eyed, absolutely out. Just take us through what happened on Le Plan and where you were, because that was a gutsy vote. I want you to talk about it. Go on. I don't want to embarrass you, but please.
Going over the Galibier, I felt that Delgado had lost a few teammates. Delgado was leading overall, and I was second, some 25 or some 40 seconds behind him on general classification. So after the Galibier, I thought, well, before Delgado's teammates get back on again, I thought, well, I'd attack, try and get away from him while he was being isolated on his own, and of course wasn't expecting an attack from me because there was still 100 kilometers to go. So I rode I got away from him eventually after the Galibier. I rode all the flat on my own. I caught a small group before the col de Madeleine, rode the Madeleine on my own. I got over the top of it then, catching the final of the breakaway group, which was a Fuerte, I think it was, actually went over the col de Madeleine. But on the descent of the Madeleine, I was caught shortly after by a group of Delgado, Gert van Tunis, and some of his teammates. So we only had some 5 kilometers to go then before attacking the col de La Plagne, which was the final climb of the day. Delgado, knowing that if he left me time to recuperate, he wouldn't get rid of me, so he attacked straight away. So I let him go and calculated until finally kept going away, like 30 seconds, 40 seconds, a minute and 10, a minute and 15, a minute and 30 seconds, until I finally thought, well, okay, Stephen, if you want to win this Tour de France, you got to do something now, because otherwise Delgado's going to walk away with it. So I reacted then. I started riding a steady pace, keeping Delgado at about 125, 130, and my plan was, with 4 kilometers to go, I would give it everything. The reason being was because I knew I could give it everything myself for 4 kilometers, and on the other hand, I knew that if I was to increase my pace in the final 4 kilometers, Delgado would not be able to get a final kind of time check in the final 4 kilometers, so wouldn't know where I was. So when I got to the final 4 kilometers to go board, I gave it everything I had, and I mean really everything. I had nothing left at the finish, and closed the gap down to some 4 seconds on Delgado on the finishing line. But I'd given it so much that I just there was no oxygen there. The journalists were all over me because they had written me off. They felt, well, okay, Stephen Roche is 1 minute and 30 seconds down with 4 kilometers to go. The race is over. But when they saw me coming in, they just jumped on me and said, okay, Stephen, where'd you come from? So there was no oxygen there. I kind of keeled over and was in a kind of a semi-coma state. But anyway, that was a fantastic stage for of panache, and it was a fantastic stage for public and everything else. But I think I've always been kind of proud to say that in the last 10 years, that stage has been one of the best stages of Tour de France's. But I must say now, I must admit that, and people probably know, I'm not really a Virenque fan. But the show that's been going on here today, live on Eurosport, I must say, this stage is, in my opinion, an epic stage.
Well, that was an epic stage of Le Plagne, but how did you go to take the yellow jersey after that, Stephen? Because you must have been shot after that.
Well, that's what it was, because I was taken away to the hospital and given oxygen and everything else, and I was back to my bed then that night and had a good sleep, and I actually came down for dinner that night, and Delgado was the first person surprised to see me arriving down, and everybody was saying, well, Stephen, you reckon you can start tomorrow, what have you? So I said, yeah, well, I think so, yeah. So anyway, the next day was the stage in Morzine. The stage actually we're going over tomorrow, over Jouplan, and I attacked Delgado again on Morzine to kind of say, okay, De Pedro, you thought I was gone, but here I am, you know. I'm coming back to haunt you. So I attacked him going over the Joux plan and put another 20 seconds into him, which left it a lot easier for me then at the end, because there was a final time trial of some 45 kilometres. So by taking 18 seconds or 20 seconds out Delgado into Morzine meant my gap on the overall was down to some 25, 26 seconds, which meant in a 40-kilometre time trial, the Tour de France was still kind of open for grabs for me. But it was an incredible Tour de France, and I must say that this year's Tour de France, I must say, like I love to always think that my tour was one of the best tours of the last decade, but now that this Tour de France right from the start has been a very, very exciting tour. And the ride we see here today, I must say that, you know, I take my hat off to everyone that's ridden today, but especially to Viank, Ulrich, Rees, and the likes of Defoe, Brochard, the boys who've made this stage an epic stage today.
Well, thank you, Stephen Rosen, winner of the Tour de France in 1987, after winning the Tour of Italy the same year and going on to the winning of the World Championship. I repeat these things, and some people, cyclists fans, say, "Hey, we know that, David, shut up." But a lot of people are switching on to Eurosport who've never watched it before and are fascinated by what's going on here. And Stephen's got that great in-depth understanding and knowledge, having won this race and fought his way up these mountains, to try and put you in the picture back home, what they're going through. You see him riding along here, think, oh, they're just riding along, but they've actually done 114 miles today, and that makes about 1,600 miles since we left Rouen 2 weeks ago. So here they are then, these two riders, all those miles or kilometres under their belt. And again, I said earlier on, we don't see the other riders who make the race earlier on, the domestiques who fetch and carry, and who will be now struggling up this mountain. See in the background there, the snow is up on the snow-capped peaks, even so just below the cloud line. The helicopters up there, bringing you the pictures and making sure that you can see it back live at home. It wasn't back until about 1952, I think, we had black and white helicopter and motorcycle pictures out on television. But right now, the skill they've got, these people, to bring you pictures, and you're right there where the action is. Free, by the way, because once you've got Eurosport, you don't have to pay to transcribe the picture. And if you're on the side of the road again, it's free. You can come and watch the race go through. As well, it must be 250,000 people yesterday watched it go through. Didn't cost them a penny piece. And they're watching men here really giving, again, a superb day's show of what it's like to be an athlete on a bicycle.
It's only some 30 seconds back now to Rees, between Rees and Ulrich in the front group. The riders here today, we get a nice shot here of the gears. Ulrich here, we see on the screen at a 41 inside chain ring, and behind he has a 11 up to 21. I think I saw him, they seem to be on a second sprocket down, which I mean he's riding at this moment a 41 19 on the back. Richard Viank here seems to be on a bigger gear, but then Richard Viank normally rides kind of a claws his way up a hill. He hasn't got the style or the smooth style that Ulrich has, and we've kind of gotten used to seeing on the screens here over the last 10 days. But nevertheless, that does not mean that Richard Viank is not as strong or not as fresh as Ulrich. I know he's done a very, very long break for the moment, so he's obviously very tired. But he told us, Let the Sportif there a few minutes ago, and I heard him on I didn't hear Viank, but I heard Bruno Rutz have an interview with a French television crew, and he said, Richard told me, he says, had look in his eyes, and saw the black in his eyes, and when Richard has black in his eyes, that's a day where he's really on form. But he's putting up an incredible effort here today, and I must say, like, a fabulous show.
Well, yeah, 1 minute 30 back to Dufo, just coming off the radio here, so he's sagging back, but he's still hanging on to his 5th place at the moment. Well, as at the 18th of July, the riders in the Tour de France had 2,580 letters sent to them, and there were 120 riders had received letters from various people, and Richard Viank had received 407 of them. That was on the 18th, so we've now got another 3 or 4 days. The nearest to him, Cedric Vasseur, who took the yellow jersey, had 165. Laurent Jalabert. I think by now Richard Viank must be not only king of the mountains, but he must be got more letters than anybody else. I don't think he gets a special prize for that at the end of it. Perhaps he gets an envelope opener.
I wouldn't imagine he has too much time to actually read them all, because when you look at every stage, they must get in their cars and drive off to the finish and get massaged, and there's always some obligations also with journalists and television coverage and everything else. So I wouldn't say he's had much time really to actually read them.
Well, looking at that list too, look, Blanc had 59 letters as at today. Well, he'll probably now get 3 more or 4 more commiserations because he retired from the race, didn't start this morning. Jan Ullrich has already had 55 letters. That's quite interesting. And if they send them off to this Dynapost, D-Y-N-A-P-O-S-T, Dynapost Tour de France in France, it usually gets there through to the people. So I think there's still time for somebody to send some letters before we get to the end, which is on Sunday week, when we have that great triumphant race up and down the Champs-Élysées, having come in from the day before at Disneyland. Blanc and Ullrich seem at the moment, Stephen, while we've been chatting about various things, to have gone back into a sort of, I would say shell, but they're just riding with each other at the moment, aren't they?
Well, more or less. You have Johank here riding, doing most of the riding, but I've just been listening into another interview there with Bruno Russell. It's nice having these little channels coming into our headphones here. I have a radio tour, I have France 2 television, and I also have another radio station coming in. I can kind of decode them as they come into my ear. I have a filtering system coming in. It's difficult sometimes, but I heard Bruno Russell just being interviewed there, and they're asking about, well, what about the stage? Has the stage been a success for you, or are you disappointed that the Ullrich was not dropped by Johank? So 4 minutes 7 seconds now back here now to Pantani's group, so it's very difficult for them now to get back. But Ruxell said that no, we reckon it's been we did our best. We couldn't expect any more under the circumstances. But he said that he spoke to Johank there a few minutes ago, and he said to him, like, what do you reckon for the stage? So he said, I feel capable of winning the stage. So he said he reckons that he's actually riding within himself now at the moment, and keeping it for the sprint, because after all, Ullrich is kind of an unknown quantity in the sprints. He hasn't been in a small sprints before like this, so nobody really knows. We all know that Johank is a very good sprinter, especially in a small group, so he wants to win the stage, but doesn't know the actual sprinting capacity of Ullrich.
Well, there they are, the two men battling out then to get the stage success at Courchevel. There's still some terrible climbing to be done ahead of them, and at long last Ullrich looks like he's settling down now to a nice constant rhythm after the battles we've had today, which have been in absolute tremendous intensity. And at least we found one little chink in Ullrich's armour, that is that he can't descend. But the trouble is, on the descents they don't lose more than about half a minute, whereas on a climb like this you can lose anything like 4 or 5 minutes if you're not firing on all cylinders. But certainly he's got to do something, Stephen, to improve his descending. I don't know, how do you do that? I mean, you were a natural descender, I was going to say a nutter going down, but you were pretty quick downhill. Is it just something you're gifted with, or can you go and train? And because the difficulty is you can't train down the mountains unless you've got a car in front, because you use all the mountains when you're on the Tour de France because there's no traffic there. But if you go training, how can you do it?
We see Lutenberger here, David, getting a little bit dropped out the back here. He's suffering an awful lot there, Dave. He was in very good condition last year, finishing, I think, 4th in last year's Tour de France with the Carrera team. This year, not capable of following the big riders. But I think that for descending down off hills, I think it's contrary to a lot of other tactics and everything else. You can actually go to the drawing board for this one and explain to the riders actually, like, the mechanics of descending, like how to the best line, where to turn in, where to accelerate, very like in car racing actually, Dave. So I think you can do it okay by doing it on a drawing board, but then you got to put it into action then. But you can really only put it into action when you're actually racing, because otherwise you wouldn't have closed roads, so it's too difficult. But it can come with racing. We saw him earlier on there following Bjorn Ries down the descent, and Ries is a very, very good descender. So by following riders like Ries on descents, you can actually learn a lot. It depends on how kind of quick he is to learn, but he better learn quickly, because tomorrow the final descent down into Morzine, and it's a very, very dangerous bumpy descent. So if Richard Johank is still with him on the top, I'm sure he'll be letting the brakes go going down.
Well, he started cycling, did Ullrich, at the age of about 12 or 13 in East Germany, when he was spotted by Becker, one of the coaches for the German team, and they spotted this young man at 13, so that was only some 10 years ago, and he made great strides once he started riding on a bicycle, because he went on to become the junior amateur champion, or the amateur champion in 1993, and so he's made tremendous strides, I think, just since 1993 to come here to be wearing the yellow jersey in the Tour de France, and just 23 years of age, be 24 come this December at the most. obviously still a lot of learning to do, but he's already showing people he can take the yellow jersey. He finished second last year in the Tour de France, and he's come on in a very short space of time. So that's the man then in the yellow jersey, following the polka dot jersey of Blanc, is still riding to the top of this final climb of the day.
As you see, Ulrich and Virenque just having a little conversation. Ulrich can probably say to him, sorry, I don't understand what you're saying. But you have Virenque is calling Ulrich through here. But he's probably saying, why don't you come through, why don't you work? But Ulrich is going to say, well, okay, you want my jersey, you got to take it off me. If you want to ride, you ride. He says, I'm okay in general classification, but also at the same time we have a race behind. So you know why should I ride? You're the one who should be attacking. You're the one who should be riding. So admittedly, it's not a very aggressive way of riding, but riding on somebody else's wheel. But at the same time, like if Ulrich rides, for example, and then punctures something, Virenque is not going to wait for him. So at least by having Rees not too far behind him, we see him here coming up. But he seems to be getting dropped there by Escartine. But by having Rees not far behind him, if something does happen, he will have a change of bike straight away, or he'll have a change of a wheel straight away. So it's not in Ulrich's interest to ride.
Well, they are, Richard Blanc on the front at the moment. He's taken the polka dot jersey in 1992, 94, 95, the polka dot jersey, and also he's been here in that leading group all day long, either racing hard to try and win the stage, going around a lone break, and now trying to recoup and try and win this stage up here towards the finish at Courchevel. To get his name on the list for the first time. We've not had a stage finish up here before. Already in this Tour de France, Ulrich has had 2 stage victories. He won the one into Andorra Arcalis. He won the time trial stage at Saint-Étienne as well. So he's got 2 stage victories under his belt. So far, the Festina team have got the one from Brochard at Vallée de l'Oron on stage 9. And now can Festina get another one? They're having live in this race. There's no doubt about it that the Festina team today, they enlivened it day after day after day by attacking the telecom team. The 2 teams have been the most dominant ones in the Tour de France this year. And they come past that very interesting man-made lake. I remember looking down into it. It's a murky-looking colour. If it looks, don't adjust your television set and say, why isn't that water blue? I don't quite know, but it looked a very murky colour when I came around the climb earlier on today. But we're getting towards the part where it gets quite interesting, because it ducks and dives from now on in, and there'll be masses of people coming up here right since the early hours this morning to get a view of the giants of the road. They're also going to cheer on the people who are further back down the road, because what will happen now, there'll be a group of riders who have lost contact with the front of the race, and they'll be working out that having left this morning at 1 o'clock from the start, they're going to be finishing here at round about 5:30, 5:45. They're saying, right, 5.5 hours of racing, they get the average speed, they know what the percentage is for this particular stage here, and someone like Eurosport, who I understand is the bus driver, because I asked him the other day in Andorra, we saw the group come in at the back, where one man checks the watches to make sure they stop inside the time limit. It's usually one big bloke like Eurosport who can't climb the mountains, and their job is to keep it together. Well, I think today, Stephen, that the bus at the back, there's going to be panic stations, because they won't all be able to ride in at the same speed. They'll have to get something going, and we might see some of them, they're having a little race at the back just to get inside the time limit. It's got that look about it today, hasn't it? Well,
definitely. When you look at the times, that was the bus, as they call it, the gruppetto, was behind on top of the Col de Madeleine. Like we didn't even see the gruppetto. We saw groups coming over some 15 minutes down, where the gruppetto was probably even further behind that again. And the Col de Madeleine was some 65 kilometers from the finish. So and of course the final 20 kilometers is all uphill again. As far as I know, the actual the cut-off time today would be in around 28-30 minutes, but they're going very, very fast on the stage today.
Nice little look there at Blanc on the front, and he's got a little squirrel on the shoulder. He's got the Nike tick on his shoulders now. They're supplying the jerseys to the Tour de France. It used to be, many years gone by, people like the Coq Sportif, and then big people from Castelli, from Italy. Now Nike's come in here, the big American company. Oh, yeah, photographer, get out of the way, man. And I'd like also to see, we talked about Cipollini having yellow shorts and a yellow bike when he got the yellow. I see that, in fact, that Ulrich's riding with some yellow Rudy Project glasses on. Now, I don't know whether they're actually going to paint it on specially for him, whether you can buy him like that, but they're about matching glasses. At least these lads are getting some style now, aren't they? He with the little earring and the yellow glasses.
Well, it's much more colour now coming into cycling, making it a lot more glamorous than it would have been a few years ago. And I must say that I'm happy to see that the bikes now coming, the colour of the bikes are coming a little bit more classic than all these multicoloured kind of fluo colours. I think that I like this kind of classic kind of bike. Look at Hank's bike, it's 2 colours, and look at Ulrich's bike, it's the very same. They're not these fluo colours. As they go under the banderole, I was going to say, David, as they go under the flag here for 5 kilometres to go.
And these 5 kilometres to go are quite tricky, in fact. They go through the little village, I suppose, of Courchevel, and then duck up and turn and twist and drop down underneath these little bridges too. It's quite a fascinating run-in before they start the final zigzag up towards the climb, where a big crowd is sunning itself up on the grandstand. They've been entertained by a jazz band there, with the umpire has been going. The jazz band's packed up now. They want to see the end of the stage as well. They've been riding now for 4 hours and 22 minutes. I said it was 5.5 hours. I think it's 4:22, my mistake, because in fact they started at 1 o'clock, not 11, didn't they? So it's 4 hours and 22 minutes, and the percent of that time will be calculated for the stragglers coming in. 5 kilometres to go too for Escartin and Rees. Well, Rees certainly is riding himself back into the 3rd spot at the moment, because my guide radar seems to go on the blink, actually, Stephen. I haven't heard a thing about how far back.
48 seconds, Dave.
No, but Pantani, because
40 to his and 4.5 minutes back to Pantani.
Well, I always happened to my radio tour, because normally you can hear it and it's just gone very quiet. I had a lot of cracking and banging early on, so perhaps it's the sound's gone off this headphone of mine. But radio tour has been completely absent for the last, I don't know, 5 or 6 minutes, so we just have to rely on the fact that Pantani was 4 minutes and he didn't look like he's going to pull it back.
No, I wonder, Dave, like you have Ulrich here, he's not riding at all, not cooperating at all with Hank here in the final 10k up to the finish. I wonder, will he contest the sprint like to win it, or will he kind of give a little bit of a kind of an edge to Hank, because Hank has ridden all day, he's been away all day, he's ridden all the way up the climb. I wonder will Ulrich kind of say, kind of be a senior, as we call them, and say, okay, well, you've done all the work, like I have the yellow jersey, okay, give you the stage, you know. I'm sure Hank would love him to do it, but I'm sure he's not too sure. When you're with someone like Miguel in your hand, you might be able to kind of think about it, but with this guy Ulrich, nobody knows what he can do.
Inside the final 4 kilometres, this tricky part of the course, and still Blanc on the front with Ulrich trailing in his wake. Good gap back to Bjorn Rees and Escart. They haven't got a chance to catch up with these two. So the question is, who's going to add their names to roll call of stage winners so far? After Bourman got the prologue time trial, Cipollini took 2 sprint finishes in succession. Then Zabel got a sprint finish. Minali took another sprint finish. Vasseur went on a lone break into the Châtre, took over the yellow jersey and held it for 4 or 5 days. Vladimir took the sprint finish the next day. Then Zabel took 2 more on the trot. So the German Telecom team, by the time we got up towards the mountain, had scored 3 sprint successes. We then went into the first day in the mountain, the Vol Laurent. Brachard took that one for the Festina team. But Ulrich stamped his authority on the race on the run-up into Andorra when he romped away, got the stage victory and took the yellow jersey. In the sprint at Perpignan, Davion was given the victory ahead of Uchikov. And then by the time we got to Saint-Étienne, Ulrich again got the time trial. And yesterday we saw the mountain climber speciality, Pantani, get the victory. But for my money, Stephen, the Festina team have ridden so hard in this race. They've only got 1 stage victory to show for it. They've got the polka dot jersey of Richard Virenque here. But if anybody deserves to win today, if only Virenque can do it, I'll be there cheering, because I think certainly he's shown us today great courage. They call him the Coeur de Lion. I know you work for Coeur de Lion cheese peel, but I think they nothing to do with you lot, but they call him the Coeur de Lion because Richard is the Lionheart, isn't he? Today's shown it.
He is, yeah. And I think tomorrow, after his efforts there today, he will be, I think there's no doubt in my mind that he will also get the Coeur de Lion Combativity Award, which is an award given to an individual rider on each day for his outstanding performances, or for his sign of courage and panache and character in the race. I think Richard Virenque today has no doubt shown he has character and he has courage and he's given a great show of panache here today on the stage. But looking back to a few minutes ago, we saw from our helicopters, and we see it here again, you see Ulrich is not really on Virenque's wheel, so he's not really getting a lot of shelter from him. He's actually riding shotgun, he's riding on the side, he's content to ride there. Okay, he's not actually riding with him, but he's not actually sucking his wheel either, you know. So I think it's probably because because Rees is behind and doesn't want to take too much time out of him in case something happens mechanically, or even on GC. Rees this morning was only a fourth on GC, some 9 minutes down on Ulrich, but only some 3 minutes down on Virenque. So if they put too much time into Rees at the moment, it means Rees is falling further back on Virenque on GC. So Rees today, if he keeps going the way he's going, if he doesn't lose too much more time, he would ride himself into third place overall on GC.
Well, there we are, 3 kilometres to go. We saw a spectator starting to run alongside the riders here. The other day we had a spectator drop down with a heart attack, and the rescue services couldn't recover the poor chap. He was gone, and that was it. Well, 3 kilometres to go, and almost it is heart attack territory, because I parked my car just below the commentary point here, then started to walk up the grass slope to get to the commentary point, and it was very steep indeed. And up here, of course, 2,000 metres above sea level. The air is very rarefied indeed. Interesting you said about Blanc might get the Coeur de Lion Cheese special award for the most combative ride of the day, because Paul Dore phoned me from Paris, one of my co-commentators, said, look, stick it in the box then, because Paul Dore's decided that he's going to be the man who gets the award, and that was way back about 3 o'clock today, so he must have decided that Virenque was on for a ride right from day one. So here we are, we now see Virenque on the front then, and 45 seconds back to Rees and to Escartin. So the race is between these two to see who'll get the victory today at right up on the mountainside at Courchevel.
The road now starts, you could say, Dave, starts going up around and starts ducking and diving and everything else from this point on now. There's some nice steep little parts here, but I find it hard to see Virenque kind of attacking at this stage now, because he hasn't got we are ducking down now, Dave. But it's difficult for Virenque to attack from the front and get away, because he has Ulrich in a slipstream all the time, and there's no surprise. The only way of getting away here is the likes of Ulrich behind here, if he wants to have a go and catch Virenque by surprise. Here we have Rees now is finally blowing up altogether. He's been hanging on to Escartin right up the climb. They have to be dropped by Ulrich and Virenque, and now Escartin is going away.
2 kilometres to go for these two. Can Escartin suddenly launch himself into space and catch these two? We understand that Duffield is still back in 5th spot behind Rees. He has not been caught by the chasing group that includes people like Alano and also includes Pantani. But now he's launched himself after these two, and they've got to watch it, because he might come up quick and catch them napping. They'll be able to look back down there, because the road, as it goes around these bends, you can just see over the top and looking at that is the side. And there is the airstrip in the background. Right at the top is the finish, but who's going to get the stage victory today? Nasty, sharp little bends, Stephen, aren't they?
Yeah, the road surface there has all been totally resurfaced for the final. Have Escartin now is some 45 seconds behind. He's a climber, a pure climber. He may have been under pressure later on, but he's coming back very, very fast, Dave. There's 3 kilometres to go, but I don't think it's enough.
He's 30 seconds with 2 kilometres to go. He's 30 seconds back now, Escartin, and these two cannot hang about. Now that's the stupid thing we see on the Tour de France from time to time. Why they run up, I just do not know, just to get a few seconds on telly, I suppose. And somebody can fall like that. They can fall on a bike wheel, they can fall on a motorcycle. Just stand glued to your position, and perhaps the best place to watch it is on your television set at home. But no, it isn't really, because the atmosphere up here is absolutely electric again, as the lads with the German flag urge on the great German rider here, the world amateur champion in 1993 at the tender age of 19. We've been checking the record books to find out the youngest people to get the yellow jersey, checking the record books to see how many people who became world champions at 19, and this man is undoubtedly a superb rider. The question is, can he get yet another stage, or will Virenque show his skill and experience to get the victory at Courchevel?
look at the public here again today. It's unfortunately you cannot do anything about this kind of thing here. You cannot put barriers all the way down the climb. It would be just incredible. But at the same time, you would imagine that people would have a certain amount of respect. They all have respect, of course, but we would say a certain amount of intelligence to know that if I fall on one of these riders, which can happen, I can trip up over somebody, even if it doesn't happen purposely, it can happen. I can fall under these riders, and then they might get the photograph on the front page. But they should. I don't know why they actually do it.
Like two-wheel ants then swarming all over the place. The spectators are encouraging on these two riders. They're going to pop out of that tunnel in just a moment and head in towards the finish. That's the airstrip above them, a most amazing piece of engineering up here at Courchevel. And they come out of that dark tunnel. It's very cold inside there. Their eyes will blink in the bright light, and the crowd will now know that only about some 700 metres from the finish, these two riders are battling out to see who gets the stage victory for the first time at Courchevel. Veronk on the left-hand side, Ulrich on the right. Polka Dot, King of the Mountains, against the yellow jersey of Ulrich.
So the climb continues to go up here, up to about 200 metres to go, David. As you've seen it, as you've been over the stage here, I go up, straight up to about 200 metres. Then it goes over the top of a bump and down to the finish. But it's not actually a flat finish, it actually goes downhill a little bit. So it's going to be very difficult to judge because you cannot see it with 500 metres to go. You cannot see the actual finish line.
Well, Veronk's been used to looking up then at the King of the Mountains sign. It shows that 800 metres to go to the top of, sorry me burping, I've drunk the Coca-Cola too quickly. Marco Pantani fan club sign just over the side there. They're going to have some time to wait. Thick end of 4 minutes, the man who won yesterday's stage into Alpe d'Huez. I thought he might do well today, but unfortunately he hasn't stood the pace after his tremendous ride yesterday. Obviously didn't recover because he's still finding his way back after those broken leg, and still finding his way back after the crash in the Tour of Italy. But these two then superb physical specimens that have raced that 148 kilometres today at a very, very fast pace indeed. 4 hours and 32 minutes of either going up or going down. And now the question is, who's going to get the sprint?
I don't want to talk too soon, Dave, but looking at the way Ulrich is sitting on his bike here, I think he might let behind quit. He might respect the fact that he's done all the riding for the last 10 to 15 kilometres. He did all the breakaway today, during all the riding in the breakaway with his team. He's done a fabulous stage today. He deserves the win. Ulrich might say, well, okay, you know, this guy deserves a win. After all, I have the yellow jersey. I put more time into the next rivals. So at 400 metres to go now.
And still Veronk is leading. He's been towing his man all the way up these last, got 2 kilometres or so. Veronk looks back down to see Ulrich looking so calm and confident on his wheel. And now there you are, that's the finish right down there, or right up there to be more precise, as Veronk rolls in here and Ulrich behind. Two of the giants of the Tour de France of 1997. Really, Veronk has always done well in the mountains, but I've never seen him ride so consistently as he has done today.
Ulrich hasn't changed the gears. 200 metres to go. He's put his hands down the bottom of the bars. He's in the right place now to attack. I just don't know now. It's difficult to know. Nobody knows what Ulrich is like really in this situation, humanly and physically.
And look at the mask on Veronk's face. He's concentrating, wondering if he's coming off his wheel. And Veronk starts to accelerate, and Ulrich then gets down the bars and tries to come up to him, but no, Veronk goes past and he gets that one. So Veronk has made the day for Festina. He's won the stage, and my goodness, I think he deserved it for the way he grabbed the race by the scruff of the neck earlier on with his team, and really gave the Telecom boys a bit of a fright. But as Escardin comes into 3rd place today, I'm sure that when Rees comes in here, the first thing that Ulrich will do will go and say thank you to Rees, because Rees today sacrificed himself. As Escardin comes into 3rd, Escardin hoped to win the stage. He kept his powder dry, following the wheels all the way through. But this great man who won the Tour of Catalonia just about 10-14 days before the start of the Tour de France, met his match today, met another great climber. But let's wait for Rees to come in, because also whilst you may give the prize to Veronk for his combativity, for me the man of the match today is this man here. He's been caught by Dufo, but Bjorn Rees goes down in my book as one of his greatest days of riding a bike, except when he took the yellow jersey and won the Tour de France. Great day.
It's got a fabulous day and a great kind a sign of fair play and sportsman and comradeship also. But I think today, when Ulrich letting Virenque win the stage today, he's made himself an awful lot of friends in France. All the grandmothers, all the young women, everybody that all love Virenque will be so happy that Virenque won the stage today, and so happy that Ulrich saw fit to let him win the stage after all the effort he did. I think he can go anywhere in France now and be a household name.
And what a gap has been cut back by Pantani. He's trying to hang on to that third space, because this morning it was 1 minute and 20 odd seconds between himself and Rees. Hang on, is this Scan or Conte? Is this?
That's Pantani.
Pantani, yeah. I was just looking to see whether it was his teammate coming. 1:47, 1:48 on our clock here. No, he's probably a bit too far down. If we look back then at Virenque taking this stage, Vic, it's coming very close, by the way, between Pantani and Rees, because at one time he was 4 minutes down, but right now, as we watch the slow motion as Virenque takes the victory, the battle is on for third spot between Pantani and Rees, and I think he's probably likely to lose it. And this man, though, today is undoubtedly, as far as France is concerned, the hero.
I think, Dave, you know, this picture here, I think, deserves a couple of seconds of silence, Dave, because we've lived here in Eurosport today, an epic stage of the Tour.
Triumph all over his face, but will it be a disappointing day for Pantani, the other skilled mountain climber? Will he lose his third spot to Bjorn Rees?
I'm just listening to the race radio, Dave, at the moment. Richard Virenque this morning at the start of the stage, a fan gave him a shamrock of four leaves. And in France, a shamrock of 4 leaves is for luck. So he reckons, well, the journalist said to him, well, what happened to you today? What happened to you, know? So he said, oh, well, he said, maybe this was something to explain it. And he pulled it out of his pocket and showed it to the journalist. It is a leaf of like a shamrock with four leaves on it. And that in French means it's for luck. Maybe as Daddy says, but thank you very much to the fan, he said.
Well, as the press will be inquiring and talking about what went on today and writing and filling the papers tomorrow with all the stories, the riders are still coming in here. Spare thought this man Casagrande, who tried to go away earlier on with the break which Festina set up. He survived for a bit. He soon got caught, though, by Ulrich and Rees. And now the rest of the stragglers are coming in here, but a lot of riders are still far down the mountainside, trying manfully to stay inside the time limit. Look at those gaps that opened up following that tremendous onslaught of Virenque and the Festina team. Well, looking back between Rees and Pantani, a quick bit of mental arithmetic, it shows me there's about 1 minute and 40 seconds there, so he has lost that third place, and I think, Stephen, it's goodbye to him. Even if he gets it back tomorrow, because the time trial might make the difference too.
Yeah, but Tany's going to find it very difficult now to go up on the podium, as you have Pascal Lino coming in here. Pascal Lino has done a great stage today. He couldn't climb at the Belsenum when it got very difficult there on the Col de Madeleine. Finish up somewhere in the first 10 overall when we get to Paris in 1 week's time.
Well, if you missed some of our program earlier on, you want to watch it, you see it's going to be on air tonight at 2200 hours Central European time. Tomorrow we're going to be on air live at 11 o'clock live right the way through to about 5:30, so it's a long old day in the plastic bucket again as far as I'm concerned. Stephen will join me during the program as well once he's been out there to give away the special award for the most combative rider. Must go to Virenque, I would think, who's still second over on general classification, but Rees has moved up into third, just ahead of Pantani by some 24 seconds. That was close at the end of it all. Pantani gave it all, but just couldn't quite make it. Alano, Escartin and Casagrande, all good climbers, but today, the day belonged to Virenque and to Ulrich, who defended his yellow jersey by counter-attacking, coming up. But he must say thank you, I'm sure, Ulrich, to Rees for his efforts in preserving that yellow jersey today, and what's again been a very superb day cycling on the Tour de France. Well, certainly, Stephen, you've enjoyed it, haven't you?
I have. Like I've been...
Graphics, many new ideas in this year, but certainly there's no doubt about it that the man, whatever he might say about his unusual way of doing things, you said he committed suicide earlier on, Steve, but he won today, didn't he?
No, he did. Definitely today he caught us all a little bit on the hop. I misjudged him. I misjudged the condition he has at the moment. We all felt that after the time trial the other day where he held on to Ulrich for the last 12 kilometres, going into the red, we all thought he would pay for it in the Alps. He showed today he's got an incredible recovery rate, and today's stage of 140 kilometres was, I think, the stage of his life, and my best stage I've ever seen in a long, long time.